On the wedding night, Jiang Lanyue's husband departed for battle, leaving her alone for 3 years. Upon his triumphant return, however, he brought with him another woman, reveling in their intimacy within her newlywed chamber. To add insult to injury, he insisted that she raise this woman as a concubine, masked under the pretense of her being the lady of the house, requiring her to display magnanimity. Jiang Lanyue had already endured enough, dutifully managing the affairs of the marquise and supporting her in-laws for 3 long years. Now, they expected her to embrace this new role. This life was unbearable, and a divorce was imperative. Her rival, a formidable general, mocked her. "I am the foremost female general, and you, a mere woman of the inner chambers, what are you without the marquise?" Her former husband derided her. "You, once divorced, you shall be a discarded woman. Who else would desire you?" The Prince of Nan'an, however, professed with sincerity. I would gladly marry you, even as a discarded woman, provided you fulfill the role of a substitute." The entire capital anticipated Jiang Lanyue's disgrace, but unexpectedly, the legendary martial prodigy was none other than her. The master of medicine and poison was she. Even the fearsome king of hell's beloved was also her. Chapter 1. The wedding chamber is defiled. Inventorying the dowry, I seek a divorce. In the marquise of Loyal and Brave, under the bright sun, the room echoed with scandalous conversations and gasps. "Husband, you know well that my aspirations lie beyond the inner chambers. Ever since marrying you, I have refrained from any domestic matters. Of course, I know General Mu has grand ambitions. With Jiang Lanyue managing the household, you may gallivant on the battlefield, as you do in my heart." Amidst their laughter, the woman pushed Song Ningfeng down, the sheer fabric swaying, revealing a scene too lascivious to behold. The two within were oblivious to the presence outside the door. Standing there was Jiang Lanyue, clad in a crimson gown, her slender frame captivating. With raven hair and fair skin, her features painted a picture of innocence, yet her dark eyes betrayed a chilling detachment and resilience. "Song Ningfeng, you truly are something." Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. On their wedding night, her husband had departed for war, and she had awaited his return for 3 years. Yet, upon his victory, his first act was not to seek her out, but to indulge in passion with another in their marital abode. In that moment, Jiang Lanyue felt her sacrifices and patience morph into a profound humiliation and mockery. The louder the two within reveled, the colder her hands and feet became, a sour ache blossoming in her heart. "Miss, you sold your shop to lavish this wedding chamber, yet you have not enjoyed a single day before they sullied it." Her maid, Ruer, clenched her fists, her face flushed with indignation. Truly, the audacity of those two was appalling. Ruer cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Lanyue. "Miss, shall we leave? We needn't endure their vile words." Jiang Lanyue's heart was as cold as ice. "It is they who lack shame. Why should we retreat? Ruer, fetch me a chair and prepare my dowry list." "Prepare the dowry list? Miss, do you mean? I seek a divorce." Ruer's eyes widened in shock. "Miss, while divorce sounds more palatable than dismissal, in Longsong, equates to being a discarded woman. You must not. Song Ningfeng dares to bring such disgrace before me. It is evident he holds me in contempt. We have never been a true couple. Why should I endure a loveless marriage for a lifetime?" Jiang Lanyue's tone was calm, yet Ruer felt a pang of sorrow at her words. For 3 years, Jiang Lanyue had managed the entire marquise, tirelessly supporting Song Ningfeng's family, sacrificing her own dowry to maintain their facade of grandeur. Without her, the marquise would have crumbled long ago. Tears streamed down Ruer's cheeks, her voice choked. "Miss, these years have been so hard on you. Your fervent devotion met with General Song's betrayal." "Stop crying, Ruer." Jiang Lanyue reached out to wipe Ruer's tears away. "Bring me the promissory notes from the marquise as well." "Yes." After Ruer brought a chair, she went to gather the dowry and notes. When Song Ningfeng finished, he opened the door only to be startled by the sight of Jiang Lanyue calmly sipping tea at the threshold. He was unaware of her arrival or how much she had overheard. His face darkened, and he scolded. "Is this how a lady of the marquise behaves? Eavesdropping like a commoner. Do you not feel ashamed?" Jiang Lanyue regarded him, the handsome figure clad in a dark blue robe, his skin bronzed from 3 years of battle, adding to his rugged masculinity. She averted her gaze, lifting her teacup for a sip, nonchalantly remarking, "I have barely finished my tea, and Song General has concluded already. Shall I fetch a doctor for you?" Her words dripped with sarcasm. "You?" Song Ningfeng's handsome face darkened further. Realizing she harbored some resentment for his 3-year absence, his demeanor softened. Tidying his attire, he spoke with a wavering tone. I wish to take Wanqing as my primary wife, and you shall be equals henceforth, without distinction. Primary wife? Jiang Lanyue set down her teacup, a mocking smile gracing her exquisite features. A primary wife sounds pleasant, yet in truth, she would be a concubine. Would the foremost female general of Longcong consent to such a role? Song Ningfeng frowned, instinctively defending Mu Wanqing. What is this talk of concubines? You do not speak so harshly. Wanqing is straightforward and sincere. We simply love each other openly, with nothing amiss. Rising to her feet, Jiang Lanyue embodied the elegance of a noblewoman, resembling a lofty mountain. Her enchanting eyes locked onto Song Ningfeng's, each word laced with intent. What a bold declaration. Song General, have you forgotten your promises to me? He had once knelt before her, vowing, in this life, I shall love only you, never taking a concubine. We shall be together for eternity. Guilt flickered in Song Ningfeng's eyes. Having already betrayed Yu, he could not afford to betray Wanqing as well. He spoke earnestly. Yu, those were mere youthful boasts, forget them. My heart now belongs to Wanqing. She is a woman of the world, unlike any other. Yet you are merely a sheltered flower, capable of managing domestic affairs. This cleverness pales in comparison to Wanqing's strategies and bravery in battle. If Wanqing is willing to be a primary wife, what discontent remains, Yu? Can you not temper your jealousy? Song Ningfeng, have you forgotten that I am also the daughter of a military family? My father and brothers are heroes in battle. Jiang Lanyue's gaze brimmed with derision. Did he truly see her as a mere domestic woman? Unbeknownst to him, her parents had sent her to Qingqing Mountain to hone her martial and medical skills, and from the age of 8, she had immersed herself in military strategies. By 15, she had no equal in the capital, even besting the exceptionally gifted emperor, who addressed her as master. Had her father not wished to shield her from the battlefield, fearing her strength would lead to her downfall, would she have been subjected to his humiliation? Yu, do not invoke your family. Since the defeat at Ao City, your kin have been missing, likely branded as deserters, never to return. As Song Ningfeng spoke of her family, a trace of disdain gleamed in his eyes. Suppressing his impatience, he continued, without Wanqing's intervention, you and the Jiang family would have been drowned in the spittle of the common folk for your family's failure. Jiang Lanyue furrowed her delicate brows, her tone icy as she retorted, you are not worthy to discuss my father and brother. Song Ningfeng felt that Jiang Lanyue was ungrateful and was about to reprimand her further when a servant hurriedly approached, stating, Young master, madam. The old madam requests your presence in the front hall immediately. Understood. Song Ningfeng responded nonchalantly before turning to Jiang Lanyue. You have always been sensible and magnanimous. Mother's health is frail. Please refrain from speaking out of turn and upsetting her. With that, he strode forward, leaving Jiang Lanyue to her thoughts. Upon their arrival at the front hall, Ruer handed Jiang Lanyue a neatly organized promissory note. As Jiang Lanyue entered, she noticed not only her mother-in-law, Lu Shi, seated at the head of the 8 Immortals' chair, and her father-in-law, Song Huaishan, but also Song Ningfeng's siblings and their spouses, along with several members from the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Song family. It was evident that nearly all members of the Song family were present, indicating the gravity of the situation. After exchanging brief greetings, Jiang Lanyue inquired coolly, Did mother summon me for something important? Indeed, I bear momentous news, Lu Shi replied, appearing well-preserved and in good spirits, adorned in a splendid purple attire that radiated nobility. With a beaming smile, she called out to a nearby room, Nanny's son, hurry and bring Xiange. Moments later, Jiang Lanyue beheld Nanny's son carrying a small boy, approximately 1 year of age. After handing the child to Lu Shi, the latter joyfully received him, playfully engaging with the boy, while turning her gaze toward Jiang Lanyue. Xiange, this is your mother. Call her mother. The child, unable to articulate words, merely waved his hands and babbled. Jiang Lanyue's brows knitted together with an icy demeanor. What does this mean, mother? I am unaware that I have such a large son. Lu Shi chuckled. This child belongs to Ningfeng and General Mu. They have been away at war for years and intend for you to adopt him. Jiang Lanyue was taken aback, while Ruer's eyes widened in shock. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Lanyue recognized the exquisite Shu Yun brocade on the child, realizing that her contributions to the marquise had merely facilitated another's fortunes. This brocade was a rare gift from the emperor, bestowed upon her family for their military achievements. When Lu Shi requested it under the pretense of aiding Song Ningfeng's connections, she had complied. Little did she know, it would be used to clothe the son of Wanqing. Evidently, her dowry not only supported the entire household but also nourished the mistress's child. Now, they sought to further overreach by having her adopt Wanqing's child, elevating him from a concubine's offspring to a legitimate son. While Song Ningfeng and Wanqing reveled in the glamour of war, they sought to confine her within the mansion, draining her resources. Was she truly such a fool? In an instant, Jiang Lanyue felt nauseated, as though she had swallowed 10 flies. This marriage must be annulled. Mother, did you already know about Wanqing and this child? Lu Shi, dismissive, advised. Since you cannot fight in battle like General Mu, as the matriarch of the marquisate, it is your duty to manage the household and consider the family's well-being. Just because I am not a female general, am I destined to raise a concubine's child? A hint of derision colored Jiang Lanyue's exquisite features. Lu Shi persisted, that is not the point. If Xiangor is recorded under your name, he becomes your child. You gain a son without the burden of childbirth. What a heavenly blessing. Sometimes you must look at the bigger picture, rather than being short-sighted. Jiang Lanyue was taken aback by her mother-in-law's shamelessness after 3 years of devoted service. Ru'er trembled with indignation. Her mistress was perfectly capable of bearing her own children. Why should she nurture a son of a concubine, allowing such base lineage to step over her? This was intolerable. A layer of frost enveloped Jiang Lanyue's porcelain-like face as she replied coldly, I may take him in, but only if the child's birth mother is deceased. Out of pity, I may offer him a morsel of food as a servant. Lu Shi was speechless. Song Huaishan, who had remained silent until now, slammed the table in fury. Enough. General Mu brings honor to our household with his illustrious achievements. By raising her child, you too will bask in that glory. A mere concubine's son does not merit the dignity of the daughter of a general. Jiang Lanyue's tone was frigid. If you hold General Mu in such high esteem, I have no place in the marquisate. Her enchanting eyes narrowed as she directed her gaze at Song Ningfeng, enunciating clearly, Song Ningfeng, let us divorce. Jiang Lanyue's voice rang out like a clear bell, stunning everyone in the room. Divorce? Song Ningfeng was taken aback, filled with disbelief. After 3 years of unwavering devotion, how could she dare to propose such a thing? Surely, this was a moment of anger. Furrowing his brow, his expression darkened, but his tone softened. How long do you intend to create turmoil? It's time to cease. Until recently, I believed you to be virtuous. Do you know that a divorced woman is considered a cast-off? After me, who would dare to take you? Lu Shi nodded in agreement. Yes. You do not act childishly. Though General Mu entered the marquisate as a concubine's husband, you are still the one who manages the household. Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she produced a key from her sleeve and placed it on the nearby table. As for the authority over the household, you may transfer it to General Mu. I shall no longer concern myself with it. Jiang Lanyue glanced at the promissory note, her expression indifferent. Additionally, these promissory notes, which you personally issued, amount to 57,000 taels. I would appreciate it if you could settle them promptly. Otherwise, it may not reflect favorably on the marquisate that my dowry sustains it. After delivering her chilling remarks, Jiang Lanyue turned on her heel, taking Ru'er with her. Not only did she intend to divorce Song Ningfeng, but she also demanded the return of every single tael owed to her. Song Huaishan's face darkened with anger. The Jiang family is in decline, and Jiang Lanyue may soon find herself alone. Only General Mu can ensure our household's prosperous future. Having Xiangor recorded under her name is a privilege. Lu Shi's gaze reflected her dissatisfaction with Jiang Lanyue. Indeed, Xiangor must be recorded under her name. We cannot allow my eldest grandson to be deemed a concubine's offspring. Humph. As long as we refuse to agree to the divorce, she will never escape the marquisate. The third branch of the family, overhearing Song Huaishan and Lu Shi's conversation, felt sympathy for Jiang Lanyue, recognizing the blatant manipulation at play. As for Song Ningfeng, Jiang Lanyue's proposal for divorce left an unsettling feeling within him. After 3 years of her unwavering patience, surely her feelings ran deep. It was likely the combination of marrying a concubine and adopting a child that overwhelmed her. Nodding slightly, he confidently declared, Ayu's thoughts of divorce are mere fantasies. Father, mother, I will surely persuade her to raise Xiangor. Inside the warm moon pavilion, Jiang Lanyue sat on an intricately carved chair, her gaze cast downward as she reviewed the dowry list Ru'er had prepared. Ru'er looked at Jiang Lanyue with concern. The crimson dress accentuated her porcelain complexion, her beauty radiant like jade, with a few strands of hair cascading by her ear. Even in profile, she possessed an unparalleled allure. With her beauty and stature, many suitors had nearly trampled the threshold of the general's estate, not to mention her extraordinary martial skills and medical expertise. Had it not been for the lady's decision to heed the general's counsel and marry, leading a life of an ordinary person, how could Song Ningfeng and that esteemed female general possibly overshadow her? Upon observing Jiang Lanyue's silent demeanor, devoid of tears or cries, Ru'er felt an increasing sense of worry and heartache. Just as she prepared to console Jiang Lanyue, a homing pigeon flew in. Ru'er hastily stifled her tears and took the letter from the pigeon's leg, presenting it to Jiang Lanyue. "Miss, it appears to be a letter from senior brother Nye." Ru'er understood that any correspondence warranting the use of a homing pigeon must pertain to significant matters. Concerning her father and brother, Jiang Lanyue had immediately enlisted the help of senior brother Nye from Qingqing Mountain to investigate upon receiving the news. As she unfolded the note, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had always believed that her father and brother would never betray their country or become deserters. They must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances that rendered them untraceable. Jiang Lanyue penned a reply to senior brother Nye, instructing him to continue his investigation along the leads and to inform her at the earliest opportunity. After composing the note, she secured it to the pigeon's leg and released it into the sky. She was resolute in her determination to safeguard her father and brother, ensuring their safe return. Ru'er, still troubled by the day's events, expressed her concerns. "Miss, what shall we do? The household still expects you to maintain a concubine. They will undoubtedly oppose any notion of your separation." Jiang Lanyue withdrew her gaze from the departing pigeon, her cold eyes resembling a deep abyss. At this juncture, the only feasible path to a smooth separation is to seek a decree of divorce from the emperor. Chapter 3: The first encounter with the powerful prince of Nan'an. Upon hearing the news, Ru'er wept even more fervently. "But miss, the whereabouts of the general and the young masters are still unknown, and it nearly jeopardized the war. The emperor will undoubtedly hesitate to grant you the decree of divorce out of concern for General Song and the others. Leave this matter to me. Ru'er, please cease your tears. I shall venture into the palace first." Jiang Lanyue rose to wipe Ru'er's tears and comfort her before departing from the marquis's residence. As the sun set, the majestic palace was enveloped in a beautiful reddish-brown hue, resembling a splendid painting of light and shadow. Just as Jiang Lanyue was about to step through the palace gates, the sound of clear hoofbeats reached her ears. With a slight lift of her gaze, she beheld a man riding against the sunset. The figure atop the horse exuded elegance and a commanding presence. As he galloped, the red cloak draped over him billowed in the wind, captivating the eye. The man brazenly rode into the palace, disregarding the palace rules, and no one dared to stop him. Although Jiang Lanyue had never encountered this individual before, she had heard of his renowned reputation. In the entire Longsong kingdom, the one draped in red robes and wielding immense power was none other than the exceedingly noble prince of Nan'an, Chu Qingyi. Although the prince of Nan'an demonstrated extraordinary martial prowess from a young age, having achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield by the age of 10, his reputation was quite unfavorable. It was rumored that he was exceedingly violent and bloodthirsty, a living embodiment of the king of hell. Many in the court had attempted to undermine him, yet his lofty position and cunning nature left them with dismal fates, and to this day, none could shake his standing. Jiang Lanyue had also heard whispers that this autocratic prince of Nan'an was infatuated, remaining unmarried at the age of 26 for his beloved white moonlight. When she returned from her drifting thoughts, the man had already ridden away, his tall and noble figure, along with his red cloak, striking a stunning contrast against the half-lit sky at sunset. After entering the palace, it was not long before the emperor's personal steward, Gong Li, appeared with a cheerful expression. He greeted Jiang Lanyue with great respect. "Miss Jiang, you have finally arrived. His Majesty has been awaiting you for quite some time." Jiang Lanyue raised her brows slightly, realizing that Qin Tianyu had anticipated her palace visit. In the imperial study, Qin Tianyu donned a bright yellow dragon robe, appearing both handsome and dignified. He sat at the desk, reviewing memorials, exuding the aura of a ruler, albeit tinged with an imperceptible hint of unease. The reason was simple: the presence of an unexpected guest in the study. Chu Qingyi set down his teacup with long fingers and remarked, "Your Majesty, I have finished my tea. May I inquire if the memorials can be approved?" His deep, cold voice caused Qin Tianyu to feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Qin Tianyu closed the memorial, forcing a smile. Ninth uncle, did we not just dispatch a batch of supplies to the northern frontier? Why do you require so many again? The northern frontier is frigid. We must prepare ample provisions in advance to ensure that the war can proceed without a hitch, Chu Qingyi replied indifferently. The Prince of Nan'an wielded significant power and was known for his ruthlessness, leaving Qin Tianyu, whose own imperial foundation was shaky. Unable to voice his concerns regarding the prince's ambitions and arrogance, Qin Tianyu could only respond in a conciliatory manner. Ninth uncle, the granaries are not currently abundant. If we send this batch of supplies to the northern frontier, we risk famine in other regions. He pondered, suspecting that the Prince of Nan'an had ulterior motives for requesting such a large amount of provisions. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyi smiled faintly, rising with an air of cold detachment. Your Majesty, you worry too much. I shall find a solution myself. Gongli led Jiang Lanyue to the imperial study, just as Chu Qingyi exited. When Jiang Lanyue brushed past him, she felt the chilling aura of authority that made her breath catch. It was her first time seeing this powerful figure at such close range. The man's bone structure and features were extraordinarily handsome, with a high nose and sharply defined contours, his deep phoenix eyes carrying a hint of mischief. He appeared both righteous and wicked, as inscrutable as an abyss. Gongli, upon encountering this ancestor, was terrified and hurriedly knelt to pay his respects, trembling as he spoke. I have seen the Prince of Nan'an. Long live the prince. However, Chu Qingyi did not spare him a glance. Just as he prepared to depart, Jiang Lanyue called out to him, Prince of Nan'an, please wait a moment. Chu Qingyi paused, casting a cold glance at Jiang Lanyue, remaining silent yet emanating a powerful aura. You dropped your jade pendant. Jiang Lanyue picked up a jade pendant from the ground and handed it to Chu Qingyi. The pendant was fashioned for a woman, presumably a gift from the prince's beloved. For some reason, as Jiang Lanyue looked at the pendant, a sense of familiarity washed over her. When Chu Qingyi's gaze fell upon the pendant, a subtle change flickered in his expression. He reached out to accept it, simply saying, thank you. With that, he strode away. Once Chu Qingyi was far out of sight, Gongli let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. Miss Jiang, you nearly scared me to death just now. I thought you were about to make him angry. He quickly added, His Majesty is inside. Please go ahead. Jiang Lanyue collected her thoughts and entered the imperial study, where she offered a courteous bow. This subject pays her respects to your Majesty. Seeing Jiang Lanyue arrive, Qin Tianyu promptly smiled and raised his hand. Little master uncle, did I not inform you that there are no outsiders? You need not bow before me. Having studied together on Qingqing Mountain, Jiang Lanyue was younger yet held a higher status, and their relationship was quite amicable. Jiang Lanyue stood, her voice cool and clear. I have come to the palace today to request a favor from your Majesty. Qin Tianyu entertained a bold speculation that Jiang Lanyue intended to prevent General Song from marrying General Mu. Jiang Lanyue gently shook her head, her gaze as cold as water. I seek a decree of divorce. A decree of divorce? Qin Tianyu was initially taken aback, then expressed concern. Little master uncle, even if General Song wishes to marry General Mu, you remain the most esteemed mistress of the Marquis's household. If you divorce, life will be exceedingly difficult for you in the future. Even though Qin Tianyu recognized Jiang Lanyue as a martial genius and a skilled healer in the conservative Longsong kingdom, divorce for a woman was akin to severing her prospects. It would not only invite ridicule but also render her unmarriageable, effectively ruining her life. Little master uncle, I know you are a person who dares to love and hate, but divorce is a significant matter in life. The world is already challenging for women. Do not act impulsively and ruin your own future. Jiang Lanyue smiled slightly, a fleeting beauty that was breathtaking. Your Majesty, while the position of a mistress in a noble household may seem glamorous, much of it is merely a facade, gilded on the outside yet rotten within. One knows best whether to drink the water cold or warm. Little master uncle, I still hope you will consider carefully. The harm and cost of divorce for a woman are too great. I have made my decision. Very well. Qin Tianyu sighed, recognizing that Jiang Lanyue was resolute in her intentions. He appeared troubled as he said, Little master uncle, it is not that I do not wish to grant you the decree of divorce. General Song and General Mu have just achieved military merits. They are promising talents of the younger generation. Your family, the matters concerning my family have already caused unrest among the people. While your Majesty may grant me the decree, it requires sufficient justification. Otherwise, public opinion will turn against us and cause considerable impact. Qin Tianyu smiled wryly. Little master uncle, you are indeed astute. Your Majesty, if my family returns and can turn the tides of war, would you grant me the decree of divorce? Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes reflected a hint of determination. Chapter 4. The young mistress should be proficient in medicine. Your family has been missing for quite some time. While I believe in their loyalty, wishing for their return seems as difficult as reaching the heavens. Jiang Lanyue continued to advocate for herself. Your Majesty, as long as my family returns, you shall grant me the decree of divorce. As for how and when they return, I shall handle it. In this tumultuous era, a woman's desire for divorce is as challenging as scaling the heavens, particularly when Song Ningfeng is currently in a position of power. Should she wish to part ways, she can only rely on the imperial decree of divorce. Qin Tianyu contemplated for a moment. If he could leverage the plight of Jiang Lanyue's family to draw her into his schemes, he could effectively bind the Jiang family to himself, thereby gaining their military strength and Jiang Lanyue's strategic insights, enhancing his power to contend against the Prince of Nan'an. The Jiang family and Jiang Lanyue must never fall into the hands of the Prince of Nan'an. Otherwise, his throne would be relinquished without a fight. After a brief reflection, Qin Tianyu agreed, Very well, my little master uncle. Once your family returns, I shall immediately grant you the divorce decree. Having settled the matter of the divorce, Jiang Lanyue exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Tianyu before departing the palace and returning to the marquise. Miss, you're back, Ru'er exclaimed, rushing forward to greet her. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite face bore a hint of fatigue as Ru'er poured her a glass of water. Miss, did you see His Majesty? She inquired. I did, Jiang Lanyue replied, taking the cup and draining it in one gulp before moving to a nearby table to fetch paper and pen. Go and bring the carrier pigeons I have been nurturing. At once, Mississippi. Without delay, Ru'er quickly retrieved the carrier pigeons that Jiang Lanyue had specially trained. The tone of the emperor regarding her family was undoubtedly grim. Relying solely on brother Nye would be far from sufficient. Jiang Lanyue penned several notes, releasing each pigeon into the sky as she reached out to her fellow disciples on Qingqing Mountain, urging them to diligently investigate news about her family. The sooner, the better. The longer the wait, the greater the danger to her brothers. Once she completed this task, Jiang Lanyue finally took a moment to sip water and compose herself. How is the dowry preparation coming along? Ru'er promptly produced the organized list and handed it to Jiang Lanyue. Miss, there are still many shops that have yet to be accounted for, especially Qianzitang, which boasts considerable revenue. Before Ru'er could elaborate, an irate voice echoed from outside. Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue cast a glance at Ru'er, who immediately fell silent and swiftly tucked the list away, just as Song Ningfeng entered the room. The tall man strode in with a scowl, making the room seem even more cramped. Is there something troubling General Song? Jiang Lanyue inquired from her intricately carved chair. Remaining seated and casting a dispassionate look at him, Song Ningfeng furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration. Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter as your audience with the emperor? And what of it? Jiang Lanyue replied nonchalantly, unfazed by his irritation. Song Ningfeng felt as though he were striking a soft surface, an inexplicable sense of helplessness washing over him. You are perceptive. Cannot you see the situation clearly? General Mu and I have achieved remarkable feats. Even if you appeal to His Majesty, he cannot possibly prevent my marriage to General Mu. Moreover, your family's affairs are already sensitive. You must tread carefully now. As the mistress of the marquise, your every action reflects upon the family. Do not let the Jiang family implicate us. Jiang Lanyue discerned the arrogance and warning in Song Ningfeng's words. A delicate smile graced her lips, enchanting yet chilling, as she retorted, Mistress of the marquise? I have no interest. Soon, I shall no longer be one. Her voice was as frigid as ice. How long do you intend to sulk? This is excessive. Song Ningfeng, interpreting her demeanor as mere jealousy, felt guilt for having kept her waiting for 3 years, leading him to suppress his anger. He clapped his hands, and servants entered with 2 boxes. Upon opening the boxes, Jiang Lanyue found an assortment of animal skins and local delicacies from the border regions, none of significant value. I know you have waited for me for 3 years, and I regret the hardships you have endured. These items, though not valuable, are imbued with my sentiments. As he spoke, he reached out to take Jiang Lanyue's hand. His face softened, reminiscent of the earnestness he displayed 3 years prior when he pursued her. Jiang Lanyue subtly evaded his touch, and Song Ningfeng, undeterred, continued gently you. Regarding the matters concerning Xiange in your name. Jiang Lanyue, aware that Song Ningfeng's gestures were laden with ulterior motives, interjected, I do not accept your offerings. General Song. I am weary. Ruer, please see our guest out. Rising languidly, Ruer promptly beckoned two servants to carry out the boxes. You. Song Ningfeng's expression darkened with frustration. Just then, a servant rushed in. Young master, you must hurry to old madam's courtyard. Something grave has occurred. What? Song Ningfeng gasped, initially intending to leave, but Jiang Lanyue's disregard for him unsettled him. As the mistress of the marquise, how could she remain uninvolved? Thus he turned back, gripping Jiang Lanyue's wrist and dragging her along. You're coming with me. The courtyard of Lushur was adorned with a plethora of flowers, vibrant and fragrant, creating an atmosphere akin to a sea of blossoms. These flowers had been sourced from across the nation by Jiang Lanyue to nurture Lushur's health. As her mother-in-law was unwell. Oh my dear grandson, what has happened? Why is he so feverish? Where are Ningfeng and the doctor? In the main hall, Lushur anxiously cradled the ailing Xiange, her eyes scanning the doorway.
Xuan.
Mu Wanqing rushed in, her dark hair tied back simply with a black ribbon, her attire a striking dark gown with red trim that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Upon taking Xiange from Lushur, she noticed the boy was burning with fever. Old madam, what has happened to Xian'er? Lushur's brow was furrowed with concern. He was fine this afternoon, but then he suddenly began vomiting and running a fever. We've summoned numerous doctors, yet the fever persists and has worsened. Where is Ningfeng? Mu Wanqing surveyed the room, but found no sign of him. Lushur sighed. It seems he has gone to see Yu. I have already sent someone to find him. Mu Wanqing could hardly believe that her son was so ill while Song Ningfeng was seeking out Jiang Lanyue. Indeed, the women of the inner quarters were cunning in their pursuit of favor, and her opinion of Jiang Lanyue dwindled further. Old madam, Dr. Zhou has arrived. Granny's son led Dr. Zhou into the room. Lushur quickly urged him to attend to Xiange. Dr. Zhou stroked his beard, his expression grave. Old madam, the young master's condition is quite serious. I fear I may be powerless to help. I recall that your ailment was treated by the young lady. She is presumably quite skilled in medicine. Perhaps you should have her examine the young master? Lushur had always known Jiang Lanyue possessed some medical knowledge, but she was surprised by Dr. Zhou's high regard for her abilities. With no other option, Lushur turned to Mu Wanqing. General Mu. Shall I summon Yu to check Xian'er's pulse? Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed in displeasure, her tone sharp. The women of the inner quarters are adept at playing their roles. She had no fondness for Xian'er, and allowing Jiang Lanyue to treat him might lead to dire consequences. I am well aware of Yu's character. She is unlikely to resort to such tactics. Lushur defended Jiang Lanyue, recognizing her innate kindness. Mu Wanqing's expression darkened, her eyes betraying her discontent. One can know a person's face but not their heart. The women of the inner quarters excel at deception. She had no heirs of her own and had little regard for Xian'er, perhaps even wishing for ill fortune to befall him. As Jiang Lanyue entered the main hall alongside Song Ningfeng, she overheard Mu Wanqing's remarks. The renowned general of Longsong Kingdom, such a perceptive woman indeed. Mu Wanqing's straightforward nature betrayed her intentions. She bore no malice. Song Ningfeng naturally overheard the conversation. Sensing that the atmosphere was not quite right, he turned to Jiang Lanyue to offer an explanation. After speaking, he quickly stepped forward and inquired, Mother, Wanqing, what has happened? When Mu Wanqing turned her gaze towards Song Ningfeng, her expression momentarily stiffened upon noticing Jiang Lanyue behind him. In the dim light, the woman adorned in a scarlet gown, with a delicate waist that seemed almost fragile, exuded an alluring charm reminiscent of soft willow branches. Her raven hair framed a face of exquisite beauty. With red lips and fair skin that glowed like the finest porcelain, her deep black eyes, cool and serene, reflected a composure that belied her youth. Mu Wanqing instinctively glanced at her own complexion, which appeared sallow in comparison to Jiang Lanyue's porcelain skin. However, she felt no envy. A seasoned warrior, she was the only female general of the Longsong Kingdom, fundamentally different from the noble ladies of the realm. While Jiang Lanyue surely heard her thoughts, Mu Wanqing remained indifferent, for she was a person of frankness, unable to conceal her feelings like Jiang Lanyue, who possessed a deeper cunning. As Mu Wanqing assessed Jiang Lanyue, the latter briefly raised her gaze to meet Mu Wanqing's. Mu Wanqing's beauty was imbued with a heroic spirit. Her battlefield experience set her apart from the typical ladies of the boudoir, imparting a regal air. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment in the air. Xian Ge is ill and has seen numerous doctors, yet his fever persists. What shall we do? Lady Lu fretted anxiously. Song Ningfeng frowned, perplexed by the situation. Dr. Zhou, upon seeing Jiang Lanyue, was visibly excited and spoke to the gathering. Elder Madam, General Song, since the young mistress is here, why not let her examine the young master? His recovery is of utmost importance. As a healer, Jiang Lanyue could not ignore a life in peril. She approached Mu Wanqing, lowering her gaze to Xian Ge, who was flushed and drenched in cold sweat, his lips trembling, exhibiting early signs of a fever-induced convulsion. To ascertain the severity of his condition, Jiang Lanyue placed her hand gently on Xian Ge's wrist. After taking his pulse, she understood the gravity of his situation. More pressing than reducing the fever was the need to elicit a cry from Xian Ge, otherwise, his convulsions could worsen, risking injury to his tongue. Jiang Lanyue pinched Xian Ge's arm several times, prompting him to cry out. Witnessing this, Mu Wanqing's anger flared, and she struck Jiang Lanyue across the face, exclaiming, Jiang Lanyue, you truly have a heart of a viper, seeking to harm my Xianer. Taken aback by the slap, Jiang Lanyue felt a sharp sting on her cheek. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth as she raised her hand and retaliated with a forceful slap of her own. The impact was harsher than Mu Wanqing's, leaving her momentarily dazed. Onlookers gaped, astonished that Jiang Lanyue would dare strike the renowned female general of Long Song Kingdom. You dare to hit me? Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes, seething with rage as she raised her hand again. Jiang Lanyue swiftly grasped her wrist, countering with another slap, coldly stating, if I strike you, then you shall endure it. Mu Wanqing was taken aback. How could this woman exude such formidable presence? Song Ningfeng rushed forward, attempting to separate them, admonishing, you? Have you lost your mind? How could you strike General Mu? Even if you are reluctant to treat Xian Ge, you cannot mistreat him. He is merely a child. Lady Lu's disappointment mirrored his sentiments. You, how could you be so envious as to harm a child? I thought you were not this kind of person. Yet here you are, displaying such malice. Mu Wanqing touched her stinging face, her expression darkening. I have no desire to lower myself to the level of a woman in the household, but to resort to such despicable tactics against a child is truly contemptible and infuriating. After a moment of crying, Xian Ge began to convulse, alarming Song Ningfeng and the others. Dr. Zhou, you must think of something quickly. Dr. Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. General Song. It's not that I lack solutions. Rather, my medical skills are insufficient to treat the young master. Jiang Lanyue's voice was icy. If you wish for him to survive, you may plead with me. Plead with you? In your dreams. Do you not think you have harmed Xianer enough already? If not for your earlier mistreatment, his condition would not have worsened. Leave now. I do not wish to see you. Mu Wanqing clenched her jaw, her strikingly beautiful face ablaze with fury. Her presence almost overwhelming. Even Dr. Zhou felt his legs weaken under Mu Wanqing's fierce aura. I am known for my quick temper. If you do not depart, I cannot guarantee I will not strike you again. Her words were laced with anger and veiled threats, tinged with a sense of superiority. Dr. Zhou, is there truly no one who can save my son? Indeed, there is one. The Moon Divine Doctor from Qianziding. If she intervenes, she will surely save the young master. However, the Moon Divine Doctor is known for her capriciousness, and her fees are exorbitant, Dr. Zhou explained. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu immediately fixed her gaze on Jiang Lanyue. It is only right that you, as the mistress, provide the funds for Xian Ge's treatment, Lady Lu asserted. Jiang Lanyue had initially intended to treat Xian Ge directly, but their disbelief and Mu Wanqing's humiliation only intensified her resolve. Now, they sought to make her the scapegoat and bear the financial burden? With a voice as cold as ice, Jiang Lanyue responded, I have relinquished control over household matters. The marquisate is no longer my concern. Mother, perhaps you should devise another plan. Lady Lu was taken aback, her anger boiling over. Xian Ge is a living child. How can you be so heartless? Song Ningfeng's resentment towards Jiang Lanyue was palpable. Jealous woman. Truly jealous. It is our misfortune to have married you into the marquisate. Mu Wanqing, cradling the convulsing Xian Ge, urged Song Ningfeng, stop wasting time with her. We must hurry to find the Moon Divine Doctor. Very well. After casting a cold glare at Jiang Lanyue, Wanqing hurriedly left with Xian Guo'er and Song Ningfeng. Little did they know, the moon divine doctor they sought was standing right before them. When Wanqing and Song Ningfeng arrived at Qianzitang, the moon divine doctor had just returned to the pharmacy. Moon divine doctor, please save my son. Wanqing's tone had shifted from arrogance to a plea for help. Inside, Jiang Lanyue had returned to Qianzitang for a matter of her own, holding a mirror that reflected her red-marked cheek. She slightly curled her lips, though the pain was still sharp. Jiang Lanyue had given them a chance. It was their failure to appreciate it that had led to this moment. Now they sought her assistance for their son, and even if they begged, it would not come easily. Setting down the mirror, Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled with clarity as she spoke coldly, I may save him. Outside, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing had not yet savored their moment of hope when they heard Jiang Lanyue's voice continue, unless you both kneel and slap each other. Chapter 6. I am the moon divine doctor. Unless you both kneel and slap each other. The woman's voice was melodious, yet as frigid and unattainable as the peaks of snow-capped mountains. Song Ningfeng and Wanqing were taken aback, unable to fathom such an unreasonable demand from the moon divine doctor. They had never encountered her before and had certainly not wronged her. Ningfeng, do you find that voice somewhat familiar? Wanqing furrowed her brow, sensing an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Lanyue's voice, unsure if it was merely her imagination. Song Ningfeng shook his head slightly. We must focus on saving Xianer. He turned towards a closed door, calling out, Moon Divine Doctor. I am Song Ningfeng of the loyal and brave Marquis, a fourth-rank general of Longsong Kingdom. Wanqing quickly echoed Song Ningfeng, saying, I am also a fourth-rank general, the first female general of Longsong Kingdom. I implore the Moon Physician, considering we are both military officers devoted to protecting our homeland, to save my son. Just now, the Moon Physician was likely unaware of our identities, which is why such excessive demands were made. Now that she knows who we are, she will surely be exceedingly courteous and may even apologize to avoid offending us two great generals. Listening to their righteous declarations, Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a mocking smile. This slight movement tugged at a painful spot, and her gaze turned even colder. Protecting the homeland is the inherent duty of a military officer. How does that relate to my obligation to save lives? Jiang Lanyue's voice remained indifferent. Song Ningfeng and Wanqing fell silent. Song Ningfeng could only force a smile and say, Indeed, the Moon Physician speaks the truth. It is the physician's duty to save lives, so you cannot turn a blind eye. I have clearly stated the conditions for saving him, she replied, her tone consistently frigid. Wanqing clenched her fists in frustration. Her voice tinged with resentment. If it weren't for my relentless battles on the battlefield, could the Moon Physician be so comfortably seated, attending to others? Wanqing. Song Ningfeng raised his hand to tug at Wanqing's sleeve, indicating she had gone too far. Was General Mu attempting to pressure with power and reason? A cold glint passed through Jiang Lanyue's beautiful dark eyes. Furthermore, I doubt you two can represent all military officers. The implication was clear. Even if you have merits, do not presume to claim the achievements of all military officers as your own and act arrogantly. A flicker of guilt crossed Wanqing's eyes. She had indeed acted impulsively. Knowing they needed the Moon Physician's help to save their son, Song Ningfeng dared not offend her further. He spoke gently, Moon Physician. General Mu is merely straightforward and means no offense. Please do not take it to heart. We do hold positions and kneeling and slapping each other is hardly appropriate. The decision to save him lies in your sincerity. Jiang Lanyue's voice dripped with cold indifference. If you do not wish to save him, then do not dirty the ground here. Simply return home and await death. What shall we do, Ningfeng? Are we truly to kneel and slap each other? Wanqing's face turned pale, unwilling yet desperate to save her son. Xian Guo'er had ceased convulsing, yet his body burned with an intense fever, akin to a furnace. Song Ningfeng faced a dilemma. After glancing at his son, he gritted his teeth and knelt, for otherwise, his son would not be saved. With that, Song Ningfeng adopted a resolute expression and bent his knees. Wanqing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with reluctance and indignation, yet she, too, had to bow her knee. Kneeling before Jiang Lanyue in a state of humiliation, both harbored a deep well of anger and grievance within. Moon Physician, we have knelt. We implore you to intervene and heal him. The languid voice within the room rang out again. And what of the slapping? Song Ningfeng asked. Must we truly slap one another? Wanqing's brow furrowed deeply. Ningfeng, do we really have to? After a moment of hesitation, driven by the urgency for their son, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Mu Wanqing's face. The sound echoed sharply. Mu Wanqing was stunned. Her already sore face from Jiang Lanyue's earlier slap now felt as if it would split open. With gritted teeth, Mu Wanqing retaliated, delivering a fierce slap back to Song Ningfeng. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with another slap to Mu Wanqing. "Have you two not eaten?" That was hardly audible. Jiang Lanyue's indifferent voice cut through the air. Mu Wanqing's eyes flashed with anger as she summoned her strength to deliver a fierce slap to Song Ningfeng's face. He, now slightly irritated, retaliated with even greater force. The two exchanged slaps, their faces soon swelling, accompanied by cries of pain and indignation. The spectacle of their mutual aggression was nothing short of remarkable. After observing this dramatic performance, Jiang Lanyue finally signaled to the innkeeper who had been standing behind her. The innkeeper stepped outside to bring in Xian Ge. As Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing prepared to enter, they were stopped by the innkeeper, who said, "Please wait outside." Just as they were about to rise, the innkeeper added, "My master has instructed that you may only stand once the treatment is finished." Mu Wanqing, furious, wanted to argue with the innkeeper. But despite Song Ningfeng's irritation from the earlier slap, he restrained her, knowing that for their son's sake, she must not act impulsively.
Mu Wanqing clenched her fists tightly,
her fingertips nearly piercing her palms. This moon physician is truly overstepping. After instructing the necessary arrangements, the innkeeper took Xian Ge inside, leaving Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing locked outside. Once inside, Jiang Lanyue commenced her treatment. Fortunately, Xian Ge had cried earlier, otherwise, his condition would have worsened. Her delicate hands moved gracefully as she opened a side of the silver needle pouch. The needles, varying in length and size, glimmered softly as they unfurled. Jiang Lanyue, with fingers as fair as jade, deftly selected a needle, placing it upon Xian Ge's third eye point, then proceeding to the Dazui and Fengqi points. Her hands were slender and exquisite, with a small red mole on her wrist, showcasing her skilled technique. The innkeeper, standing respectfully by, prepared warm water and tea for Jiang Lanyue, retreating to remain unobtrusive. He dared not disturb her while she treated her patient. Outside, Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing, their faces swollen, continued to kneel, casting anxious and angry glances at the closed door. "This moon physician is so humiliating. If she fails to save my son, I shall make her pay dearly." Mu Wanqing seethed, her voice laced with hatred. Song Ningfeng's expression darkened, murmuring, "If it weren't for Xian Ge, would we endure such humiliation?" Foot traffic occasionally passed by the pharmacy, and onlookers couldn't help but stare at the two kneeling figures with swollen faces, intensifying their feelings of indignation and embarrassment. As they felt the heat of shame from the gazes of passers-by, they yearned for a place to hide. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from within. "Moon physician, have you already healed Xian Ge?" Mu Wanqing rose excitedly, having knelt for so long, her body swaying as if she might fall. "Thank you, moon physician." Song Ningfeng suppressed his displeasure and expressed his gratitude. As Mu Wanqing regained her balance and Song Ningfeng finished his thanks, the door swung open, revealing a striking figure in crimson, her captivating face immediately capturing their attention. Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng's pupils widened in shock, both momentarily stunned. "Ayu? What are you doing here?" Song Ningfeng stammered, astonished, his mouth slightly agape. He glanced into the room, noticing only the innkeeper and Xian Ge. Where was the moon physician? Jiang Lanyue's red lips curled into the faintest of smiles. "I am the moon physician." Chapter 7. Do you wish to commit patricide? What? Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing were once again rendered speechless. They stared at Jiang Lanyue's face for a long moment before regaining their composure. A flicker of disdain crossed Song Ningfeng's eyes, followed by mockery.
"Impossible.
You cannot be the moon physician." It was said that the moon physician possessed extraordinary medical skills, akin to the legendary Hua Tuo, capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. Even if Jiang Lanyue had a superficial understanding of medicine, she was merely a woman of the inner quarters. How could she possibly be the renowned moon physician? Mu Wanqing was equally incredulous, her expression betraying scorn and derision. "You merely share a character with the moon physician. How dare you impersonate her? You toyed with Xian Ge's life right before us. Utterly despicable. Toying with schemes?" Jiang Lanyue scoffed coldly, her finely arched brows lifting slightly. "You too, do you even deserve that?" Mu Wanqing's swollen and comically contorted face bore a hint of cold mockery and realization. I found it strange why we had never met the moon physician, yet she seemed to target us. It turns out she was incited by you. Today, I have witnessed the malicious intent of women from deep within the household. You are indeed a master of schemes. I, Mu Wanqing, admit I cannot match your cunning. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Song Ningfeng, who had been somewhat puzzled, suddenly comprehended. Recalling the moment when they knelt and struck each other, all while being scrutinized by the onlookers, he cast the entire burden of this humiliation upon Jiang Lanyue. Song Ningfeng, his face swollen and bruised, glared with eyes blazing with fury, demanding, Jiang Lanyue, why did you not inform me sooner about your acquaintance with the moon physician? Did you intentionally allow the moon physician to humiliate your husband? Is this the conduct befitting a wife? You have brought me shame. What benefit do you gain from this? Seeing their misunderstanding, Jiang Lanyue felt no inclination to clarify. Regardless of her explanations, they would never believe her. With her ink-black eyes, cold as a winter's night, she fixed her gaze on Song Ningfeng's pig-like visage and retorted with a mocking smile, at least I find solace in my heart. You! Song Ningfeng was seething with rage, nearly bursting with indignation, while Mu Wanqing's expression shifted between shades of pale and green. The moment Song Ningfeng broke his promise to marry Mu Wanqing and sought to take a concubine, Jiang Lanyue had already resigned herself to despair. He had never regarded her as a wife nor shown her an ounce of respect. Why should she grant him any consideration? Your jealousy has reached an irrational extreme. Previously, Song Ningfeng felt a twinge of guilt towards Jiang Lanyue, but now he was consumed by disdain. Jiang Lanyue was disinclined to continue this futile exchange. It was utterly tedious. She turned to leave, only for Mu Wanqing to raise her arm, imperiously blocking her path. Do we permit you to leave? Mu Wanqing's tone carried an air of superiority. Jiang Lanyue's gaze was as frigid as water. What do you intend to do?
An eye for an eye.
Mu Wanqing's fierce countenance was filled with defiance as she coldly proclaimed, you will kneel, strike your own face, and apologize. Only then will this matter be settled. As the foremost general of the Longed Song Kingdom, she had lost face today due to the schemes of a mere woman, and she must reclaim her honor. Song Ningfeng looked at Mu Wanqing in surprise, taken aback, for she had never been one to quarrel with those from the inner quarters. Mu Wanqing explained to Song Ningfeng, the honor of the mistress of the Marquis's estate and all that I currently possess is granted to me by you and the Marquis's household. As your wife, you are her world. She has lowered herself to your level. If it were a trivial matter, I would let it pass, for after all, a general is not one to harbor a narrow mind. However, her humiliation of us today, coupled with the fact that Xian'er is gravely ill, demands an explanation from her. Otherwise, how will others perceive the general? They will think the general cannot even manage a woman from the inner quarters, and how can the soldiers then respect her? Song Ningfeng found her reasoning sound and nodded slightly. The earlier slaps and kneeling had indeed stoked his anger. You must respect your husband. Kneeling and apologizing while striking your face a few times is already a generous concession. Their self-righteous demeanor struck Jiang Lanyue as quite amusing. And if I refuse to kneel or strike? She replied with a gentle laugh, her voice chillingly calm, her lovely black eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Having spoken, Jiang Lanyue turned away, indifferent to the two, and walked away with measured grace. Her disregard and audacity thoroughly enraged Song Ningfeng, especially with many onlookers present. He stepped forward, gripping Jiang Lanyue's shoulder with force. Just as Mu Wanqing anticipated that Song Ningfeng would strike her, Jiang Lanyue nimbly sidestepped, her fair hand expertly twisting around his arm. Her hands, as pale and delicate as cream, glimmered in the light. In the next instant, before anyone could comprehend her swift move, Song Ningfeng's towering form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The sudden jolt of pain contorted his face, shock evident in his eyes. Mu Wanqing stood beside him, momentarily stunned. With an icy demeanor, Jiang Lanyue bestowed not a single glance upon the fallen Song Ningfeng. She withdrew a handkerchief from her sleeve, meticulously wiping her delicate fingers, her actions imbued with a hint of disdain. Song Ningfeng, his expression twisted with fury, growled, Jiang Lanyue, are you attempting to murder your own husband? He did not perceive it as a deficiency in his strength against Jiang Lanyue, rather, he had merely been careless. Having knelt for so long and subconsciously reluctant to harm her, Jiang Lanyue lazily lifted her eyelids, her voice cold and sharp. If I wished to murder my husband, It would be entirely possible without transgressing the laws of Long Song Kingdom. With that, she discarded the handkerchief and departed with an air of indifference. You. Song Ningfeng's lips twitched, nearly spitting blood at her words. For the past 3 years, Jiang Lanyue had been obedient and demure within the Marquise estate. How had her demeanor transformed so drastically? Her words now dripped with venom, her entire being seemed adorned with sharp thorns, making her decidedly formidable. As Jiang Lanyue exited, the shopkeeper emerged with the already treated Xianer in his arms. Wanqing and Song Ningfeng had no choice but to turn their attention to the child. The shopkeeper cast a cold glance at the pair, declaring, "Take the medical fees and escort these 2 generals out. Henceforth, Qianzitang will no longer sell medicine to you." As the shopkeeper's words concluded, several attendants appeared, gesturing for them to leave. "Please, this way to settle your bill." Though phrased as an invitation, it lacked any courtesy, as they demanded a hefty fee before unceremoniously expelling the 2 from Qianzitang. It must be Jiang Lanyue's meddling that prompted such treatment from Qianzitang. Song Ningfeng surmised, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Wouldn't he truly consider seeking a divorce? Would she? Wanqing, glancing at her son in her arms, was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. With the relationship between her and Jiang Lanyue fraying at the seams, she would ensure that Xianer bore her name. Though she was the first female general, her origins were humble. She had experienced pain and would not allow her son to become a bastard. Wanqing's dark eyes flickered as she urged, "Ningfeng, her actions today have crossed the line, committing the offenses of jealousy and obstructing your family's endeavors. Have you not considered divorcing her? Your leniency has only granted her the opportunity to wield power over you." Divorce? Song Ningfeng frowned, the thought of it never having crossed his mind. Jiang Lanyue had waited for him for 3 years and managed the Marquis' household admirably. He wished for her to oversee the affairs of the estate while Wanqing fought on the battlefield for their honor. Surely this would serve both their interests. Jiang Lanyue's animosity towards him was likely born from resentment. She loved him deeply and would surely reconcile after some time. Given the Jiang family's declining status, she would be left alone if divorced. Others would perceive it as the Marquis kicking her when she was down, and it would tarnish his reputation. Wanqing's expression darkened. "If you do not divorce her, will you allow her to continue her audacious schemes against you? I am indifferent to the matter, as you know my temperament. I have no desire to quarrel with a woman of the inner quarters. But you must consider Xianer. What will happen if he bears her name? Will she treat him well? Will he have a bright future?" Song Ningfeng naturally could not bear the thought of Xianer being bullied as a bastard. Yet he was still unwilling to divorce Jiang Lanyue. Sighing heavily, he replied, "Wanqing, I will handle this matter. Trust me, I will not let you and our son suffer." Seeing Song Ningfeng's resolve, Wanqing realized that pressing him further would yield nothing. If he could not take decisive action, she would do so herself. Just wait. Jiang Lanyue will surely face divorce. Initially, Song Ningfeng intended to seek out Jiang Lanyue for further discussion, but she consistently found excuses to avoid him. Days slipped by, and at last, Jiang Lanyue received a letter from her senior brother Nye. Extracting the note from the messenger pigeon's leg, she unfolded it, revealing the striking words, "Your family's matters are connected to the Prince of Nan'an. Investigations can commence from there." The Prince of Nan'an? Jiang Lanyue's eyes darkened, fixating intently on the name. "In my mind, the scene of that day at the palace gate unfurls, a striking figure cloaked in crimson, riding forth and captivating the entire sunset, accompanied by the man's bewitching yet frigid visage. These 2 extremes, so distinct in essence, blend seamlessly upon him, rendering him irresistibly enchanting." Jiang Lanyue withdrew her wandering thoughts, a tinge of perplexity stirring within her. What connection could there be between her family's plight and that living embodiment of death? What ties existed between them? Standing beside her, Roar, noticing Jiang Lanyue's melancholic expression, gently offered a newly lit candle, her voice laced with concern. "Miss, has something grave occurred? Any news from the generals or the young masters?" Jiang Lanyue shook her head slightly, incinerating a slip of paper in the candle's flame, the crimson fire casting a deeper shadow in her obsidian eyes. She pondered aloud, "The disappearance of my father and brothers seems to implicate far-reaching consequences. This matter is undoubtedly complex. The King of Nan'an has led troops into battle for years, yet his conflicts have never intersected with my family's. Why then? Is there a connection to him?" The more she mulled over it, the more compelled she felt to uncover the truth. not merely for the sake of a smooth divorce, but to locate her father and brothers, ensuring their safe return. Gaining entry to the King of Nanan's residence was no trivial endeavor. The estate was heavily guarded. A mere fly would struggle to infiltrate, let alone a living person. Just as Jiang Lanyue was devising her strategy for undetected entry, Song Ningfeng bore her good news. The swelling on Song Ningfeng's face had subsided, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Adorned in a robe of crescent moon hues embellished with cloud patterns, perfectly tailored to accentuate his tall stature. A polished jade crown atop his head adding a touch of gentility to the otherwise rugged warrior. His sun-kissed complexion bore sharp lines as he spoke in a calm tone. The King of Nanan will host a banquet tonight. You shall accompany me. A banquet? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, feeling as though a pillow was being offered just as she was about to doze off. Song Ningfeng nodded, his voice infused with a sense of benevolence. Indeed, dignitaries and aristocrats from the capital will be present. It would benefit you to witness the grandeur. Knowing Jiang Lanyue had waited for him for 3 years and had never attended such gatherings, he was certain she would be eager to join. Wanqing, embodying the spirit of a female general, had set aside past grievances to encourage him to invite Jiang Lanyue, believing it would ease tensions between them and facilitate discussions regarding Xianji's adoption. Had it not been for Wanqing's reminder, he might not have considered it. Very well. Jiang Lanyue consented readily. Although she typically harbored little interest in banquets, her commitment to her family compelled her to visit the King of Nanan's residence. Prepare well. While at the King's estate, you must be mindful of your demeanor to avoid shaming the Ho residents, Song Ningfeng said, pleased with Jiang Lanyue's agreement. Feeling optimistic about discussing Xianji's situation. I shall return to escort you later. When the time was ripe, Song Ningfeng arrived to escort Jiang Lanyue. And since they were heading to the King of Nanan's residence, neither brought servants or maids. Upon exiting the Ho residence, Jiang Lanyue spotted a carriage awaiting at the entrance. You may board the carriage first, Song Ningfeng instructed, his gaze drifting towards the street. Inside the carriage, Wanqing was absent, but as Jiang Lanyue stepped inside, she heard the sound of galloping hooves. With a gentle motion, she lifted the curtain to behold Wanqing, resplendent in a flowing gown of black and crimson, riding a majestic chestnut steed. Her countenance had returned to its former radiance, and mounted high on her steed, she exuded an air of martial prowess, distinctly setting her apart. Ningfeng, Wanqing called as she approached, extending her hand toward him. Song Ningfeng met her gaze with a smile, instinctively reaching out as he mounted the horse, wrapping his arms around her waist. The two appeared as a harmonious pair, riding together, drawing envious glances from onlookers. We shall proceed to the King of Nanan's residence and await you, Song Ningfeng informed Jiang Lanyue. With that, Wanqing cast a haughty glance at Jiang Lanyue before urging her steed forward, leaving Jiang Lanyue to ride alone in the carriage. Jiang Lanyue scoffed softly, a flick of her wrist sending a stone flying towards the horse's leg. The animal neighed, causing Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, once brimming with confidence, to nearly topple from their mount, their faces paling in fright. Passers-by turned to stare, and the two warriors, embarrassed at the prospect of falling in public, hurriedly lowered their heads and fled. Jiang Lanyue, unfazed, returned her gaze, resting her delicate wrist against her brow, her slender figure languidly reclined within the carriage, her exquisite features cool and aloof. She resembled a noble lady emerging from an ancient painting, elegant and serene. Just as she began to drift into slumber, the coachman announced their arrival at the King of Nanan's residence. Yawning, Jiang Lanyue descended leisurely. The estate was indeed imposing, even before entering. The grand stone lions flanking the entrance dwarfed the Ho residence. The vermilion plaque inscribed with King of Nanan's residence seemed to emanate the owner's authority, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. At that moment, a throng had gathered at the entrance, and as Jiang Lanyue peered closer, she recognized the distinguished figures, nobles and prominent individuals from the capital, all obediently awaiting their summons, akin to fledglings in line. The reason was clear. The King of Nanan was still in repose. Chapter 9. When did my tongue become so sharp? The banquet was initiated by the King of Nanan, and his blatant disregard left the crowd simmering with indignation, yet none dared voice their displeasure. After all, he was a formidable figure known throughout the capital. Who would dare provoke him? As Jiang Lanyue approached, she spotted Wanqing and Song Ningfeng surrounded by admirers, basking in the limelight. Their triumphant return from the Battle of Wanqing had elevated their status, and as esteemed young generals, they drew the attention of many eager to curry favor. General Song and General Mu, achieving the rank of 4th grade general at such a young age, your futures are undoubtedly bright. Indeed, the two of you have truly brought honor to our Longsong kingdom. I hear the Battle of Wanqing was a resounding victory. Upon mention of Wanqing, a flicker of something unusual crossed Mu Wanqing's eyes, quickly masked by her smile as she replied, "Oh, you flatter us. The fortunes of General Song are indeed remarkable. I hear he is soon to wed General Mu. Together, you will surely restore the former glory of the Ho residence. Do not forget to invite us to your wedding." "Yes, we are all eagerly awaiting." Song Ningfeng smiled graciously, bowing to each in turn. "Certainly, certainly." Listening to the flattery directed at them, Jiang Lanyue could not help but harbor a sense of derision. Throughout history, one rarely hears the old lament while the newlyweds revel in joy. As the crowd continued to extol Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, their chatter fell silent upon catching sight of Jiang Lanyue, the atmosphere turning cold and awkward. "I heard that General Mu is entering the Ho residence as a concubine. It seems Jiang Lanyue has been causing quite a stir," whispered one onlooker. As the three stood together, an echo of a battlefield, the crowd's curiosity piqued. Did General Mu and General Song not arrive together on the same horse? "They appear quite affectionate," someone remarked, drawing the attention of the gathered. Mu Wanqing, with her striking beauty, smiled and replied, "Ningfeng and I have grown accustomed to riding in battle. Sitting in a carriage feels quite uncomfortable. I intended to have the lady of the Ho residence ride alongside us, but I worried she might be fearful." Mu Wanqing's words were astutely crafted. On one hand, she subtly distinguished herself from Jiang Lanyue, and on the other, she displayed her magnanimity, even implying that Jiang Lanyue was merely a timid woman, incomparable to her as a female general. Jiang Lanyue's crimson lips curled slightly as she replied to Mu Wanqing with a nonchalant remark, "Riding a horse together? Even if you desire it, the horse would not consent." A stifled laugh escaped from the crowd. They were astonished at how the usually gentle lady of the Vofu had suddenly become so sharp-tongued. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes sparkled as she continued, "I heard that the two of you almost fell off your horses upon arrival. Is the horse all right?" Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing's faces instantly shifted from pale to flushed. Damn Jiang Lanyue, her words were as pointed as they were timely. Fortunately, at that moment, the grand crimson doors of the South and Prince's residence swung open, revealing a meticulously dressed butler with an unyielding expression who announced, "The South and Prince invites you all to enter the residence for the banquet." As the butler departed, several attendants stood at the entrance, meticulously checking the guest list. Only those with invitations issued by the South and Prince's residence were permitted to enter. As the guests were being checked in one by one, Jiang Lanyue was about to present her invitation when Mu Wanqing interjected, "The Jiang family is accompanying General Song. We do not possess an invitation." The attendant stated coldly, "Without an invitation, entry is prohibited." Mu Wanqing quickly offered her own invitation to the attendant, saying, "The Jiang family seldom attends such events. She is very eager to see inside. Let her use my invitation." The crowd was taken aback by Mu Wanqing's unexpected generosity. Indeed, Mu, the first female general of Longsong, possessed an extraordinary spirit and demeanor. Applause and admiration erupted for her noble gesture. Jiang Lanyue cast a sidelong glance at the gracious Mu Wanqing, who exuded the commanding presence of a general, making her sincerity seem genuine. However, the attendant remained resolute. "That is not permissible. Only those named on the invitation may enter." Mu Wanqing shrugged and sighed lightly. "Jiang, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply against the rules." Jiang Lanyue recognized Mu Wanqing's deliberate provocation and felt a chill of derision. "Ah, you. I too was unaware that invitations were mandatory. Perhaps you should return on your own?" Song Ningfeng genuinely wished to introduce Jiang Lanyue to the world, yet who would dare defy the rules set by the South and Prince's residence? All eyes turned to Jiang Lanyue, and even without spoken words, the scorn and ridicule in their gazes were unmistakable. "Jiang, will you return? We are concerned you might be embarrassed." Mu Wanqing's words lingered when Jiang Lanyue revealed a distinctive gold-embossed invitation. The attendant's previously icy demeanor transformed into one of respect. "Madam, please proceed." The crowd was taken aback. Had they not been notified of the esteemed guest's arrival? At that moment, the butler emerged, swiftly approaching Jiang Lanyue. "Madam, do come in." The gold-embossed invitation was the highest form of invitation, with only a few issued by the South and Prince's residence. Though the butler was unaware of Jiang Lanyue's identity, he recognized the invitation. Madam, may I ask if the two accompanying you wish to enter as well? He addressed Song Ningfeng and Wanqing, having failed to recognize them as the two most prominent generals of Longsong. Song Ningfeng, who had previously felt like the center of attention, now found himself overshadowed, his expression growing increasingly uncomfortable. No need. I am not well acquainted with them, and they are unworthy of accompanying me. Jiang Lanyue coldly shot a glance at Song Ningfeng. When her gaze fell upon Wanqing, she derisively added, "As for her, she is rather unpleasant. I find her somewhat nauseating." With that, Jiang Lanyue was escorted into the South and Prince's residence with utmost courtesy and respect from the butler. While the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mockery and confusion. Jiang Lanyue's words had struck Song Ningfeng and Wanqing like stinging slaps in public, leaving their faces as discolored as a spilled palette of paint, utterly mortified. Damn Jiang, I intended for her to be humiliated. How did it turn into her moment of glory instead? Wanqing gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with resentment and fury. The butler led the guests to the rear garden, where flowers were in full bloom. The South and Prince's garden was no less splendid than the imperial gardens. Adorned with rare flowers and exquisite trees, truly a sight to behold. Please take a moment to rest here and enjoy some refreshments and wine. The prince will arrive shortly. The guests mingled in small groups, while Song Ningfeng and Wanqing simmered in the shadow of Jiang Lanyue, their spirits heavy with indignation. They clustered together, while Jiang Lanyue reclined gracefully in a side armchair, surrounded by an array of exquisite delicacies and fruits, with the butler attentively attending to her. Her treatment elevated her status far above that of Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, inciting envy among the onlookers. Yet, Jiang Lanyue remained composed, her mind focused on discerning where she might uncover the whereabouts of her father and brothers. About a quarter of an hour later, a stir erupted from the opposite side of the crowd. Is the South and Prince arriving? Excited murmurs filled the air as everyone craned their necks to glimpse the approaching figure. The commotion drew Jiang Lanyue's indifferent gaze, and she observed two young men clad in dark attire amidst the throng, but the much-anticipated South and Prince was nowhere to be seen. The two young men appeared strikingly handsome, likely not yet 20. One bore an expression of icy indifference, while the other wore a warm smile. Together, they exuded an aura of formidable presence. These two were the South and Prince's right-hand men, known as the cold-faced Zhou Yi and the smiling Zhou Mo. Zhou Yi addressed the gathering with a voice as frigid as his demeanor. Today, the prince has hosted this banquet not only to reconnect with you all. The crowd, puzzled, thought, what old acquaintanceship. We have yet to even see the prince. Zhou Yi, undeterred by their expressions, continued coldly. Secondly, due to a shortage of grain in the official granaries and the pressing situation in the northern front, we urgently require a significant collection of provisions. The prince believes that each family represents the backbone of Longsong and possesses boundless benevolence, hence they will undoubtedly lend their support to ensure our soldiers are well-fed and clothed. Zhou Mo chimed in with a smile. For those among you who may not have ample provisions at home, fret not. Donations are a heartfelt gesture. The prince has promised to record the names of all contributors, and once victory is achieved in the northern front, corresponding rewards will be given based on the list. The crowd was taken aback. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo's statements left the guests bewildered. They had merely come to partake in a banquet, yet now they were being urged to donate funds. It felt less like a banquet and more like a forced fundraising event for the wealthy nobility. Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her thoughts echoing a singular sentiment. The South and Prince was indeed cunning and treacherous, cloaking his greed in the guise of eloquence. Moreover, he was a master of illusion. Even if victory were achieved in the northern front, the contributions made by the guests were tangible wealth, while the rewards promised by the prince remained shrouded in ambiguity. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd as they debated whether to contribute or not. Zhou Mo maintained his affable demeanor, reassuringly stating, "Donations are entirely voluntary. If anyone prefers not to contribute, they may simply register their name with me and leave." The crowd collectively pondered, is it truly voluntary? Those hesitant to donate and contemplating a discreet exit were deterred by Zhou Mo's words. Not donating would mean being recorded. And who would dare offend the South and Prince?
Who was he?
A man of immense power, feared and ruthless, who would risk incurring his wrath. Despite their discontent, no one dared to express their grievances, fearful of drawing the prince's attention, lest they find themselves facing an unknown fate. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "The South and Prince is indeed wise. My family, the Marquis of Chang'an, is willing to donate 10,000 taels of silver to support the war in the northern front. Indeed, we are all part of the Dragon Song Kingdom. Now that there is a need in the northern frontier, how can we not lend our support? I am willing to donate 30,000 taels of silver. I shall also contribute 3 sets of gold hairpins and a pair of jade bracelets. The crowd eagerly voiced their intentions to donate, spurred on by a sense of competition due to the ranking system. Everyone sought to enhance their reputation, especially considering this initiative could win the favor of the Prince of Nan'an. Initially, some may have hesitated, but witnessing the enthusiasm of others, they were unwilling to fall behind. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly vibrant. Even before the Prince of Nan'an made his appearance, he had already grasped the essence of human nature at play. Jiang Lanyue observed the frenzy of those vying for the top donation spots, her gaze as cool as water. While chaos reigned around her, no one paid her any heed. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to investigate the Prince of Nan'an's estate. Soon, the news of the prince's extravagant solicitation for donations reached the palace. Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, the handsome Qin Tianyu, upon hearing the report from Eunuch Li, slammed the memorial onto the table in fury. How audacious of my 9th uncle! Qin Tianyu's deep-set eyes blazed with anger. It was a ruse to amass wealth under the guise of requesting grain supplies for the northern frontier. No wonder he had previously refused to distribute supplies. The 9th uncle did not seem angered, instead suggesting he would find a solution. He was merely biding his time. How insidious and cunning. Alas,
I can only turn a blind eye to this.
Qin Tianyu, having suffered a silent grievance, swept the memorial to the ground, his expression darkening. The 9th uncle's brazen accumulation of wealth must surely be to recruit troops for that individual. If this continues unchecked, my reign will be at risk. The Prince of Nan'an must be removed. Otherwise, his throne will never be secure. Eunuch Li, trembling on the ground, implored, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Your health is paramount. Do not let anger harm your constitution." How can I not be enraged? Qin Tianyu clenched his fists, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Is there any news of the Jiang family? Qin Tianyu was eager to locate Jiang Lanyue's brothers, intending to leverage them against the Prince of Nan'an. There is still no news, Your Majesty. It is indeed peculiar. How could several living members of the Jiang family simply vanish? Even if they were dead, one would expect to see their bodies, Eunuch Li replied. Qin Tianyu returned to his dragon throne, his eyes fixed ahead. I hope my little master can find her brothers. Otherwise, the 9th uncle may. The 9th uncle that Qin Tianyu referred to was the Prince of Nan'an himself, who was currently in his study within the estate. Dressed in a striking red robe, the tall and noble man lounged lazily against a wooden couch by the window, one hand propping up his head while a long leg was casually bent. Chu Qingyi lifted a white jade wine pot from beside him, tilting it slightly to let the fine wine flow into his throat. His slanted phoenix eyes flickered towards the faint light outside the window, which emanated from the estate's rear garden. The man's expression was both alluring and tempestuous. The evening breeze wafted through the partially opened window, causing the red robe to ripple like ripples on a lake, revealing a delicate collarbone, complemented by his strikingly handsome and alluring face. This scene could easily be described as an enchanting portrait of a beautiful man reclining in luxury. Anyone who beheld it would surely succumb to its charm. As Chu Qingyi felt a sharp pain begin to throb in his head, he recognized the onset of an old ailment. What had once been an occurrence twice a year had now escalated to once a month. Although he had grown accustomed to it, the intense pain and dizziness still left him in discomfort. He sighed softly, slowly rising to grasp the jade pendant resting nearby, its coolness soothing his pain and melting away some of the coldness etched on his face. The jade pendant had been returned to him by Jiang Lanyue after she picked it up outside the imperial study. It was intricately carved with a full moon and a cluster of roses, undeniably feminine in design. Chu Qingyi's long fingers caressed the pendant gently. When the pain became unbearable, he would take a few sips from the wine pot beside him, his every gesture exuding an innate elegance befitting his status. Yet, as he battled through the discomfort, the garden at the rear of the estate was alive with fervor. As Jiang Lanyue was preparing to quietly slip away after grasping the general direction, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing approached her. "Are you?" Song Ningfeng gazed at the exquisite and fair-skinned Jiang Lanyue, momentarily at a loss for words due to his vanity. "What is it?" Jiang Lanyue's eyes remained indifferent. After some hesitation, Song Ningfeng stammered, "The Prince of Nan'an has called for donations, as you have seen. My rewards have not yet arrived." Could you perhaps lend me some for the time being? Upon uttering this, his weak-colored face flushed slightly. He was a dignified general. Yet here he was, seeking his wife's dowry to borrow, a notion that would surely invite ridicule if others found out. To avoid offending the Prince of Nan'an, he forced himself to speak to Jiang Lanyue. Wanqing nudged Song Ningfeng with her elbow, prompting him to add, and perhaps lend some to Wanqing as well. Rest assured, we will repay you promptly upon receiving our rewards. Jiang Lanyue inquired coolly, how much do you need? Song Ningfeng gulped, 100,000 taels each. 100,000 taels each? Jiang Lanyue's eyes widened in astonishment. General Song, do you truly expect such a reward? Are you aware of how substantial 100,000 taels is? Those who do not manage their household finances cannot fathom the true value of grain and firewood. Jiang Lanyue's crimson lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with mockery. The Marquis's estate was already financially strained, and Song Ningfeng was audacious enough to ask for 100,000 taels, as if she were a money tree. Even in the matter of donations, one must act within their means. How could they pretend to be affluent when they were not? Wanqing, displeased with Jiang Lanyue's demeanor, retorted, rest assured. What we borrow will be returned without delay once our rewards arrive. We will not owe you a single cent. Indeed, I have promised to repay you. Song Ningfeng added earnestly, determined not to be perceived as a debtor. Their request to borrow money was, after all, a last resort. A hint of frostiness crossed Jiang Lanyue's beautiful face.
Is that so?
Then perhaps General Song should first repay the 57,000 taels you owe me before we discuss borrowing further. After all, it is only fair to return what is borrowed before seeking new loans. Song Ningfeng's expression darkened instantly. You do not be unreasonable. You know very well my circumstances. Besides, I have already assured you that I will repay you along with the previous debt once our rewards are received. What more do you wish for? As military men, our word is our bond. Do you truly think we would default? Wanqing added coldly. As Jiang Lanyue observed their increasingly agitated expressions, she felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. She had been foolish once. She would not be again. I have already poured all my resources into supporting the Marquis's estate. It is not that I do not wish to lend you. It is simply that I no longer possess such wealth. Jiang Lanyue sighed softly. In truth, she did have the funds. She simply did not wish to lend them to them. Song Ningfeng furrowed his brow. Then, how much do you have left? Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled playfully as she replied, I possess merely 2 taels of silver. Would you like me to lend that to the general? Song Ningfeng's face darkened further, his tone laced with anger. Jiang Lanyue, are you doing this on purpose? Do you mean to humiliate me with 2 taels? How have you become so cruel? Wanqing's expression was equally dark, her anger boiling over as she accused Jiang Lanyue. Jiang, even if you refuse to lend me, how can you embarrass your husband before so many distinguished guests? How will he hold his head high in the future? Wanqing's defense of Song Ningfeng touched him deeply, reinforcing his belief that marrying her was indeed the wisest decision he had made. Reflecting on Jiang Lanyue, she has become increasingly incomprehensible, utterly malicious. Your dowry, at the very least, amounts to 1,000,000 taels, and your maternal family is the wealthiest in Yuzhou. How could 20,000 be insignificant to you? Jiang family. Sometimes it is prudent not to be overly narrow-minded. This is my sincere advice. Wanqing reprimanded Jiang Lanyue, her eyes filled with contempt, as if Jiang Lanyue's refusal to lend money was a heinous crime. A glimmer of coldness flashed through Jiang Lanyue's dark, radiant eyes as she took a few steps toward Wanqing. Dressed like a female general, Wanqing exuded strength, yet Jiang Lanyue's slender figure resembled a towering pine, radiating the aura of an ethereal orchid. Wanqing felt as though she were an ant under Jiang Lanyue's piercing gaze. General Mu, did you intentionally inquire about my dowry? You seem to know it so well. A flicker of guilt crossed Wanqing's face, but she retorted defiantly. This general has no interest in your dowry. It was merely your grand entrance into the Marquisate that stirred such commotion. Who doesn't he know of the 10-mile bridal procession? Jiang Lanyue smiled softly. Is that so? Then do you know that the Shu Yun brocade on Xiangur is also part of my dowry? Wanqing remained silent, her reaction indicating that she was indeed aware. Jiang Lanyue's eyes were as cold as water as she continued. The Shu Yun brocade was awarded to my family for their military achievements by the emperor. A treasure beyond compare. I gifted it to you without a second thought. If I truly possessed it, would I not lend it? Both Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were rendered speechless by Jiang Lanyue's retort. Mu Wanqing found herself at a loss for words to chastise Jiang Lanyue further and could only angrily pull Song Ningfeng aside. Ningfeng, I do not believe the Jiang family lacks funds. She is merely skilled in persuasion. The fact that she refuses to help you when you need her most shows that your marital bond is rather tenuous, Mu Wanqing said with a frown. This time, Yu has disregarded both my and the Marquisite's dignity. Her heart is as venomous as a viper. Song Ningfeng was equally furious. He had not anticipated Jiang Lanyue's ruthlessness. The earlier suggestion by Mu Wanqing to divorce her began to swirl in his mind. Jiang Lanyue was increasingly disappointing him. If she continued to behave in such an outrageous manner, he might truly consider ending their union. Seeing the dark expression on Song Ningfeng's face, Mu Wanqing knew his dissatisfaction with Jiang Lanyue had grown. Once this resentment accumulates to a certain extent, he would undoubtedly be willing to part ways with her. This was all of Jiang Lanyue's own making. If she had not caused such a scene and had merely allowed Xiangur to be raised under her name while complying with her request for a loan, Mu Wanqing believed that as a female general, she would not stoop to quarrel with a woman of the inner quarters. According to the laws of Longsong Kingdom, in the event of a divorce, the woman is permitted to take her dowry. However, if the divorce is initiated by the husband, she must leave empty-handed. If Jiang Lanyue were to be divorced, her considerable dowry would then belong to the Marquis, providing Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing the means to secure their positions on the battlefield. Given this reasoning, Mu Wanqing was further resolute in her desire for Song Ningfeng to divorce Jiang Lanyue. Chapter 12. The bite is indeed fierce. Mu Wanqing's motives were not solely for the dowry. She wished for Xiangur to rightfully become the legitimate heir, thus altering the fate of the Mu family forever. Jiang Lanyue, indifferent to the thoughts swirling in Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing's minds, yearned only to swiftly uncover news of her family within the south and prince's residence. Quietly departing, she treaded cautiously through the estate, observing the layout from the pavilions and corridors. After a brief interval, Jiang Lanyue found the study. The door was tightly shut, the window ajar, and no lights were lit within. It appeared to be unoccupied. Swiftly, she approached the window, her lithe form deftly slipping inside. To her surprise, a soft couch was placed by the window. To avoid making noise, Jiang Lanyue knelt upon the couch, preparing to descend when a chilling voice pierced the silence. Who? Just a single word, yet it carried an overwhelming force. Jiang Lanyue's heart jolted. She lowered her gaze and discovered a strikingly handsome man reclining against the couch. In the dim light, his exquisitely defined features were accentuated by shadows. It was the Southern Prince. Jiang Lanyue pressed her lips together tightly, internally exclaiming in dismay. She had not anticipated encountering the very person she wished to avoid. What to do now? Escape? Yes. To remain would be perilous. The infamous tyrant, known for his brutality, was not one to provoke lightly. Without hesitation, Jiang Lanyue resolved to leap back out through the window, but the man's hand was swifter, grasping her wrist firmly. His hand was large, enveloping her delicate wrist, a stark contrast. Even through their garments, Jiang Lanyue could feel the heat radiating from his palm. Chu Qingyi was in excruciating pain, accompanied by a disorienting dizziness. Perhaps the agony had conjured the illusion of an intruder in his study. He gripped Jiang Lanyue's wrist with one hand while propping himself up with the other, his deep-set eyes shimmering with an icy intensity, like a glacier collapsing. He yanked Jiang Lanyue closer, forcing her to stumble slightly, nearly falling into his embrace, but she managed to steady herself just in time. Their positions were precariously close. His chiseled jaw barely half an inch from the crown of her head. The faint scent of her fragrance mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma wafted into his nostrils. This scent seemed familiar. He must have encountered it somewhere before. Her aroma brought a flicker of clarity to Chu Qingyi, realizing that this was no delusion, but rather a genuine intruder. Who sent you to kill this prince? Jiang Lanyue replied, Lift your head. Chu Qingyi's features were sharply defined, his deep voice as chilling as winter's heart, exuding an air of dominance. Jiang Lanyue dared not raise her head. Instead, she swiftly lunged toward the Southern Prince, hoping to escape before he recognized her face. Despite his discomfort, Chu Qingyi's instincts, honed through countless battles, kicked in as he swiftly countered her attack. Jiang Lanyue's strikes were fierce and unyielding, and for a moment, Chu Qingyi found himself unable to subdue her. They exchanged blows for several rounds. Intrigued, Chu Qingyi's headache seemed to lessen. They tumbled from the couch to the floor, one clad in white, the other in red, their contrasting colors creating a vivid display in the dim room as they fought, the sound of wind rushing from their punches filling the air. Jiang Lanyue noted the Southern prince's physical distress. She needed to bide her time for the right moment. After several more exchanges, her wrist flicked, and a silver needle appeared at her fingertip. In the next instant, the glistening needle shot forth, striking the wind gate acupoint of the Southern prince. His tall and graceful form immediately slackened. Jiang Lanyue reached out to steady him, exhaling a relieved breath. Just in time, as the Southern prince's condition worsened. Otherwise, they might still be entangled in combat. Southern prince, rest quietly. Do not disrupt my plans, Jiang Lanyue remarked coolly, placing him gently upon the couch. The silvery moonlight streamed through the partially open window, illuminating the prince's exquisite features, his high nose and pale skin exuding an ethereal beauty. Truly, the Southern prince was the most handsome man in Longsong Kingdom, his beguiling visage too enchanting to resist. As Jiang Lanyue prepared to divert her gaze, the previously slumbering man suddenly opened his eyes. His phoenix-like gaze flickered with a hint of crimson at the corners, deep and dark yet tinged with a sense of allure. Jiang Lanyue found herself caught in his gaze, and in that instant, her entire body froze, cold sweat trickling down her spine. The moonlight bathed the surroundings as Chu Qingyi softly called out, "Yue." How did he know her name? No, he wasn't addressing her. He had merely mistaken her for someone else. Was the Yue mentioned by the Prince of Nanan the same as the rumored white moonlight of his heart? In the next moment, before Jiang Lanyue could react, the man suddenly tilted his head and bit down on her neck. The faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the unique fragrance of the woman, spreading within Chu Qingyi's mouth, clouding his mind. The sweetness of the taste ignited his desire for more, compelling him to bite down harder. A sudden jolt of pain snapped Jiang Lanyue back to reality. She hastily pushed him away, but the man clung to her neck, intensifying the agony with every shove. If this continued, he might as well sever her neck. With a flick of her fingers, she plunged a silver needle into Chu Qingyi's acupoint. As the needle pricked, he fell unconscious, his eyelids drooping shut. Jiang Lanyue raised her hand to cover the wounded area, where the pain throbbed painfully. His bite was indeed vicious. As her fingers brushed against the punctured skin, they came away stained with crimson. "Considering your condition, I shall let this slide," she muttered coldly, casting a quick glance at the unconscious Chu Qingyi before hastily tending to her wound. Blood stained the man's pale lips, adding an air of fragility and allure. "Prince of Nanan? Hello?" Jiang Lanyue called out several times, confirming his unconsciousness before swiftly rising and heading to the bookshelf, searching for any information related to her family. The prince's study was vast, and Jiang Lanyue had to be cautious of both his potential awakening and any intruders from outside. Her lips pressed tightly together, her expression as cold as water. Meanwhile, in the back garden, the donations were nearing their conclusion, with only Song Ningfeng and Wanqing yet to contribute. Ayu had vanished, and they were about to call names. What to do? Would the Ho residents truly face humiliation before so many? Song Ningfeng was anxious and irritable, his nerves frayed. "Calm down.
Ningfeng, Wanqing advised.
The donations are merely for registration. Once they collect, we can privately give the prince an IOU and settle the amount once the rewards are bestowed. This way, the Ho residence can maintain its dignity and even gain a good reputation." Song Ningfeng, filled with excitement, embraced Wanqing. "Wanqing, you always know how to alleviate my worries. With a wife like you, what more could a man desire? We are married. I understand the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes," she replied. "I am not petty like those in the inner chambers." Her words prompted Song Ningfeng to compare her to Jiang Lanyue. In this comparison, the jealous and petty Jiang Lanyue became increasingly distasteful to him. "How much do you intend to donate?" he inquired. 100,000. "We must seize this opportunity to present ourselves favorably before the prince," Wanqing declared, displaying the foresight of a seasoned general. Soon, it was time for Song Ningfeng and Wanqing to make their donations, each pledging 100,000 taels. This amount was the highest in the gathering, causing an uproar among the attendees, followed by flattery and sycophancy. General Song and General Mu, each donating 100,000 taels. "It is known that military generals endure great hardships, and your generosity is truly commendable. Indeed, both of you have dedicated yourselves to the Dragon Song Kingdom, selflessly serving our nation. It is a blessing for us to have such generals." Amid the chorus of praise and admiration, The reputations of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing soared to new heights. They relished the adulation, a feeling distinct from the accolades of the battlefield, fulfilling their vanity to an extraordinary degree. With an air of grace and poise, Wanqing articulated, as a military general, I am acutely aware of the challenges faced by our soldiers on the front lines. The northern frontier is an extremely frigid land. Without adequate supplies, they suffer immensely. As a general, how can I allow my soldiers to go hungry and cold? How can we win battles under such conditions? Thus, I shall do my utmost to support the northern frontier in its fight, confident that under the leadership of the Prince of Nan'an, we will achieve resounding victory.
Agree.
The crowd erupted in applause, echoing their approval. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that this gathering was filled with foolish individuals with abundant wealth. Wanqing's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, yet she still did not see Jiang Lanyue. If Jiang Lanyue were to roam about the estate and accidentally trespass into forbidden areas, it would undoubtedly provoke the prince's ire, increasing Song Ningfeng's disdain for her. With this thought, an idea sparked in Wanqing's mind. As the crowd continued to laud her and Song Ningfeng, she smiled and interjected, by the way, has the Jiang family not yet donated? As she mentioned Jiang Lanyue, the crowd began to look around, realizing her absence. Where is the young mistress of the Ho residence? Wasn't she just here? Indeed, where could she have gone? She wouldn't have slipped away to avoid donating, would she? Jiang Lanyue is not that sort of person. She rarely goes out. Perhaps she simply wanted to explore the prince's residence.
Wanqing maintained her grace de manor.
Someone in the crowd remarked derisively, this is the prince of Nan'an's estate. How could she wander about freely? If she inadvertently enrages the prince, what will happen to her? Indeed, let's not allow her actions to endanger us all. I heard that a family once attended a banquet at the prince's residence and caused offense, never to be seen in the capital again. The murmurs grew more severe. And Song Ningfeng's expression turned strained, his heart racing. He could not allow Jiang Lanyue's actions to tarnish the Ho residence's reputation. Amid the escalating discussions, Song Ningfeng knew he could no longer ignore the situation. With a forced smile, he clasped his hands in front of Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, saying, Gentlemen, my wife may have lost her way in the prince's residence. Could you assist in locating her? Zhou Yi, recalling Jiang Lanyue's striking beauty and ethereal presence, replied coolly, Certainly. Zhou Mo, you stay here to entertain the guests. I will accompany General Song to search for her. Jiang Lanyue's absence indeed posed a risk. They had failed to notice her departure, and given the prince's foul mood today, should she inadvertently cross paths with him, they would surely face repercussions. Thus, Zhou Yi led Song Ningfeng, Wanqing, and her sycophants in search of Jiang Lanyue. Along the way, Zhou Yi inquired with guards and secret retainers. But none had seen her, as if she had vanished from the prince's residence entirely. Eventually they passed by the study. We haven't checked inside here yet. Could Jiang Lanyue be within? Wanqing pointed to the darkened room.
Zhou Yi frowned.
The prince's study is a restricted area. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Then we must investigate. If she truly is inside, we cannot let this go. If Jiang Lanyue had recklessly intruded into the prince's study, her fate would be dire. The study is guarded. You shouldn't be able to enter. Let's search elsewhere, Song Ningfeng suggested. Yet Wanqing persisted. Since we are already here, why not take a quick look? With Lord Zhou accompanying us, we can confirm if anyone is inside, and leave if not. Yes, we must find her quickly. We cannot afford any mishaps. Indeed, we are at the door, it won't hurt to take a look. The accompanying group nodded in agreement with Wanqing's insistence. At this moment, Jiang Lanyue was indeed in the study, rummaging through various items, and she fortuitously discovered a letter penned by her father. Before she could even open it, she heard the voices of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing outside the door, causing her hand, which held the envelope, to falter. How unfortunate. Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brows. Her red lips pressed tightly together. If she were to step outside now, she would undoubtedly be caught red-handed. She had trespassed into the forbidden territory of the Prince of Nan'an and rendered him unconscious. The trouble would be immense. Conversely, if she remained hidden and they entered to find her alongside the unconscious prince, it would be as if she had jumped into the Yellow River without a chance to cleanse herself. In that moment, Jiang Lanyue found herself in a dilemma.
Wanqing,
outside, offered her no respite for contemplation. After finishing her words, she swiftly approached and forcefully pushed open the study door. The others who had come with her were equally curious. peering into the study. Jiang family? Mu Wanqing's gaze fixed on Jiang Lanyue, her pupils widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Where is Jiang Lanyue? I don't see her." The individuals accompanying her followed her gaze, only to find the space empty. Mu Wanqing frowned deeply. She had distinctly seen Jiang Lanyue just a moment ago. Upon closer inspection, the room was indeed devoid of anyone. Could it be that she had imagined it? What is all this commotion? At that moment, the man reclining on the soft couch slowly sat up, his cold voice carrying an imposing authority that chilled the air. Towering and elegant, he sat by the window, the wind tousling his dark hair and crimson robe. Even against the light, his striking features were sharply outlined by the soft moonlight, creating a captivating profile. Just sitting there, his formidable presence instilled fear in those around him. The crowd cast a fleeting glance at Chu Qingyi before being overwhelmed by his powerful aura, causing them all to kneel. "We pay our respects to the Prince of Nan'an. May the prince enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." They chorused, nerves rendering them breathless. Chu Qingyi raised a hand to massage his aching temples, his pale fingers brushing lightly over his own lips. The casual gesture was both cold and enticing. At that moment, Jiang Lanyue, hidden in the beams of the study, silently cursed, recognizing the allure of the Prince of Nan'an. His appearance was exceptional, a true blend of beauty and menace. As Chu Qingyi lowered his hand and glanced down, he noticed a hint of crimson staining his fingertip. Blood? No wonder there was a metallic sweetness lingering in his mouth. He recalled biting the woman's neck fiercely just before he lost consciousness. Such audacity to trespass into my study, Chu Qingyi thought, his mind turning cold as he cast a haughty gaze upon the kneeling crowd. We are only searching for someone, Your Highness," Mu Wanqing stammered, her voice quivering under the weight of his presence. "Searching for someone?" Chu Qingyi's tongue grazed the roof of his mouth as a playful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Have you come to find someone right before me?" Without hesitation, Song Ningfeng respectfully interjected, "Your Highness, Yu is my wife. She rarely attends gatherings, and I feared she might lose her way within the palace, which is why I dared to inquire if you had seen her. If she has inadvertently disturbed you, I sincerely beg your pardon." "Your wife?" Chu Qingyi's interest piqued. This must be the Jiang Lanyue who had waited 3 years for Song Ningfeng, the daughter of the general's household. The last time he had encountered her was outside the imperial study. Now, she had intruded into his domain. Few could withstand his scrutiny. Yet this lady from the marquis's residence remained shrouded in mystery. A subtle smile graced his lips as he found the situation increasingly intriguing. Jiang Lanyue, perched precariously on the beam, felt her heart race, nearly losing her balance in her anger at Song Ningfeng's blunder. How could he be so reckless? Anxiety coursed through her as she feared that Chu Qingyi might expose her or seek revenge. With a graceful motion, Chu Qingyi picked up a nearby wine jug and elegantly took a sip. His narrow eyes, frosty in demeanor, fixed on Song Ningfeng as he teased, "General Song, your wife has gone missing, and you come to my quarters to search for her? Uninformed observers might mistakenly think I have taken a liking to your wife." "I would not dare, Your Highness, that was not my intention," Song Ningfeng quickly clarified, lowering his head. "It is simply that Yu has suddenly vanished, and I have searched the palace but to no avail, which is why I dare to seek your assistance." Chu Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he remarked, "You may enter my study to ascertain whether your wife is present. Be thorough, lest rumors arise that I am harboring your wife." Jiang Lanyue's fingers dug into her palm, her expression tense. Surely, the Prince of Nan'an had not discovered her presence, or else why would he utter such words? If Song Ningfeng and the others entered searching for her, it would be impossible for them not to find her. In that case, she would have no way to explain herself. "Please do not come in to look for me," Jiang Lanyue silently prayed, yet Mu Wanqing seemed determined to thwart her wishes. "Your Highness, Jiang Lanyue does not understand etiquette. We are merely concerned for her. Rest assured. We will take a quick look and depart," Mu Wanqing stated, rising to bow to the prince before advancing toward the study. Mu Wanqing felt certain she had glimpsed Jiang Lanyue in the study earlier. Whether it was an illusion or not, she needed to confirm it. As Mu Wanqing approached, Jiang Lanyue's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as Mu Wanqing was about to step closer, Song Ningfeng, fearing to offend the prince, hastily urged, "Wanqing, you cannot possibly be here. Let's search elsewhere." Chu Qingyi, seated on the soft couch, absently stroked the wine jug beside him, a faint smile playing on his lips, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama.
Wanqing,
Let us go. You cannot be in the study. Song Ningfeng insisted, forcefully dissuading her. And she ultimately relented. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the Prince of Nan'an, the group dared not linger, offering their respects before hastily departing.
Wanqing, dissatisfied, scolded Ningfeng.
Why did you not allow me to check thoroughly? The study is forbidden. Our intrusion would be a slight to the prince. If you had entered to search further, it would imply we do not respect him, Song Ningfeng explained. The prince is present. If you were to intrude, he would certainly be aware. Apart from the fabled light of the prince, he has never been seen close to any woman. Should Jiang Lanyue truly invade his study, the prince would undoubtedly be the first to eliminate her. Indeed, Wanqing reflected, recalling that Jiang Lanyue was merely a woman from the inner chambers. How could she dare intrude upon the prince's study? Was the prince intentionally leading us into a trap by suggesting we search for her? The realization struck her, causing a chill to run down her spine. The Prince of Nan'an is truly adept at manipulating events from the shadows, Song Ningfeng concurred. Although we have recently achieved significant accomplishments, many will still favor us. However, we must not act recklessly in the presence of the prince. Song Ningfeng leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper meant only for Wanqing's ears. You know, the current emperor and the prince have always been at odds. If we had insisted on entering the study, how would the prince interpret our actions? Would he think we are leveraging the emperor's influence? Wanqing's face paled at the implication. We are currently neutral. If we appear to side too clearly with the emperor, we will surely become targets for the prince's retribution. In Longsong Kingdom, who is unaware of the prince's ruthless methods, they instill fear in all. Precisely, and that is why I had to stop you. Thanks to my husband's reminder, as Song Ningfeng and Wanqing's discussion drew further away from the study. Wanqing couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety and trepidation at the thought of what had just transpired. My lord, it was my negligence. Please punish me. Zhou Yi hastily approached Chu Qingyi and knelt before him. Chu Qingyi cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Jiang Lanyue before retracting his gaze. With a voice low and cool, he asked, "What crime have you committed?" Chapter 15. Is the Prince of Southern a mere dog? It was my fault that an unwelcome presence disturbed your rest. Zhou Yi remained kneeling, his expression impassive, yet his heart raced. Go receive 20 lashes. Chu Qingyi's tone was indifferent, his expression devoid of warmth.
Yes.
Zhou Yi replied, seemingly accustomed to such punishment. My lord, I need, before Zhou Yi could finish. Chu Qingyi lazily rose and strode towards the door, exuding an air of aloofness and nobility. Let us go see the fools. He interrupted Zhou Yi coldly, already moving outside, prompting Zhou Yi to hastily follow. As Chu Qingyi reached the door, his elegantly defined hand closed it behind him, and he instructed Zhou Yi, increase the guards in the study. As you command, my lord. Once Chu Qingyi and Zhou Yi had completely departed, Jiang Lanyue leaped silently from the beam above. The earlier commotion had indeed been alarming yet ultimately harmless. If Wanqing had taken just a few more steps forward, she would have undoubtedly seen her. In that case, whether she was branded a thief or accused of enticing the Prince of Southern, it would have been impossible for her to explain. Jiang Lanyue tightened her grip on the letter in her hand, her gaze darkening as she quickly climbed out the window and made her way back to the Marquis's residence. Miss, didn't you go with General Song? Why have you returned alone? Royer asked, filled with concern, fearing that Jiang Lanyue had faced some distress. I returned after completing my task. Jiang Lanyue replied as she entered, unwrapping the letter she had obtained from the Prince of Southern. Upon seeing the handwriting, Royer gasped in surprise, Miss, this is General Song's handwriting. Why is it addressed to the Prince of Southern? Confusion washed over her as she read the envelope labeled to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Southern. My family's affairs are related to the Prince of Southern, Jiang Lanyue explained calmly. Royer quickly understood, realizing that her mistress had ulterior motives for attending the banquet that evening. Jiang Lanyue had already opened the envelope and unfurled the letter within. It detailed her father's message regarding the difficult battle at Ao City, where he faced enemies on two fronts and needed the Prince of Southern to dispatch reinforcements. Otherwise, Ao City would surely fall. At that time, the prince was closer than her father's letter could reach the capital to summon troops, which is why he had written to the prince. Do you think the prince will send troops to support the general?
Oya asked.
Jiang Lanyue shook her head slightly, her clear eyes betraying a coldness. My father indicated that the situation at Ao City was dire, yet they ultimately triumphed, leading to Wanqing and Song Ningfeng being appointed generals. while my family remains unaccounted for. What truly transpired? There must be something amiss. Just then, Jiang Lanyue was interrupted by Song Ningfeng's furious voice from outside. He entered the room with heavy steps, his expression dark. Do you even acknowledge me as your husband? Why did you return without informing me? Do you realize I searched for you throughout the Prince of Southend's residence and nearly offended him? His brows furrowed with impatience, his dissatisfaction with Jiang Lanyue growing. Jiang Lanyue raised her gaze coldly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with clarity. General Song, please manage your concubine. I need not trouble you with my affairs. You are being unreasonable. You, he retorted, his gaze falling on the delicate skin of her long neck, noticing a striking red mark at the edge of her collar. It seemed she had been injured.
What happened to you?
Song Ningfeng frowned, reaching out to touch her. Jiang Lanyue recoiled, her voice icy. It concerns you not. And I require no feigned concern from you. I genuinely care for you. Why must our conversations always be so contentious? Can we not speak amicably? She radiated a prickly defensiveness that made him hesitate to approach her.
No.
Jiang Lanyue's beautiful features were etched with coldness. Jiang Lanyue, she suddenly sneered, let's converse amicably. Tell me, were there any reinforcements for the battle at Ao City?
What?
Song Ningfeng was caught off guard by her abrupt question, the leap in topic bewildering. As he met her clear, spring-like gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The affairs of war are not for you to concern yourself with, he said, averting his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. You remember, the victory at Ao City was solely due to the efforts of myself and General Mu. Your family became traitors and cowards in this battle. From now on, do not mention them again. Jiang Lanyue's eyes glinted with frost, her demeanor sharpening. Be silent. My family's honor is not for you to slander. Song Ningfeng's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched tightly. Fortunately, you did not offend the prince today. Enough of this. Take care of yourself. And do not think of separation. Tomorrow, I will have someone choose a propitious date to hold a ceremony, naming Xianguo under your name. With that, he stormed out of the room in a rage. Rue's eyes brimmed with tears as she clenched her fists in indignation. Miss, General Song is truly too overbearing. He is determined not to separate, and now he wants to force you to accept his concubine, expecting us to continue serving the Marquis's house like slaves. Oh heavens, will you be trapped in this cage forever, used and worn down? Rue lamented, bursting into tears. Jiang Lanyue gently wiped the tears from Rue's cheeks, soothing her softly. Do not cry, Rue. As long as we find my family, we can successfully separate and distance ourselves from these parasites. Miss, there has been no news of the general and the others. Will they truly return?
Rue's worry deepened.
If they do not return, how will Miss ever be able to separate? The world is so unfair and harsh towards women. It is exceedingly difficult for you to seek separation and reclaim your rightful possessions. They will return, trust me. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite features radiated determination, though a flicker of concern danced in her eyes. After sending Rue to rest, Jiang Lanyue finally had time to reflect on the entire situation.
Moments later.
She sat before a bronze mirror, slightly pulling down her collar to reveal the bite mark. The glaring teeth impressions and the vivid wound stood out starkly against her pale skin. Is the Prince of Southend truly a dog? Jiang Lanyue mused, her fingers brushing the mark, causing her to flinch slightly in pain. She carefully applied medicine to the wound. At dawn the next day, Jiang Lanyue left her home. After some inquiries, she learned that although her family had not returned, Vice General Zhang, who had been with her father, had secretly returned to the capital on the same day as Song Ningfeng. Jiang Lanyue resolved to seek out Vice General Zhang to see if he might provide her with any information about her family. Vice General Zhang resided in a house on the eastern outskirts, and it took Jiang Lanyue half an hour by carriage to arrive. However, upon reaching his residence, she found it closed to visitors. Is anyone home? Jiang Lanyue knocked on the door, but after a long wait, no one answered. Just as she was about to climb over the wall, the door suddenly opened, revealing a shocked woman. Miss, what brings you here? Chapter 16. The Fate of My Family. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes brightened slightly as she politely greeted Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was Vice General Zhang's wife, who usually wore a cheerful expression but now appeared aged and weary. Aunt Zhang, has something happened? Jiang Lanyue furrowed her delicate brows, finding the closed doors of the residence rather peculiar. Uncle Zhang, hasn't he returned to the capital yet? With the victory in Wanqing, he should have been elevated and rewarded. Why is there no sign of celebration? Recently, Wanqing and Song Ningfeng had been the talk of the town in the capital. Why, then was Deputy Jiang, who fought valiantly in the same battle, so cautiously hiding away in his own home. You should be grateful that Uncle Jiang managed to return at all, Aunt Jiang said, her face etched with worry. With a heavy sigh, she added, let us go inside and talk. She opened the door and led Jiang Lanyue to meet Deputy Jiang. Deputy Jiang lay on the bed, gravely injured, his appearance gaunt and pallid, resembling a living corpse, lost to unconsciousness. What kind of injuries has he sustained? Jiang Lanyue felt a pang of sorrow. She had not anticipated seeing Deputy Jiang in such a state. In former visits, he would bring jars of fine wine and special treats for her, his hearty laughter echoing before he even arrived. Now he lay motionless, looking so frail. Aunt Zhang's eyes were red-rimmed as she wiped away tears. Old Jiang returned clinging to life, saying he wanted to see you, but he fainted before he could do so. Aunt Jiang, have you sought a doctor for Uncle Jiang? I've consulted numerous physicians, but they all say his condition is too dire to treat. He is barely hanging on. I suspect his will to see you is what has kept him alive so far. Unfortunately, the doctors who attended to him have since perished, and now no one dares to treat him. Jiang Lanyue's heart ached further at Aunt Zhang's words. What had Deputy Jiang endured? Why had the doctors died? Was there a hidden threat? Pressing her lips together, she sat on the small stool by the bed and took his pulse. It was indeed a miracle that he had survived this long, given the severe internal injuries he had sustained. She retrieved a small pouch of silver needles she always carried. As she unfurled it, rows of gleaming needles sparkled in the light. With her delicate fingers, she selected a needle and deftly placed it on his Naguan acupoint, followed by another on his Higu acupoint. Aunt Zhang stood by, astonished. She had no idea that the young lady possessed medical skills. It seemed her expertise was quite remarkable. Each needle was inserted with precision and swiftness, and soon, Deputy Zhang's body was adorned with silver needles. To everyone's amazement, he twitched a finger. Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Lanyue wiped the sweat from her brow and assured Aunt Zhang, do not worry. Though Uncle Zhang's condition is grave, I can heal him. Is that true? Aunt Zhang's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. But those doctors have all died. I fear for Uncle Jiang. Fear not, Aunt Zhang. I am the daughter of a general. Jiang Lanyue replied with a gentle smile, her beauty radiant as she reassured Aunt Zhang. I will send someone with medicine for Uncle Jiang. Just take good care of him, and do not worry about anything else. Thank you, young lady, Aunt Zhang said, tears brimming with gratitude. She attempted to bow in respect, but Jiang Lanyue quickly supported her, saying, there is no need for such formality. After tending to Deputy Jiang, Jiang Lanyue made her way to Qianzitang, where she prepared a prescription and instructed the shopkeeper to ensure the medicine was sent to Deputy Jiang. The following day, she returned to administer further treatment. After another round of acupuncture, Deputy Jiang coughed up a considerable amount of blood. Miss, is Uncle Jiang going to die? Aunt Zhang wailed. Overcome with fear, Jiang Lanyue remained calm, collecting her needles with an untroubled expression. No, this is merely his body expelling the internal bleeding caused by his shattered organs. It is beneficial for his recovery. As she spoke, Deputy Jiang, who had been in a deep coma, slowly opened his eyes. Miss, is that you? He murmured, his vision hazy, mistaking her presence for a vision of the afterlife. Uncle Jiang, you are awake. You truly are. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, rushing to grasp his hand. It is the young lady who treated you. Aunt Zhang was in awe of Jiang Lanyue's medical abilities. So many doctors had failed. Yet she had succeeded with just a few needles and 2 doses of medicine. Miss, you must listen to me, Deputy Jiang rasped, his face suddenly filled with urgency, blood spilling from his lips. The general and the young masters are alive. They have not abandoned the city or betrayed it. They are sacrificing their lives to protect Wanqing. You must save them. Go to the northern cloud city. Before he could finish, he coughed violently and lost consciousness again. Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Aunt Zhang cried, panic flooding her as she turned to Jiang Lanyue. You must save him. After checking his pulse, Jiang Lanyue administered another pill. Although Uncle Zhang's injuries were severe, he was merely unconscious for the time being. With further treatment, he would recover. That's a relief. Aunt Zhang sighed, finally finding solace. Jiang Lanyue provided her with additional care instructions before departing. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Jiang Lanyue sent a message via carrier pigeon to her senior brother and the other disciples, instructing them to investigate the northern cloud city for any trace of her father and brother. Meanwhile, shortly after Jiang Lanyue left Deputy Zhang's residence, Wanqing, cloaked in a black cape, quietly appeared. It seems I must send a letter to inquire about Deputy Zhang's fate. She swiftly summoned a pigeon and attached a note to its leg. The bird took flight, wings flapping towards the distant north. On the third day, Jiang Lanyue returned to treat Deputy Zhang once more, but before she could enter the room, she heard Aunt Zhang's anguished cries. "Old Zhang, why did you leave me? How am I to live on alone?" Aunt Zhang collapsed over Deputy Zhang's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably. "Aunt Zhang? Uncle Zhang." Jiang Lanyue rushed into the room to find Deputy Zhang had passed away, an arrow piercing his chest. Chapter 17. The reopening of the Tianji Pavilion. Jiang Lanyue's brows knitted tightly as she placed her hand on Deputy Zhang's body, examining him. He had died less than an hour ago. The arrow had struck his heart, leaving him no chance of survival. How could an arrow have flown in from outside and taken Uncle Zhang's life? "Miss, you must avenge Uncle Zhang," Aunt Zhang wailed, clutching his body. "We thought you would heal him. I believed our family would be reunited, but now he has been murdered. Who could be so cruel?" Aunt Zhang's sobs grew more heart-wrenching, and Jiang Lanyue's medical skills had ignited hope, only for it to be shattered by the arrow's fatal blow. Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brow, her expression grave. She removed the deadly arrow from Deputy Zhang's heart, studying its unique tip with deep contemplation. The arrowhead was unusually shaped, not the common three-winged type, but a six-winged one. Crafting a six-winged arrowhead required exceptional skill and was costly, making it far deadlier than its three-winged counterpart. It appeared that this assailant had no intention of allowing Uncle Zhang to survive, employing such a lethal weapon. "Miss, does this arrow signify something?" Aunt Zhang observed Jiang Lanyue's unwavering gaze fixed upon the arrowhead, her own curiosity piqued by the question of who had taken her husband's life. "Aunt Zhang, please accept my condolences. I shall undoubtedly uncover the identity of the fiend who harmed Uncle Zhang and avenge him," Jiang Lanyue assured her, carefully stowing the arrowhead away before departing the residence. The only lead to unravel the mystery of Vice Commander Zhang's death lay within the arrowhead itself, prompting her to head to a particular location. Half an hour later, clad in an elegant white dress, Jiang Lanyue graced the establishment known as Tingfenjiwen, a renowned brothel in the capital. While many regarded Tingfenjiwen merely as a lavish venue of indulgence, few were aware that it was, in fact, the Tianji, a formidable intelligence agency staffed by individuals of exceptional prowess. 3 years prior, upon marrying Song Ningfeng, Jiang Lanyue had put Tianji on hold, adhering to her father's wishes to embrace the life of an ordinary wife. Her decision to reach out to her senior brother Nie from Qingqing Mountain stemmed from his extensive network, which could provide information far more swiftly than the dormant Tianji. The primary intelligence network of Tianji encompassed the entirety of the capital. Now that Vice Commander Zhang had encountered misfortune, it was imperative to mobilize Tianji to investigate the nefarious individuals behind it. The sudden appearance of the sect leader at Tianji astonished everyone, sparking speculation that the agency might be revived. "Summon Hongyu to see me," Jiang Lanyue commanded, her exquisite visage revealing a composed demeanor as she entered the elegantly prepared private room. Moments later, Hongyu, the courtesan of Tingfenjiwen, appeared. With her ethereal beauty, resembling a captivating fox spirit, she wore a delicate red gauze gown that accentuated her charm, effortlessly enchanting the hearts of men. "Greetings, sect leader," she said, performing a graceful curtsy, her alluring smile replaced by an expression of utmost respect for Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue, poised in her elegant posture upon the Eight Immortals chair, exuded both grace and a chilling aura. She tossed a crescent-shaped token towards Hongyu, who caught it with alacrity. "Sect leader, are you instructing Hongyu to?" she began, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Jiang Lanyue's obsidian-hued eyes sparkled as she softly declared, "We shall revive Tianji." Her words, light as a feather, resonated within Hongyu's heart like a thunderous drumbeat. Taken aback for a moment, Hongyu quickly knelt, her face alight with excitement. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, sect leader." With tears brimming in her enchanting eyes, she continued, "I have awaited this day for 3 long years."
Indeed.
"Our first task upon reviving Tianji is to investigate the provenance of this arrowhead," Jiang Lanyue instructed, handing the 6-winged arrowhead to Hongyu. Hongyu accepted it, her gaze fixated on the item, then bowed deeply. "I shall not fail in this mission, and will dispatch individuals to inquire forthwith." "Excellent," Jiang Lanyue replied, Though Tianjai has been dormant for 3 years, I trust that you have diligently gathered intelligence on my behalf during this time. I am confident in your capabilities to uncover the origins of the arrowhead swiftly. A hint of mischief danced in Hangyu's fox-like eyes as she awaited Jiang Lanyue's praise. Typically, she exuded charm and allure in the presence of men, but before Jiang Lanyue, she revealed the innocent heart of an 18-year-old girl. With a gentle smile, Jiang Lanyue commended. Hangyu, you have performed admirably. With you managing Tianjai, I feel reassured. Receiving such praise, Hangyu's alluring face brightened with joy, becoming vivacious. Additionally, send more individuals to assist at Vice Commander Zhang's residence to manage the aftermath and ensure Aunt Zhang is well taken care of. Understood. The revival of Tianjai sparked elation throughout its ranks. The sect leader's return heralded the restoration of its former glory, suggesting that the capital might soon find itself embroiled in turmoil. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence later that evening, Jiang Lanyue found herself met by Ruer, who exclaimed, "Miss, the dishes have cooled. Allow me to reheat them for you." Ruer had been anxiously awaiting Jiang Lanyue's return, her face lighting up with joy. "Thank you for your hard work, Ruer." The diligent maid quickly warmed the food. Just as Jiang Lanyue began to eat, Song Ningfeng burst into the room, his demeanor agitated. "Ayu, where have you been today? I have searched for you everywhere," he exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. "How can you claim the position of Marquis's wife with such irresponsibility?" Jiang Lanyue felt her appetite vanish at his reproachful tone. Setting down her chopsticks, she cast a cold gaze upon Song Ningfeng. "Is there something you wish to discuss, General Song?" His brow furrowed in annoyance at her distant manner. "You have waited for me for 3 years and contributed so much to the Marquis's household. You cannot possibly claim to harbor no affection for me. Tomorrow, a good day has been chosen for Xiango. We will open the ancestral hall and adopt him as your son," he informed her in a tone that betrayed a sense of superiority. Ruer clenched her fists in anger, her eyes reddening. "General, such a significant matter as adoption should have been discussed with my lady first. Is this not rather hasty?" It was evident that Song Ningfeng held little regard for her mistress. Ruer's indignation grew as she contemplated how the family seemed intent on calculating against Jiang Lanyue. "You have a great deal of audacity. When I speak, it is not the place of a mere servant to interject," Song Ningfeng retorted darkly, his face etched with anger. "Bring forth this insolent maid and have her punished." At his command, several servants rushed in, their expressions fierce as they advanced toward Ruer. Before they could act, Jiang Lanyue rose, pulling Ruer protectively behind her. Her dark, autumn-like eyes bore into Song Ningfeng's, sharp as an arrow. "Ruer is under my protection. You shall not lay a hand on her without my consent." Recalling the last encounter where Jiang Lanyue had subdued him with ease, Song Ningfeng's expression darkened further.
Leave,
he ordered, his tone brooking no dissent as he stormed out. "Jiang Lanyue, if you do not attend the ancestral hall tomorrow, you shall bear the consequences," he warned, his voice filled with menace. Jiang Lanyue merely raised an eyebrow, her melodious voice cool and composed. "I shall certainly attend." Ruer, on the verge of tears, expressed her concern. "Miss, if you go tomorrow, it will be a trap. Since they wish for my presence, why not see what transpires?" Jiang Lanyue mused, intrigued by the prospect of their potential actions should she refuse. As the moon cast its gentle light, Jiang Lanyue prepared for bed, sitting alone before a copper mirror. She lowered her collar, revealing the conspicuous bite mark on her porcelain neck, now scabbed yet still glaringly red, like a flower blooming upon her skin, exuding an alluring charm. Reaching for a vial on her vanity, she dabbed a small amount of ointment onto the mark. It would take several days for the blemish to fade. As she applied the salve, a soft sigh escaped her lips. The Southern King had indeed bitten her with fervor. As Jiang Lanyue applied the medicine, her keen ears caught a faint sound from the rooftop, causing her fingertips to pause momentarily. Someone was on her roof, hidden atop. Wanqing gently lifted a shard of the glazed tile, her gaze falling upon Jiang Lanyue below. Wanqing's eyes landed on the marks adorning Jiang Lanyue's neck. Recognizing the telltale signs as bite marks, Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Had Jiang Lanyue been unfaithful? Initially, she had been monitoring Jiang Lanyue due to matters concerning Deputy General Zhang, but this shocking revelation surpassed her expectations. A flicker of delight and excitement coursed through her. This discovery could alleviate her concerns about persuading Song Ningfeng to divorce Jiang Lanyue. Should the scandal of Jiang Lanyue's infidelity reach the ears of the Ho residents or Song Ningfeng, she would undoubtedly face dismissal. Tomorrow's ancestral ceremony for Xiangur would attract the entire Ho residence, presenting an opportune moment to publicly unveil Jiang Lanyue's hypocritical and disgraceful nature, exposing her as a shameless harlot who is easy to seduce. Wanqing had intended to linger longer, but upon sensing someone approaching, she swiftly departed to avoid detection. Just as Jiang Lanyue finished applying the medicine and had yet to adjust her collar, she caught sight of a tall and distinguished figure reflected in the bronze mirror. "You? When did you arrive?" Jiang Lanyue exclaimed, turning abruptly to face the man, her dark eyes flashing with surprise. Chu Qingyi, clad in a striking red brocade robe, leaned casually against the desk, his long legs elegantly positioned. He exuded an air of cold nobility, and his stunning features captured attention. Even having seen Chu Qingyi twice before, his striking appearance never failed to astonish her. "Does the lady of the Ho residence not recognize this king?" Chu Qingyi inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly as he stepped closer. His presence radiated the authority of one accustomed to power, his voice deep and enigmatic, imbued with a commanding force. Regaining her composure, Jiang Lanyue suppressed the flutter in her heart. She responded with measured grace, "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the King of Nan'an. I did not anticipate your late-night visit. Is there a matter of importance?" Maintaining her poise and politeness, she even exuded a hint of detachment. Chu Qingyi halted a respectful distance from her, his towering shadow enveloping her in the flickering candlelight. The soft glow accentuated his exquisite features, crafted with the precision of a master artist. His deep-set eyes fell upon her flawless visage, and his mellifluous voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, remarked, "It appears that the sensitivity of the Ho residence-s lady is not as keen as it was that night. Did you not notice the intruder lurking above?" Jiang Lanyue smiled subtly. "I appreciate your reminder, Your Highness, but in the stillness of night, your presence might easily be mistaken for that of a thief, creating misunderstandings." Implicitly, she suggested that he was not much different from the intruder. Chu Qingyi discerned the implication in her words. To be labeled a thief was quite an audacious accusation. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he languidly traced his finger over his jade ring, countering, "Lady of the Ho residence, tell me, if someone were to intrude upon the royal estate and steal something, would they not be considered a thief?" Jiang Lanyue replied, "How should I deal with such a thief?" Her smile faltered slightly. It seemed that Chu Qingyi was indeed aware that she had infiltrated his study that night and stolen her father's letter. He was deliberately provoking her. With a radiant smile, Jiang Lanyue moved to pour him a cup of tea, knowing that a man of such stature and noble demeanor would not stoop to quarreling with a petty thief. "Your Highness, please enjoy this tea," she offered, presenting the cup with both hands, her head slightly bowed in a demure manner. Chu Qingyi did not take the tea. Instead, he lightly tapped his finger on the white jade ring, a cool smile playing on his lips, his gaze inscrutable. This woman was indeed adaptable. Moments ago, she had called him a thief, yet now she was serving him tea. From his vantage point, Chu Qingyi noticed the stark contrast of her delicate neck, adorned with a conspicuous dark red bite mark. The mark was not superficial, merely gazing at it elicited a sense of discomfort. Still refusing to accept the tea, Jiang Lanyue felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of his intentions. Rumors spoke of his ruthless nature. Was he here to exact revenge, to torment her? Chapter 19. A resemblance to the King of Nan'an's white moonlight? As such thoughts crossed her mind, a chill settled within Jiang Lanyue. Her mind raced, crafting strategies to navigate this encounter. After all, attracting the ire of one so powerful and cunning was far from prudent. It was best to avoid conflict wherever possible. Just as Jiang Lanyue held the cup of tea aloft, her hand beginning to tremble, Chu Qingyi finally extended his elegantly defined fingers to accept it. He held the teacup in one hand while his other gently lifted Jiang Lanyue's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her beauty was striking, with skin as delicate as jade, and even as she served him tea, there was no hint of flattery, only an air of regal grace. Her deep, lustrous eyes sparkled with clarity. Chu Qingyi's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. He sighed softly. "You are quite similar." Jiang Lanyue could feel the warmth of his fingers beneath her chin. The heat was neither scorching nor uncomfortable, yet it was unsettling in an inexplicable manner. He merely held her chin, crossing no boundaries. Jiang Lanyue felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze, her eyes cooling with unease.
Similar?
She echoed, sensing that his gaze seemed not to truly observe her but rather to look through her, searching for another. That night, he had called out to her, Yue. Could it be that she resembled the king of Nanan's beloved? Your Highness, if you do not drink the tea soon, it will grow cold, Jiang Lanyue said gently, tilting her face away to evade his touch, stepping back to maintain a respectful distance.
Oh.
Chu Qingyi remained unfazed, an eyebrow raised slightly. He gracefully turned, taking a seat in a nearby intricately carved chair, crossing his long legs and gently swirling the white jade teacup. Lady of the Ho residence, do you wish for this king to drink this cup of tea? With a smile, Jiang Lanyue replied, I offer this tea as an apology. I hope His Highness will accept it. He inquired casually, what sin have I committed, dear lady? Jiang Lanyue thought, he must be doing this on purpose. I cannot confess to having trespassed into his study to steal the letter. A moment of silence stretched between them, thickening the atmosphere. Chu Qingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Glancing at the bite mark on her neck, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, it seems that the thief has already faced punishment. I shall indulge in this tea. He raised the cup to his lips and took a delicate sip. Jiang Lanyue exhaled in relief. The king of Nanan truly possessed a magnanimous spirit and remarkable poise. He was willing to drink the tea, which indicated that he would not hold her accountable for sneaking into his study to steal her father's letters. Does it still hurt?
Chu Chendi suddenly inquired.
Setting down his teacup. What? For a moment, Jiang Lanyue was taken aback. She raised her enchanting gaze to meet Chu Qingyi's, realizing he was focused on her neck. A hint of embarrassment crept across Jiang Lanyue's face as she instinctively straightened her collar, dismissing it as merely a superficial injury. In the next moment, Chu Qingyi tossed her a porcelain white medicine bottle, which she caught deftly. Medicine. Even before opening the vial he had provided, the fragrant aroma confirmed its exceptional quality as a superior healing remedy. Yet, to have someone deliver medicine in the dead of night was an act that seemed unfathomable for a ruthless and volatile figure like him. He was a man of immense power, second only to the emperor in all of the capital. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but speculate whether his actions were motivated by her resemblance to his lost love. The more she pondered, the more plausible she found this possibility. Thank you, Prince of Nanan. Though she had no intention of using the medicine, she still expressed her gratitude politely. Surely, the Prince of Nanan did not come here solely to deliver medicine to me at this late hour? Jiang Lanyue said with a faint smile, her eyes glinting with coldness. Naturally, Chu Qingyi replied with a slight smile. That is not the case. His long fingers gently traced the edge of the teacup, his voice calm yet authoritative. The young mistress of the Marquis's house possesses remarkable talents, and I happen to have a vacancy beside me. I wonder if you might be interested? Jiang Lanyue had considered the possibility that Chu Qingyi's late-night visit could be a confrontation or an attempt to torment her. Yet she never anticipated he was there to recruit her. A subtle smile graced her delicate features as she replied distantly, Prince of Nanan, you must be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary woman managing household affairs, with no capabilities to serve in your esteemed presence. Her words were a clear rejection. Is the young mistress harboring concerns? Chu Qingyi set down his teacup, his lips pressing into a thin line, exuding an unspoken pressure that was suffocating. What His Majesty can offer you, I can also provide. Chu Qingyi was aware that Jiang Lanyue had sought a divorce during her last audience with the emperor. After personally dealing with her that night, he realized that Jiang Lanyue was far more complex than she appeared. A woman whom even the emperor wished to win over was not someone he desired to see aligned with Qin Tianyu. Although her family was missing, the Jiang family's military force remained a considerable threat. For that person, he would ensure that all obstacles were cleared away. To Chu Qingyi, Jiang Lanyue's presence represented an unpredictable variable. He could not accurately gauge what impact this variable would have on the unfolding situation. He simply detested everything beyond his control. Thus, he sought to keep Jiang Lanyue close, perhaps even to turn her into a pawn in his game. Jiang Lanyue understood that the Prince of Nanan's recruitment was undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives. Setting aside her ties with the emperor, her family had long been loyal to their reigning sovereign. Should she choose to assist the Prince of Nanan, her father and brothers would vehemently oppose it. She also disliked being perceived as a mere substitute for someone else in the prince's eyes. I can assist in treating the prince's illness, but beyond that, I am powerless. Jiang Lanyue offered a slight bow, maintaining a distance that was both polite and aloof, leaving no room for criticism. To dare refuse him twice in succession made her the first in all of the capital to do so. Chu Qingyi, however, was not angered. Instead, a hint of amusement played on his lips. That smile was both charming and sinister, provoking an unsettling feeling, yet it was enigmatic, leaving others unable to decipher his true intentions. My ailment is trivial, so there is no need for your concern, young mistress of the Marquis's house. He had also declined her goodwill. Chu Qingyi rose, his tall figure radiating an imposing presence. His voice, cool and melodious, remarked, "It is quite improper of me to disturb you at such a late hour." His piercing gaze lingered on her, and after a brief pause, he added with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking, "How about this? Tomorrow, I shall invite you to witness a splendid performance." Without waiting for Jiang Lanyue's response, the man vanished from the room as silently as he had arrived, leaving only the gently swaying window, through which a cool breeze caressed her fair face. A splendid performance? What did the Prince of Nanan mean by that? Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brows, wishing to limit her entanglement with him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, currently non-aggressive yet ever watchful, exuding a sense of threat and danger. Jiang Lanyue discarded the ointment sent by Chu Qingyi, despite its high quality, for she had no need for it. She exited the room, her lithe figure darting across the rooftops like a swift swallow. Soon, she reached the place where Wanqing had previously lingered. Jiang Lanyue extended her hand to restore the dislodged glazed tiles, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Who had been hiding on her rooftop before? Standing atop the roof, Jiang Lanyue, with her slender figure and hands clasped behind her, surveyed the entire Marquis' estate. This deep residence resembled a vast arena where each individual harbored ulterior motives. Tomorrow, whether human or spirit, all would reveal their true selves. Early in the morning, Song Ningfeng had someone awaken Jiang Lanyue, emphasizing the significance of the day's events. It seemed Song Ningfeng was determined to utilize the full weight of the Song family to pressure her, ensuring Wanqing's illegitimate child became the legitimate heir. As Jiang Lanyue sat before the bronze mirror, Ruerue styled her hair. "My lady is truly beautiful," Ruerue exclaimed as she secured a ruby hairpin in Jiang Lanyue's hair, unable to suppress her admiration. "You have such a sweet tongue." Jiang Lanyue rose, smoothing the pleats of her crimson gown gently, and replied, "Let's go to the ancestral hall." The doors of the Song family's ancestral hall stood wide open, flanked by 2 rows of house servants, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Inside the hall stood a multitude of people. Upon a glance, Jiang Lanyue recognized many from the Song family. Some familiar faces mixed with those she had never seen before. Even the usually reclusive matriarch of the Song family was present today. While others stood, she occupied the main seat directly beneath the hanging plaque of the ancestral hall. The matriarch, her hair as white as snow and leaning on a serpentine-headed cane, bore the marks of age on her face yet exuded an undeniable vitality, her eyes sharp and commanding. Beside her stood grandfather Song Huaishan and mother Lu, with Li Mama cradling Xiangur beside them. Standing opposite was the tall and handsome Song Ningfeng, his striking appearance now rendered ordinary in comparison to the captivating visage of the Prince of Nanan. Naturally, by his side stood the formidable General Wanqing, cloaked in a dark red robe, radiating an aura of power. Flanking them were members of the second and third branches of the Song family, along with various aunts and uncles, some of whom were older and likely presiding over the adoption ceremony. The spacious hall was filled to capacity with dozens of individuals, creating a grand spectacle. As Jiang Lanyue stepped over the high threshold, all eyes turned toward her. The slender figure of the woman in her scarlet gown, with skin as pure as jade and lips unadorned yet rosy, presented a visage both ethereal and fierce, her cold and penetrating gaze shimmering with an assertive brilliance. Unpretentious yet captivating, her striking features and exquisite beauty were both alluring and intimidating, radiating a boldness that discouraged easy approach. Wanqing cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Lanyue, her eyes betraying a sense of disgust. The matriarch, second uncle, third uncle, father, mother, and various aunts and uncles had yet to divorce. As the legitimate daughter of the general's household, Jiang Lanyue maintained the necessary decorum, offering a slight bow to greet everyone present. "Yu has arrived," exclaimed her mother, Lu Shi, who hurried to Jiang Lanyue's side, warmly clasping her hand and leading her inside. "It's wonderful that you've come to a realization, my dear. Mother always knew you were sensible and capable of considering the greater good." Lu Shi assumed Jiang Lanyue's presence in the ancestral hall was to discuss matters of inheritance. In recent days, Jiang Lanyue had not been managing the household affairs. That responsibility fell to Lu Shi. Observing the extravagant expenditures within the marquise, Lu Shi felt increasingly overwhelmed. It became ever more apparent how vital Jiang Lanyue was to support both the facade and finances of the family. Jiang Lanyue subtly withdrew her hand and smiled faintly, stating, "Indeed, I have come to a clear conclusion." She had long since resolved her thoughts on the matter of divorce. The more shameless they became, the more resolute her decision grew. Lu Shi's smile widened. "Wonderful. Today marks a joyous occasion for our Song family. From this day forth, we must unite with harmony and shared purpose." Jiang Lanyue's voice was icy as she replied, "Mother, my clarity pertains to the matter of divorce, not anything else." The smile vanished from Lu Shi's face in an instant, and the onlookers were equally taken aback. Wasn't he today meant for discussing the adoption of Xiange? Why was Jiang Lanyue bringing up divorce? They had heard of her previous outbursts, and with the ancestral hall prepared, they had assumed she was in agreement. Her unexpected declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Song Ningfeng's expression darkened, nearly suffused with ink. In the presence of so many family members, clearly gathered for a significant adoption ceremony, Jiang Lanyue's mention of divorce was a blatant affront to him. "Jiang Lanyue, you will not pursue a divorce," Song Ningfeng asserted, turning to the matriarch seated at the head of the table. "Grandmother, let the second and third uncles proceed with the adoption ceremony." "Song Ningfeng, are you attempting to coerce me?" Jiang Lanyue smiled, a smile both enchanting and chilling. Approaching her, Song Ningfeng's gaze was sharp and his tone commanding. "Jiang Lanyue, you are my wife, the lady of the marquise. You have no choice. Today, Xiange must be adopted by you." Miss Ruer, with tears in her eyes, anxiously grasped Jiang Lanyue's hand, casting a fearful glance at the assembled Song family, who appeared like a pack of ravenous wolves, eager to pounce. "Proceed with the adoption. Conduct the ceremony," Song Ningfeng declared, his frustration evident as he disregarded Jiang Lanyue's objections. Just as the esteemed elders of the Song family prepared to commence the ceremony, a loud proclamation echoed from outside. "The King of Southern has arrived." This announcement struck like thunder, sending a tremor of anxiety through everyone in the hall. The King of Southern was here? Why would this formidable figure visit the Song family? Whispers of excitement mingled with apprehension filled the air, as they regarded themselves as mere ants in the presence of such a powerful being. "Perhaps it was due to our previous donation that the King of Southern has taken notice of us," thought Wanqing, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, it was a privilege to even catch a glimpse of that exalted man. Today, he must certainly have come because of her and Song Ningfeng, a distinction that others could only envy. Inside the ancestral hall, Jiang Lanyue frowned slightly, recalling the King of Southern's remark from the previous night about inviting her to witness a splendid performance. But he had not mentioned that he would come in person. What were his true intentions? As the crowd awaited respectfully, the King of Southern, adorned in a vibrant red robe, tall and handsome as a celestial being, strode into the hall, flanked by Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo. He radiated an aura of authority, accompanied by an unmistakable chill that could be felt from afar. "Your Majesty, long live the king!" the assembly exclaimed, immediately dropping to their knees, their breaths held in fear of offending this formidable presence. "Rise," the King of Southern commanded in a cool, deep voice. "Unaware of your Majesty's arrival, I apologize for the lack of proper welcome." Song Huaishan quickly approached, bowing his head respectfully. A slight smile graced the king's lips as he replied, "It is of no concern. I have come to express gratitude on behalf of General Song and General Mu." Hearing the king's purpose was to offer thanks, not to seek trouble, the Song family collectively exhaled in relief. After all, no one visits the Three Treasure Hall without a reason, they thought, their initial fears abating. "Your Majesty, please take a seat. Someone, bring tea for the king." Song Huaishan's tension transformed into eagerness as he ushered the king to the main seat. As the king passed by Jiang Lanyue, he did not spare her a glance, as if she were a stranger. The black beads he toyed with lent him an air of restraint. Yet, beneath his seemingly virtuous demeanor, Jiang Lanyue sensed a lurking ferocity. He was a man of duality, cloaked in enigma, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. Seated at the head of the hall, the King of Southern lightly toyed with the beads, his expression calm yet aloof. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, clad in dark attire, stood behind him like two looming specters, rendering the atmosphere in the hall tense and oppressive. Noticing the silence enveloping the room, the king said casually, "You may continue with your affairs. Do not mind my presence." The onlookers thought to themselves that they would prefer not to intrude, yet the king's formidable presence was impossible to ignore. With a hint of trepidation, Song Ningfeng stepped forward to break the silence. "Your Majesty, regarding our support for the northern border conflict, it is merely our duty. You need not thank us in person. We feel quite overwhelmed." General Song and General Mu each donated 100,000 taels, which significantly aided the northern forces. "And I am here to extend my gratitude on behalf of those soldiers," the king declared. The hall fell into a stunned silence as every member of the Marquisate stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 100,000 taels each. Had they heard correctly? Such generosity was astounding. "Son, where did you and General Mu acquire such wealth?" Lu Shi stammered in astonishment. "We haven't yet dispersed the funds. It is merely recorded,"
Wanqing explained.
At this moment, Zhou Yi, expressionless, interjected, "Have you prepared the funds, generals? We have already collected from the other estates." A wave of embarrassment washed over Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing, realizing that their moment of gratitude had swiftly transitioned into a demand for repayment. Collecting debts was indeed the true objective of the King of Southern. "Your Majesty, as you know, General Mu and I have spent long years at the border, and our salaries are modest. This donation of 100,000 taels represents our rewards for meritorious service, but we have yet to receive it." "Is it possible?" Song Ningfeng's face flushed as he realized the implications of his words. Fortunately, they were among their own family members. Unlike that day when prominent figures from across the capital had been present, Song Ningfeng pressed her lips together. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, requesting a few days' grace, promising to deliver the reward as soon as it arrived. "If you have any concerns, we can draft an IOU in advance." Mu Wanqing also stepped forward, assuring the Southern prince that both she and Ningfeng were known for their integrity. This sum of 200,000 would certainly be donated. Zhou Mo, with a hint of mockery, replied, "Gentlemen, we too wish to await your contribution, but the supplies for the northern front are urgently needed, and time is of the essence. If you do not possess the funds, it is perfectly acceptable to say so. After all, it was made clear that it was voluntary from the outset." With an expressionless face, Zhou Mo continued, "Your current stance seems rather like a jest at the expense of the prince and the soldiers of the northern front." "I would never dare." The weight of Zhou Mo's accusation caused both Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng to change color, fear gripping them as they knelt on the ground. Clearly, the Southern prince was not inclined to accept an IOU, and to declare an inability to donate now would surely offend him irreparably. Offending the Southern prince would render both of them vulnerable in court and on the battlefield in the future. What were they to do now? "Mother, how much silver does the Marquis's residence currently possess?" Song Ningfeng looked up at Lu Shi and asked. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her impulsive pledge of 100,000, especially since it was the Southern prince she was dealing with. Words once spoken could not be retracted. Lu Shi's expression was equally grim. The Marquis's residence had long been a shell, surviving these past 3 years solely on the dowry of Jiang Lanyue. How could she possibly produce 100,000 taels? "My child, 100,000 taels is no trifling sum. The Marquis's residence cannot produce such an amount at once." After speaking, Lu Shi's eyes suddenly lit up as they fell upon Jiang Lanyue. While the Marquis's residence lacked the funds, Jiang Lanyue did have them. Why not lend it to the Southern prince for now? "Ningfeng will repay you later," Lu Shi said, her gaze filled with hope and a hint of flattery. Song Ningfeng, Mu Wanqing, and the other members of the Song family turned their curious eyes toward Jiang Lanyue. Just moments ago, she had been discussing a divorce. Would she truly be willing to part with her money? Song Ningfeng felt uncertain, recalling how Jiang Lanyue had previously refused his request for a loan. "Is my mother asking me to lend money?" Jiang Lanyue inquired softly, her red lips parting slightly. Lu Shi tightened her grip, her expression growing even more strained. Yet she maintained a semblance of cheerfulness. "Yes. This money is not for us. It is for the soldiers of the Northern Front. As the daughter of a military general, you are always so sensible and will certainly prioritize the greater good. Please lend it out, and the Marquis's residence will repay you." Lending money is acceptable. This time, Jiang Lanyue did not refuse, her agreement coming readily. A collective sigh of relief swept through Song Ningfeng, Mu Wanqing, and Lu Shi. As long as Jiang Lanyue was willing to lend the money, they could navigate this predicament without offending the Southern prince. Song Ningfeng felt a surge of joy. It seemed Jiang Lanyue had only been angry and stubborn before, for she still harbored feelings for him. However, just as smiles began to grace their faces, Jiang Lanyue's cool voice cut through the air. Since it is a loan, the interest should be calculated at the market rate, at 2% per day. Chapter 22. Seeking divorce. Is it because there is another outside? Jiang Lanyue's words plunged the room into an abrupt silence. What are you saying? Lu Shi's face turned ashen, rebuking Jiang Lanyue. You are the lady of the Marquis' residence, and Ningfeng is your husband. When family asks to borrow money, how can you adopt such sordid customs and demand interest? Wanqing, equally indignant, exclaimed, 2% per day? On 100,000 taels. That amounts to 2,000 in interest daily. This is simply excessive. The members of the Song family frowned in disapproval of Jiang Lanyue's stance. The breeze gently stirred Jiang Lanyue's crimson gown as she spoke with serene composure. Since mother has stated it is a loan, it must adhere to the rules of borrowing. Lu Shi pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Lanyue, incredulous. You truly do not consider the Marquis' residence at all? 2% interest is indeed substantial. Jiang Lanyue smiled slightly. Continuing, mother, the Marquis' residence possesses ample shops and farmland. Selling some would surely raise a considerable sum, perhaps even negating the need for a loan. Previously, Jiang Lanyue had refrained from such actions, believing that as a family, her dowry could support them without necessitating the sale of their property. Why should she, who had no money, be forced to bear the burden alone? Lu Shi was so enraged by Jiang Lanyue's remarks that she nearly fainted. Swiftly, Song Ningfeng caught her. Mother, are you alright? Lu Shi feigned distress, pounding her thigh and wailing. How has you become so selfish and cold-hearted? She could easily help the Marquis' residence through this crisis, yet she forces us to sell off our property. Is she not intent on ruining the Marquis' residence? Truly a wicked woman. Has your filial piety been devoured by dogs? If anything were to happen to my mother due to your provocation, do you believe I would not divorce you? Song Ningfeng glared at Jiang Lanyue, his disdain reaching a boiling point. Ruier, unwilling to remain silent, retorted, Wicked woman? General Song, you must speak with a conscience. If not for a young lady, the old matriarch might have perished long ago. Throughout these 3 years, our young lady's care for the old matriarch has been evident to all in the Marquis' residence. As Ruier wept, she continued, the old matriarch's illness was treated by our young lady, and whenever she felt unwell, it was our young lady who tended to her without rest. Even the rare herbs used for her treatment were sourced with great effort by our young lady. How can our young lady's devotion to her mother-in-law be seen as wrong? What gives you the right to divorce her? Ruier's voice resonated throughout the ancestral hall, unyielding against those who dared to slander or bully their young lady. The gathered crowd fell silent, for they all knew well how Jiang Lanyue had treated Lu Shi and the Marquis' residence over the past 3 years. Song Ningfeng's reasoning for seeking divorce due to unfilial behavior was indeed untenable. A cold smirk crossed Wanqing's features as she declared, if Jiang Lanyue were to be unfaithful, General Song could certainly divorce her. Since Jiang Lanyue refuses to recognize her good fortune, she must not be surprised if her actions lead to her own downfall. She may feign purity on the outside, but her true nature is one of shamelessness. It is truly contemptible. Her refusal to lend money was inconsequential. Once Song Ningfeng divorced her, her dowry would belong to the Marquis' residence, rendering a mere 200,000 insignificant. Wanqing could rightfully position Xian Gur as the legitimate heir of the Marquis' residence. What? Unfaithful? Wanqing's words fell like cold water on a hot pan, igniting an uproar in the ancestral hall. That seems unlikely. Ayu is not that kind of person. Indeed, General Mu. This matter concerns Ayu's reputation and the honor of the entire Marquis' residence. Such baseless accusations cannot be made. Members from the second and third branches, who had benefited from Jiang Lanyue's kindness, rose in her defense. They were well aware of her character. She could never be unfaithful. Wanqing's expression darkened slightly. Such a grave matter cannot be treated lightly. I speak with full confidence. She had witnessed the bite marks on Jiang Lanyue's neck firsthand, which served as undeniable evidence of her infidelity. As Jiang Lanyue listened to Wanqing, a subtle smile graced her lips, her beauty reminiscent of a fleeting blossom, yet tinged with a hint of frost. Last night's intruder had now become clear to her. Song Ningfeng's brow furrowed deeply. his expression a storm of anger as he glared at Jiang Lanyue. You have long sought a divorce because there is another outside? Jiang Lanyue, you truly are shameless. Jiang Lanyue's exquisitely pale face bore an icy calm. General Mu, one must speak with evidence. Your reckless slandering of my character is unbecoming of a general. Mu Wanqing stepped forward, meeting Jiang Lanyue's gaze. It is precisely because I cannot tolerate such filth that I chose today to expose you. Jiang Shi, your audacity in betraying Ningfeng is a reflection of your shamelessness. You ought to anticipate that the day of reckoning will render you a target of scorn. Labeled as a harlot and a lowly wretch, a woman of your moral depravity, who disregards the sanctity of marriage, is unworthy of presiding over the marquisate, let alone seizing my Xiango. Even if you harbor hatred towards me, I shall publicly expose your infidelity. Your filth and ugliness deserve to be unveiled, so that the world may condemn you and Ningfeng may cast you aside. Mu Wanqing's tone was resolute and righteous, as if she were undertaking a monumental task. Jiang Lanyue raised her eyelids slightly, her dark, inky eyes reflecting Mu Wanqing's face and the calculations within her gaze. Mu Wanqing's decision to unmask her today was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives, her dowry being one, and the other certainly concerning Xiango. Here stands the so-called first female general of Long Song Kingdom, who professes a desire to abstain from the intrigues of the inner court and to rise above the squabbles of the women therein. Yet, she has chosen this opportune moment to target her, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Since General Mu is so confident, shall we wager? Jiang Lanyue's brow arched slightly as her voice turned cold. What sort of wager do you propose? Let my virtue be the stake. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Mu Wanqing's eyes as she let out a cold laugh. Very well, should I prove your betrayal of Ningfeng, should there be even the slightest hint of disloyalty, you shall have no grounds for complaint when you are cast aside. I shall require you to crawl out of the marquisate, groveling on Chang'an Street, confessing your crimes to all of the capital. Mu Wanqing's intentions were not merely to have Song Ningfeng discard her, she sought to utterly destroy Jiang Lanyue. Calmness enveloped Jiang Lanyue's deep gaze as she countered. And if I have not been unfaithful, if it is General Mu who has wronged me, what then? If I speak, it is because I can provide proof. Should General Mu wrong me, then let Xiango be adopted as my servant. Jiang Lanyue's voice, as smooth and clear as jade, resonated beautifully. Her gaze deepened. Since Mu Wanqing valued her son so highly, one could only imagine her madness should she lose her beloved child, extinguishing all hope. Gasps erupted among the onlookers. Was Jiang Lanyue truly demanding that Xiango be her servant? Such audacity! The child's birth mother was the esteemed first female general of Long Song Kingdom and of the Marquisite's bloodline. Just when they thought Jiang Lanyue's demands could not be more outrageous, they heard her assert, furthermore, you must draft a severance letter to Xiango. With a severance letter penned, Mu Wanqing's dreams of rising through her son would shatter. Chapter 23. Speak, who is that scoundrel? What did you say? You want my son to serve you, and require me to write a severance letter? Have you lost your mind? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in terror, her voice sharp. Doubting her own hearing. A severance letter? Jiang Lanyue dared to suggest such a thing. Fury ignited within Mu Wanqing as she grappled with the audacity of Jiang Lanyue, who sought to uproot her very foundation. If Xiango were to serve Jiang Lanyue and sever ties with Mu Wanqing, that child would not only be estranged from her, but would also be relegated to the status of a lowly servant. To a mother, losing her child, especially one upon whom all her hopes rest, brings an unimaginable anguish. The depths of such sorrow are beyond measure. Moreover, the thought of her precious son becoming Jiang Lanyue's servant was infuriating. Jiang Lanyue's move was ruthlessly cunning, a true assault on the heart. The unfolding situation caught everyone by surprise. It spiraled further out of control. Seated in the main position, Chu Qingyi, upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, raised his eyelids slightly, casting a frosty glance her way. It appeared that this young mistress of the marquisate intended to put on quite a show for him. His alabaster fingers toyed with prayer beads as he shifted his posture, an intrigued glint brightening his otherwise languid demeanor. Jiang Lanyue's clear, shiny eyes reflected Mu Wanqing's irritated face. And she questioned softly, what? General Mu, do you lack the courage? Did they not wish to adopt Xiango as her own? Now that she was facilitating Mu Wanqing, why the hesitation? Dream on if you think I will raise your illegitimate child. Mu Wanqing was incensed, her thoughts racing. This pretentious Venomous wretch. Mu Wanqing cursed Jiang Lanyue in her heart, convinced that this was a deliberate ploy to coerce her into silence. This general merely finds it unjust. Mu Wanqing clenched her fists. The severance letter was indeed exceedingly cruel. So, General Mu, what do you propose? Jiang Lanyue's tone was indifferent. Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes, her voice booming. If you lose, in addition to what you just stated, this general demands that you shall no longer bear the surname Jiang, and you shall cease to be a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Lanyue sought to separate her from Xiangu and torment her son. She would not permit Jiang Lanyue to escape unscathed either. The crowd gasped at the venom in Mu Wanqing's words. The saying goes, a woman's heart is most poisonous. And it rang true in this moment. Miss, you cannot agree to this. She is merely bullying you, Brewer exclaimed in a panic. To strip Miss Jiang of her surname and her identity as a Jiang was tantamount to condemning her to orphanhood. Such cruelty was unfathomable. Jiang Shi, are you afraid to gamble with this general? It seems it is you who lack the courage. Mu Wanqing seized the moment, her demeanor sharp and assertive. Since Jiang Lanyue had shown no mercy, she could not expect to be treated gently in return. Jiang Lanyue clapped her hands softly, a smile gracing her exquisite face, though it did not reach her eyes. Then I shall add another condition. If General Mu wrongs me, you shall not see Xiangu again without my consent. Two can play at this game. Mu Wanqing was enraged, her teeth clenched as she declared, very well, I accept your challenge. She turned to the man seated in the highest position, bowing respectfully. To prevent any deceit, I would like to request that Prince Nanan serve as a witness. Mu Wanqing's voice rang out clearly. The crowd shifted their gaze towards Prince Nanan, cautious not to meet his overpowering gaze directly. His fingers stilling on the prayer beads as his gaze fell upon Jiang Lanyue, coldly inquiring, young mistress of the Marquise, what say you? Jiang Lanyue bowed respectfully. I would be honored if Prince Nanan would witness our agreement. Since both parties have made such a request, I shall serve as the witness. Chu Qingyi's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of excitement. With Prince Nanan as their witness, no matter how sinister Jiang Lanyue's ploys, she would be unable to manipulate the situation. Under the guidance and witness of the matriarch and the second and third elders, they first conducted a ceremony to adopt Xiangu to Jiang Lanyue, followed by Mu Wanqing drafting the severance letter. Jiang Lanyue naturally penned her own document, renouncing her surname Jiang and her ties to the Jiang family. These two letters, having undergone thorough witness and guidance, were ultimately presented to Prince Nanan, who would serve as the final witness, completing the wager. General Mu, present your evidence. Jiang Lanyue stood slender in the ancestral hall, her scarlet gown flowing gracefully, her delicate features devoid of emotion. Mu Wanqing had firmly accused her of infidelity. Jiang Lanyue was eager to see what evidence she possessed. With a cold huff, Mu Wanqing pointed at Jiang Lanyue, declaring, the proof lies within you. Within me? I remain unaware. Jiang Lanyue's gaze was frosty.
Wanqing's finger,
initially pointed at Jiang Lanyue's face, gradually traced down to her neck. If I merely pull down your collar, everything will be laid bare, she declared. Your neck? Jiang Lanyue questioned, realizing she referred to the spot bitten by Prince Nanan. Mu Wanqing's voice dripped with venomous jealousy. Jiang, if you willingly confess your transgressions and reveal the identity of your paramour, I may grant you a semblance of dignity, considering your years of service to the Marquise. But should you persist in your obstinacy, even if you are left in utter despair, do not blame anyone but yourself. Lu Shi pounded her thigh, lamenting the misfortune of their household, exclaiming, how could our Marquise be sullied by such a wretched creature? Song Huaishan shook his head in fury, asserting that such a wanton woman deserved a brutal end, for she brought shame upon their family. Song Ningfeng's anger surged as he gripped Jiang Lanyue's arm, demanding, who is that paramour? The paramour, seated in the position of authority, Chu Qingyi, raised an eyebrow, a chill settling upon his handsome visage. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, standing behind him, sensed the icy aura emanating from their lord and felt their hearts race in trepidation. I have not betrayed anyone. How can there be a paramour? Jiang Lanyue's clear, bright eyes scanned the crowd, noting their expressions of scorn and disdain. Their contempt for her already solidified in their minds as they labeled her a wanton traitor to Song Ningfeng. A sense of desolation and ridicule settled within her. Truly, how the world had fallen. At this juncture, you still wish to conceal the truth for your lover? Mu Wanqing strode boldly before Jiang Lanyue, her disdain palpable. Jiang, you truly are one who does not weep until faced with the coffin. I shall reveal to all just how shameless you are. With that, she yanked down Jiang Lanyue's collar, exposing her delicate, alabaster neck to the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze. The distinct crimson bite mark that had marred Jiang Lanyue's neck the day prior had completely vanished, revealing a neck as flawless as porcelain.
Impossible.
How can this be? Where did the mark go? Mu Wanqing gasped, disbelief etched across her face.
It cannot be.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Wanqing mutteret, helpless furrodet.
Her beauty paling as a flicker of panic ignited within her. She fixated on Jiang Lanyue's exquisite neck, stubbornly rubbing the spot where the bite had once been. Yet, no trace of the mark reappeared, remaining as pristine as ever. Jiang Lanyue pushed her away and raised her collar, coolly adjusting her disheveled attire. General Mu, where is the evidence you claim to possess? She regarded the flustered Mu Wanqing with calm composure, a hint of amusement dancing in her glass-like black eyes, though a chill lingered beneath. You, Mu Wanqing, momentarily at a loss, stammered, you must have tampered with something. There was clearly a bite mark on your neck. You must have betrayed Ningfeng. As she spoke, she lunged forward, attempting to grasp Jiang Lanyue's clothing. This time, Jiang Lanyue did not acquiesce to her antics. She swiftly raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Mu Wanqing's face, the sound echoing through the hall. The assembly fell silent, eyes wide in shock, jaws nearly dropping. After all, Jiang Lanyue had struck the foremost female general of the Dragon Song Kingdom, and it was a blow to her face. You struck me again? Mu Wanqing's brows knitted in fury, rage radiating from her. Jiang Lanyue merely shook her hand lightly, her lips curling in a cold smile. Your skin is quite thick. You've made my hand ache. What did you say? Mu Wanqing seethed, her teeth clenched in indignation. Ever since she had earned her title on the battlefield, no one had dared to treat her with such insolence. Jiang Lanyue's exquisitely beautiful face remained impassive. General Mu, you previously tore at my clothing. I assumed you sought evidence. I have already granted you that chance. However, with both men and women from the Song family present, as the legitimate daughter of the general's household, I can endure being wronged and my reputation sullied, but your attempt to further disrobe me is rather excessive. I believe a single slap was entirely justified. You, Mu Wanqing's face darkened, her insides roiling with rage. Jiang Lanyue's words, though sharp, were unassailable. What a venomous tongue you possess. Jiang Lanyue's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke coldly. General Mu, do you possess any additional evidence? If not, I believe an apology for your unfounded accusations against my character is in order. Mu Wanqing clenched her fists, the flames of her fury nearly erupting. If she lost, Xian Gur would become her servant, and all her hopes would crumble. She could not allow that. She adamantly believed she was not mistaken. Jiang Lanyue must have dallied with someone. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing recalled that on the day of Jiang Lanyue's marriage to Song Ningfeng, he had immediately departed for battle, and they had yet to consummate their union. If she had indeed betrayed him, she could not possibly be a virgin. Once someone was summoned to inspect her, the truth would be unveiled. With renewed determination, Mu Wanqing steadied her racing heart, hope igniting within her. Of course I do, she continued. You and Ningfeng have never consummated your marriage. Let us summon some midwives for an examination to ascertain whether you have been unfaithful. How outrageous. Not only do you falsely accuse my lady of infidelity, but you also wish to humiliate her with an examination. Ruer's delicate face was contorted with anger and distress. My lady has remained virtuous for 3 years and has never strayed. Song Ningfeng shot a cold glare at Ruer and Jiang Lanyue. If she is as innocent as you claim, then what is there to fear? Ruer's protest only solidified Mu Wanqing's conviction that Jiang Lanyue had indeed strayed. Ningfeng, summon someone immediately for her examination.
Mu Wanqing commanded coldly.
The situation had escalated to this point, and she held firm in her belief that she would not falter. She was determined to expose Jiang Lanyue's shameless true nature. Song Ningfeng promptly instructed his servants to find experienced midwives.
Yes,
they replied, hastily departing. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall had grown increasingly peculiar, with everyone speculating whether Jiang Lanyue had indeed been unfaithful. Jiang Lanyue narrowed her eyes, casting a frigid glare at Song Ningfeng, cursing, foolish as a pig or dog. Song Ningfeng frowned, his tone harsh. Jiang Lanyue, Do not act so desperate. I had initially intended to believe you. Yet, Wanqing could not possibly lie without reason. A fly does not alight on an unbroken egg.
Ha!
How blind I must be. Jiang Lanyue scoffed, feeling increasingly that her years of sacrifice had been in vain. Behind Chu Qingyi, Zhou Emo observed with curiosity and leaned toward the expressionless Zhou Yi, inquiring, "Do you think the young lady of the marquis truly strayed? Who could her paramour be?" Zhou Yi, uninterested in the topic, remained silent. "How about we place a wager?
Du Montagrant.
Will you bet that the young lady of the marquis has been unfaithful or not?" Chu Qingyi overheard Zhou Mo's words, raising an eyebrow. "What are we wagering? Lord, shall we wager a jar of your 100-year-old daughter red from your wine cellar?" Zhou Emo exclaimed, surprised by his lord's interest. Zhou Emo mused to himself, "The young lady is so beautiful, she must be restless. Moreover, General Mu has no reason to wrongfully accuse her, risking her own child in this bet. I wager she is indeed unfaithful." As Chu Qingyi turned a bead in his long fingers, a light laugh escaped him. "Should you lose, it shall be 50 lashes. The weekend arrived, and with resolute determination, I decided that defeat was not an option. I steeled myself. 50 military lashes would be met with 50 lashes, and my lord, prepare the century-old daughter red wine." Soon, the servants returned with 5 experienced midwives. Jiang Lanyue, disinterested in further debate with them, followed the midwives to a room in the side courtyard for examination, while Mu Wanqing, fearing Jiang Lanyue might engage in deceit, accompanied her. After about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Lanyue, Mu Wanqing, and the 5 midwives returned to the ancestral hall. With excitement on her face, Mu Wanqing urged, "Please, tell everyone, is the Jiang lady not a maiden? Surely she has been with someone." All eyes turned in unison towards Jiang Lanyue and the 5 midwives, curiosity glimmering in their gazes, eager to uncover the truth. Mu Wanqing raised her brows defiantly, fixating on Jiang Lanyue's porcelain-like visage, seething, "Jiang, let's see how you will wriggle out of this. You 5, do not hesitate to reveal her disgrace." As her words fell, the midwives hesitated momentarily before one stepped forward. After bowing, she replied, "To the general, the young lady is still pure." Another midwife affirmed, "Indeed, the young lady has not yet been with a man." A thunderous silence fell, as if struck by lightning. Mu Wanqing's face drained of color. Casting aside the dignity befitting a female general, she incredulously shouted, "Impossible! She cannot still be a virgin. She must have been unfaithful." The midwives insisted, "General, the young lady has indeed been faithful. She is still a maiden." Mu Wanqing clenched her fists, her expression contorted with disbelief. How could this be? She abruptly glared at the midwives, her eyes sharp with suspicion. "Are you sure you performed the examination correctly?" The midwives, frightened, knelt before her, exclaiming, "General, we are the most experienced midwives in the capital, having delivered many noble ladies in the palace. We assure you, we did not make an error." "Then you must have been bribed to give false testimony." Mu Wanqing ground her teeth in fury, utterly unwilling to accept that Jiang Lanyue remained untouched. Jiang Lanyue, her dark eyes momentarily shadowed, spoke in a voice as cool as a mountain stream, "General Mu, you were present the entire time. When would I have had the chance to bribe them?" "Indeed, General, we merely stated the truth."
You.
Mu Wanqing's fists tightened, rage emanating from her, her face contorted, struggling to comprehend how things had spiraled out of control. Jiang Lanyue paid no heed to Mu Wanqing's turmoil and strode towards the dignified man seated at the head. As she passed by Song Ningfeng, he reached out to grasp her arm. "Ayu," he called softly. Jiang Lanyue coldly evaded his touch, her expression one of disdain. Song Ningfeng, eyes reddening, observed the fragile figure before him, reflecting on how she had maintained her composure despite the wrongful accusations thrown at her. She had remained virtuous for 3 years, while he had joined others in slandering her. The memory of his earlier harsh words stung him with guilt. It was not only Song Ningfeng who felt a pang of embarrassment. Jiang Huaishan and Lu Shi, along with the others who had blindly followed Mu Wanqing, were all confronted with the harsh reality, their faces ablaze with shame. Jiang Lanyue halted, her ink-black eyes calm yet icy as she addressed Mu Wanqing, "General, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to resort to violence in public? Southern Prince, you must not grant that decree to this venomous woman." Mu Wanqing retorted, her anger boiling over. Chu Qingyi resumed his seat, his silence exuding an overwhelming presence that made Mu Wanqing uneasy. If the Southern Prince were to grant the decree to Jiang Lanyue, it would sever her ties with Xian Go, forcing him into servitude under Jiang Lanyue. This was her precious child, her sole hope. Despite the fear of Chu Qingyi, Mu Wanqing pressed on for the sake of her son. I understand the inner court is rife with treachery, but I never anticipated such filth would befall me. I believed that by not engaging in conflict, I could coexist peacefully with the women of the inner court. Yet, my retreat was met with her scheming. Mu Wanqing glared at Jiang Lanyue. This has all been your deliberate ploy from the beginning. You are unscrupulous in your calculations, thus this wager cannot stand. Turning to Chu Qingyi, she bowed. I implore the Southern Prince to take my side. Such treachery must not prevail. A slight smile graced Chu Qingyi's lips as his voice resonated. General Mu, earlier you sought my witness, and now you request my intervention? Do you take me for a fool? His tone, though calm, dripped with an underlying threat. Mu Wanqing's expression shifted in fear, and she immediately knelt, prostrating herself. Southern Prince, I mean no disrespect. I am simply aggrieved to have lost my son to Jiang Lanyue's machinations. Having contemplated the situation, Mu Wanqing could only conclude that she had been a victim of Jiang Lanyue's plotting, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled as she replied, If General Mu cannot afford to lose, you need not gamble. This wager was made of your own volition. No one forced you. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with venomous hatred. Ningfeng, speak on my behalf. This is all Jiang Lanyue's scheme. The wager cannot stand. I refuse to let Xian Go go with her. She is too vile to take my child. Desperately, Mu Wanqing reached for Song Ningfeng's robes, casting a pleading glance at him. Song Ningfeng furrowed his brows tightly. If it weren't for the interference of the Prince of Nan'an, this matter would be much easier to handle. Unfortunately, a formidable adversary had unexpectedly emerged. Before Song Ningfeng could voice his thoughts, attempting to subtly persuade Jiang Lanyue, she coldly interrupted. General Mu has wronged me and has yet to utter a single word of apology. Instead, he seeks to further accuse me unjustly. The character of General Mu leaves much to be desired. It is unlikely he could rear anything commendable. Shut your mouth. I forbid you from speaking ill of my son. Jiang Lanyue replied with a frigid smile. Once the severance decree is written, he will no longer be your son. He is now my servant. You, Mu Wanqing, infuriated, raised her hand to clutch her heart. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a mouthful of blood, then promptly fainted.
Wanqing.
Song Ningfeng rushed forward to support Mu Wanqing. Song Huaishan and Lu quickly followed, concerned for her well-being, and chaos erupted in the scene. Jiang Lanyue cast a disinterested glance at the commotion, moving like a wisp of cloud through the crowd until she reached the Prince of Nan'an. Your Highness, I humbly request the severance decree. Congratulations to the young mistress of the Marquis household on acquiring a servant, Chu Qingyi remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he handed the decree to Jiang Lanyue. At that moment, Mu Wanqing, regaining consciousness, beheld this scene and, in a fit of rage, fainted once more. Chapter 26. Miss, a grave matter has arisen. Wanqing, Wanqing. Song Ningfeng's voice resonated through the crowd. Quickly, summon a physician. Jiang Lanyue turned her gaze to Roar, instructing, Roar, please carry my little servant. We must take our leave. At once, Mississippi Roar blinked her round, almond-shaped eyes, and flashed a charming smile. Miss, this battle was splendidly won. The Marquis household wished for you to raise Xiangur, and now you have done just that. Alas, they can no longer find joy in it. Mu Wanqing's most cherished son, whom she hoped would ascend alongside Jiang Lanyue as a legitimate heir, had not only been lost but had also become the lowest of servants. Lu was nearly unsteady with rage. Her eldest grandson had been so shamelessly usurped. Song Ningfeng and Song Huaishan were equally distressed over the matter. Roar returned from Granny Sun's side, carrying Xiangur, and approached Jiang Lanyue. Clad in a crimson gown, Jiang Lanyue's exquisite beauty shone as she exited the ancestral hall. Her garments and hair danced in the breeze, and the bright light outside illuminated her, rendering the bustling crowd mere background to her presence. Within the ancestral hall, Chu Qingyi rose, his dark lashes fluttering as he turned to Zhou Mo, gently reminding him, 50 lashes. What? Zhou Mo's expression fell, laughter evaporating instantly. Even though he often faced punishment, 50 lashes would certainly leave him scarred. Your Highness, what's the matter concerning the silver? Zhou Yi inquired as Chu Qingyi prepared to leave. After all, They had come to collect a debt today. Chu Qingyi's features remained impassive, clearly unbothered by the issue. A promissory note with an interest of 2%. Having stated this, he gracefully strode out of the ancestral hall. Farewell, Prince of Nan'an. The crowd parted respectfully, bowing in unison. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, and after a moment, Zhou Mo turned to Song Ningfeng, asking, General Song, can the silver be provided today? Song Ningfeng appeared troubled, glancing at Zhou Mo's emotionless face, and cautiously proposed, Lord Zhou, it is indeed challenging to gather 100,000 taels at once. Perhaps we could draft a promissory note and settle the matter later, allowing His Highness to reconsider? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi replied, given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed thus. However, the interest must be 2% daily. Song Ningfeng thought the words sounded familiar. Hadn't Jiang Lanyue uttered similar sentiments? At this moment, to preserve the dignity of the Marquis household and avoid offending the Prince of Nan'an, he had no choice but to acquiesce, even if it meant accepting the interest. Reluctantly, Song Ningfeng penned the promissory note. Meanwhile, Wanqing, having just regained consciousness, found herself besieged by Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo demanding repayment. The 100,000 she had initially intended for Song Ningfeng to secure from Jiang Lanyue's dowry after dismissing her, but now all her hopes had been dashed. Not only did she face a debt of 100,000, but she also lost her most precious son, leaving her dreams shattered. For the first time, Wanqing felt a deep-seated hatred toward someone. The Prince of Nan'an wielded too much power. She dared not offend him and could only sign the promissory note. Also at a daily interest of 2%. Both Wanqing and Song Ningfeng signed the note, their hearts heavy with humiliation and exhaustion. At Nuanyu Pavilion, Roar glanced at the Xiangur in her arms, frowning in discontent. Typically, she adored children, but upon seeing Xiangur, she could not help but recall the despicable actions his mother had inflicted upon her mistress, rendering her fondness impossible. His fate is unfortunate. How could his mother be so shameless? Roar pouted and remarked, Miss, this Xiangur is far too young to serve. Shall we cast him out and let him fend for himself? If we cast him out, Wanqing would surely reclaim him. Wouldn't that merely benefit her? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Let him be cared for by the wet nurse in the back courtyard. Wanqing's most cherished son shall serve me. The mere thought of Wanqing suffering over this would surely infuriate her. Roar nodded, scoffing, deservedly so. Who told her to bring this upon herself? Without the miss's permission, Wanqing could not see her son, and thus her treasured child would slowly torment her. Jiang Lanyue's gaze turned cold. Had she not sensed the impending trouble and prepared herself, today it would have been her name besmirched and her possessions stripped away. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. She and Wanqing were now irreconcilable foes. Thus, relentless battle was inevitable. Xiangur was soon taken away by the wet nurse, while Lu and Song Ningfeng, wishing to see the child, were summarily denied entry by Jiang Lanyue. 2 days later, as Jiang Lanyue was perusing medical texts, Roar rushed in, breathless. Miss, grave news. What is it? Speak slowly. The Jiang grain store is to be sealed, and the madam has been imprisoned. Roar relayed the shocking news as swiftly as she could.
What?
A flicker of shock crossed Jiang Lanyue's eyes. Her mother had been imprisoned? Setting aside her medical texts, she instructed, stay here and manage the household. I shall investigate. With that, she hurried to the Marquis stables, selecting a horse and galloping out. The Jiang grain store had been in operation for over a decade without incident, and her mother's sudden imprisonment hinted at deeper, more sinister machinations. Jiang Lanyue had yet to inform her mother of her intentions for a divorce, intending to spare her from worry, especially with her father and brothers absent. She planned to wait until the matter was resolved before disclosing it to her mother. As she rode, Jiang Lanyue's lips pressed tightly together. Her fair visage set in a determined expression. Within a short while, she arrived at the Jiang grain store. Dismounting swiftly, she found the front of the store thronged with people. Inside, several officials were affixing seals, while the shopkeeper and the clerks argued vehemently with them. The shopkeeper stepped forward to halt the officials, pleading, Gentlemen, you cannot seal our store. The matter has not yet been thoroughly investigated. How can you simply shut us down? The officials retorted angrily, If we do not seal the store, shall we allow you to continue selling tainted grain that could cost lives? Unjust. It is truly unjust. The shopkeeper protested. Since our establishment, We have operated with integrity. We have never harmed the people. The clerks chimed in. Indeed, we have always conducted fair dealings. Our grain is thoroughly inspected and will not harm anyone. Go away. All the evidence is here. The case has already been reviewed. What else is there to argue about? Step aside. If you dare to delay us any further, do you believe we will take you all into custody? The officials impatiently waved their hands, pushing the shopkeeper and the waiters who were still crowding inside the store out. Jiang Lanyue, slender and tall, squeezed through the crowd and reached the shop's entrance. Miss, you have arrived. The shopkeeper turned around and immediately spotted Jiang Lanyue, his eyes lighting up in urgency. Miss, please save the madam. Don't let these officials seal the grain shop. Miss. The waiters also called out excitedly. As they saw Jiang Lanyue, hope rekindled in their eyes. As if they had found their anchor, Jiang Lanyue slightly nodded to the crowd. Uncle Zhou, do not panic. I will handle this matter.
Miss.
This shop is the madam's hard work. We truly did not sell any harmful goods. You must save the madam and prevent them from sealing the shop. The shopkeeper exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Lanyue nodded softly. All right. She strode up to the officials and spoke in a calm and melodic voice. Esteemed officials, I am the young mistress of the Marquis's residence. May I inquire what crime Zhang's grain shop has committed that warrants the sealing of the shop and the arrest of individuals? Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue claim her status, the officials turned their gazes toward her. Understanding the situation, Jiang Lanyue discreetly produced several banknotes and slipped them to the leading official. Please, grant us some convenience. The official, seeing that Jiang Lanyue was not trying to obstruct their duties, quickly accepted the banknotes and explained, currently, there is a shortage of grain. The military has purchased rice from Zhang's grain shop, intended for delivery to the northern frontier. However, it has been discovered that not only were stones mixed in, but there were also poisons that have already led to the deaths of several soldiers. Fortunately, it was discovered in time to avert a greater disaster. The northern frontier is the battlefield commanded by the King of Nan'an. If this batch of grain reaches the front lines, what do you think the consequences would be? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue's expression turned cold, her brows slightly furrowed. The crime of harming frontline soldiers and heroes is far more severe than merely sealing the shop and arresting people. It could entail confiscating the family property and implicating relatives. Jiang Lanyue firmly believed that her mother would never engage in such self-destructive acts that would tarnish the reputation of Zhang's grain shop and harm others. This must be a deliberate scheme against the Jiang family. Well, you are now aware of the situation. We must proceed with the sealing, the official stated, preparing to leave. Jiang Lanyue quickly called out, Esteemed official, where is the problematic grain stored? May I take a look? The official was about to refuse. But Jiang Lanyue hastily slipped him more banknotes. I only wish to take a glance. It will not interfere with your duties. The official glanced at the banknotes she offered, cleared his throat, and replied, The previous batch has already been sent to the government. However, there is still a batch in the back courtyard of the grain shop. Once the seals are affixed, I can quietly take you to see it. Thank you, esteemed official. Jiang Lanyue smiled gently. She approached the shopkeeper and the waiters, who were anxiously inquiring about her. Miss, if the shop is sealed, it will confirm our guilt in selling poison rice. Zhang's grain shop will be ruined. The shopkeeper was sweating profusely, filled with worry. Jiang Lanyue understood the gravity of the situation, yet the case had already been filed for judicial review. If she were to obstruct the officials without evidence, it would only lead the Jiang family into a worse predicament. With a composed expression, Jiang Lanyue reassured them, Uncle Zhou, do not worry. Even if the shop is not sealed, there will be no business until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Sigh, it seems we have offended someone, and they are deliberately trying to harm our Jiang family, the shopkeeper lamented, his face filled with worry, as if he had aged significantly. Uncle Zhou, the innocent shall clear their name. Our Jiang family has not committed such heinous acts. I will ensure we obtain justice. Jiang Lanyue's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of determination shining within. She was resolved to uncover who was behind the plot against the Jiang family. Jiang Lanyue led the shopkeeper and the waiters out of the store, while the officials closed the door and affixed the seal. Once the seal was placed, the crowd erupted in applause, and murmurs spread through the throng. Good sealing. The shop selling poison rice deserves to be shut down to prevent harm. Yes. We cannot dare to buy Zhang's rice. It could be fatal. Not just rice. I wouldn't even buy clothing or jewelry from Zhang's. What if those are poison too?
Indeed.
From now on, I will not purchase anything from Zhang's. We must boycott them. In a tea house across the street, Wanqing, dressed in a flowing gown adorned with dark patterns, sat by the window, coldly observing the scene, her eyes filled with a venomous hatred. Upon seeing Jiang's grain shop sealed, she revealed a chilling smile. Jiang Lanyue, this is of your own making. You dare to scheme against me, taking my son. I shall make you experience the agony of family separation and ruin. Jiang family, this is merely the beginning. Just wait. With a cold snort, Wanqing drained her cup of tea and left decisively. At the grain shop's entrance, the voices of the crowd grew increasingly fervent, while Jiang Lanyue's fair face became increasingly solemn. Miss, the shopkeeper looked at Jiang Lanyue with deep concern. It seems this matter will not only affect Jiang's grain shop. Other businesses of the Jiang family may also be impacted. The Jiang family's enterprises spanned across all aspects of daily life in the capital, encompassing a wide range of fields. For over a decade, the Jiang family's reputation had been impeccable, known for their reasonable prices and quality goods. Who could have foreseen this calamity, which not only led to fatalities, but also posed a significant impact? After calming the shopkeeper and the waiters, Jiang Lanyue said, Uncle Zhou, take the staff to other shops tomorrow to busy yourselves. Leave the grain shop matter to me. Yes, miss. Once the officials affixed the seals, they also began to disperse the onlookers. As the crowd scattered, the official who had received Jiang Lanyue's banknotes took her to the back courtyard of the grain shop. In the back courtyard, piles of grain were stacked. Jiang Lanyue was quite familiar with the layout. Upon entering, she discreetly observed her surroundings. Young mistress, these are the toxic grains. The official pointed to a sealed sack in the center. May I open it to take a look? Jiang Lanyue inquired. The official hesitated but eventually consented. All right, but be quick. As Jiang Lanyue opened the sack, the familiar scent of grain wafted towards her. However, her keen sense of smell detected an odd odor mixed within. Her delicate fingers sifted through the grain, and she discovered fine stone dust mixed in. These particles were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, blending seamlessly with the rice. Even during washing, one might only perceive them as broken grains. Will the stones soften when cooked? Jiang Lanyue asked the official. The official replied, I heard from the magistrate that these stone powders, when mixed with rice, have a slightly harder texture, but otherwise, there is not much difference in taste. Thank you, esteemed official. Seizing the opportunity when the official was distracted, Jiang Lanyue discreetly collected a handful of the toxic rice before calmly leaving. Instead of returning to the marquis's residence, Jiang Lanyue turned towards the Tianji Pavilion. Master. Upon her arrival at the Tianji Pavilion, everyone who saw her bowed respectfully. Immediately summon Hongyu to see me. Yes, master. As Jiang Lanyue settled into an empty private room, she placed the toxic rice she had collected on a piece of leather paper and began to study it intently. When Hongyu entered, she found the beautiful and ethereal young woman seated on a long couch, the breeze causing the light curtains to flutter, revealing her figure, which appeared both delicate and ethereal behind the veil. Her lustrous black tresses danced gently in the breeze, and even a mere profile of her was breathtakingly enchanting. As if she had stepped forth from an ancient scroll, a noble lady of distinguished lineage. She cast her gaze downwards, her long, thick eyelashes creating a beautiful silhouette against her eye sockets. Have you arrived? Without waiting for Hongyu to pay her respects, Jiang Lanyue was the first to notice her, lifting her gaze with a faint air of authority that radiated imperceptibly. Hongyu smiled alluringly. Greetings, master. Please take a seat. With graceful steps reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers, Hongyu approached and settled beside her. Master, are you examining the toxic rice from the granary? The news of the incident at the Jiang family's granary reached Tianji Pavilion, prompting Ru'er to relay it to Jiang Lanyue. Look at these stone residues. Do you recognize the harder fragments? Jiang Lanyue had already set aside a few of the slightly firmer stones. Hongyu examined them carefully, turning them over in her hands before shaking her head. I do not recognize them. Master, I will have someone investigate immediately. Ensure they are taken for examination promptly. Jiang Lanyue replied coolly. Have there been any developments regarding the six-winged arrows? Indeed, we have gathered a considerable amount of information, and it is likely we will soon ascertain their origin. Hongyu hurriedly relayed the findings to Jiang Lanyue. Upon hearing, Jiang Lanyue fell into contemplation, a hint of coldness creeping into her melodious voice. Are you suggesting that these six-winged arrows may very well be supplied to private soldiers? Under the emperor's rule, who dares to maintain private troops? Such an act is punishable by death, extending to 9 generations. Hongyu's fox-like eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief as she leaned closer to Jiang Lanyue. cautiously murmuring, "Master." In the entire Longsong kingdom, the only one audacious enough to maintain private troops would be that esteemed individual. The person Hong Yu referred to as none other than the exalted and unparalleled Wang of Nan'an. Jiang Lanyue's mind raced with the image of the man's devilishly handsome face. Remembering the letter her father had penned to the Wang of Nan'an, along with the words of Vice General Zhang, she pondered if these six-winged arrows were connected to him. Had he sent someone to eliminate Vice General Zhang? Have my senior brothers and sisters sent news regarding my father and brothers in the northern Cloud City? Hong Yu shook her head. Not yet. The last time Vice General Zhang spoke, he only revealed half the information. Jiang Lanyue is aware of this direction. But as for her father and brother's ties to northern Cloud City, there remains no definitive news. Having exhausted all her connections in search of information, Jiang Lanyue found herself beleaguered by misfortune at home, akin to a roof leaking amid a torrential downpour. After making all necessary arrangements, she proceeded directly to the government prison. With a handful of silver and a few soothing words, she managed to gain entry to the dungeon. Mother. Jiang Lanyue hurried towards her mother, Xiaji, who was resting with her eyes closed on a pile of straw. Xiaji was remarkably beautiful. Even at over 40, her skin remained fair and well-maintained, making her appear more like a sister than a mother to Jiang Lanyue. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, adorned with a teardrop-shaped jade hairpin, her serene demeanor still radiated an air of refinement, unfazed by her surroundings. What brings you here? As Xiaji opened her eyes and beheld her daughter in a crimson skirt, a flicker of joy crossed her features. However, her expression quickly shifted to concern as she approached, the two women gazing at each other through the bars. Are you certain this will not affect the Marquis's estate? Mother. I am fine. You should return, Jiang Lanyue reassured her. Here, I brought you some clothes and food. Jiang Lanyue offered her mother the garments and provisions she had brought. You must endure a few days in here. Initially strong, Xiaji's composure faltered as she accepted the items, tears beginning to flow. Accustomed to a life of luxury and affection, Xiaji had never faced hardship, having been cherished by her husband, a military general, who doted on her. This imprisonment was indeed her first taste of suffering. Oh, Yue, it is so foul and cold here, and there are rats. Xiaji lamented, her sobs becoming uncontrollable as she clung to Jiang Lanyue's hand, expressing her grievances. Who could be so malicious as to target our Jiang family? Now I cannot even bathe in the dungeon, nor change my clothes. Oh, Yue, I will not smell foul in here, will I? Xiaji was not concerned about anything else. Her obsession with cleanliness and her need to maintain an image of elegance were paramount. Yue, Xiaji wept for a while. But under Jiang Lanyue's patient comfort, her sobs gradually subsided. Do not worry, we will be out soon, Jiang Lanyue reassured her, feeling her heart break at her mother's distress. The matter of her divorce from Song Ningfeng weighed heavily on her, and she found it difficult to broach the subject with her mother at this crucial juncture. Let us wait until everything is resolved. Yue, you should return now. Holding the clothes and food Jiang Lanyue had brought, Xiaji looked at her with pleading eyes. Yet she tried to maintain her strength. I am fine, do not fret. Mother, take care of yourself, Jiang Lanyue advised tenderly, as if speaking to a child. Ultimately, she was ushered away by Xiaji, who found her daughter's concern excessive. Exiting the dungeon, Jiang Lanyue gazed at the darkening sky. Illuminated only by the faint glow of the streetlights, the gray hues at the junction of light and shadow mirroring her own melancholic mood. As she traversed the corridor of the dungeon, a luxurious yet understated carriage came to a halt before her, blocking her path. She paused, lifting her gaze slightly. The curtain of the carriage was drawn aside by a hand adorned with distinct knuckles, which held a string of black prayer beads. Inside the dimly lit carriage, a man's face was partially obscured by the curtain, but the contour of his profile and the air of restrained nobility about him made Jiang Lanyue instantly recognize the individual, none other than the formidable Wang of Nan'an, whom she had encountered earlier that day. Wang of Nan'an. Jiang Lanyue offered a slight bow, her tone detached and distant. Had it not been for the carriage blocking her way, she would have likely pretended not to see him. He emanated an aura of profound mystery, hinting at peril. Jiang Lanyue preferred to keep her distance from him. Enter, came the deep, resonant voice of Chu Qingyi, imbued with undeniable authority. Chapter 29. The Wang of Nan'an truly seizes the opportunity. Jiang Lanyue was at a loss regarding the Wang's intentions. She felt it was absurd to have encountered this formidable figure 3 times in a single day. Moments later, as if compelled by fate, Jiang Lanyue found herself boarding the Wang of Nanan's carriage. The interior was spacious and opulent, crafted entirely from golden silk nanmu, with luxurious animal hides serving merely as footrests, revealing that its owner had an exquisite taste for indulgence. Tea and snacks were readily available, and a subtle scent of oak moss wafted through the carriage, both unique and pleasant. The man reclined within, his striking red robe standing out vividly. He crossed his long legs, one hand lazily twirling the black prayer beads, while the other supported his forehead. In the dim light, his angular profile was striking, his features exquisitely attractive, with a prominent Adam's apple subtly shifting with each breath, exuding an alluring charm that was both cold and beguiling. Wang of Nanan. Jiang Lanyue performed a formal greeting, her pale face adorned with a rather official smile. Sit, commanded Chu Qingyi, lowering his hand from his forehead, his porcelain-like fingers pouring a cup of hot tea for Jiang Lanyue, which he placed gently on the tea table beside her. Thank you, Wang of Nanan. But it is getting late, and I must return to the estate. Jiang Lanyue remained standing, not taking a seat or sipping the tea, her demeanor consistently cool. If it were anyone else, merely receiving a glance from the Prince of Nanan would be considered an unparalleled honor. To be invited onto his carriage would surely be a source of pride for an entire year, not to mention being personally served tea by the prince, which would likely reduce one to tears of gratitude, kneeling in thanks repeatedly. Yet, Jiang Lanyue remained as indifferent as a cloud, devoid of any flattery or fear.
Today,
the young mistress of the Marquis residence has indeed presented this prince with an intriguing spectacle, which he found quite amusing. Chu Qingyi raised his chin slightly, a faint smile gracing his thin lips as he spoke in a low tone. Jiang Lanyue managed to smile in return, noting that the prince's performance was commendable as well. Under the guise of gratitude, he came to collect debts, and the expressions of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing at that moment were utterly delightful. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite face glowed under the soft light, her eyes clear and radiant. Chu Qingyi's gaze inadvertently fell upon her bright eyes. Their eyes met unexpectedly, his dark phoenix eyes revealing no discernible emotion. However, Jiang Lanyue felt a peculiar discomfort, as if his gaze were not truly aimed at her, but at another. Young mistress, have you given any thought to my previous proposal? Chu Qingyi's magnetic voice broke the silence. Jiang Lanyue, disinterested in beating around the bush, raised her brows in a captivating arc and replied softly, Thank you for your kindness, Prince of Nanan, but I fear I am unqualified.
Chu Chendi's my.
Does the young mistress not wish to save her mother? Thus, he was aware of the troubles at the Jiang grain shop and was deliberately waiting for her, aiming to draw her into a circle. The Prince of Nanan truly knew how to take advantage of a crisis. If the young mistress were to accept the position, they would certainly make things easier for her, given the prince's favorable regard. With a gentle rotation of the prayer beads between his fingers, his deep voice carried an undeniable persuasive weight. Your mother could also be spared some suffering. Jiang Lanyue now realized that the Prince of Nanan not only knew of the troubles at the Jiang grain shop, but had likely investigated her family's affairs thoroughly. Her mother, raised in luxury, had never endured hardship, and Chu Qingyi's final words were deliberately aimed at her. Naturally, Jiang Lanyue wished to shield her mother from suffering and injustice. However, should she acquiesce to the prince's request, her father and brothers would vehemently oppose it, leaving the Jiang family with no recourse but to rely on the Prince of Nanan. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but steal another glance at the rumored ruthless figure, known for his cunning and bloodthirsty nature. After these brief encounters, it was evident that he was deeply scheming and perilous. Inviting a deity is easy. Sending one away is difficult. It would be best not to provoke him. Jiang Lanyue respectfully bowed and thanked the Prince of Nanan, stating, I shall devise another way regarding my mother's predicament. However, I fear I am truly unfit for the position. With that, she rose from the carriage and departed without a backward glance. Chu Qingyi lightly lifted the curtain, watching her retreating figure. The corridor was illuminated by the flickering torches, casting her delicate shadow long against the wall. Her scarlet gown billowed, and the red ribbon tied to her black hair swayed gently with her steps, resembling a painting that captured the man's gaze.
Chu Chendi poset.
Ceasing the motion of the prayer beads, a profound smile playing upon his lips. This Jiang Lanyue was indeed a formidable opponent, impervious to persuasion. Your Highness, shall we inform the dungeon to prepare for the arrival of the Xia family? Once Jiang Lanyue had left, Zhou Yizhou emerged from the shadows. The two had overheard the conversation, both feeling that Jiang Lanyue was rather ungrateful. Their master had graciously extended an invitation, even stating that he could facilitate matters. Yet she had turned him down. Your Highness, if the Xia family suffers in the dungeon, perhaps even with some torture, the young mistress would not be so defiant, Zhou suggested, believing himself clever. Master, inflicting pain is our forte. I guarantee we can make the Xia family regret their choices. Before Zhou could finish, Chu Qingyi's cold voice interrupted.
Ah?
Zhou paused, then lamented. Master, I have only received 50 lashes, my injuries. Zhou quickly nudged Zhou to silence him, fearing further mention would lead to more severe punishment. Master, should we keep a close watch on the dungeon? Chu Qingyi did not respond directly, instead lowering the curtain and reclining languidly in the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. Zhou was puzzled, uncertain of the master's intentions. What does he mean? Zhou shook his head helplessly, realizing that since the master did not dismiss Zhou's suggestion, he must have tacitly approved it. Zhou pondered why he had been punished for suggesting tormenting the Xia family. Evidently, the master forbade any action against them. What nonsense! I believe my idea was rather sound. Was it not cruel enough? Did the master punish me for it? Zhou scratched his head, still unclear. Zhou maintained a stoic expression, questioning, have you heard of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? What does that have to do with this? Zhou retorted, his confusion deepening. Zhou sighed. It seems speaking with this man is exhausting. The master desired Jiang Lanyue to join his camp, and his current approach resembled that of Emperor Zhao Lai during the 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's cottage. If he were to harm Jiang Lanyue's mother to coerce her, it would likely backfire. Jiang Lanyue was already a tough nut to crack. Touching her reverse scale would not only drive her away, but also turn her into an adversary. Zhou also wondered why the master valued her so highly. After all, she was merely a woman of the inner chambers. In Longsong Kingdom, while women were allowed to fight and serve in government, there were few female officials of note aside from Wanqing, the foremost general.
Zhou clarify.
What does this have to do with the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? I could use a moment to visit the restroom, Zhou interjected. Zhou chose not to respond further, quickly catching up to the carriage of the Prince of Nan'an. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue returned to the marquis residence, only to find several unexpected guests awaiting her in the main hall. Chapter 30. Such blatant robbery can be so artfully justified. Song Ningfeng, Wanqing, and Lu Shi sat around the table, appearing ready to confront her. Upon seeing them, Jiang Lanyue's serene face grew even colder. You are aware of the troubles at the Jianggrain shop, are you not? Song Ningfeng approached her, his gaze softening slightly, feeling guilty for having previously wronged her with accusations of infidelity. It has nothing to do with you, Jiang Lanyue replied coolly. Song Ningfeng frowned, perceiving her ungratefulness. Suppressing his irritation, he reassured her, do not worry, I have already contacted the authorities. Your mother will not suffer in the dungeon. Indeed, As soon as we learned of this, Ningfeng immediately reached out to the officials. Lu Shi chimed in with a smile, as if their previous discord with Jiang Lanyue had been forgotten. Wanqing sat comfortably, sipping tea, without contributing to the conversation. Lu Shi continued, given that your father and brothers have perished, and now this incident has occurred, it would be wise for you to cease your quarrel with Ningfeng. You see, with the Jiang family in distress, we are not the only ones here to help. How can you be so certain that my father and brothers will never return? Jiang Lanyue's eyes narrowed as she regarded Lu Shi coldly. With just a glance, Lu Shi was taken aback, a sense of unease washing over her, prompting her to quickly silence herself. Jiang Lanyue typically refrained from engaging in such disputes, but today her mood was particularly foul. Her mother was imprisoned, and these individuals dared to use her father and brothers as leverage. Their audacity stemmed only from the belief that her family had fallen into irrelevance and decline. As long as Jiang Lanyue remained, she would not allow anyone to trample upon the Jiang family. Wanqing let out a cold laugh. Jiang, you cannot still be dreaming that your father and brother will return, can you? Who doesn't he know that they betrayed the nation and became deserters, ultimately meeting their demise outside? Lu also nodded in agreement. Indeed, how long has it been? Your father and brother's bodies must have long since decayed. Accept this reality and mourn in peace. With disdain, she added, they betrayed the country. There's likely nothing left of their bodies. Perhaps they've even been fed to the dogs. A resounding slap. Jiang Lanyue strode forward and struck Wanqing across the face, sending the teacup from her hands flying to the ground. Mu Wanqing turned her face aside, shock and disbelief sparkling in her eyes. Jiang Lanyue looked down at her. "Shut your foul mouth. My father and brother are not to be slandered." The air around her bristled with a sharp, aggressive energy. Mu Wanqing intended to retaliate, but the icy gaze of Jiang Lanyue sent a tremor through her heart. That look and aura were not befitting a mere woman of the inner quarters. "In the Battle of Ao City, my father was the commander. You and Song Ningfeng were merely soldiers under his command. In the end, you returned victorious, while my father and brother were rumored to have betrayed and died. Surely, you understand what truly transpired." "Then tell me," Jiang Lanyue pressed, "what happened during the Battle of Ao City? How did my father and brother become traitors? How did General Mu and General Song defend Ao City, turning defeat into victory?" With each question, she advanced, her powerful presence nearly suffocating Mu Wanqing. In Jiang Lanyue, Mu Wanqing perceived a ruler accustomed to power, exuding an air of dominance. Mu Wanqing opened her mouth to speak, but found her palms slick with cold sweat. She was the foremost female general of Longsong Nation, yet she felt overwhelmed by the aura of Jiang Lanyue, a mere woman of the inner chambers. "Do you dare to reveal the truth?" Jiang Lanyue's voice cut through the tension, each word as chilling as the depths of winter. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Song Ningfeng hurried over.
Puling Jiang Lanyue aside.
I understand your grief regarding your father and brother, but it's best not to dwell on this matter for your own sake and for the Jiang family. Lu nodded in agreement. "Yes, after all, the actions of your father and brother were far from honorable. It would be wise not to bring calamity upon the Ho residence. It is your last refuge." "Then you should agree to a divorce," Jiang Lanyue replied with a cold, mocking smile. "The matters of the General's residence are none of your concern. You need not fear." Upon hearing this, Lu and Song Ningfeng's expressions visibly soured, their smiles vanishing. Could Jiang Lanyue truly desire a divorce amidst the calamities befalling the Jiang family? What was she thinking? The vast wealth and properties of the Jiang family were far too tempting for Lu to let go so easily. A divorce would yield them no benefits. I have told you I will not divorce you. You will always be my wife, the matriarch of the Ho residence," Song Ningfeng declared, his brow furrowed, his tone serious. Jiang Lanyue understood well that he would never agree to a divorce, which is why she sought a decree from the emperor. Once she obtained the divorce papers, she would sever all ties with these people. Lu, sensing the tension, interjected, "Consider this. With the Jiang family in turmoil, it will inevitably impact all businesses under your name. I believe it would be wise to transfer those properties to the Ho residence for safekeeping. Once the situation stabilizes, we can return them to you. This way, we can protect your family's assets. Otherwise, the wealth your mother worked so hard to build may be lost due to the grain shop incident. The Ho residence is your family too. This is merely transferring from one pocket to another.
What do you think,
Lu's tone was understanding and gentle, her face adorned with a smile, reminiscent of a smiling tiger. Song Ningfeng nodded. "Indeed, this is currently the best way to safeguard the Jiang family's assets. The grain shop incident has stirred significant unrest. The commoners are already boycotting all Jiang products." Jiang Lanyue blinked her long lashes, like black butterflies fluttering, her eyes glinting coldly. Their words, though seemingly benevolent, concealed ulterior motives that she was all too aware of. When did blatant robbery become so elegantly couched in concern? "Leave. I have no need for your feigned goodwill. It disgusts me." Jiang Lanyue glared at them, her eyes mocking, seeing through their hypocrisy. Lu gritted her teeth, indignantly retorting, "You truly do not know what's good for you. This is something you should seriously consider. The Ho residence genuinely wishes to assist the Jiang family." Song Ningfeng maintained his self-righteous demeanor, his expression generous and just. Jiang Lanyue, uninterested in further discourse, prepared to leave when Mu Wanqing called out to her. "Jiang, there are matters I wish to discuss privately." Mu Wanqing seemed unwilling to accept her earlier defeat at Jiang Lanyue's hands. She stood, adopting a slightly condescending posture as she regarded her. Chapter 31. I do not mind silencing you forever. Once Song Ningfeng and Lu exited, the room was left with only Mu Wanqing and Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue's starry eyes, mocking yet frigid, fixed upon Mu Wanqing. "Dare you answer my previous questions, General Mu?" Her slender figure stood poised, a crimson gown accentuating her brilliance, like the sun. With a delicate, doll-like face, her beauty was indeed breathtaking. Mu Wanqing felt a flash of disdain, What did it matter that Jiang Lanyue was beautiful? She was still a useless waste. As the foremost female general of Song Nation, she cared little for such superficialities. With a resolute brow, Wanqing scoffed. Do not think you can pry any information about your father and brother from me. I can clearly tell you, they are dead. And how did they die? Jiang Lanyue's voice was icy. Naturally, as deserters, they got what they deserved, meeting a tragic end. As Wanqing finished speaking, a sudden pain shot through her hand. Glancing down, she realized she had been pricked by a silver needle. Jiang Lanyue's eyes glinted with a chilling light. If I hear such words from you again, I do not mind ensuring you remain silent forever. Wanqing's expression darkened. She tore the needle from her skin and cast it aside. Jiang, do not threaten this general. Your threats hold no weight. With one hand behind her back, her face exuding an air of authority, Wanqing continued, I will not beat around the bush. Return Xiang'er to me, and I can help free your mother from the dungeon. Was the incident with the Jiang grain shop you're doing? Jiang Lanyue did not respond directly, her dark eyes fixed intently on Wanqing's face. Wanqing paused, caught off guard for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. I do not understand what you're implying. I have connections within the government. I can assist you, but I require Xiang'er and half of the Jiang family's assets. Her voice rang out in the room, imbued with a commanding presence and an air of inevitability. Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her tone frosty. General Mu, your demands are rather ambitious. Do you grasp the magnitude of half the Jiang family's wealth? The Jiang family finds itself in grave trouble. Not only has there been loss of life, but the grain is on the verge of being sent to the northern frontier, which would carry much graver implications, Wanqing sneered. Indeed, this grain incident has entangled the Jiang family with the soldiers of the northern frontier. Should the southern and king apply further pressure, the Jiang family will be in peril. I can effortlessly assist your family in preserving half of the Jiang family's fortune, sparing your mother from the torment of bodily harm. Without my support, you may wait and see. Within 3 days, the other businesses of the Jiang family will suffer complete losses, and by the time you meet your mother again, she may very well be left as nothing more than a corpse. Wanqing crossed her arms, her face adorned with disdain, tinged with a hint of condescension towards Jiang Lanyue. She relished the feeling of superiority, elevating herself above Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue, however, merely smiled coldly. General Mu, have you forgotten that your son is still in my grasp? Should you dare to harm my mother, do you believe I won't reduce your son to a state unfit even for a dog? Wanqing's face darkened with fury. Her son, Xiang'er, had not been seen for days, and her heart was heavy with worry. Jiang Lanyue was a venomous woman, capable of following through on her threats. Yet, if she were to show her fear of Jiang Lanyue's hold over her son, she would never rise again nor reclaim Xiang'er. Her son must never become Jiang Lanyue's servant. She needed him to inherit the title of the Marquis and restore the glory of the Mu family. I am still young, and should you harm my son, I could easily bear another with General Song. But you, should your mother perish, you will be a black-haired person sending off a white-haired one. Very well, let us put that to the test, Jiang Lanyue replied with a languid smile. Would you prefer to see your son's hands or feet first? Or perhaps his head? Despite Wanqing's feigned indifference, Jiang Lanyue recognized that Xiang'er was the lifeblood of Wanqing. Should Wanqing dare to touch her mother, Jiang Lanyue would ensure that her suffering was profound. Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her chest heaving with rage, and gritted her teeth. Fine, I will not touch your mother. But if you wish to save her and the Jiang family, you must exchange Xiang'er for her. With that, Wanqing stormed off. However, as she reached the doorway, the pain from the needle that Jiang Lanyue had used on her hand suddenly surged, rendering her powerless and turning her face pale.
Jiang Lanyue watched Wanqing depart,
her phoenix eyes deepening with contemplation. Miss, you have returned. How did things fare with the lady and the grain shop?
Jiang Lanyue gently massaged her throbbing temples, reassuring Ruya.
It is nothing. It will be resolved soon. At that moment, a carrier pigeon flew in through the window. Jiang Lanyue took the letter, and the shadows in her eyes lifted significantly. Miss, is there good news?
Ruya asked eagerly.
There are leads on my father and brother. They have just left Wanqing in the northern kingdom, and they are still within its borders. We are currently verifying their exact location. Jiang Lanyue entered her study and instructed Ruer, write a letter immediately and deliver it to Vice General Gu of the Jiang army, instructing him to discreetly send a small team to the northern kingdom to rescue my father and brother. Soon, Jiang Lanyue completed the letter, and Ruer donned a black robe, silently departing to deliver the message. During the recent battle in Wanqing, the Jiang army had not mobilized entirely. At the time, her father had only taken half of the Jiang army, and the vice-general had brought only one, Vice-General Zhang. As the initial assessments of the Wanqing battle indicated that the forces her father led were sufficient, little did they know what troubles would later arise. The reasons and hidden truths surrounding this matter were still under Jiang Lanyue's investigation. Jiang Lanyue hastily sent messages via carrier pigeon to her senior brothers and sisters, urging those closest to the Northern Kingdom to assist in the ongoing search for her father and brother. As long as they were alive, she would ensure their safe return. With her mother still imprisoned and the grain shop matter unresolved, Jiang Lanyue found it impossible to sleep. After Ruer returned and briefed her, Jiang Lanyue decided to visit the Tianji Pavilion to investigate the grain shop issue alongside Hong Yu and the others. As dawn broke, their investigation yielded groundbreaking progress. The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Lanyue, whose long hair cascaded to her waist, tied with a red ribbon at the end, exuding both beauty and grace. Hong Yu found herself momentarily mesmerized. Jiang Lanyue delicately sifted through the grains, finding tiny stones within, and lifted her gaze to Hong Yu, inquiring, "Are you saying that this arsenic mine is not commonly found in the capital, and the only location currently identified is the area around Qishan in the western suburbs?"
Indeed.
"My lady," Hong Yu affirmed, "dispatch someone immediately to investigate the Qishan area. I suspect there may be individuals raising private soldiers there." "Private soldiers?" Hong Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Could it be that the Prince of Nan'an is indeed raising private soldiers? Jiang Lanyue's gaze deepened in thought. The reason behind her suspicion was that this arsenic mine was essential for forging the six-winged arrowheads, and common arrowheads did not require arsenic. The six-winged arrowheads, along with lethal grains, must originate from the same individual. Once she could ascertain who was mining the arsenic, Jiang Lanyue would uncover the identity of those responsible for Vice-General Zhang's death and the ensuing betrayal. Hong Yu promptly took her leave to lead an investigation. After a sleepless night, Jiang Lanyue felt her nerves relax slightly, leading to a sense of fatigue. Leaning against a soft couch, she propped her forehead with one hand and began to rest. 2 hours later, Hong Yu hurried back. Upon entering, she beheld the beauty reclined upon the couch, her ethereal form captivating. For a moment, Hong Yu hesitated to awaken Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue, with her keen perception, had already stirred awake. Lazily, she inquired, "Did you find anything?" Seeing her awake, Hong Yu quickly bowed, her voice tinged with excitement. "My lady, we have discovered the truth. As you suspected, there are indeed individuals raising private soldiers in the Qishan area." Chapter 32. The master wishes to see you. At these words, Jiang Lanyue's eyes widened, perhaps due to a lack of rest, as red veins appeared in her beautiful eyes. She sat up, the fabric of her dress billowing like rippling water in the breeze, her slender waist appearing delicate yet commanding an air of icy authority. "But have we identified who is behind these private soldiers?" Hong Yu stepped forward, whispering in Jiang Lanyue's ear. "While we could not ascertain the identity of the one behind the private soldiers, we did observe the first female general of the Longsong Kingdom entering and exiting."
Wanqing.
Jiang Lanyue's voice carried an unexpected note of astonishment. Hong Yu nodded slightly, confirming her identity. Jiang Lanyue raised her gaze, her tone calm. "She cannot be the one raising these private soldiers. She lacks the audacity and capability. There must be someone backing her, and we will continue to investigate who that may be." "Understood, my lady," Hong Yu replied. The matter concerning Vice-General Zhang and the Jiang grain shop was undoubtedly linked to her. Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled with determination as she rose, smoothing her gown. Her expression resolute. "You will send a letter to the palace?" "Yes." When the incident involving the Jiang grain shop occurred, Jiang Lanyue had already harbored suspicions regarding Wanqing. After all, she possessed ample motive, and given their conversation the previous day, Jiang Lanyue's doubts had only intensified, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Now that the investigation had clarified matters, it was highly likely that she was indeed the culprit. No wonder she dared to scheme so brazenly against the Jiang family. The person supporting her must have considerable influence. Jiang Lanyue penned the letter and handed it to Hong Yu before returning to the Marquis's residence, directly seeking out Wanqing. When she found Wanqing, the latter was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Amidst the rustling leaves, her movements were as agile as a swimming dragon. It must be said that Mu Wanqing's skills were indeed impressive. Her strength was extraordinary, capable of shattering stones with sheer force. Such martial talent was quite remarkable. Mu Wanqing was aware of Jiang Lanyue's arrival but continued her training, deliberately making Jiang Lanyue wait, hoping to demonstrate the disparity between them. A mere woman from the inner quarters, relying solely on insidious means to scheme against her. What merit did she possess? Those who dared to provoke her must be prepared to face the consequences. Jiang Lanyue did not rush to speak. Instead, she smiled faintly, leisurely taking a seat on a nearby stone bench. Basking in the sunlight, the woman's skin is as delicate as white porcelain, glimmering with a subtle sheen. Her face, breathtakingly beautiful, captivates the heart. Merely sitting there, she becomes a picturesque sight. Upon turning her head, Mu Wanqing catches sight of this scene and furrows her brow, intensifying her training. Jiang Lanyue, with a lack of enthusiasm, glances at her a few times, fully aware of Mu Wanqing's weaknesses. Although Mu Wanqing possesses strength, her balance is unstable and her speed insufficient. While Jiang Lanyue enjoys the warm sun, nearly dozing off, Mu Wanqing finally comes to a halt. Immediately, a servant presents her with a towel and tea. Wiping her fingers, Mu Wanqing exudes an air of arrogance, questioning Jiang's family's resolve. Jiang Lanyue, raising an eyebrow, gazes into the depths of Mu Wanqing's dark eyes, still somewhat drowsy, and asks what she has decided. After rinsing her mouth with tea, Mu Wanqing tosses the towel to the servant, waving them away. In an instant, only Jiang Lanyue and Mu Wanqing remain in the courtyard. With a frown, Mu Wanqing scoffs, pretending to be oblivious. Her conditions are simple: return Xiangou to her and offer half of the Jiang family's fortune. Jiang Lanyue, now fully awake, withdraws her gaze from Mu Wanqing's imposing face and smiles, perhaps disappointing her. She is unworthy to claim anything from the Jiang family. What do you mean? Mu Wanqing's sharp brows furrow, her eyes flashing with anger. Jiang, are you truly not considering your mother or your family? My patience is limited. Wasn't she here to return Xiangou to her? Jiang Lanyue casually tosses a six-winged arrowhead before Mu Wanqing. Her melodious voice carries a dangerous undertone, suggesting that Mu should consider her own future. As Mu Wanqing gazes down at the arrowhead, her brow twitches involuntarily. What does Jiang Lanyue mean? Deputy Jiang. He must have been killed by you, General Mu. Without waiting for Mu Wanqing to guess, Jiang Lanyue directly reveals her intent. Her fair skin and raven hair exude an air of nobility. What, Deputy Jiang? I am unaware of what you speak. Mu Wanqing's fingers tighten slowly at her side. Jiang Lanyue shifts to a more relaxed posture, her delicate fingers propping her chin. She smirks and mentions the arsenic mine, which Mu Wanqing should surely be aware of. Upon hearing the mention of the arsenic mine, color drains from Mu Wanqing's face, and her heart begins to race. Though she stands upright, Jiang Lanyue sits casually on the stone bench, her seemingly frail figure radiating an unsettling authority. This sensation of her own imposing presence being overshadowed frustrates the usually domineering Mu Wanqing. Jiang, discussing this means you do not intend to return Xiangou, correct? Mu Wanqing narrows her eyes, her voice laced with fury. Very well, if you lack compassion, do not expect my righteousness. As for your family and mother, I hope you can endure the consequences. Her words are laden with threats. Jiang Lanyue rises from the stone bench, her stature nearly matching Mu Wanqing's, yet lacking her robust build. Despite her delicate appearance, she exudes a chilling aura. General Mu, I advise you to reveal the truth about the Jiang family's granary and restore my mother's honor, ensuring her safe return to the Jiang residence. Also, if you wish for your son to live, do keep your voice down when speaking with me. Jiang Lanyue's dark, penetrating gaze meets Mu Wanqing's, imbued with an uncanny intensity. Mu Wanqing's brow furrows deeper, her voice seething with anger. Jiang, you wicked woman. Do not think that because Xiangou is in your grasp, you can act with impunity. Jiang Lanyue's lips curve into a faint smile, noting how easily Mu Wanqing is driven to desperation. What will you do? Your son is now my servant, and his life or death rests in my hands. Are you threatening an innocent child, Jiang? Do you not feel shame? Mu Wanqing is incensed by Jiang Lanyue's arrogance, feeling belittled and haunted by her own dark past. Let us not discuss your illegitimate child. Let us speak of other matters. Should the six-winged arrowhead and the arsenic mine fail to persuade you, what about Qishan? Jiang Lanyue taunts, stepping closer, her clear black eyes unwavering. General Mu, is there anything about Qishan that requires further explanation? My demands are simple. Restore the Jiang family granary and my mother's honor, and ensure her safe return. That is all. If you cannot meet these demands, I hope you can bear the consequences. Jiang Lanyue's cold voice lingers as she turns to leave, leaving Mu Wanqing frozen in place, her expression darkening with fury. How is this possible? How does she know about Qishan? Panic seizes Mu Wanqing as she realizes that the secrets of Qishan, if exposed, carry dire consequences. In that moment, she feels as though she is lifting a stone only to have it fall back on her foot. Everything had seemed under her control. She was confident in her victory. Believing she could compel Jiang Lanyue to plead for mercy and reclaim Xiangu even seize half of the Jiang family's fortune. Yet, in a single evening, how had the tide turned, placing Jiang Lanyue in control? Just then, a figure clad in black appears silently. The master wishes to see you. Chapter 33. You almost ruined my grand plan. Sir, may I inquire why the master has summoned me? Mu Wanqing raises her hand in greeting, her heart pounding. Although she had just trained and should feel warm, she suddenly feels a chill in her limbs. The figure coldly utters a single word, Qishan. After speaking, he vanishes as quietly as he arrived. Clenching her fists tightly, Mu Wanqing angrily sweeps everything off the table, gritting her teeth in fury. Jiang Lanyue, just wait. When Mu Wanqing next appears, she finds herself in an imposing palace adorned with intricate carvings. She raises her gaze to the brightly lit hall, her heart trembling at the thought of the person within. The matter of Qishan continues to unsettle her, especially after Jiang Lanyue specifically brought it up. Taking a deep breath, she steps over the high threshold and enters the grand hall. Inside, a lavish celebration unfolds, music fills the air, and dancers sway gracefully. At the center, a woman reclines on a rosewood couch, her cheeks rosy as if kissed by peach blossoms, her eyes, clouded with intoxication, exude a languid charm. Surrounded by silks that accentuate her beauty, she resembles a delicate painting, breathtaking and enchanting. With one hand propping her head, the other dangles lazily by her side, tapping rhythmically in time with the music, exuding an air of comfort and elegance. Mistress. Mu Wanqing approaches, kneeling on one knee in respect, her head bowed, shedding her former arrogance before this woman. The woman lazily glances at Mu Wanqing, her fair hand waving lightly, causing the music to halt and the dancers to cease their movements. Everyone instantly holds their breath and retreats. Until the woman speaks, Mu Wanqing remains with her head lowered, not daring to move. The incense curls around her, enveloping the woman as she straightens her soft body from the couch, her brows lifting in a playful smile. Why are you so far from me, General Mu?
Come closer.
Qin Mingyue's smile is captivating, almost lethal, her voice melodious and enchanting. Yes. Mu Wanqing hastily rose and approached, kneeling at the feet of Qin Mingyue. As she lowered her gaze, she beheld the delicate, porcelain-like feet of Qin Mingyue, the vivid red of her toenails accentuating her flawless skin. Is it beautiful? Qin Mingyue chuckled lightly, raising her bare foot to rest dominantly upon Mu Wanqing's shoulder. Indeed, it is. Mu Wanqing felt the arrogance and humiliation emanating from the woman, yet she kept her head bowed, responding submissively. General Mu has become increasingly bold lately. Qin Mingyue's foot gently shifted from Mu Wanqing's shoulder to her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. At that moment, she was struck by the breathtaking beauty of the woman before her, whose enchanting eyes held a hint of seduction that seemed to ensnare the soul, drawing one irresistibly into her depths, where a flicker of madness gleamed ominously. I do not dare, Mu Wanqing stammered, a chill running down her spine, instinctively wanting to prostrate herself. Yet, Qin Mingyue held her chin with her foot, her melodious voice piercing through the tension. Have I not told you, General Mu, not to kneel so readily? I rather enjoy that proud spirit of yours. Qin Mingyue's laughter rang like silver bells, yet it bore an unsettling quality.
Mu Wanqing involuntarily shuddered.
She would rather face Qin Mingyue's wrath than endure such mocking kindness, for the more Qin Mingyue smiled at her, the more her heart raced with trepidation. Qin Mingyue extended her delicate hand, retrieving a ruby-embellished wine jug from beside her. Tilting it slightly, fragrant wine poured forth, cascading onto her porcelain-like foot. General Mu must be parched. Allow me to bestow upon you a cup of wine. Do drink it all. As she poured, her laughter danced in the air, her white flowing attire slightly ajar, revealing exquisite collarbones that glimmered like flames. each droplet of wine splattering onto her foot before disappearing into the opulent Persian carpet beneath. Mu Wanqing glanced at her feet, contemplating Qin Mingyue's demand, her fists gradually clenching. This was no mere gift of wine. It was a grotesque humiliation, forcing her to kneel and lick the wine from her feet, a task befitting a dog. Not a revered general of the Dragon Song Kingdom. What? Does General Mu look down upon the wine I offer?
Noticing Wanqing's hesitation, Qin Mingyue paused.
A coldness creeping into her previously amused gaze, her aura shifting ominously. Before her stood the esteemed princess of the Dragon Song Kingdom. Even a general like Mu Wanqing dared not act recklessly in her presence. For the sake of her future, Mu Wanqing could only continue to grovel. Thank you for the wine, my lady. Mu Wanqing expressed her gratitude profusely before gently cradling Qin Mingyue's delicate foot in her hands. Lowering her head, she pressed her lips against the back of Qin Mingyue's foot, sipping the remnants of wine with utmost delicacy. Qin Mingyue set the jug aside, leaning back on her hands. Her neck slightly arched, her dark eyes narrowed as she reveled in the sight of Mu Wanqing's subservience. Mu Wanqing's eyes reddened. This act was a profound humiliation for her. All thanks to Jiang Lanyue. One day, she vowed to repay this disgrace tenfold. As Mu Wanqing's tongue traced the smooth skin of the woman, savoring the wine, she moved with the utmost gentleness. Qin Mingyue bit her lip softly, emitting a sound of pleasure. Reclining elegantly upon the phoenix couch, she resembled a peony swaying in the gentle breeze, enchanting and alluring. While Qin Mingyue remained silent, Mu Wanqing dared not cease, striving to please her. Just as the woman's eyes began to flutter, appearing slightly intoxicated, Qin Mingyue unexpectedly kicked Mu Wanqing away. The force sent Mu Wanqing sprawling, her form twisting in the air before crashing down, Qin Mingyue's foot landing heavily upon her chest. In that instant, Mu Wanqing felt as though a tremendous weight had crushed her, a metallic taste filling her mouth. My lady, my lady. Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in terror at Qin Mingyue's sudden shift, fear gripping her heart. The woman seemed utterly unhinged, making it impossible to predict her next move. With a swift kick, Qin Mingyue delivered several more blows, each strike causing Mu Wanqing to curl up involuntarily. Soon, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Mu Wanqing's mouth. Furious, Qin Mingyue exclaimed, "Fool! You nearly thwarted my grand plan." The private troops at Qishan were almost exposed. Qin Mingyue stood barefoot upon the carpet, her gaze icy as she regarded Mu Wanqing. If they had been revealed, I would have ground you to dust in my fury. It is my fault, my lady. Please forgive me, Mu Wanqing pleaded, disregarding her pain as she scrambled to her knees. Qin Mingyue's long hair cascaded like a black waterfall over her shoulders. She twirled a strand around her finger, stating, I do not concern myself with your grievances with the Jiang family. That is your private matter. Your attempt to utilize the arsenic mine was foolish. Had I not received wind of it in time, you would already be a cold corpse. Jiang Lanyue had sent word to the palace to inform the emperor of this matter. Upon receiving the news, the emperor discreetly dispatched someone to investigate, causing me to learn of it sooner. Qin Mingyue had preemptively relocated those private troops, leaving the emperor empty-handed. However, the mine was seized due to selfish exploitation, resulting in significant losses for Qin Mingyue, especially as arsenic was essential for forging six-winged arrows. Do not forget how you attain this position of general, Qin Mingyue said, a slight smirk playing on her lips, her gaze laced with seduction and cruelty. Mu Wanqing repeatedly knocked her head to the ground, insisting, I do not dare forget. I have always remembered. Remember well. You must clean up your mess swiftly. I do not wish for this matter to escalate further, understood? I understand. Mu Wanqing clenched her fists in response, a tempest of fury brewing within her. If she did not provide Jiang Lanyue with an explanation, adhering to her demands, Jiang Lanyue would undoubtedly create further troubles. The princess would not support her nor allow the situation to develop any further. Mu Wanqing seethed at the thought of her carefully laid plans, a scheme to reclaim Xianguo and force Jiang Lanyue to relinquish half of the Jiang family's fortune, now turned to naught. How could she not be enraged? Qin Mingyue extended her hand, glancing at her vibrant toenails and coldly smiled. If you cause me any further displeasure, I shall ensure the Mu clan is eradicated from the Dragon Song Kingdom. I will rectify this matter immediately and will henceforth follow your orders, never acting without your consent.
Mu Wanqing humbly replied,
My lady, the Jiang family has proven to be excessively cunning and treacherous. I have spent years on the battlefield, always straightforward. I am unaccustomed to the deceitful tactics of these inner court women. I beg for your understanding. Mu Wanqing's tone dripped with disdain for Jiang Lanyue, perceiving her as a scheming woman adept at manipulation and betrayal. With a graceful turn, Qin Mingyue reclined back upon the phoenix couch, resting her hand on her forehead, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Wanqing. I have heard that Jiang Lanyue is the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Song Kingdom. Who is more beautiful, her or I? Mu Wanqing raised her gaze to Qin Mingyue, yet her mind conjured the image of Jiang Lanyue's breathtaking beauty, leaving her at a loss for words. Nature indeed possesses a more exquisite allure. Yet, Mu Wanqing continues to flatter Qin Mingyue. In consideration of your sincere heart, I shall offer you a few words of advice. Qin Mingyue's fingers lightly caressed the silk beside her, her movements elegant yet tinged with casualness. 3 days hence, it shall be the Empress Dowager's birthday, during which she will host a banquet for the renowned physicians across the land. Did you not mention that the Jiang family is acquainted with the Moon Physician?
Indeed.
It was Jiang who deliberately incited the Moon Physician to create difficulties for me last time. Remembering her desperate plea for the Moon Physician's assistance at Qianzitang, only to realize it was Jiang Lanyue's intentional act, Mu Wanqing thinks, since she knows the Moon Physician, why not have her summon him? Would that not provide her with an opportunity to shine? Qin Mingyue shifts her posture, her smile radiant as a rose, yet harboring a dangerous edge. A hint of strangeness and darkness lingers in her voice. What if she cannot summon him? After Mu Wanqing exits the grand hall, the words of the princess swirl in her mind, causing her eyes to brighten. The upcoming banquet indeed presents a splendid opportunity. However, she must swiftly resolve matters concerning Jiang's granary, ensuring no trouble reaches the princess. At that moment, Jiang Lanyue waits by the prison gate. Her brows and eyes are like a painting, her gaze as profound as autumn waters, exuding an untainted coolness. Moonlight cascades upon her, draping her in a silvery veil, rendering her ethereal and transcendent. Jiang Lanyue muses that the time is nearly right. With the conversation she had with Mu Wanqing and the letter sent to the emperor. If Mu Wanqing's supporters are astute enough, the matter concerning Jiang's granary should reach a satisfactory conclusion. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue does not have to wait long before she sees her mother, clad in a blue gown, exuding an air of noble grace as she emerges under the escort of the jailer. Mother, are you well? Jiang Lanyue strides forward, her hair flowing in the gentle breeze, lending her an ethereal quality. She embraces Xiaozhi tightly, her emotions surging within. See, mother is perfectly fine. Oh dear. It's been ages since I bathed. I must smell terrible. Please, let go of me. Xiaozhi quickly pushes Jiang Lanyue away, her face adorned with a smile, though her eyes are swollen and red. Upon raising her gaze, Jiang Lanyue understands that her mother must have shed many silent tears. She has never endured such hardship. It must have been a great strain. Mother, let us return home. Jiang Lanyue takes hold of Xiaozhi's hand, her complexion as flawless as white jade. Very well. Xiaozhi nods, advancing a few steps before pausing. Wait for me. She turns back to converse with the jailer, who smiles and waves. Thank you, madam. You are always welcome here. Xiaozhi chuckles. No need for that. I have no desire to return to this dreadful place. After speaking with the jailer, she rejoins Jiang Lanyue. Let us depart. It is time to go home. Mother, what did you discuss with him? Jiang Lanyue inquires. Was it not dull in the dungeon? I play dice with them. They owe me money, but I told them they need not repay me. Xiaozhi shrugs, a mix of helplessness and pride in her voice. Your mother's gambling skills are unparalleled. None can rival me.
Jiang Lanyue, sure.
Did she worry for nothing these past days? Let us go. I must return for a milk bath. I feel quite unclean. Xiaozhi adjusts her hairpin, swaying her waist with a dignified air as she boards Jiang Lanyue's carriage. Jiang Lanyue gazes fondly at her mother, shaking her head in exasperation before following her inside. The carriage arrives at the general's residence, where the servants rejoice at the sight of Xiaozhi and Jiang Lanyue returning together. Xiaozhi's first order of business upon returning home is to bathe and change, followed by a sumptuous meal with Jiang Lanyue. Do eat. You seem to have lost weight. As she savors a fragrant chicken leg, Xiaozhi serves Jiang Lanyue some dishes. Noticing her daughter's lack of appetite, she questions, do tell me honestly, is there something you are concealing from me? Chapter 35. Were it not for special circumstances, you would not be forced into marriage. Not at all, Jiang Lanyue replies with a slight smile, wishing to spare Xiaozhi from worry. No, you are certainly hiding something from me. Xiaoji sets down her chicken leg, gazing seriously at Jiang Lanyue.
Speak.
For whatever it is, your mother can bear it. Jiang Lanyue hesitates, her expression revealing her turmoil. Mother, I have decided to divorce. After much contemplation, she divulges this to Xiaoji. The city's knowledge of Song Ningfeng's intention to take Wanqing as his concubine is widespread. Xiaoji has heard rumors of Jiang Lanyue's desire for a divorce, yet her daughter has never explicitly mentioned it, so she chose to remain oblivious. Understanding Jiang Lanyue's disposition, she waves her hand dismissively, her demeanor relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. Oh, I thought it was something significant. If you wish to divorce, then do so. A woman of fortune should not enter a family devoid of blessings. It is they who lack the fortune. Humph. Surprise flickers across Jiang Lanyue's beautiful face. Mother, you do not blame me? After all, in Longsong Kingdom, a woman's divorce not only jeopardizes her chances of finding a suitable match, but also tarnishes her reputation, bringing disgrace upon her family, making it difficult to hold her head high. Blame you for what? Xiaoji gently strokes Jiang Lanyue's head, her eyes filled with affection. You remember, the Jiang family will always be your home. Your marriage was thrust upon you by your father, who feared your brilliance would attract envy. Though it appears calm, the undercurrents are tumultuous. Your father sought to protect you. Sighing softly, Xiaoji comprehends Jiang's father's intentions. As the sole daughter of the Jiang family, she is cherished. Had it not been for certain special circumstances, he would not have pressured her into marriage and demanded she lead a mundane life in the household. Though your mother may not fully grasp these matters, I trust your father would never harm you. Yet, it seems marriage may not be the best means of safeguarding you now. Xiaoji smiles at Jiang Lanyue, her expression reminiscent of her daughter's radiant beauty. Pursue what you desire freely. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Mother. Jiang Lanyue's long lashes flutter, touched by her mother's support as she embraces Xiaoji tightly. Despite her usual independence, she cannot help but show vulnerability in the presence of her family. Enough, my Yuer has grown up. Since Song Ningfeng is indifferent, a divorce is for the best. Our cherished daughter should not endure their grievances. Xiaoji gently reassures Jiang Lanyue, offering no reproach. Mother, regarding father and my brothers. Jiang Lanyue begins, but Xiaoji gently tucks a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her twinkling eyes. I have faith in your father and brothers. She does not permit Jiang Lanyue to speak further, placing her trust solely in them. I believe they will return safely. After the mother-daughter duo discusses various matters, Jiang Lanyue finally returns to the Marquis's residence. Once she departs, Xiaoji feels the vast general's residence grow even colder and more desolate. Contemplating Jiang Lanyue's divorce, she cannot help but frown. In a world already unjust and harsh towards women, divorce inflicts profound harm. After a divorce, a woman faces prejudice and discrimination, making remarriage exceedingly challenging. Often met with disdain and ridicule, rendering it nearly impossible to find a suitable match. One could say that a divorce devastates a woman's prospects for the latter half of her life. She simultaneously fears for Jiang Lanyue's well-being and worries about the challenges that lie ahead for her daughter. How could Xiaoji possibly remain untroubled and carefree? Jiang Lanyue believed her mother truly exhibited the nonchalance she had just displayed, and with the matter resolved, she finally enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening, Jiang Lanyue first went to the general's residence to fetch Xiaoji, and together they proceeded to the Jiang family grain store. The authorities had released a notice clarifying that the accusations against the Jiang grain store were indeed fabrications, and the grains themselves were free from any issues. The individuals responsible for this treachery had already been apprehended and punished. These culprits were merely scapegoats, offered up by Wanqing to protect those behind her. With the store's seal lifted, Xiaoji reopened the establishment and organized various activities to entice the townsfolk to purchase. The troubles surrounding the Jiang grain store seemed to have been thoroughly resolved. In the following 2 days, Wanqing refrained from causing further mischief, and Jiang Lanyue chose to ignore her. Naturally, Jiang Lanyue kept the murder of Vice Commander Zhang firmly in mind, vowing to avenge him when the opportune moment arose.
Meanwhile,
she busily reached out to her senior brother Nie and the other disciples, inquiring about the whereabouts of her father and brothers. Vice Commander Gu's men had secretly arrived in the northern territories, poised to act at any moment. Jiang Lanyue had hoped that everything would remain tranquil until her father and brothers returned, allowing her to resolve her separation from Song Ningfeng. However, on the 3rd day, Both Song Ningfeng and Wanqing unexpectedly sought her out once more. Song Ningfeng was dressed formally in a deep blue robe, tailored impeccably to complement his tall, robust figure. Beside him, Wanqing had abandoned her usual crimson attire for a water blue gown, harmonizing with Song Ningfeng's ensemble. Her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding a sense of sharpness, and her striking features and piercing gaze maintained the commanding presence of a female general. Standing side by side in their similar attire, they appeared as a perfect pair, akin to a pair of jade-like figures. "Ayu, do hurry and prepare yourself. We must enter the palace," Song Ningfeng urged Jiang Lanyue. She raised her cold, autumn-like gaze, revealing an unapproachable chill within, and inquired, "What is the purpose of my presence in the palace?" "The Empress Dowager has invited renowned physicians from across the realm to treat her ailments. You are acquainted with Physician Yu, are you not? We have already submitted an invitation on your behalf. Naturally, you must accompany us to the palace," Song Ningfeng stated, as if it were a matter of course. "Without my consent, you took it upon yourselves to submit an invitation?" Jiang Lanyue's brows furrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "You truly have an inflated sense of self-importance." These two had presumptuously delivered the invitation to the Empress Dowager. The consequences of not attending were all too clear. Wanqing, frowning, interjected with a mocking tone, "Jiang family, last time Physician Yu made things difficult for you. I would assume you are on very good terms with him. Surely, you can summon him? Indeed, Ayu, do hasten to invite Physician Yu to ensure his presence at court. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager's wrath will be unbearable for both of us." Song Ningfeng coaxed. "Ayu, if he can treat the Empress Dowager, we will also share in the glory." Jiang Lanyue offered a cool smile, her gaze sweeping over the contrasting expressions on their faces. Her smile, reminiscent of a solitary, ethereal snow lotus, radiated a breathtaking beauty. In that instant, she discerned Wanqing's intentions. Since the stage had been set, she would play along. With a slight, enigmatic smile, she replied, "Very well. I shall invite Physician Yu to treat the Empress Dowager." Chapter 36, Schemes. "I eagerly anticipate your invitation to Physician Yu. Ayu, do not delay, remember. Treating the Empress Dowager is of utmost importance," Song Ningfeng urged anxiously. "Ningfeng, since the Jiang family is already aware, we should proceed to the palace. After all, we must first pay our respects, and we cannot afford to wait for her," Wanqing suggested, pausing beside Jiang Lanyue. With a smirk laced with mockery, she added, "Jiang family, I am quite eager to see you summon Physician Yu, for Ningfeng's sake, and to uphold the dignity of the Marquis's residence." Jiang Lanyue's gaze deepened as she watched them depart. 2 hours later, at the Fusho Palace, numerous esteemed physicians had begun to arrive, either recommended by noble families or possessing a certain repute within the capital. The prospect of curing the Empress Dowager promised wealth and status, potentially paving the way for a brilliant career. Such temptation was difficult to resist. Following the audience with the emperor, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing hurried over, greeted warmly by several royal grandchildren. After all, the two had achieved remarkable feats, and the emperor held the younger generation of military leaders in high esteem, making them the center of attention. When Jiang Lanyue arrived, she found the two basking in the admiration of the crowd, an enviable sight. Remembering her father and brothers, and the unjust demise of Vice Commander Zhang, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes. "Jiang family, why are you here alone? Did you not invite Physician Yu to accompany you?" Wanqing remarked, spotting Jiang Lanyue standing alone amidst the crowd. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her crimson gown made her skin appear as pure as snow, her starry eyes harboring a hint of chill. The beauty of her countenance rendered her the most striking figure in the throng. Song Ningfeng, glancing over, noticed that Jiang Lanyue was alone and frowned. He approached her, lowering his voice to inquire, "Where is Physician Yu? Did you not say you would summon him?" "He has already arrived," Jiang Lanyue replied coolly, evading his touch. Her delicate face adorned with an expression as frosty as the moon. "Arrived? Where?" Song Ningfeng looked around, spotting many unfamiliar physicians, but unable to discern the identity of the elusive Physician Yu. "Do not fret. He will appear in due time," Jiang Lanyue responded indifferently. Wanqing strode over, her voice even louder than before. "Jiang family, do summon Physician Yu quickly. We would like to pay our respects to his esteemed presence." Her intention in submitting the invitation under Jiang Lanyue's name was precisely for this moment. She aimed to make the matter of Jiang Lanyue summoning Physician Yu for the Empress Dowager public knowledge. Should the Empress Dowager discover Jiang Lanyue's deception, the repercussions would be dire. The current Empress Dowager was not known for her benevolence. It was said that a mere slight had led to the execution of an entire family of a palace maid. Wanqing had previously resolved to employ various means to thwart Jiang Lanyue from summoning Physician Yu. Little did she know, Jiang Lanyue had not even ventured to Qianzitang, let alone invited Physician Yu. This development played perfectly into Wanqing's hands. As Wanqing's gaze swept over the solitary figure of Jiang Lanyue, a cold smirk emerged within her. It seemed that Jiang Lanyue's relationship with Physician Yu was not as strong as she had claimed. The physicians surrounding them erupted into excitement at the mention of Physician Yu. Physician Yu, who among the esteemed medical families of the Four Nations is unaware of his illustrious name. He is the most skilled physician of Lungsong Nation, akin to the legendary Hua Tuo, rumored to possess the ability to revive the dead with a single silver needle. There is no ailment he cannot cure. Due to his eccentric temperament and elusive whereabouts, his appearance and age remained a mystery. However, through various legends, many believed Physician Yu to be an elderly sage, perhaps even a reincarnation of a celestial being. Naturally, the prospect of meeting the reclusive physician stirred excitement among the crowd. "Where is Physician Yu? I am eager to pay my respects," one exclaimed. "Me too. Physician Yu is my greatest idol. If I could meet him today, it would truly be a worthwhile journey." Another chimed in. The esteemed physicians were filled with anticipation and curiosity, chattering amongst themselves. A cold smile flickered across Wanqing's face as she proclaimed loudly, "The young mistress of the Ho residence has indeed sent an invitation to the Empress Dowager, assuring that she will invite the Moon Divine Physician." "Young mistress? Where is the Moon Divine Physician? Please tell us swiftly." "Yes, yes, we are all eager to meet him," amidst the clamoring voices urging for answers. A glint of malice flashed in Wanqing's eyes as she awaited the outcome of Jiang Lanyue's predicament. Just then, the chief eunuch announced in a resonant voice, "The Empress Dowager has arrived." The noble and elegant Empress Dowager approached slowly, flanked by a retinue of palace maids. Draped in a sumptuous purple robe adorned with intricate golden and silver threads, embroidered with blooming peonies, her luxurious attire could not mask her pallid complexion. Her figure appeared quite frail, and with every few steps, a cough could be heard. Supported by the maids, she took her seat upon the intricately carved rosewood throne, embellished with dragon and phoenix motifs. Though her form was slender and somewhat sickly, her eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity, exuding great authority and insight. The assembly promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the Empress Dowager." After a light cough, the Empress Dowager raised her hand dismissively. "Rise." The attendees expressed their gratitude before standing. Her sharp gaze swept across the gathered nobles and physicians, her expression neutral. Today, the Empress Dowager had summoned renowned physicians from across the realm to treat her ailments, while the noble families came to present their tributes, eager to make a good impression. A minister stepped forward first, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, we are deeply concerned for your health. We present this rare 200-year-old fire spirit mushroom, wishing for your swift recovery and longevity." The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, accepted. Following her decree, a eunuch stepped forward to collect the fire spirit mushroom and bestow rewards upon the minister. The remaining ministers hurriedly offered their tributes as well. When it was Wanqing's turn, she presented her gift with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is a nourishing pill crafted by the Moon Divine Physician. May it bring you health and longevity." Upon hearing the name of the Moon Divine Physician, the Empress Dowager's previously indifferent demeanor brightened noticeably. "Indeed, the nourishing pills of the Moon Divine Physician are exceedingly rare," murmured the gathered physicians. "This single pill surpasses all other tonics, including century-old ginseng and deer antler, and can be beneficial for various ailments. Indeed, it works wonders for the weak." General Mu's offering of the Moon Divine Physician's nourishing pill will surely earn the Empress Dowager's favor. The notable physicians exchanged astonished and envious glances upon Wanqing's presentation of the nourishing pill. "Quickly bring it here for me to examine," the Empress Dowager commanded, raising her hand slightly. The chief eunuch hastened to retrieve the pill from Wanqing. Jiang Lanyue cast a calm glance at Wanqing, surprised to see her concoction so readily offered. Though the nourishing pill held no rarity for her, in the hands of another, it had transformed into an exceedingly precious treasure. The Empress Dowager inhaled the aroma of the nourishing pill, her smile widening as she praised, truly worthy of the Moon Divine Physician. Just the scent invigorates the spirit. The gift from General Mu has deeply touched my heart. Summon that jade pendant to reward General Mu. Yes, Your Majesty, the chief eunuch replied, departing to fetch the pendant. Mu Wanqing turned her gaze toward Jiang Lanyue, intentionally stating, Your Majesty, this nourishing pill of mine is nothing of consequence. The young mistress of the Ho residence has the ability to summon the Moon Divine Physician to treat you.
Oh?
The Empress Dowager's tone bore a hint of skepticism and authority. Indeed, I have received an invitation from the Ho residence stating that the Moon Divine Physician will be summoned. Should anyone succeed in curing my ailment, they shall be amply rewarded and granted any single request. The mention of a request that could grant wealth, status, or power astonished the assembly, their eyes widening in disbelief. All gazes turned toward Jiang Lanyue, drawn by the immense temptation. Mu Wanqing raised her brows defiantly, proclaiming loudly, Jiang, you must quickly summon the Moon Divine Physician. Do not keep the Empress Dowager waiting. Yes, swiftly bring forth the Moon Divine Physician. Others chimed in, each displaying varied expressions. Seated above, the Empress Dowager cast a stern glance at Jiang Lanyue. Jiang, you have indeed sent an invitation to me. Where's the Moon Divine Physician? Before Jiang Lanyue could respond, Mu Wanqing feigned astonishment. Jiang, you surely did not actually summon the Moon Divine Physician, did you? The crowd erupted in murmurs. They had not considered this possibility. They had only heard that the Moon Divine Physician was to come and were filled with eager anticipation. How brazen! To toy with the Empress Dowager and to presume to leverage the Moon Divine Physician's name for personal gain. They had expected to meet the Moon Divine Physician today. Evidently, it was yet another empty promise. The Moon Divine Physician was known for his elusive nature. Did they truly believe that anyone could summon him at will? Indeed. That Jiang is merely a woman of the inner court. What merit does she possess to know the Moon Divine Physician? Listening to the crowd's anger and derision, Jiang Lanyue remained composed, her deep, beautiful eyes reflecting calm indifference. Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed in righteous indignation as she rebuked, Jiang, you are out of line. You cannot summon the Moon Divine Physician, yet you dared to present an invitation to the Empress Dowager. How dare you mock her? You should promptly kneel and apologize to the Empress Dowager, begging for her mercy. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Lanyue, you have angered the Empress Dowager. You are doomed. Anger surfaced on the Empress Dowager's pale face as she struck her armrest, exclaiming, Jiang, you dare to deceive your sovereign. Do you not realize your crime? The Empress Dowager's wrath cast a pall of fear over the assembly, who held their breath in trepidation. Song Ningfeng, standing beside Jiang Lanyue, lowered his head and urgently whispered, Ayue, did you not say the Moon Divine Physician had arrived? Where is he? He will not come, she replied, disinterested in explaining. Given the crowd's attitude, even if she revealed her true identity, no one would believe her. It would only lead to more trouble. What? Song Ningfeng clenched his fists, his face draining of color. He cast a disappointed glance at Jiang Lanyue. Earlier, she had claimed the Moon Divine Physician was present, and he had believed her. Now it appeared she had lied throughout, merely to save face. Had she informed him sooner, he could have devised a plan. But now, with the Empress Dowager enraged, there was no turning back. Song Ningfeng quickly bowed to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the invitation was solely Jiang's doing. The Ho residence was unaware. I implore you to see the truth. In an effort to protect himself, he had cast her into the fray. The invitation clearly stemmed from Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing, submitted without her consent. Jiang Lanyue's heart brimmed with mockery, her dark eyes glinting with coldness. Mu Wanqing hastily concurred. Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter rests solely on Jiang. It has nothing to do with the Ho residence or anyone else. With a feigned sigh, she added, Jiang, in her pursuit of fame, dares to present an invitation in the name of the Moon Divine Physician. It is truly disgraceful. Indeed, to mock even the Empress Dowager, she must be taught a lesson. The crowd echoed Mu Wanqing's sentiments, their fervor rising. The Empress Dowager's anger intensified, for never before had anyone dared to play such tricks upon her. Seize this audacious poisoner and subject her to the most severe punishment, the Empress declared, her voice brimming with wrath. Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of excitement and exhilaration. The ultimate punishment? Indeed, the Empress was not to be trifled with. Jiang, this is the consequence of your offense against me. You shall meet your deserved fate. Jiang Lanyue observed the triumphant expression upon Wanqing's face, her gaze icy and composed. Just as the guards prepared to act, Jiang Lanyue stepped forward, raising her hand to salute the Empress. Your Majesty, I confess that I did not summon Dr. Yu. However, Dr. Yu has instructed me to tend to your ailment. The Empress's aged eyes flickered with disdain, quickly morphing into a sardonic smile. And you presume to do this? A mere woman from a marquis's household, who only manages the household accounts. Chapter 38. Do you have any final words? Indeed, it is I, Jiang Lanyue replied, her slender figure standing with an elegant demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. The Empress's eyes narrowed in anger. Jiang, at this juncture, you dare to be so brazen? Drag her away at once. I wish to see her no more. The guards swiftly encircled Jiang Lanyue, but at that moment, a eunuch's voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. In an instant, Qin Tianyu, clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, strode forward, flanked by a throng of attendants. He chuckled amiably, Mother. What a lively gathering we have here. Long live His Majesty. Long live. The crowd knelt, paying their respects. Qin Tianyu made his way to the Empress, greeting her before taking a seat beside her. Mother, what has stirred such commotion? He soon noticed Jiang Lanyue, surrounded by guards. Dressed in a scarlet gown, her beauty radiant as the sun, with jet-black hair and fair skin, she exuded an air of cold nobility, even in peril. There was no trace of panic upon her face. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes remained tranquil and unruffled. This Jiang claims to have summoned Dr. Yu to treat me. Yet she is merely toying with me, the Empress fumed. Are you aware of what she just said, Your Majesty? Qin Tianyu, intrigued, inquired. What did she say? She audaciously claimed that Dr. Yu sent her to treat me. How could a mere woman possess medical knowledge? Does she presume her skills surpass those of renowned physicians? The Empress's gaze was filled with contempt for Jiang Lanyue. After glancing at Jiang Lanyue, Qin Tianyu smiled and suggested, Mother, since Dr. Yu has been mentioned, perhaps she possesses unique skills. Why not allow her a chance? Unlike others, Qin Tianyu was well aware of Jiang Lanyue's capabilities. Her willingness to assist the Empress could prove beneficial. His words stunned those present. Was the Emperor truly advocating for Jiang Lanyue? What merit did she possess? The Empress, frowning at Qin Tianyu's words, replied with displeasure, Your Majesty, you are being foolishly filial. Can my health withstand such trials? Mother, that was not my intention, Qin Tianyu countered. Indeed, what the Empress says is true. Her health cannot be trifled with. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice interrupted, silencing the assembly. The crowd turned to see a tall, striking man clad in a vivid red robe, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Long live the King of Nan'an! The crowd gasped and knelt once more, astonished by the unexpected appearance of not only the Emperor, but also the elusive King of Nan'an at the Empress's banquet for renowned physicians. Quickly, prepare a seat for the King of Nan'an. The Empress, typically indifferent towards him, appeared pleased by his presence. Ninth uncle, Qin Tianyu greeted with a slight smile.
Zhu Chenzi.
With long strides, elegantly seated himself, his demeanor calm as he remarked, Your Majesty, concern can often lead to chaos. Implicitly, he suggested that the Emperor's desire to have Jiang Lanyue treat the Empress was unwise. Qin Tianyu, maintaining his composure, replied, What do you propose I should do, ninth uncle? He deftly shifted the question back to Chu Qingyi, testing his stance. Chu Qingyi, his slender fingers idly playing with a string of black prayer beads, surveyed Jiang Lanyue, whose beauty was impossible to overlook. He stated, Since today is a gathering of esteemed physicians summoned by the Empress, it is only fitting that they exhibit their skills. The Empress's health is not to be entrusted to just anyone. With that, he effectively dismissed the notion of Jiang Lanyue treating the Empress. Qin Tianyu frowned, wishing to defend Jiang Lanyue, yet he could not disclose her remarkable medical skills, knowing they would be met with skepticism. The Empress nodded in agreement with Chu Qingyi's words, adding, Indeed, I summoned you all to cure my ailment. Whoever succeeds shall have my word, but should anyone attempt to exploit this opportunity for ulterior motives, I shall not be lenient. Seize her and drag her away for the harshest punishment. The Empress's face darkened as she pointed at Jiang Lanyue, her voice filled with fury. Mother! Qin Tianyu exclaimed in alarm. The harshest punishment? You are being too ruthless. Wait! Jiang Lanyue interjected coldly. The Empress scoffed, Jiang, do you have any final words? Jiang Lanyue met the Empress's gaze and calmly stated, Your Majesty, Do you suffer from dryness in your mouth, lack of appetite, acid reflux, nausea, and coldness in your limbs? The Empress furrowed her brow, astonished at how Jiang Lanyue knew this. To practice medicine, one must observe, listen, inquire, and examine. This is merely a preliminary assessment based on your appearance. A proper diagnosis requires pulse examination. Jiang Lanyue's clear voice resonated in the hall.
Mu Wanqing frowned.
Doubt creeping in. Could Jiang Lanyue truly possess medical knowledge? Among the gathered physicians, one scoffed. The Empress's condition is well known. You must have overheard our earlier discussion, correct? I had thought you were a healer, but it seems you are merely eavesdropping. Indeed, the Empress's ailment is no secret. It is not surprising that she would know. Another added. Relieved, Mu Wanqing thought to herself that Jiang Lanyue, an ordinary woman from the inner chamber, could not possibly be a healer. Chu Qingyi smirked slightly, his dark eyes sweeping over the physicians who had mocked Jiang Lanyue. He coldly remarked, since these esteemed physicians are so confident, perhaps the Empress should allow them to examine her first. Her health is of paramount importance. With that statement, he effectively closed off Jiang Lanyue's opportunity to treat the Empress. Qin Tianyu's brow furrowed as he sought to defend Jiang Lanyue, but he could not reveal her expertise, as no one would believe him. The Empress slightly nodded, conceding. Very well, Jiang, I shall grant you a brief reprieve. After finishing her words, the Empress cast a regal glance over the assembly of esteemed physicians, declaring that as renowned healers, they ought to be able to treat her ailments. Step forward, one by one, to diagnose me, she commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Driven by the prospect of generous rewards and the promise of fulfilling any wish, the physicians hurriedly approached her. The first to take the pulse was a well-known elder physician from the capital, initially brimming with confidence as he stroked his beard while examining the Empress. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern. What is it? The Empress noticed the change in his demeanor, and her gaze turned icy. The old physician fell to his knees, trembling as he confessed, Your Majesty's pulse is weak and frail, indicating severe depletion of vital energy and blood.
Alas.
My humble skills may not suffice to remedy this illness. In a fit of rage, the Empress kicked the old man, her brows knitting together. You call yourself a renowned physician? Useless wretch. Take him away. Please spare me, Your Majesty. His pleas faded as the guards dragged him from the chamber. With one physician dismissed, the remaining healers continued to line up, but as more of their peers were taken away, the pressure on them intensified. Many had already attempted to treat the Empress, including the palace physicians, yet none had succeeded. Has the art of healing truly fallen to such depths? An elderly man named Pan Yuanhai, a highly regarded physician in the capital known as the Saint of Medicine, addressed the assembly, shaking his head at the ineffectiveness of the others. Pan Lao is here. He will surely cure the Empress, they murmured, recognizing his reputation as one of the most skilled healers in the city, second only to the mysterious moon god physician. As Pan Yuanhai approached to take the Empress's pulse, the others looked on with hopeful anticipation. The Empress's expression softened slightly, indicating her awareness of Pan's esteemed name. He had recently returned from his travels, and, during his examination, Qin Tianyu's gaze fell upon a slender figure in the crowd, whose calm demeanor offered him reassurance. Seated nearby, the Prince of Nannan, tall and languid, appeared detached as he absent-mindedly played with his prayer beads, propping his chin on one hand while his eyes closed slightly, seeming out of place among the anxious physicians. It was only when Pan Yuanhai mentioned a nourishing elixir that Jiang Lanyue spoke up, her voice clear and melodious, capturing the attention of all. Do not administer the nourishing elixir to the Empress, although she is weak and depleted, if we do not first address the underlying issues of stagnation within her. Such a remedy may provide only temporary relief and ultimately harm her more. Her assertion caused the assembly to pause in surprise. Jiang, do you possess medical knowledge to speak so boldly before Pan Lao? Mu Wanqing scoffed, suggesting she should remain silent to avoid incurring a severe punishment. Indeed, the Empress's condition is dire, and the nourishing elixir from General Mu is a potent remedy. Others chimed in, praising Mu Wanqing. Just as the Empress prepared to reward Mu with a jade pendant, Pan Yuanhai stroked his beard and interjected, the lady's words hold truth. However, if we delay administering the nourishing elixir, do you comprehend the potential consequences, Lady Jiang? She will reject all nourishment and succumb to weakness and death, Jiang Lanyue replied calmly. Gasps filled the room as the physicians realized they had all diagnosed the Empress's condition, but were powerless to treat it. Jiang Lanyue's candidness was rare in the capital.
How dare you curse me?
The Empress seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. Your Majesty, as the patient, it is unwise to ignore the severity of your condition. Jiang Lanyue responded, her brilliant eyes unwavering. The Empress, furious, slammed her hand on the table. Your internal stagnation is severe. Do not provoke further anger. Jiang Lanyue retorted coldly.
Someone.
Bring her to me. The Empress had never encountered such audacity. Pan Yuanhai interjected, Your Majesty, please, let us hear her out.
Pan Lao.
Could it be she truly understands medicine? Do you believe her words? The Empress's skepticism was palpable. Pan Yuanhai did not respond to her, but instead focused intently on Jiang Lanyue, discussing earnestly, I am aware of the Empress's stagnation, but currently, it can only be alleviated by the moon god physician's 13 ghostly needles. No medication will suffice. I believe the nourishing elixir is the best option. No need for 13 needles. Jiang Lanyue's brow arched slightly, a graceful smile gracing her lips as her scarlet dress fluttered in the breeze, her delicate face glowing with beauty. 9 needles will suffice.
What?
Pan Yuanhai gasped in astonishment. Do you also know the ghost needle therapy? Jiang Lanyue approached the Empress, producing a set of silver needles from her case, each gleaming in the light. Curiosity piqued, the onlookers leaned in. Guards moved to protect the Empress, but Qin Tianyu swiftly commanded them to stand down. Jiang Lanyue regarded the Empress, her pale fingers deftly grasping a silver needle. It may hurt a little. Please bear with it, Your Majesty. With that, she brought the needle down, eliciting a pained cry from the Empress. Bold Jiang, do you seek to harm me? Emperor, seize her at once. The Empress's face contorted in agony, her ability to move stifled by Jiang Lanyue's needle. To heal, one must remain tranquil, Jiang Lanyue stated, her fingers lightly pressing 2 acupoints on the Empress's neck, rendering her unable to speak. Wanqing sprang forward, her demeanor fierce as she declared, Your Majesty, Jiang Lanyue seeks to harm you. I must ensure your safety and bring her to justice.
Stand down.
Qin Tianyu's authoritative voice echoed through the hall, while treating the Empress. None shall disturb her. Those who defy this order shall face severe punishment. Chapter 40. What manner of enigma is this? A hush fell over the crowd, with Wanqing silenced by the sudden gravity of the moment. Jiang Lanyue had unwittingly become the focal point, immersed in her task of healing the Empress. Undeterred by the reactions surrounding her, Chu Qingyi, with his graceful form, shifted his attention to Jiang Lanyue as she skillfully administered the needles. Her slender wrist, marked by a small dark spot, stood out against her porcelain skin. Her movements were precise, alternating between gentle lifts and deeper penetrations of the skin. Her control over the needles impeccable. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles, 9 needles. Each insertion left Pan Yuanhai in awe, as her technique bore a striking resemblance to the legendary moon god physician's ghostly needles. Throughout the procedure, Pan Yuanhai observed with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. The physicians who once mocked Jiang Lanyue now instinctively held their breath as she performed acupuncture, enveloped in an unexpected silence. Witnessing her masterful technique, they realized, to their astonishment, that she indeed possessed profound medical knowledge. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Lanyue carefully removed the silver needles, liberating the Empress Dowager's acupoints. Exhausted yet revitalized, the Empress Dowager sat back in her chair, a fine sheen of sweat glistening upon her brow. Her limbs, once cold as ice, now radiated warmth. The discomfort that had plagued her stomach was alleviated significantly, replaced by a burgeoning appetite, a sensation she had long forgotten. In her usual state, the Empress Dowager had little desire to eat, often regurgitating whatever she consumed. Over time, this had rendered her unable to nourish herself as a healthy person would, leading to a cascade of ailments. Pan Yuanhai, regaining his composure from the initial shock, hurried to take her pulse. After examining her, his face was a canvas of astonishment and joy. Incredible, madam. Your 9 needles have remarkably alleviated half of the Empress Dowager's distress. To completely resolve her condition, however, will require a gradual approach, as her body is currently fragile. Jiang Lanyue's ethereal beauty was accentuated by the soft light, her demeanor exuding an innate coolness. Pan Yuanhai was once again astounded. It was not that she was incapable. Rather, the Empress Dowager's physical state had limited her recovery. This young lady, scarcely in her 20s, possessed a skill that left even seasoned practitioners like himself in awe. What extraordinary talent was this? Even in his old age, he felt humbled by her prowess. "I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness, madam," he said, bowing deeply, oblivious to their age difference, bowing to her undeniable skill. "Please do not be so formal, Elder Pan. Your esteemed medical expertise is well known. And you are indeed a physician worthy of respect," Jiang Lanyue replied graciously, assisting him to his feet. Compared to the quacks, this venerable healer had saved countless lives, embodying the true spirit of benevolence. The other physicians, witnessing Pan Yuanhai's respectful demeanor towards Jiang Lanyue, felt an inexplicable heat rise to their faces, as if they had been soundly slapped. Especially those who had led the mockery of Jiang Lanyue, they longed to vanish into the earth. "Madam, we were indeed disrespectful earlier, and we hope you will not hold it against us," they admitted, realizing their grave error in judging her by her youth. The moonlight illuminated her porcelain features, and Jiang Lanyue smiled softly, choosing not to dwell on their transgressions. What sorcery was this? Jiang Wanqing was rendered speechless, her expression one of utter shock, as if she had swallowed a fly. Song Ningfeng's countenance was also pallid, for he had not anticipated Jiang Lanyue's medical acumen to be so profound. Earlier, in an effort to shield the marquise from scandal, he had callously distanced Jiang Lanyue, casting all blame upon her. Surely, she must despise him now. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the poised Chu Qingyi, seated at the head of the assembly, raised his hand elegantly in applause. Possessing a visage that could eclipse the very heavens, his gaze contained a hint of beguiling charm, rendering others hesitant to meet his eyes. "Madam of the Marquise, your talents are truly remarkable," he exclaimed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Empress Dowager, how do you feel now?" "Mother, are you feeling any better?" inquired Qin Tianyu with genuine concern. Jiang Wanqing again turned her eager gaze towards the Empress Dowager, aware that if the Empress Dowager declared Jiang Lanyue's medical skills inadequate, she too would face repercussions. The Empress Dowager's authoritative gaze scrutinized Jiang Lanyue anew, her own body being the best judge of the changes that had occurred since the needles were removed. "Jiang Lanyue, it seems I have misjudged you due to my waning eyesight. Since it was the moon goddess physician who sent you to treat me, I entrust my health to you from here on. Do you have any objections?" The Empress Dowager was astute, having finally found someone capable of alleviating her ailments. She had no desire to further antagonize Jiang Lanyue. However, as the Empress Dowager, she could not stoop to apologize. Thus she glossed over her earlier intentions of punishing Jiang Lanyue with vague words. Jiang Lanyue had no expectations of an apology, her smile as delicate as morning mist. "I shall not betray the trust placed in me by the moon goddess physician." Instantly, the Empress Dowager's demeanor brightened, her hand waving grandly. "Jiang Lanyue, you have performed a great service for me. You shall be rewarded handsomely." "Empress Dowager, may I request a particular item as part of my reward?" Jiang Lanyue said coolly. Her eyes sparkled like stars yet bore an icy demeanor, her exquisite countenance appearing even more aloof under the light, deterring any who might dare to approach. "What would you like me to bestow upon you?" queried the Empress Dowager. Jiang Lanyue's cold gaze swept disdainfully over Mu Wanqing's mortified expression. Just that glance made Mu Wanqing's temples throb, a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. Jiang Lanyue smiled faintly, her slender fingers pointing towards a jade pendant resting on the head eunuch's tray. "That pendant."
Boom.
Mu Wanqing's complexion drained of color, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. While others might not comprehend the significance of that jade pendant, the moment Mu Wanqing laid eyes on it, her heart raced with excitement. It represented the glory of the Mu family, a legacy of their illustrious past. Once a noble lineage, the family had since fallen from grace, and somehow, the pendant had ended up in the Empress Dowager's possession. Mu Wanqing quickly bowed, her expression tense. "Empress Dowager, you previously declared that this jade pendant would be awarded to me." "Empress Dowager, I merely wish for that jade pendant as my reward," Jiang Lanyue's icy voice interrupted. As their gazes locked, a silent battle of wills ignited in the air. Had she lacked medical skills, she might have faced dire consequences today. Far beyond merely losing a piece of jade, Jiang Lanyue was not one to accept defeat quietly. If they would not comply, she would fight back. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress Dowager declared, "Let the jade pendant be granted to Jiang Lanyue. As for General Mu, I shall select a more suitable reward for you." "Thank you, Empress Dowager," Jiang Lanyue replied with a composed bow. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth, her face shifting through a spectrum of emotions. This was far from over. Jiang Lanyue's obsidian eyes sparkled with a subtle smile. Empress Dowager, might I propose one more request? The Empress Dowager nodded, exuding confidence. I am always true to my word. Speak. What do you desire? Power, status, or wealth? All eyes were fixated on Jiang Lanyue, filled with envy as they speculated on her forthcoming request. You must be considering the Marquise, even if just a little, for it is your home, thought Song Ningfeng, who had cast Jiang Lanyue aside to avoid trouble earlier. Now that she was to receive a reward, although he felt somewhat shameless for his actions, they were driven by the welfare of the entire Marquise. Jiang Lanyue, ever the sensible and pragmatic one, would surely not hold a grudge for his earlier dismissal. She understood her current vulnerability, having lost her family, and would undoubtedly seek the Marquisate's support in the future. If she were wise, she would secure some benefits for the Marquise. Listening to Song Ningfeng, Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a cold, beautiful smile. She responded with 3 simple words, dream on. At this, Song Ningfeng's complexion turned as dark as soot. Meanwhile, Wanqing was filled with a sense of foreboding, convinced that Jiang Lanyue would turn her sights on her. How could Jiang Lanyue, once a target of scorn, now be the center of admiration, even garnering respect from the esteemed Pan Yuanhai? 9th Prince. What do you think her request will be? Qin Tianyu cast a sidelong glance at the man beside him, whose demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Chu Qingyi, with his strikingly handsome visage, bore a rather impassive expression. His thin lips curled slightly, revealing his disinterest. Is that so? Qin Tianyu remarked with a slight smirk. Typically, the 9th Prince would not make an appearance in such settings, and yet today he lingered inexplicably longer than usual. Naturally, Qin Tianyu did not believe that the 9th Prince harbored any interest in his junior master, as it was common knowledge that the object of his affections was none other than his cherished white moonlight. Nevertheless, Qin Tianyu found himself pondering the purpose behind the 9th Prince's visit to the Fusho Palace, for he was known to act only when there was something to gain. With a smile, Qin Tianyu mused aloud. The young mistress of the Marquise' household likely would not mention money, nor would she seek power. Chu Qingyi elongated his legs and gently rubbed the Buddhist beads with his pale fingers, his voice cool and detached. Your Majesty, are you quite familiar with the young mistress of the Marquise' household? A sense of unease crept over Qin Tianyu, as if he were about to fall into the cunning trap set by this wily prince. I'm merely guessing, he replied awkwardly, deciding against further conversation. For too many words could lead to missteps. The matters concerning Jiang Lanyue, his junior master, were best kept from prying eyes. While Qin Tianyu and Chu Qingyi engaged in their hushed exchange, others speculated in low tones about what demands Jiang Lanyue might make. Curiosity ran rampant among the attendees. Noticing Jiang Lanyue's continued silence, the Empress Dowager interjected, Jiang, have you decided what you wish to ask for? Speak freely. I shall certainly support your request. Jiang Lanyue smiled faintly, her smile radiant like fireworks, breathtakingly beautiful. Your Majesty, I wish for General Mu. She raised her elegant, pale hand, pointing to Wanqing, and in a tone both icy and resolute, declared, slap me until I am satisfied. A gasp echoed throughout the hall, as all present stared in disbelief. Were their ears deceiving them? Her request was to have General Mu slap her? At that moment, all eyes turned towards Wanqing, who stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Jiang Lanyue would make such an outrageous demand. Jiang, are you certain this is your request? You do not wish for wealth or power. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, surprised by Jiang's unconventional approach. Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his dark eyes. The young mistress of the Marquise' household was indeed unlike ordinary women. This was becoming rather interesting. Qin Tianyu suppressed a smile, confident that his junior master would not desire such mundane trappings. Yet, she had publicly targeted Wanqing, bringing the intrigue of the inner court into the open, transforming it into a direct confrontation. How would Wanqing respond to this turn of events? Jiang Lanyue performed a slight bow. Your Majesty, what I have stated is indeed my wish. Wanqing, frowning and displeased, retorted, Jiang, I am aware of your jealousy and disdain towards me. Even if we have our grievances or misunderstandings, they are private matters between us. You should not address them in this setting. Before Wanqing could finish, Jiang Lanyue coldly interjected, knowing I detest you, why do you not silence yourself? Previously, Wanqing had attempted to undermine her, and Jiang had already tolerated enough of her twisted narratives. Mu Wanqing had not anticipated Jiang Lanyue's bluntness, leaving her without any dignity. Her face darkened with anger, nearly distorting her features. Jiang Lanyue's striking eyes regarded her with disdain. What I request from the Empress Dowager is my private matter. Do you wish to usurp her authority? I do not, Mu Wanqing stammered, her frustration rendering her incoherent. I implore the Empress Dowager to uphold her promise. Jiang Lanyue's words rang with conviction. She had not forgotten the injustice suffered by Deputy General Zhang at Mu Wanqing's hands. His death had left his family in despair. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it was only fitting to seek some form of retribution. The Empress Dowager, taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's unexpected demand, found herself at a loss.
Mu Wanqing hastily knelt, pleading.
Your Majesty, you cannot grant her request. You have proclaimed me the foremost female general of Longsong Nation, a paragon for all women. If you allow me to slap myself, it would be a disgrace to all women. You do not represent all women, General Mu, Jiang Lanyue replied with a mocking smile, her delicate features betraying a hint of scorn. Not every woman is willing to be a concubine, nor would they forsake their virtue prior to marriage. In her previous plea to the Empress Dowager, Mu Wanqing had carried herself with an air of superiority as the first female general.
Yet,
as Jiang Lanyue ruthlessly exposed her flaws, Mu Wanqing's pride crumbled, her face burning with humiliation, wishing fervently to tear Jiang Lanyue apart. Jiang Lanyue's words were indeed venomous. Jiang, do not overstep your bounds. Mu Wanqing shouted, her face darkened with rage. Jiang Lanyue, with her exquisite features, replied coldly, General Mu, could you point out where I have spoken incorrectly? Despite the harshness of Jiang Lanyue's words, they were rooted in truth. Were it not for Mu Wanqing's status as the first female general, her actions would have undoubtedly drawn disdain from any other woman in the realm. The Empress Dowager raised her hand to her forehead, contemplating her decision. Soon, her authoritative voice echoed through the hall. General Mu, you have my apologies. Let us proceed. Your Majesty, Mu Wanqing gasped, her face filled with disbelief. I am unwell. General Mu, please hasten. The Empress Dowager added, her tone firm. As Mu Wanqing clenched her teeth, a torrent of humiliation and fury coursed through her. She felt the weight of all eyes upon her, each gaze laced with derision and anticipation. To strike herself publicly. For someone who valued her reputation and took pride in her identity as the first female general, this was a fate worse than death. With hesitation, Mu Wanqing raised her hand and slapped herself. With gritted teeth, she followed with another slap. The once valiant general on the battlefield now appeared feeble and powerless in this moment of disgrace. Jiang Lanyue lowered her gaze, her long, thick lashes casting shadows across her face, her expression serene, yet her tone icy as frost. Fuming with rage, Mu Wanqing shot a glare at Jiang Lanyue, wishing to devour her whole. The sound of her slaps echoed through the hall, sharp and resounding, causing discomfort to those who listened. Song Ningfeng, standing nearby, frowned, feeling a pang of sympathy, but who would dare oppose the Empress Dowager's decree? The other esteemed physicians looked on with mixed feelings, unable to fathom that their purpose for coming to treat the Empress Dowager had turned into such a spectacle. Mu Wanqing had lost count of how many times she had struck herself. Only when her face and hands felt numb did Jiang Lanyue finally declare, enough. At last, Mu Wanqing ceased her self-inflicted punishment. Once a striking and graceful figure, her visage now resembled that of a swollen pig, marked by fingerprints and stained with blood from her split lip, a sight of utter disgrace. This was her first time experiencing such humiliation in front of so many, and Mu Wanqing's desire for revenge against Jiang Lanyue swelled within her heart, a yearning to repay this affront tenfold. I am weary as well. Let us conclude for today, the Empress Dowager announced, rising to her feet, thereby granting Mu Wanqing a reprieve. The gathered assembly bowed in respect, bidding farewell to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, supported by the chief eunuch, descended from the high platform. Upon reaching the side of Jiang Lanyue, she paused and said, Jiang, I have fulfilled your request. You must remember to come and treat me. Yes, Your Majesty, Jiang Lanyue replied with a faint smile. Next time, you shall pay for the consultation. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Very well, I shall not let you treat me for free. After the Empress Dowager departed, the Emperor and Prince of Nan'an followed suit, and the noble youths and renowned physicians gradually dispersed. Stop! Just as Jiang Lanyue was about to leave, the irate Mu Wanqing, whose face was swollen, called out to her. General Mu, do you have further instructions? Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at her, nearly stifling a laugh. The sight of Mu Wanqing's red and swollen face, marked with 5 finger imprints, juxtaposed with her furious expression, was indeed quite comical. Are you satisfied now that I have been embarrassed before so many people? Mu Wanqing clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Jiang Lanyue smiled nonchalantly. I suppose that's satisfactory. You. Mu Wanqing felt a pang of anger in her chest, her complexion darkening further. Give me the jade pendant. She was done with circumnavigation and spoke directly. Jiang Lanyue toyed with the jade pendant, casually responding, this pendant was a gift from the Empress Dowager. Why should I give it to you? Song Ningfeng, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected, You have embarrassed Wanqing in front of so many. The ruckus has gone on long enough. That jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Mu clan. Just give it to Wanqing and cease being so confrontational. Jiang Lanyue's breathtakingly beautiful face bore a cold yet sharp smile as she retorted, confrontational? Have the 2 generals forgotten who submitted the formal request to the Empress Dowager in the name of the Moon Doctor? Had I not been fortunate this time, I would have faced a death sentence and become a corpse. Do you think a few slaps can simply be overlooked? Jiang Lanyue suddenly felt that allowing Mu Wanqing to slap her was a mere triviality. For these ungrateful individuals, violence should be met with violence. General Song is so fond of playing the good guy. Why did he not speak on General Mu's behalf when the Empress Dowager punished her? Jiang Lanyue's cold, profound eyes fixed intently on the 2, questioning them. Mu Wanqing frowned, casting a glance at Song Ningfeng, her gaze clearly filled with inquiry. Song Ningfeng, feeling guilty under her scrutiny, declared with a sense of righteousness, that as the Empress Dowager, I feared that speaking up would further anger her and harm General Mu. General Mu has the world in her heart. She will surely understand my predicament. Yet here you are, becoming increasingly unreasonable. Quickly hand the jade pendant to Wanqing. We are all family, and you should consider the entire marquisate. Do not let jealousy lead you to act in ways that are utterly detestable. Song Ningfeng's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction and disdain for Jiang Lanyue. He could find no trace of his dignity as a man and a general in her presence, and felt his resentment toward her deepening. Family? Jiang Lanyue stepped closer to Song Ningfeng, lifting her face to meet his gaze, the elegant curve of her long, pale neck accentuated. She smiled, though the warmth did not reach her dark eyes. When you cast all the blame upon me to protect yourself and the marquisate, did you ever consider me family, for even a moment? You are unworthy to utter the word. You are equally unworthy to be considered my family. Jiang Lanyue twirled the jade pendant in her fingers, her phoenix eyes narrowing as her expression turned increasingly frigid. As for this jade pendant, if you desire it. With that, she let the pendant fall to the ground. No, don't. Mu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she rushed forward to catch it. But she was too late. With a crash, the pendant shattered into pieces upon impact. Before Mu Wanqing could retrieve the remnants, Jiang Lanyue's boot pressed firmly upon them, exerting a force that not only reduced the pendant to dust, but also created spiderweb-like cracks radiating across the ground. Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how she had accomplished that. I have shattered it, and I will not give it to you. Jiang Lanyue withdrew her foot, her fair face devoid of any expression, yet strikingly beautiful. Her voice was cold as she stated, You are not worthy of my belongings. Chapter 43. Shall I then change to daytime? Having completed her actions, Jiang Lanyue did not spare the 2 another glance. She stepped away, leaving behind a fleeting, cool silhouette. Mu Wanqing, heartbroken, crouched down to gather the fragments of the jade pendant that Jiang Lanyue had reduced to dust, her face a mask of overwhelming hatred and fury. Jiang. Just wait. She seethed. I, Mu Wanqing, shall not bear the Mu surname any longer. The pendant, representing the glory and legacy of the Mu clan, had been wantonly destroyed by Jiang Lanyue. Mu Wanqing was on the verge of madness. Ningfeng, why did you not tell me earlier that Jiang knows medicine? She swallowed her anger, rising from the ground, her gaze now tinged with reproach as she turned to Song Ningfeng. Song Ningfeng frowned. I did not know either, last time. When Xian fell ill, she did examine him. Could it be that she truly possesses medical skills? Do not mention Xian. Mu Wanqing interrupted coldly before Song Ningfeng could finish. Her eyes blazed with hatred. The thought of Xian, her son, being reduced to a servant by Jiang Lanyue was agonizing. Each incident, one after another, constituted a deep-seated grudge in her heart. She is merely a woman of the inner chambers. Even if she understands a modicum of medicine, how formidable could she be? Wanqing thought bitterly, her teeth clenched, unwilling to accept Jiang Lanyue's superiority. Did you not hear her say that it was the Moon Doctor who sent her to treat the Empress Dowager? Jiang merely had the good fortune to learn how to treat the Empress's illness from the Moon Doctor. With the Moon Doctor's guidance, even a dog could learn.
What is so extraordinary about that?
Wanqing rationalized, finding this explanation most reasonable. Song Ningfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Ningfeng, you should be cautious around her. The Moon Doctor is an eccentric individual. She must have employed some underhanded means to gain his favor and get him to teach her. Wanqing thought resentfully, her heart filled with jealousy and malice. Jiang Lanyue must have resorted to some unsavory tactics, for she was notorious for her cunning and underhanded schemes in the inner chambers. Song Ningfeng frowned deeply. The words lodged in his heart like a thorn. I truly saw a man's bite mark on Jiang Lanyue's neck last time. Ningfeng, others may not believe me, but you must trust me. I would never jest about Xian. As Wanqing continued her relentless whispering, Song Ningfeng, already harboring discontent towards Jiang Lanyue, found his resentment deepening, contemplating the possibility of divorce. Upon returning to the marquise, Jiang Lanyue exchanged a few words with Ruer before retreating to her room for rest. The events of the evening had been numerous, but fortunately, they had turned peril into safety. The demeanor of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing made Jiang Lanyue feel nauseated just being in the marquise. She yearned to divorce Song Ningfeng at once and escape this wretched place, severing all ties with them. As she poured herself a glass of water and began to drink, a low, melodious voice, tinged with mockery, echoed through the room. Young madam, you truly shone brightly tonight. Jiang Lanyue set down her cup and turned to see a tall, noble figure entering the room. Chu Qingyi strode towards her with an air of elegance. The man possessed exquisite features, his handsome visage akin to a July firework, so dazzling that it rendered one unable to divert their gaze. The Prince of Nan'an. Jiang Lanyue offered a slight bow, her demeanor neither overly warm nor cold, maintaining the appropriate courtesies. Chu Qingyi casually pulled out a chair and seated himself, a chill and nobility emanating from his very being, complemented by his enchanting countenance, rendering Jiang Lanyue's instinct to dismiss him momentarily stifled. It appeared that the Prince of Nan'an favored late-night visits? Jiang Lanyue remarked coolly. Chu Qingyi discerned her teasing tone, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Shall I visit during the day next time? Jiang Lanyue found herself at a loss for words. Was that truly the crux of the matter? It was rather audacious of him to seek her out when their acquaintance was so limited. Nevertheless, the prince had never crossed any boundaries with her. The man was as enigmatic as a mist, leaving Jiang Lanyue unable to fathom his depths. Regardless, this living embodiment of death was not to be trifled with. Caution was the better part of valor. What brings His Highness to my humble abode today? Jiang Lanyue's bright, dark eyes flickered with a hint of indifference. It was evident from her aloof tone that her reception of his visit was less than enthusiastic. Typically, wherever he appeared, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers, who dared to treat him with such disregard. Chu Qingyi idly toyed with the prayer beads adorning his wrist, the dark beads rendering his skin even more porcelain-like and translucent. His long lashes fluttered down, concealing the cold glint in his gaze. It is nothing of great importance, he replied, his brow arching coolly.
Today,
I came to see the young madam for treatment on behalf of the Empress. Your methods are rather unique. Previously, the young madam had mentioned she could treat my ailments. Chu Qingyi had already extended invitations to Jiang Lanyue to serve at his side twice, both of which she had declined without a moment's hesitation. Thus, this time, he intended to employ a more circuitous strategy. The piece he had set his sights on must be under his command. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes lifted slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Prince of Nan'an, my medical services require compensation. When she had previously mentioned it, she had not intended to charge him. However, his sudden insistence implied that matters were far from straightforward. The prince was cunning, a veritable old fox. A moment's inattention could lead to his machinations and snaring her. Fear not. I possess an abundance of silver, Chu Qingyi responded, his lips a vivid red, teeth a pristine white, with the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Clad in a crimson robe and clutching the prayer beads, he was a figure of both allure and temptation. Jiang Lanyue refrained from further dialogue. a trace of cold amusement flitting through her mind. Indeed, the last time. His grand declarations about donating supplies to the soldiers of the northern frontier were likely just a ruse to line his own pockets. To label him as the most cunning and avaricious official in the Dragon Song Kingdom would not be an exaggeration. Prince of Nan'an, my medical services do not come cheap. Jiang Lanyue smiled slightly, resolute in her lack of compassion for someone like him. That's of no consequence, Chu Qingyi noted, sensing that her lack of outright refusal suggested that all was still within his control. Jiang Lanyue's brows resembled distant mountains, her fair skin glimmering subtly. Her smile was enchanting, so captivating that merely gazing upon her felt like a rare privilege. Your ailment requires the procurement of 3 specific medicinal herbs for a complete cure. It is only after you acquire them that I shall dare to treat you. Jiang Lanyue continued to lay out her conditions, intentionally making it difficult for him. After all, he himself had previously stated that his condition was trivial and did not warrant her assistance. Now he sought her help once more. Did he truly believe she could be summoned at will?
Oh.
Chu Qingyi arched an eyebrow, casually intrigued, his voice low and laced with amusement. Which 3? Chapter 44. Do you, too, have a fondness for roses, young madam? As he spoke, his slightly raised brow formed a pleasing curve, his entire demeanor exuding nonchalance. As though he were unaware that Jiang Lanyue's words were intentionally provocative. Jiang Lanyue appraised the man's features and physique with a casual glance, internally conceding that the Prince of Nan'an was indeed the most handsome man in the Dragon Song Kingdom, his appearance and physique truly exceptional. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Lanyue's languid voice broke the silence. Fengshui grass, longyan mushroom, and moonshadow flower. Each of these herbs was exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. In truth, treating the prince's ailment did not necessitate these 3 herbs. Jiang Lanyue could remedy him with her 13 ghost needles. However, she could leverage the prince's influence to locate these herbs for other concoctions. What are their effects?
Chu Chen Di Inquit.
Rolling the prayer beads in his fingers and speaking with a measured tone, Jiang Lanyue maintained an unflappable expression, confidently stating that they were essential for detoxification, fortifying the body, and calming the spirit, each vital for treating the prince, and if he could not procure them, she would be unable to assist. The smile in the corners of Chu Qingyi's eyes deepened. His voice, rich and smooth, replied, Very well. Next time I shall bring these 3 herbs to seek your expertise, young madam. I shall await your esteemed presence, your highness. Jiang Lanyue responded with a slight bow, a stray lock of hair falling across her forehead, concealing the emotions in her gaze. Her dark hair accentuated the exquisite translucence of her face, resembling a finely carved piece of jade. I've been suffering from severe insomnia of late. Might you examine me first, young madam? Chu Qingyi leaned casually against the table. His long legs relaxed, a muscular arm propped on the surface, his head supported by one hand, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke. Very well. Jiang Lanyue had already requested that he procure the 3 herbs. Pushing further would be inappropriate. She retrieved a wooden medicine box from a nearby cabinet. With grace, Jiang Lanyue approached him, taking a seat beside him. She deftly opened the box, extracting a pulse pillow and placing it on the table. Your hand, please. Chu Qingyi made no move, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked, Has this been used by anyone else? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, realizing that this man had quite the aversion to cleanliness. With patience, she retrieved a pure white silk handkerchief embroidered with a cluster of roses from the bottom drawer of the box and placed it atop the pulse pillow. The handkerchief is clean, Prince of Nan'an, please. Jiang Lanyue maintained a polite smile, her dark eyes reflecting a sense of aloofness. Only then did Chu Qingyi, satisfied, gently place his unadorned hand upon the pulse pillow. He lowered his gaze to the rose-embroidered silk, his expression deepening. Do you, too, have a fondness for roses, young madam? Chu Qingyi's voice was cool and melodious. Caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, Jiang Lanyue hesitated, not having anticipated such a question. It's all right, she replied nonchalantly, not wishing to engage in excessive conversation with Chu Qingyi. However, his choice of words was indeed intriguing. Could there be another who shared an affinity for roses? Jiang Lanyue's long lashes fell, veiling the emotions in her gaze as she cast a glance at the jade pendant hanging from his waist, which had also been gifted by Bai Yueguang and bore an engraving of roses. Could it be that the prince believed she was deliberately using the same rose motif to capture his attention? Shall I fetch you another handkerchief? No need. As Jiang Lanyue prepared to replace the handkerchief, Chu Qingyi's voice stopped her. His handsome, pale face revealed no discernible emotion, his tone calm. Let us proceed with the examination. Jiang Lanyue inclined her head slightly, choosing not to speak further. She extended her hand to rest upon his pulse, beginning her examination. The coolness of her fingertips was palpable as they descended, a sensation he distinctly felt. As her lashes fell, casting a shadow upon his striking visage, he noticed a small black mole on the inner wrist of her hand. The mole stood out against her fair skin, adding an enchanting allure to her already captivating beauty. Jiang Lanyue focused intently on her examination, unaware of the deepening intensity in Chu Qingyi's gaze. Moments later, Jiang Lanyue withdrew her hand, her crimson lips parting slightly. Prince of Nan'an, you should endeavor to worry less in your daily life. Until the toxins within your body are purged, it is advisable to refrain from excessive exertion of internal energy. Today, there is no need for prescription, only acupuncture. Jiang Lanyue carefully stored her pulse pillow and handkerchief before retrieving her pouch of silver needles. As she unfolded it, a stunning array of silver needles of varying lengths and heights came into view. When she had administered acupuncture to the Empress Dowager in the evening, Chu Qingyi had witnessed her deft movements, a display of remarkable skill. In the brief moment, he was lost in thought. Jiang Lanyue had already inserted 2 silver needles into the Shunmen and Naguan acupoints on his arm. To facilitate the treatment, Jiang Lanyue leaned slightly closer to Chu Qingyi, her expression earnest, betraying no hint of awkwardness. At that moment, the Prince of Nan'an appeared to her merely as a patient. As she leaned in, the dark tips of her hair inadvertently brushed against his hand resting on the table, stirring an inexplicable sensation of ticklishness. Coupled with it, a subtle itch arose in his throat. The woman exuded a faint fragrance mingled with the scent of herbs, an aroma particularly delightful. Chu Qingyi frowned slightly, feeling as though he had encountered this fragrance before. Your Highness, this needle must be placed on the Onmian acupoint, located just beneath the mastoid process. Could you tilt your face slightly? Jiang Lanyue patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyi complied, turning his strikingly handsome face to the side, exposing the area behind his ear. In the dim light, his prominent nose appeared even more refined. Jiang Lanyue averted her gaze, refraining from indulging in further admiration as she deftly manipulated the silver needle, inserting it precisely into the acupoint. As the treatment progressed, their proximity intensified, and Chu Qingyi could distinctly feel her gentle breath against his ear. He absently tightened his grip on the prayer beads in his hand. All done, Your Highness. You may remove the needles after a cup of tea. Jiang Lanyue stated after having expertly inserted 6 needles, each one with utmost precision. The efficacy of your silver needle therapy resembles that of the renowned moon physician. Might I inquire if you are an apprentice of the moon physician? Chu Qingyi inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Lanyue chuckled softly. You could say that. She had no intention of revealing her true identity as the moon physician, especially not in front of the astute Prince of Nan'an. Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her. The woman before him was tall and slender, her crimson gown strikingly radiant. With features like a painting, her obsidian hair contrasted beautifully with her porcelain skin. When she did not smile, she resembled a celestial being, exuding an air of elegance, yet when she did smile, a hint of warmth transformed her beauty into something truly captivating. Chu Qingyi refrained from further inquiries, though a depth of intrigue lingered in his dark eyes. Chapter 45. My humble face may offend your gaze. As the cup of tea was finished, Jiang Lanyue proceeded to remove the silver needles from Chu Qingyi's body. Your Highness, you should be able to enjoy a sound sleep tonight, she said, disinfecting the needles before placing them back into their pouch. Chu Qingyi slowly rose, his long legs appearing remarkably straight and elegant, casting a shadow over her delicate figure. How much? He inquired, his voice steady and deep, melodious to the ears. Jiang Lanyue's eyes shifted. Are you referring to the consultation fee?
Chu Chenzi, note that.
Before she could state her price, he placed a stack of silver notes on the table, his expression revealing a hint of cold allure as he softly asked, Is this sufficient? At a glance, Jiang Lanyue estimated that the stack contained several thousand. The Prince of Nan'an was indeed lavish. Thank you, Your Highness. Please take care, she replied, intending to say that 1,000 would suffice. Yet with the money presented before her, it would be a disservice to herself not to accept it. Who would ever turn down an abundance of wealth? Quickly securing the notes, she performed a graceful curtsy, her manners impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Chu Qingyi departed as silently as he had arrived. the night breeze stirring the candle flames into a dance. Jiang Lanyue, feeling quite pleased with her newfound wealth, was about to lie down to rest when a carrier pigeon suddenly flew in through the window. She hastened over to retrieve the message from the bird's leg. It was a letter from senior brother Nia, containing both good and bad news. The good news was that the specific location of her father and brother had been discovered. Situated in Songzhou County of the Northern Kingdom, Songzhou County was conveniently adjacent to Huayan City of Longsong Kingdom, and with swift travel, she could reach them in about 2 days. The bad news was that Songzhou had suffered a severe flood, trapping her father and the Vice-General Gu, along with others who had gone in search of them. No one knew of their plight, and consequently, they lacked food and water. Upon finishing the letter, Jiang Lanyue made a resolute decision. She would lead a rescue mission for her father and brother. Swiftly donning a set of night travel attire and packing her belongings, she took her chi and whip and sought out Ruer next door. "Miss, are you leaving for Songzhou tonight?" Ruer rubbed her eyes, instantly wide awake upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's intent. "Yes, the flood in Songzhou is severe and my father and brother are trapped there. I must go," Jiang Lanyue replied, gently patting Ruer's head, her stunning visage calm and composed. "Take care of yourself in my absence." Ruer nodded, her eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. "Have a safe journey, and please be cautious. I will await your return." "Very well." After reassuring Ruer, Jiang Lanyue slipped out of the Marquis's residence under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to her, on the rooftop of the residence stood a striking figure clad in crimson, tall and statuesque. Chu Qingyi observed Jiang Lanyue's hurried departure, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue hurried to the Tianji Pavilion, where she instructed Hongyu to prepare horses, food, and water before making her way to the barracks of the Jiang family army to seek assistance for her journey. The flood in Songzhou was dire, and with many people trapped, it would be beyond her capabilities to handle this alone. After a little over an hour, Jiang Lanyue had everything ready and set forth with a troop from the Jiang family army, carrying provisions and water as they swiftly exited the city towards Songzhou County. Equally restless was Wanqing. In the dead of night, a figure in black suddenly appeared, coldly awakening her. "Yes, I shall go to see the master immediately." As she rose from the ground, the figure vanished without a trace. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Wanqing hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed to the Mingyue Palace, uncertain of the urgent matter that the princess sought her for. At the Mingyue Palace, Qin Mingyue languidly propped her head on her hand, reclining on the opulent imperial couch. Her beauty was captivating, and she wore a slightly sheer flowing gown that accentuated her alluring curves. Several palace maids attended her, one feeding her delicacies, another massaging her legs, and yet another providing her with a head massage, while the incense wafted delicately through the air. "Has she not arrived yet?" Qin Mingyue asked, lazily glancing up with her eyes half closed, her crimson lips parting slightly. The figure in black revealed themselves, bowing respectfully as they spoke. "General Mu is on her way." "I do not enjoy waiting," Qin Mingyue replied, her eyes fluttering open as she casually toyed with her painted fingers. About a quarter of an hour later, Wanqing arrived in haste. "I pay my respects to the master." Wanqing knelt on the ground in trepidation, her head bowed so low that her face nearly touched the floor. "Everyone else, leave," Qin Mingyue commanded with a languid wave of her hand, prompting the palace maids to rise and exit. Slowly sitting up, Qin Mingyue placed her foot atop Wanqing's head, a tinkling laugh escaping her lips, clear yet tinged with an unsettling undertone. Feeling the weight upon her head, Wanqing's heart raced with fear, prompting her to press her face directly against the ground. Qin Mingyue withdrew her foot, smiling as she said, "General Mu, why the tension? I assure you, I shall not devour you." "General Mu, lift your head," she continued. With her face still pressed against the carpet, Wanqing's voice trembled as she replied, "Master, my face may offend your gaze." "Oh." Qin Mingyue raised her eyebrows, and in the next moment, her expression soured, her tone turning icy. "This palace does not enjoy repeating myself."
Wanqing clenched her fists,
enduring the humiliation gnawing at her heart, yet she still lifted her head. When Qin Mingyue beheld Wanqing's face, swollen and grotesque, she was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. As Qin Mingyue's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, Wanqing felt a wave of intense shame wash over her, making it hard to breathe, as if she had swallowed daggers. "General Mu, what happened to your face? Who did this to you?" Qin Mingyue asked, her gaze dropping to Mu Wanqing. Lowering her head, Mu Wanqing replied, I did it myself. You did it yourself? Qin Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief, then coldly smirked. Wasn't he at that Jiang family who forced you? At these words, Mu Wanqing's face paled, and after a moment's hesitation, she revealed the truth to Qin Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyue twirled a lock of hair around her finger, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. After a moment, she used her foot to tilt Mu Wanqing's chin upward, exclaiming, Look at how gallant and beautiful General Mu is, yet your face is so marred. That Jiang family is truly despicable. I shall not let her off lightly. Mu Wanqing tightened her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Mingyue smirked, lifting Mu Wanqing's chin even higher. There is an opportunity at hand. Your Highness, what opportunity? The Jiang father and son are still alive, and the Jiang family has just set off to find them. Qin Mingyue's eyes darkened, her tone mocking. This palace does not wish to see Jiang Zhennan and the others in the capital. Do you understand, General Mu? At that moment, Mu Wanqing comprehended the true purpose of Qin Mingyue's summons late at night. Regardless of whether this order came from Qin Mingyue or not, she could never allow Jiang Lanyue to return alive. Jiang Zhennan was as tough as an old tree, impossible to break. His sons were equally formidable, unyielding and obstinate. This palace has suffered such a setback last time due to their interference, and I have been brooding over it for a long time. Qin Mingyue wore a faint smile, yet her words dripped with cold-blooded cruelty. It is my failure that allowed these filthy creatures to reappear before your eyes. Mu Wanqing lowered her head, acknowledging her shortcomings. Qin Mingyue smiled with a hint of wickedness, her voice languid. The Jiang family has brought quite a number of troops from Songzhou County to the north. General Mu, do not let me down this time. Rest assured, I shall take care of these individuals. Mu Wanqing bowed respectfully, her eyes glinting with venomous determination. I will gather my forces and depart immediately. This palace will await General Mu's good news. Qin Mingyue smiled, her eyes curving delightfully, exuding an aura of innocence while concealing her malevolence. Yet Mu Wanqing understood that the more innocent Qin Mingyue appeared, the greater the bloodshed would ensue. This woman is nothing short of a madwoman. I will not let my master down. I dream of feasting on Jiang's flesh and drinking her blood, wishing to tear her apart. Mu Wanqing's eyes blazed with hatred and fury at the mere mention of Jiang Lanyue. I heard the wedding date has been set for you and General Song. It is just a few days away, is it not? Yes, Your Highness, Mu Wanqing replied, lowering her head. Qin Mingyue extended her delicate hand, playing with her fingers. If you can bring joy to this palace, I shall present you with a grand gift on your wedding day. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. The style of the Grand Princess was notoriously capricious, yet when she acted, she was genuinely generous, which was why so many pledged their loyalty to her. Enough, this palace is weary. General Mu, you may withdraw. Qin Mingyue reclined on her chaise longue, her delicate feet slightly elevated, the sheer fabric cascading down her legs, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, exuding a different kind of allure. Mu Wanqing dared not linger and promptly exited. The sudden turn of events left her uncertain how many days she would be away. She donned her battle attire and sought out Song Ningfeng. What? You have been assigned a mission to another country? Song Ningfeng gripped Mu Wanqing's shoulders tightly, worry etched on his face. Wanqing, we are to be wed soon. If you go to another country, will you be able to return in time? Their auspicious wedding date was already calculated for just 5 days away. Mu Wanqing nodded resolutely. Do not worry, I will be back in time. Can another general go in your stead? Our wedding is of utmost importance. Song Ningfeng embraced Mu Wanqing, his expression tinged with displeasure and concern. The invitations have already been sent out. If I cannot return, will the Vofu not become the laughingstock of the entire capital? This matter must be handled by me. Such a prime opportunity for revenge cannot be missed. I must personally slay Jiang Lanyue to quell my heart's resentment. Mu Wanqing comforted Song Ningfeng. Husband, do not fret. On our joyous day, I will be there to marry you. Very well, I shall await you at the Vofu. Song Ningfeng ceased to persuade Mu Wanqing, gazing at her in her battle attire, reminiscent of the valiant warrior she was on the battlefield. This only strengthened his resolve to marry Mu Wanqing, rather than a useless jealous woman like Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue's recent actions only fueled Song Ningfeng's discontent. With their wedding date fast approaching, he hoped Jiang Lanyue would recognize her place and cease her unreasonable antics, or he would show no mercy. After a reluctant farewell, Wanqing set out that very night towards Songzhou County. Jiang Lanyue led the Jiang army, having covered half the distance in a single night without rest. Everyone, let us take a moment to rest here. Jiang Lanyue dismounted from her tall, brown horse, her delicate features appearing even more radiant in the morning light. Miss, we are not tired yet. Songzhou County is suffering from severe flooding. We should hurry to find the general and the young masters. The Jiang army had been trained solely by Jiang Zhennan, and even in his absence, their loyalty remained unwavering. You do not need rest, but the horses do. We shall rest for an hour. Jiang Lanyue led the horses into the relay station. Half of her beautiful face was concealed within her dark cloak, revealing a pair of clear, bright eyes. Resting was essential for a better journey, as pushing the horses further would only delay their progress. After replenishing their supplies, they set off again in an orderly fashion an hour later. The closer they approached Songzhou County, the more treacherous the roads became. With many areas washed away by floods and numerous landslides obstructing their path, inevitably consuming considerable time. Moreover, carrying water and food for survival made their journey even more arduous. Yet, despite the challenges, not a single member of Jiang Lanyue's party considered giving up. They all persevered. 2 nights and a day later, during one evening, Jiang Lanyue, after traversing mountains and rivers with her army, finally located her father and brothers. Standing atop a hill, she spotted a group of people trapped in a nearby valley, all looking like mud-covered wretches. Her eyes widened, and after a moment of careful observation, she finally identified Jiang Zhennan and her brothers. Old Jiang Zhennan, dizzy from hunger, thought he was hallucinating upon hearing the voice from afar. His armor was tattered, and his face and body were caked with mud. They had been trapped there for 4 or 5 days amidst dirt and stones. Brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, Jiang Lanyue called out as she raced down the hill. As Jiang Lanyue's voice echoed through the air, Jiang Zhennan and the others finally confirmed that it was not a figment of their imagination. General, it seems to be the young lady, exclaimed Deputy Gu with wide eyes, his voice filled with delight. Jiang Zhennan and his brothers also caught sight of Jiang Lanyue at this moment.
Yue,
Little sister, they exclaimed, rising to their feet, their gazes filled with excitement as they beheld the enchanting girl rushing towards them. After a considerable time, Jiang Lanyue finally reached her father and brothers. Having traversed the rugged and muddy mountain path, her delicate face beamed with a radiant smile as she hurried towards them. Father, brothers, Jiang Lanyue called out, her dark eyes brimming with joy. What brings you here? Jiang Zhennan asked, raising a hand to wipe his face. Before he could finish, Jiang Lanyue had already thrown her arms around him tightly. Not just me. Look, there are others as well. With her words, the crowd witnessed more figures descending from the mountain. Who else could those people be but the Jiang family soldiers? To their astonishment, despite the arduous journey, they had brought an abundance of food and water. General, young master, Deputy Gu, we have arrived. The Jiang soldiers greeted Jiang Zhennan with palpable excitement, waving energetically. We are saved. With food and water, we can escape this wretched place. The soldiers, who had been trapped for so long, erupted in cheers, their muddy faces lit with smiles. Jiang Lanyue looked up at her father, her eyes slightly reddening as she said, Father, I knew you and my brothers were still alive. The news brought back by Song Ningfeng had claimed her family had perished as deserters, a notion Jiang Lanyue refused to believe. Yet, without any word from them for so long, she could not help but worry. How could we perish when the thieves are still alive? Jiang Zhennan gently patted Jiang Lanyue's head, his usually stern gaze softened by tenderness and affection. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Jiang Lanyue approached each of her brothers in turn, embracing them. Each brother was strikingly handsome and tall, possessing features that could captivate many a heart. Where is elder brother? Where is he? Jiang Lanyue scanned the surroundings, but her elder brother was nowhere to be seen. At the mention of their elder brother, a heavy silence fell over Jiang Zhennan and his brothers. Even the previously exuberant Jiang soldiers grew quiet, an air of unease permeating the atmosphere. A foreboding sense washed over Jiang Lanyue as her porcelain face gradually turned cold. Father, where is my elder brother? She demanded, her deep-set eyes fixed on Jiang Zhennan and the other 3 brothers, who averted their gazes. Let us distribute the rations and water first. Everyone is starving. I will tell you about your elder brother later. Jiang Zhenan turned his head away, concealing the sadness in his eyes from Jiang Lanyue, avoiding a direct answer to her question. After speaking, he hastily organized the Jiang soldiers to distribute the provisions. Jiang Lanyue bit her lip, realizing everyone was famished, and refrained from pressing further. She stepped forward to assist in the distribution of supplies. Once the food and water were handed out, everyone began to devour the provisions in silence. The atmosphere remained strange, and some Jiang soldiers, amidst their feasting, could not help but weep. "Father, look what I brought for you," Jiang Lanyue said, taking out a wine flask from her clothing and offering it to Jiang Zhenan. "You enjoy this, don't you?" "My yuer is so thoughtful." Jiang Zhenan smiled as he accepted it, casting a playful glare at his other three brothers. "Look at you bunch of rascals. I don't expect much filial piety from you, just don't give me too much trouble." "Father, you can't silence your mouth with just a pancake. Have another?" urged second brother Jiang Yi, fearing Jiang Zhenan's reprimands, as he quickly handed him another pancake. "Father, have two. Have three," chimed in third brother Jiang Li and fourth brother Jiang Ji, each pressing a pancake into Jiang Zhenan's hands. Jiang Zhenan, exasperated, puffed up his cheeks in annoyance, questioning how he ended up with such mischievous children. "Father, you have wounds. You mustn't drink too much," Jiang Lanyue cautioned as she took the wine flask from him when she noticed he had had enough. Jiang Zhenan's eyes were filled with grievance as he sighed and resigned himself to nibbling on the pancakes. His three brothers exchanged secret smiles, knowing that only their mother and little sister could manage their father. After everyone had eaten and regained their spirits, Jiang Lanyue did not remain idle. Aware that everyone was injured and with limited resources, she could only provide some basic treatment for them. Jiang Zhenan and his three brothers had sustained serious injuries, and after being trapped for so long without food, their conditions were dire. Fortunately, Jiang Lanyue was skilled in medicine. She treated each of them, administering needles to stabilize their worsening conditions. "This place is too damp. We cannot linger here. Once everyone has regained some strength, we shall leave," Jiang Lanyue declared after tending to everyone, noting that 2 hours had passed and the sky had turned dark. Fortunately, the Jiang soldiers had brought ample firewood for warmth and illumination. As the firewood crackled and blazed, casting a bright glow on their faces, despite their injuries, each person's gaze remained resolute and clear. Jiang Lanyue straightened her back, wiping the perspiration from her brow. After about a quarter of an hour, they set off from the mountain hollow. Once they found a suitable spot in the woods to settle down, it was already deep into the night. "Father, can you now tell me about elder brother? Did he get separated from you?" Jiang Lanyue's thoughts were consumed by her elder brother, as Jiang Zhenan had remained silent on the matter while she had been busy tending to the others. Now that everyone was resting, she felt it was the right time to inquire. Jiang Zhenan took a sip of wine, his brow furrowed as he said, "Your elder brother has fallen in battle." "What?" Jiang Lanyue's pupils widened, the color draining from her beautiful face. "Father, elder brother is the most skilled in martial arts among my brothers. How could he fall in battle?" Jiang Lanyue shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe her father's words. Her second brother, with his head bowed, spoke with sorrow. "Little sister, it is true. Elder brother has indeed fallen in battle. He died a hero for the people of Wanqing. Elder brother perished with arrows piercing his heart. Even as he fell, he knelt and held tightly to the flag of Wanqing Kingdom, refusing to let it touch the ground." Fourth brother clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage, his voice trembling. Even though Jiang Lanyue had not been there, she could envision the valor of her elder brother's death from her fourth brother's words. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, her expression sorrowful as she pressed her lips together and asked, "Father, is it true that elder brother has fallen in battle? Or is there more to the story? Could it be that the battle for Wanqing was part of a conspiracy?" Chapter 48. The Conspiracy Theories. The bloodshed begins. Jiang Zhenan and his brothers were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Jiang Lanyue's inquiry. They had assumed she was unaware of the circumstances. To shield her from the harsh truth, Jiang Zhenan had claimed that their elder brother had died in battle. After all, the conflict in Wanqing was indeed a grand conspiracy, as Jiang Lanyue had suggested. "Father, I wish to understand what transpired in the battle for Wanqing. Why were you accused of desertion and even declared dead? I also wish to know the truth behind elder brother's demise." Jiang Lanyue's voice quivered with emotion, tears glistening in her long lashes, illuminated by the firelight like diamonds. Her long eyelashes trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes revealing a frigid disdain and hatred. Who could have caused her elder brother's demise? Jiang Lanyue shared a profound bond with her brother since childhood. Even after she was sent to Qingcheng Mountain, her brothers visited her annually. Upon receiving the news of her elder brother's death, her heart felt as though it had been sliced open inch by inch, an unbearable ache. Father, brothers, please do not keep me in the dark any longer. Jiang Lanyue wiped away her tears with a trembling finger, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zhenan. Her determination unwavering. Enough. Jiang Zhenan sighed heavily. You are still a member of the Jiang family. There are some truths you must come to know. The firelight illuminated Jiang Zhenan's handsome face, marked by the passage of time, his profile exuding the steadfastness of one who has weathered many storms. Particularly, his eyes were calm, yet powerful, brimming with resolve and authority. The battle at Ao City was a betrayal of the Jiang family army. It was a premeditated conflict. Jiang Zhenan clenched his fists, a note of sorrow lacing his voice. Betrayed? When we analyzed the situation at Ao City, my troops and supplies were plentiful. Yet, inexplicably, the supplies were set ablaze, and the enemy seized the opportunity to attack. We had a chance to retreat, but what would have happened to the civilians in Ao City? We had to hold the gates, and I also sent word to Prince Nanan, requesting reinforcements. And then, Jiang Lanyue's eyes, reflecting the orange flames, were devoid of warmth. A chilling emptiness within. Jiang Zhenan continued, as the enemy forces multiplied, I worked to shelter the civilians while leading the defense, striving to delay them until help arrived. A commander leading his troops to the front lines illustrates the urgency of the situation. Typically, a commander should remain at the rear to direct operations and make tactical decisions. We were woefully short on soldiers. Had I not blocked the gates, Ao City would have fallen, leading to untold devastation and rivers of blood. The other members of the Jiang family army, hearing Jiang Zhenan's words, could no longer contain their emotions. Vice Commander Gu, his voice tinged with anger, exclaimed, The general led Vice Commander Zhang and the Jiang family troops to defend the gates. At the critical moment, the generals sought to retreat to the city to reassess our defensive strategies, but the gates never opened for them again. It was the people inside the city, the citizens of Ao City, who abandoned the generals and the Jiang family army, resulting in the death of the eldest son. If not for this, how could such a prodigious martial talent have perished? Another Jiang family soldier, eyes reddened, added, Every member of the Jiang family army mourns the loss of the eldest son deeply. What a remarkable individual he was. He achieved great feats on the battlefield, protecting countless civilians, his martial talents truly extraordinary. How could such a gifted child of heaven fall victim to this conspiracy without evoking profound sorrow? Tears streamed down Jiang Lanyue's face once more, her lips pressed tightly together, her piercing gaze growing ever more intense. Indeed, in the direst circumstances, the general had no choice but to carve a bloody path out. Yet, the people within the city branded us as traitors, and we became captives, slain by the enemy's blades. Had it not been for the general and the Jiang family army, Ao City would have long since fallen, and countless lives would have been lost. Especially those who survived the harrowing battle at Ao City. They could not help but feel the flames of anger and frustration rise within them. Who could have anticipated that they were forsaken by the very nation and citizens they fought to protect? It was not the citizens who abandoned the Jiang family army. Rather, unseen hands orchestrated this betrayal, aiming to eliminate the Jiang family army and her father and brothers through the battle at Ao City. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes deepened with resolve as she recalled her investigations, already possessing a target in her mind. Jiang Zhenan nodded slightly. Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, who managed to hold Ao City and repel the enemy, have been awarded the title of general. Those who stand to gain the most from this situation likely have the strongest motives. Along their journey, Jiang Zhenan and his companions had indeed heard of Wanqing and Song Ningfeng's victory at Ao City, their accolades shining brightly. Meanwhile, they had nearly perished and were branded as traitors, forced to flee. I did not anticipate that these two, originally under my command, would possess such audacity, Jiang Zhenan remarked, shaking his head, a flicker of self-reproach in his eyes. I only regret my inability to discern their true nature and place too much trust in them, resulting in the deaths of so many Jiang family soldiers and my own son. Jiang Lanyue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her star-like eyes glinting with sharpness and coldness. Father, relying solely on Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, They should not have been able to make unilateral decisions in such a significant conflict. Jiang Jinan and several of her brothers nodded slightly. Indeed, we have pondered this issue. Father, do you recall Vice Commander Zhang, whom you sent back to the capital? To investigate your whereabouts, I sought him out. And it was he who informed me that you were in the northern country, Yin City. Is Vice Commander Zhang well? Jiang Jinan inquired. Jiang Lanyue's long, raven-black lashes drooped, concealing the sorrow and coldness in her eyes. Vice Commander Zhang has died, a casualty of Wanqing. She used the six-winged arrow to slay him. Through the six-winged arrow, I discovered that Wanqing has a hidden patron who has been raising private troops in the Qishan region. Raising private troops? The others gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who could this individual be, forging weapons and amassing private armies beneath the emperor's very nose? Coupled with the targeting of the Jiang family army during the battle at Ao City, it seemed that all these events were interconnected. It felt as though they were ensnared in a vast, invisible net, suffocating them. Could it be Prince Nanan behind Wanqing? Someone whispered in the crowd. Whether or not it was Prince Nanan remains uncertain, yet by investigating Wanqing, one could undoubtedly uncover her benefactor. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Jiang Lanyue's clear eyes. No matter who Wanqing's benefactor may be, she was resolute in her quest for vengeance for her elder brother. I fear the Jiang family may not have that opportunity. As Jiang Lanyue's voice fell, a sudden cold snort pierced the silence, accompanied by the sounds of hoofbeats and clashing weapons, echoing through the stillness. Is it you? Jiang Lanyue's gaze lifted to see Wanqing atop a majestic steed, clad in battle attire, adorned in armor, wielding a red-tasseled spear. Chapter 49. I will be welcomed as a proper wife, with 3 matches and 6 gifts. The night breeze fueled the bonfire on the ground, causing it to blaze brighter and crackle with a crisp sound in the air. As Wanqing and her entourage appeared, Jiang Jinan, his brothers, and the other Jiang family soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, rising slowly to their feet. As Wanqing's men continued to emerge, encircling Jiang Lanyue and her companions, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and sharp, the scent of impending conflict thickening in the air. Jiang Lanyue's eyelids fluttered as she cast a cold, piercing gaze at Wanqing. Wanqing also lowered her gaze to Jiang Lanyue, and in the exchange of glances, hatred and fury surged uncontrollably between them. Not only did Jiang Lanyue harbor hatred, but all the Jiang family soldiers felt an intense bitterness towards Wanqing, who had forsaken them. Wanqing, you dare to appear before this general? Jiang Jinan clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. The thought of his eldest son caused his heart to wrench painfully, his steady gaze now fierce and commanding. The 3 brothers beside him also raised their eyes, their expressions filled with cold fury. Wanqing's slightly swollen face broke into a cruel smile. General, I have come specifically for you today. Wanqing, why did you not open the city gates back then? Jiang Jinan's eyes were bloodshot as he demanded angrily. The Jiang family soldiers all fixed their gazes on Wanqing, awaiting her response. Wanqing let out a cold laugh, raising her hand to point at Jiang Jinan, exuding an air of righteous indignation. You and your Jiang family army fled the city during the Battle of Ao City, becoming traitors. Ao City is a stronghold of the Long Tsang Kingdom. Would they ever open their gates to rebels? You speak nonsense. How absurd. You know full well that the general was risking his life to defend the city gates, that we charged into battle for the Long Tsang Kingdom, for the citizens within the walls and for you. Yet you dare to label us as traitors? How despicable. How can you speak such lies with a clear conscience? Turning truth into falsehood? Wanqing's words instantly ignited the wrath of the crowd. The Jiang family soldiers turned red with fury, clenching their fists tightly. With a disdainful gaze, Wanqing continued, you say these things to me, but do you think the common people believe you? Does His Majesty believe you? Jiang Jinan, unable to contain his anger, began to cough violently, bending over to clutch his painfully aching chest. Father, do not stoop to the level of a beast, Jiang Lanyue said, her dark eyes glinting coldly as she quickly raised her hand to help him breathe easier. Jiang Jinan nodded, knowing that those before him had already committed acts of treachery. Even if he condemned them now, they would not have a change of heart. What was the point of wasting words on them? Seeing Jiang Jinan and his family appear vulnerable before her, Wanqing felt a surge of satisfaction. General, while you hide in disgrace, you may be unaware that in 3 days, I shall wed General Song. He will formally take me as his wife, while your daughter will soon be cast aside by him. Mu Wanqing laughed, the sound carried by the night wind into the ears of all present, ringing with a harshness that grated on their nerves. Shameless. Jiang Zhenan's barely suppressed rage flared anew. My brother, with a sharp gaze and a frigid tone, remarked, does Song Ningfeng think he can cast aside my sister? Does he even deserve it? To claim the title of rightful wife when he is but an outsider? Truly brazen. My third brother glared coldly at Mu Wanqing. His eyes filled with intent as if they could pierce her through. To reason with a beast is futile, the fourth brother added angrily. Mu Wanqing, you were once merely a soldier under the great general. It was he who, recognizing the difficulties you faced as a woman, took you under his wing and even saved you. And yet, you repay such kindness with treachery, displaying the heart of a wolf. The Jiang family soldiers were equally enraged by Mu Wanqing's shamelessness, voicing their fury. Mounted atop her horse, Mu Wanqing, in the face of their insults, wore a look of triumph. The more they raged, the more she felt her success. Indeed, great general, I was once your soldier, and I should at least invite you to a wedding feast. However, that feast will only be in the halls of Yama, the king of the underworld. With that, Mu Wanqing moved her hand, the sharp tip of her spear slicing through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Lanyue.
And you, Jiang?
Jiang Lanyue raised her gaze coldly, her eyes brimming with hatred that had long since boiled over since learning of her brother's demise at their hands. Jiang family, you have repeatedly opposed me, employing all manner of schemes. I acknowledge that in the inner chambers I cannot match your treachery, but this is the battlefield. You are no match for me here. Mu Wanqing smirked with satisfaction, declaring, you need not wait for General Song to cast you aside. Today, I shall personally send you and your family to reunite underground. On the day of my joyous occasion, I shall also burn paper money for you and offer you a toast. With a flick of her wrist, she raised her red-tasseled spear, commanding all soldiers, heed my orders. Execute these traitors on the spot. Leave not a single one alive.
Kill, 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 kill.
The soldiers Mu Wanqing brought raised their weapons, responding vigorously. Jiang Zhenan and his men furrowed their brows, their eyes ablaze with fury as he tightened his grip on his great sword, his voice resonating powerfully. Jiang family army. The soldiers responded in unison. Despite having just endured a great escape and famine, they readied themselves for battle, each displaying their best form, their eyes shining with strength and determination. Today is a fight to the death. There is no retreat. We must fight with all our might to carve a bloody path. The Jiang family soldiers stood resolute, their resolve unwavering. Though they numbered less than 1/5 of Mu Wanqing's forces, their collective voices soared to the heavens, their momentum unyielding. For our fallen comrades of the Jiang family army, for the eldest son, we shall take revenge.
Kill.
Vice Commander Gu's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his weapon, roaring with fury. For the eldest son, we will avenge him.
Kill, kill, kill.
In an instant, as the battle cries of both sides echoed, they surged forward, plunging into a chaotic melee. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing steel, the battlefield quickly reached a fever pitch. Though the Jiang family army was outnumbered, each soldier was an elite fighter capable of taking on 3 foes at once. They channeled their anger into strength, resisting the soldiers brought by Mu Wanqing. As dust swirled around them, Mu Wanqing wielded her red-tasseled spear, charging toward Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Zhenan and his brothers prepared to advance. But Jiang Lanyue unsheathed a red flame whip from her waist. Her beautiful, dark eyes glimmered with a cold light. Father, brothers, leave her to me. I will avenge our eldest brother myself. Moon, be careful. This Mu Wanqing possesses strength beyond the ordinary, Jiang Zhenan cautioned, nodding with concern. Understood, father. You all be careful as well. As Mu Wanqing's spear darted toward her, Jiang Lanyue stepped forward, swinging her long whip to meet it. The whip, as red as flames, ensnared Mu Wanqing's spear, while Jiang Lanyue tightened her grip on the other end. Mu Wanqing, her legs tightly gripping her horse's belly, looked down at the stunning woman standing by the bonfire, her eyes sparkling like stars, her features exquisitely beautiful. Hatred swelled within her as she shouted, Jiang, you stole my Xian'er and made my son your slave. You shattered my family's heirloom jade pendant and humiliated me time and again.
Today,
I shall settle these deep-seated grievances with you. Jiang Lanyue's cold black eyes narrowed. Mu Wanqing, who is behind you? You are not worthy to know, Mu Wanqing retorted. Jiang.
D.
With her arrogant voice echoing, Mu Wanqing forcefully twisted her wrist, dislodging Jiang Lanyue's whip and thrusting her spear at Jiang Lanyue's delicate face from an awkward angle. Jiang Lanyue's dark garments billowed in the fierce wind, her ink-black hair dancing wildly, accentuating her proud, ethereal beauty. Just as Mu Wanqing's spear was about to reach her face, Jiang Lanyue deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the thrust. With a swift motion, she lashed out with her whip, striking Mu Wanqing's arm with lightning speed.
Ah!
Mu Wanqing cried out as the sudden blow caused searing pain, her skin breaking open. The fiery red whip coiled around her arm like a snake. Jiang Lanyue, gripping the other end of the whip, yanked hard, nearly causing Mu Wanqing to tumble from her mount had she not steadied herself with her spear. Though Mu Wanqing's precarious position mounted her advantage, Jiang Lanyue recognized this and continued to engage her. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinan and his brothers fought fiercely against their opponents. However, Mu Wanqing's forces were overwhelming, and despite the Jiang family army's valor, they were injured and only just regaining their strength. Before long, the gap between the two sides widened, and the Jiang family soldiers began to falter, falling one after another. Old Zhong.
Lucy.
Jiang Jinan gazed at the continuously falling Jiang family soldiers, his eyes ablaze with fury. I'll fight you to the death. Vice Commander Gu gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened, raising the axe in his hand to strike at the enemy. Surrounding Vice Commander Gu were numerous comrades. Even if he managed to fell one, the rest would quickly close in on him. Vice Commander, be careful. Jiang Lanyue, not far from him, saw the imminent danger and hastily withdrew her whip, aiming it at the crowd encircling Gu. At that moment, Mu Wanqing seized her opportunity. While Jiang Lanyue dealt with others, she charged forward, aiming a swift stab at Jiang Lanyue's heart. The cold, sharp spear distorted the air, exuding an overwhelming sense of peril. Jiang Lanyue frowned, keenly aware that despite her quick evasion, the spear still pierced her arm.
Yue.
Little sister. Jiang Jinan and her brothers widened their eyes in alarm, eager to rush over. Jiang Lanyue's face turned pale. She quickly halted them. Don't mind me. Be careful. She could not allow her father and brothers to be distracted because of her. The spear that Mu Wanqing wielded remained lodged in Jiang Lanyue's arm. A sinister smile crept across Mu Wanqing's lips as she tightened her grip, twisting the spear violently, intent on severing Jiang Lanyue's arm completely. Jiang Lanyue sensed Mu Wanqing's malicious intent. Biting her lip to suppress the pain, she utilized her agility to perform a backflip. Suspended gracefully in midair, her long skirt and dark hair billowing. In the next instant, her body contorted at an odd angle as she forcefully withdrew her arm from the spear, blood gushing forth, vibrant and eye-catching amidst the flickering flames. Jiang Lanyue hooked her foot around the spear and with a swift twist, she stood upon it. Her deep-set eyes narrowed, glinting like a blade. Clad in black as if a fierce specter had descended, both beautiful and formidable. How is this possible? Mu Wanqing stared in horror, her eyes wide. How did she escape from my spear? Logically, her arm should have been rendered useless. In Mu Wanqing's moment of distraction, Jiang Lanyue soared like a startled swan, her feet planted firmly on the spear as she leapt towards her adversary. With one powerful kick, she sent Mu Wanqing tumbling from her horse.
Ah!
Mu Wanqing fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Jiang Lanyue caught the red tassel spear that slipped from Mu Wanqing's grasp, her slender figure poised atop her steed, her dark hair flowing behind her. The night wind howled, and amidst the clashing blades and the sounds of battle, the flames suddenly surged, and in that instant, Jiang Lanyue hurled the spear. The red tassel spear flew with incredible speed. Mu Wanqing barely had time to rise before it was upon her. Had she not evaded quickly, the spear would have pierced her chest. Hiss! The spear still grazed Mu Wanqing's shoulder blade, and she gritted her teeth, pulling it free despite the pain. Instantly, blood gushed forth, staining half her face red, her expression grim. Kill her for me! Mu Wanqing's face twisted with rage, her voice a furious roar. Jiang Lanyue, astride her steed, flipped her wrist, the whip tracing a beautiful and fierce arc. The whip, mingled with the sound of wind, struck down those who surrounded her one by one. Mu Wanqing scrambled to her feet, clutching her bleeding shoulder, her teeth clenched in frustration. Useless fools, kill her. I want her dead, without a trace. Soldiers surged forth, all targeting Jiang Lanyue, yet her whip was sharp as a blade. Her striking black eyes radiated determination and coldness as she sat atop her horse, exuding an intimidating presence. She appeared as a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, slaying all in her path. Jiang Lanyue, consumed by rage, felt no pain in her arm. Her piercing gaze remained locked onto Wanqing. Her singular thought was to eliminate Wanqing and avenge her elder brother. Not far away, Wanqing had yet to staunch the bleeding from her wound when Jiang Lanyue burst through the encirclement, carving a bloody path toward her. "How did you do this?" Wanqing's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as she hastily retreated, clutching her injured shoulder. Jiang Lanyue's whip moved even faster, her gaze icy as frost. With a graceful flourish, the crimson whip struck Wanqing fiercely. Chapter 51. The Heavy Arrow. The Mysterious Man. Even clad in battle armor, the strike sent pain deep into Wanqing's bones, her face contorting in agony. Crack. Jiang Lanyue swiftly lashed out again. Crack, crack. The whip continued to strike Wanqing, her once imposing battle attire reduced to tattered rags, revealing the blood-soaked flesh beneath. Wanqing's face drained of color, a wave of intense fear washing over her. Would she truly perish at Jiang Lanyue's hands today? No, that was impossible. She was merely a woman from the inner quarters. How could she be her equal? She had only been caught off guard due to her injury. Damn it, she had believed that with her hundreds of soldiers, defeating Jiang Lanyue and her few would be simple, yet the opposition proved far more formidable than anticipated. If this continued, it would only worsen her predicament. Fortunately, she had brought a team of assassins to ensure Jiang's demise. A fierce glint ignited in Wanqing's eyes. "Jiang family, you cannot escape." She clenched her jaw, retrieving a whistle from her bosom. With a blast of the whistle, the sound resonated across the battlefield. In mere breaths, a contingent of armored, dark-clad warriors descended like divine soldiers, their agility and ruthlessness surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. "Jiang family, no matter your prowess, you shall not survive today." Wanqing's eyes gleamed with malice. "Kill them all. Leave no survivors." Among them were numerous archers, swiftly drawing their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows that darkened the sky. Though Jiang Lanyue's whip was fierce, it could not withstand the overwhelming tide of foes. They surged forth like a relentless wave, rapidly depleting her stamina. With the addition of the assassins, Jiang Jinan and his men found themselves in an even more precarious situation, their defenses crumbling. "Now you are doomed." Wanqing's eyes narrowed, the pain in her shoulder compelling her to withdraw from the fight. She smirked coldly. "Ningfeng is waiting to marry me. I cannot delay this auspicious day. Their lives will serve as my wedding gift. I rather like that." As Wanqing's arrogant laughter faded into the distance, she retreated from the battlefield under the protection of the assassins. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jiang Jinan and his men, exhausted and battered by the relentless onslaught, dared not let their guard down, for to do so would mean death by blade or arrow. While Jiang Lanyue and her companions fought desperately to break free, a figure lay hidden on a nearby hillside. Clad in a dark blue robe and wearing a conical hat, his pallid face seemed never to have seen the sun, exuding an aura of lethal intent. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth as a sharp eagle-like gaze scanned the tumultuous scene, ultimately settling on one among Jiang Lanyue's group. He raised his hand, drawing back a heavy arrow, which flew forth with a whoosh, laden with destructive power and deadly intent. Chaos erupted, swords drawn, as no one noticed the sudden arrival of the arrow. Thud! When the arrow pierced the chest of the fourth brother, he paused momentarily, and in the next breath, searing pain exploded within him, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Fourth brother. Jiang Lanyue's clear eyes widened in horror as she kicked away the assailants and rushed over to catch her brother, Jiang Ji. Jir. Fourth brother. Jiang Jinan and the other two brothers were equally alarmed. Why did Jiang Ji suddenly get struck by an arrow? The situation is dire, with dangers lurking everywhere. They wish to check on Jiang Ji, but they are unable to extricate themselves. Within mere seconds, another wave of arrows descends, and Vice General Gu has already lost the strength to resist. With a heavy heart, he grips his sword, his hand now devoid of power. "General, today I, Guda,
Shidi in battle."
Not a single soldier of the Jiang family army has fled. "I implore you to return my remains to my homeland." As Guda's words fade, he summons the last remnants of his strength to step forward, using his body to shield Jiang Jinan from the arrows. "Vice General." Jiang Jian's eyes widen in shock, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. "General, Guda can escort you in your final journey. I have no regrets in death. Countless arrows pierce Guda's body, yet his spine remains unbent, a faint smile of defiance gracing his lips. The other members of the Jiang family army, too weak to fight back, emulate Guda, forming a wall of flesh to protect Jiang Zhennan. Each soldier's gaze is bright and resolute, akin to stars in the night sky. Jiang Zhennan observes this scene, his heart aching deeply. Jiang Lanyue's eyes burn with unshed tears. The mist of sorrow gathering as she supports Jiang Ji, who continues to spit blood. She reaches out to staunch the bleeding, but the crimson tide cannot be halted, staining her hands. Fourth brother Jiang Lanyue's voice trembles. Little sister, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly take father and the others to safety. Jiang Ji extends a hand, attempting to push Jiang Lanyue away, yet he lacks the strength. The elusive heavy arrow, mingled with the rain of arrows, hurtles toward them once more. In an instant, Jiang Lanyue gazes upward, seeing an arrow poised to pierce her brow, the aura of death causing her pupils to dilate. Just as the arrow is about to strike, a red figure, swift as the wind, arrives. The lethal arrow is now but half an inch from her forehead. The crisis is palpable. A hand, long and pale, gripping the arrow, appears as an exquisite work of art. Adorning the man's wrist is a string of lustrous black prayer beads. The night breeze stirs his crimson robes and dark hair, creating an ethereal scene. His striking visage radiating a cold, resplendent light. His demeanor resembles that of a winter plum blossom on a snow-capped mountain, both aloof and enchanting, with a hint of allure in his gaze that renders him both celestial and demonic. Such contradictory energies blend seamlessly within him, an enigma beyond comprehension. Jiang Lanyue's long lashes flutter, surprise crossing her features. She hadn't anticipated the appearance of the Prince of Nannan, nor his timely rescue. As the prince arrives, Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, clad in black, swiftly follow with a throng of soldiers. Amidst the glimmer of blades and the cacophony of screams, chaos reigns. You tend to him. Do not worry about anything else. The man's deep, magnetic voice resonates above Jiang Lanyue, drowning out the cries of anguish and the clangor of battle. Thank you. Jiang Lanyue expresses her gratitude hurriedly, retrieving a pouch of silver needles from her person. Previously, the surrounding threats had left her no opportunity to treat her brother, merely allowing her to apply pressure to a few acupoints. But the injuries are grave, and the bleeding persists. With reddened eyes, Jiang Lanyue strives to steady her emotions, her blood-soaked hands meticulously inserting the silver needles into the acupoints beside Jiang Ji's chest, protecting his heart. Chapter 52. This king will accompany her fourth brother. I have already lost my elder brother. You must not meet the same fate. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, her voice quivers. Little sister, do not concern yourself with me. It is futile. The power of the heavy arrow is overwhelming. Jiang Ji senses that he is nearing his end, his body devoid of strength, his eyelids heavy as lead. He longs for sleep. Jiang Lanyue bites her lip, a single tear cascading down her flawless, porcelain-like face, landing upon Jiang Ji's hand. Ultimately, Jiang Ji succumbs to unconsciousness. Jiang Lanyue does not falter. Her delicate hands, as if plucking flowers, continue to insert needle after needle with precision. When she finally pauses, her back is drenched in sweat, strands of hair clinging to her pale cheek. Her face small and delicate, her dark eyes deep and sorrowful. The surroundings have quieted, revealing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, with the remnants of the campfire flickering faintly, emitting a subtle sound in the stillness of the night. Not far away, a group of captured dark-clad assassins and soldiers stand. Zhou Yi approaches Chu Qingyi, clasping his hands in salute. My lord, the soldiers and assassins are from the Longsong kingdom. Shall we spare any? Chu Qingyi's sharply defined jawline stands out in the dim light, exuding an air of aloof nobility. He coldly replies, kill all the assassins, capture the soldiers alive. Understood. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo comply, swiftly moving to eliminate all the assassins, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Jiang Zhennan, along with a few brothers and the remnants of the Jiang family army, brace themselves with their swords, managing to remain standing despite their exhaustion. At long last, it is over. After a brief respite, Jiang Zhennan, accompanied by his second brother Jiang Yi and third brother Jiang Li, approaches Jiang Lanyue and Chu Qingyi. This subordinate pays respects to the Prince of Nannan. Jiang Zhennan bows respectfully, with his brothers following suit. General, no need for such formality. Chu Cheng-yi maintains a calm demeanor, standing tall amidst the carnage, exuding an otherworldly grace, his blood-red attire tinged with an enchanting allure. Commanding respect and fear without uttering a word, the man before them, appearing celestial, harbors a core of cruelty and cunning, more terrifying than the king of hell. Despite his youth, Jiang Lanyue feels taut with tension in his presence. Thanks to the Prince of Nanan's timely assistance otherwise, my men and I would surely have perished here. Jiang Lanyue inquires curiously, but Prince, how did you come to be here? This is Zhangzhou County in the Northern Kingdom. It is unlikely one could find them without a specific purpose. The prince's presence here seems too coincidental and strange. Chu Cheng-yi arches a brow, his melodious voice coolly stating, I merely happen to be passing through with my troops. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, overhearing, are taken aback. They had traveled for 2 days to arrive, yet the Lord claims it was mere coincidence. The two ponder the Lord's intentions, but such thoughts are beyond their comprehension. Jiang Lanyue, listening to Chu Cheng-yi, nods slightly, acknowledging the coincidence, yet internally questions the man's motives, knowing he is not one to act without purpose. Chu Cheng-yi's eyes are deep and dark, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he adds, the general is a great hero in the hearts of the people. Naturally, he is blessed, implying that Jiang Lanyue's good deeds warrant his continued survival. Great hero? A hint of sarcasm flickers in Jiang Lanyue's aged eyes. The entire capital now labels him a traitor, and these people came to execute him. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sun and moon shine bright. Rumors will cease in the presence of wisdom. Chu Cheng-yi, one hand resting behind him, twirls a string of prayer beads in the other. His crimson robe resembling flames in July, captivating and haunting. Having spoken, he steps aside, revealing Jiang Lanyue and Jiang Ji, prompting Jiang Lanyue and his sons to rush forward. How is your fourth brother? Jiang Lanyue kneels, examining the bloody Jiang Ji, his brows furrowed tightly. Jiang Lanyue's delicate face reflects exhaustion, her brother gravely injured, losing too much blood. Even though I treated him with silver needles, his condition is still dire. Can you save your fourth brother? In an instant, Jiang Lanyue appears to age several years, gray strands appearing at his temples. He has already lost a son and cannot bear to lose another. Not only him, but the entire Jiang family cannot endure the pain of losing a loved one any longer. Without my permission, the king of hell cannot take fourth brother from me. Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly. With her medical expertise, she could indeed save fourth brother's life. However, the current medical conditions are limited, and she is uncertain whether fourth brother will suffer any aftereffects. Jiang Lanyue stood up and surveyed her surroundings. Father, please rest here while I go for a moment,
she said.
Little sister, we will accompany you. Second brother and third brother hurriedly approached, eager to follow Jiang Lanyue. There's no need. I only need to find a few herbs, and we'll be back shortly. Seeing her two brothers already fatigued, she wanted to spare them further exertion. However, second brother and third brother were not entirely reassured, and before they could voice their concerns, a man in a resplendent red robe appeared beside Jiang Lanyue, his commanding presence silencing their thoughts. I will accompany her, Chu Cheng-yi stated, his phoenix eyes shallow, his magnetic voice cool and devoid of emotion. Jiang Lanyue and her two brothers were perplexed, unsure of the intentions of this living king of hell. Yet his high status made him an imposing figure, standing there like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any questions. Although Jiang Lanyue harbored her own doubts, she said nothing further. Taking a torch, she turned and stepped into the nearby woods, with the tall man maintaining a respectful distance behind her. Jiang Lanyue diligently searched for the herbs she required. Fortunately, these herbs were relatively common, and she quickly identified their locations based on their growth environments. Within a quarter of an hour, she had gathered several. Throughout this time, Chu Cheng-yi quietly followed, the two exchanging no words, his presence almost ethereal, always there, yet seemingly non-existent. Stopping beneath a large tree, Jiang Lanyue turned to Chu Cheng-yi and politely inquired, Prince of Nanan, could you assist me with a task? What is it? He asked, striding over to her side, his gaze directed downwards at Jiang Lanyue. A faint smile graced his lips, as delicate as morning mist, yet his eyes held a chilling depth, emanating a haunting beauty that captivated the soul. Jiang Lanyue averted her gaze, looking up at the purple pearl flowers high in the tree. Could you help me pick some purple pearl flowers? They are medicinal and used to treat external bleeding and skin ulcers. Certainly, he replied with a slight nod. Standing behind her, he towered above, his figure clothed in vibrant red, a striking contrast against the gentle breeze. With a swift motion, he effortlessly reached for the flowers. The scene was almost dreamlike, a perfect portrait of beauty. As Chu Qingyi's hand brushed against the flowers, droplets of rainwater clung to the petals, cascading down as the tree swayed. Jiang Lanyue was caught off guard, both of them suddenly splashed with water, the scent of wood and the delicate fragrance of purple pearl flowers enveloping them. How many do you need? In no time, Chu Qingyi, taking advantage of his height, had gathered a substantial amount of purple pearl flowers. He handed them to Jiang Lanyue, some still glistening with droplets, slightly damp. I need quite a few more. Please select those with abundant blooms. Chu Qingyi nodded again, resuming his task. He stood there, as if a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, his beauty mesmerizing. If Zhou Yi and the weekend crowd were here, witnessing Chu Qingyi's amiability, they would surely be astounded. Only Jiang Lanyue would dare to command such a figure in Longsong Kingdom. After collecting the purple pearl flowers, Chu Qingyi's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on Jiang Lanyue's night attire and the visible injury. The blood on her dark clothing was not particularly conspicuous, but it was evident that the area had been soaked. Madam, you are injured too? He inquired, his tone mild. Jiang Lanyue's porcelain-like face bore little expression. It's just a minor wound, nothing serious. She pulled back her sleeve to reveal the injury beneath. A bloody puncture wound on her fair arm, with several silver needles embedded nearby, quite a distressing sight. Is this a minor injury? Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with amusement. You are certainly unlike other women. Your arm appears nearly incapacitated, yet you seem unfazed. As long as it can be treated, Jiang Lanyue replied, already skillfully mashing the purple pearl flowers with the other herbs and applying the mixture to her wound. She intended to tear a strip of cloth to secure it, but finding her hands too occupied, she hesitated. Seemingly understanding her thoughts, Chu Qingyi raised his hand and tore a piece of fabric from his robe, offering it to her. His fingers, contrasted against the luxurious red fabric, appeared particularly long and fair. Thank you, Prince of Nan'an. Jiang Lanyue accepted it without hesitation. After wrapping it around her injury a couple of times, she secured the herbs in place. Chu Qingyi's deep black eyes watched her quietly, his brows elegant as cold stars, yet exuding an alluring charm. Once they had completed their tasks, the two made their way back along the path they had come. Jiang Lanyue's dark attire now bore a splash of the man's vivid red, the interplay of black and red akin to flames igniting the night, echoing the crimson ribbon she had tied at the ends of her hair, shimmering brilliantly. Chu Qingyi remained as before, walking behind her, his commanding presence unyielding. Yet he spoke little. Prince of Nan'an, do you know the origins of those assassins? Jiang Lanyue suddenly turned to ask him. The moonlight cast dappled shadows across her translucent face, illuminating her strikingly clear eyes. What do you wish to know about their origins? Chu Qingyi regarded her with casual interest, his tone hinting at curiosity. The individuals behind them, she replied, pressing her lips together as she deliberately posed the question, her dark eyes fixed on Chu Qingyi's cold, lunar-like visage. Her inquiry was a test. After all, anyone daring enough to harbor private soldiers and assassins within the capital must possess an extraordinary identity. The assassins brought by Wanqing could not possibly be her own. The only explanation was that they were under the influence of someone behind her. Yet, Chu Qingyi's timely appearance, coupled with other circumstances, inevitably led one to ponder whether those assassins were linked to him. Does Madame believe those assassins are connected to me? Chu Qingyi almost immediately grasped her implication. A smirk graced his lips, his gaze sharpening. I have no intention of inviting you to witness any performances recently. His meaning was clear. Those individuals were not his, and he had not sunk so low as to orchestrate such a play. Jiang Lanyue offered a gentle smile, revealing a charming dimple, yet her eyes remained icy and unfathomable. Prince of Nan'an, you misunderstand. I merely believe you possess extensive knowledge and experience regarding those assassins and their origins. I wish to discuss this with you, nothing more, and have no ulterior motives. Her words served as both a retreat and an advance, subtly complimenting Chu Qingyi. He was accustomed to being praised. Initially, he thought himself impervious to flattery. The heartfelt words spoken by Jiang Lanyue, drenched in sincerity, eased the slight discomfort he felt amidst the doubts cast upon him. The dead warriors, it seemed, were bred within the royal family, waiting to be examined further. Chu Qingyi, with an air of aloof nobility, offered a gentle reminder to Jiang Lanyue. "Thank you for your guidance, Prince Nanan," she replied, bowing respectfully. Under the tranquil glow of the moonlight, her delicate, porcelain-like visage resembled a masterpiece carved from ice and snow. As enchanting as a fairy in the woods. The two exchanged no further words and promptly returned to their previous location. Jiang Zhenan and his two elder brothers watched the pair return, intending to inquire further, but upon meeting the cold, penetrating gaze of Chu Qingyi, they decided to refrain from asking questions. Jiang Lanyue removed the silver needle embedded in her fourth brother's body. The bleeding had ceased, yet the heavy arrow remained unextracted. She had sought medicinal herbs earlier to ensure she could tend to his wounds promptly once the arrow was removed. Having gathered the necessary herbs, Jiang Lanyue swiftly extracted the arrow and began to apply the ointment to her brother's injury. The barbed arrow had tightened her brow in concern. Such a vicious weapon. It was no wonder her brother sustained grave injuries, and the extraction had reopened the wound. Jiang Lanyue carefully concealed the arrow, speaking not a word about it. After tending to her brother's injuries, she rose, mindful of the ordinary arrows scattered across the ground, which bore no barbs. Approaching the remains of the dead warriors, she knelt down to examine them. The reason they were termed dead warriors lay in their unwavering loyalty. Should any information about their master be revealed, they would choose self-destruction. This was precisely why Chu Qingyi had ordered Zhou Yi to eliminate them. Even if they were not killed, no information could be extracted. Observing the lifeless bodies, Jiang Lanyue ultimately discovered a crescent-shaped red brand on each of their necks. Chapter 54. Early congratulations to Miss Jiang for escaping the sea of suffering.
Lanyue, what are you looking at?
Jiang Zhenan approached, inquiring. Jiang Lanyue composed herself, retracting her fingers as she stood up, her expression turning serious as she recalled an essential matter. "Father, we must return to the capital. A fierce battle awaits us." "Are you referring to the marriage of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing?" Jiang Zhenan furrowed his brow.
Lanyue,
"What are your plans?" He had not anticipated that Song Ningfeng would so easily forsake his vows. He had once knelt before Lanyue, swearing to be her one and only partner for life. At that time, witnessing Song Ningfeng's kindness towards Jiang Lanyue, coupled with the esteemed status of the Marquis household, had led to her marriage. On the day of their union, Song Ningfeng had been summoned to battle, departing for 3 years while Jiang Lanyue managed affairs in the Marquis residence, awaiting his return. Upon his victorious return, his first act was not to cherish Jiang Lanyue, but to take another as his bride. A divorce. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite face betrayed no emotion, her calm gaze fixed ahead as she stated resolutely, "On the day of their marriage, I shall also part ways with Song Ningfeng." "Lanyue, a woman's divorce is fraught with difficulties. Have you considered this thoroughly?" Jiang Zhenan expressed concern, feeling a pang of guilt for having pressured Jiang Lanyue into marriage in the first place. Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly, her determination unwavering. "Father, I have contemplated this deeply. There is no affection between Song Ningfeng and me. I do not wish to squander my life in misery. A divorce would be beneficial for us both. Alas, it is my fault for insisting you marry, and not to the right person." Jiang Zhenan sighed repeatedly. With the death of his eldest son, the severe injury of his fourth, and now his only daughter's unfortunate marriage, his brow remained furrowed in worry. His second brother patted Jiang Lanyue's shoulder. "Little sister, after the divorce, return to the Jiang family. Remember, Song Ningfeng is unworthy of you." His third brother quickly added words of comfort. "Returning to the capital will take at least 2 days, little sister. Will you make it in time?" His second brother suddenly voiced his concern. The third brother nodded in agreement. "Indeed, fourth brother is gravely injured. He cannot hasten back to the capital. What shall we do? I will accompany Lanyue back. You two will take care of Jir." Jiang Zhenan organized his sons. Given the significance of his daughter's divorce, he felt it necessary to support Jiang Lanyue. The fourth son, severely wounded, could only be escorted back by the other 2 brothers. Their slower pace would not matter, as he and Jiang Lanyue needed to return promptly. "If the general trusts me, I can take the fourth young master back to the capital with my people," Chu Qingyi, who had been silently observing, interjected. The weight of Jiang Lanyue's divorce was indeed a family matter. With someone offering support, her confidence would be bolstered, and she would not be easily bullied. Everyone turned to the long, elegant figure of the man. His gaze was icy, detached, and his exquisite features were captivating, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo exchanged glances. Has the Lord been possessed or cursed? When did he become so eager to assist? Jiang Lanyue was equally surprised that the often capricious and proud Prince Nanan would offer help. Your Highness, would this not impose too much? Jiang Lanyue inquired. I happen to be returning to the capital with a portion of my men. Chu Qingyi lightly twirled a prayer bead, his enchanting visage appearing both cold and alluring in the moonlight. Jiang Lanyue bowed in gratitude. I shall express my thanks, Your Highness. Initially, he had considered entrusting Jiang Ji to the Jiang army, but each soldier bore severe injuries, and he feared an ambush might cost him yet another son. Sending Jiang Ji back with Prince Nanan was currently the safest option. With Jiang Ji arranged, Jiang Lanyue and his other two brothers decided to accompany Jiang Lanyue back to the capital. Another issue arose. The horses Jiang Lanyue had brought were all lost in the recent skirmish, leaving her without a mount. Time was of the essence. Even if she could procure horses in Bagua City, she would not arrive in time for Wanqing's wedding. Jiang Lanyue bit her lip, resolving to seek out Prince Nanan once more. Your Highness, might I borrow 4 swift steeds? I am willing to offer compensation, Jiang Lanyue politely requested. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently placed herself in the debt of Prince Nanan. As the saying goes, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Jiang Lanyue wished to avoid entanglements with such a dangerous individual, yet fate had other plans. Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly, a charming arc forming on his lips. Do you think I am in need of money? Jiang Lanyue pressed her lips together. Whatever you desire, I am willing to exchange, as long as I possess it. Chu Qingyi chuckled, his voice low and teasing. So, you mean to say that anything you possess can be exchanged? The man's countenance was cold yet noble, his devilishly charming smile revealing depths of inscrutability. For a moment, Jiang Lanyue found it difficult to discern his true desires. I require you, Chu Qingyi declared, standing beneath the moonlight, his tall figure and picturesque features striking. Before Jiang Lanyue could register her astonishment, he continued, in exchange for a consultation opportunity. Jiang Lanyue had anticipated something else entirely and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. It was clear that Prince Nanan's heart belonged solely to his beloved. A smile graced her lovely face as she nodded, no problem. 2 consultations will suffice. Chu Qingyi's fair, luminous fingers gently pressed against the prayer beads, his demeanor exuding an air of nobility and detachment from worldly affairs. He smirked at Jiang Lanyue. Allow me to extend my early congratulations, Miss Jiang, for escaping the sea of suffering. He no longer referred to her as young mistress, but rather as Miss Jiang. This title brought a subtle joy and delight to Jiang Lanyue's heart. Compared to the allure of being a glamorous and envied lady of the marquisate, Jiang Lanyue finds greater joy in being true to herself, embracing her identity as Miss Jiang. She raised her hand in a salute, her smile radiating warmth and vibrancy, far more genuine than the polite and distant facade she had previously shown him. This humble daughter acknowledges the kind words of Prince Nanan, she said. In a moment, Chu Qingyi ordered Zhou Yi to present the finest steeds to Jiang Lanyue and her companions. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mian were once again astounded by their lord's generosity. With the best horses bestowed upon the Jiang family, what would they ride? Jiang Lanyue and her companions wasted no time, swiftly mounting their horses. The night breeze tousled the flowing fabric of her wide robes and dark hair, creating a mesmerizing dance behind her. Her cool visage gleamed more beautifully under the moonlight. The vibrant crimson fabric on her arms fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of flames, intense and fiery. She resembled a phoenix soaring through the skies, proud and breathtaking. Prince Nanan, I must return to the capital, Jiang Lanyue said to Chu Qingyi before galloping away. Onward. Jiang Lanyue and her 2 brothers followed closely behind her on horseback. Soon, the 4 vanished into the thick night. 2 days later marked the joyous occasion of Wanqing and Song Ningfeng's wedding. The marquisate was festooned with decorations, radiating an atmosphere of celebration, adorned with red lanterns and auspicious symbols, red silk draped across the courtyard. The marriage of 2 esteemed generals of the new nobility was an unprecedented spectacle. The tall and imposing Song Ningfeng, clad in wedding attire, beamed as he stood at the entrance with his mother, Lady Lu, and father, Song Huai, welcoming the esteemed guests arriving in droves. The Deputy Minister of Revenue presented gifts. Bowing in salute, congratulations, General Song, on your wedding. Song Ningfeng and his companions expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Deputy Lu, please come inside. Subsequently, the Deputy Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of Works, the Left Chancellor, General Shao, and numerous other noble families arrived to convey their congratulations. The Marquis was abuzz with guests, with a significant portion of the capital's aristocracy and royal descendants in attendance. Lady Lu glanced at the time and cheerfully told Song Ningfeng, the auspicious hour has arrived. Quickly go welcome your bride. Yes, mother, I will go fetch Wanqing now. Song Ningfeng, as radiant as a spring breeze, mounted his horse adorned with red flowers and set off with a grand procession to retrieve Wanqing. Wanqing returned late the night before the wedding, having transformed her usual warrior attire into an exquisite bridal gown. The fiery red dress accentuated her noble beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled high, embellished with delicate jeweled flowers and golden hairpins that shimmered softly. Strands of golden threads cascaded down her temples, adding a touch of softness to her demeanor. With a light application of powder and blush, her striking features now bore a hint of tenderness. She had finished her preparations, holding a wedding fan as she admired her reflection in a bronze mirror. General Mu, you look stunning today. Indeed, General Mu's gown was custom-made by Master Bai, the most renowned tailor in the capital. It is truly radiant. General Song is exceptionally kind to you.
Xiao Dai sweetly praised Wanqing.
Wanqing reached for a nearby red envelope, declaring, Today, I am in high spirits. There will be rewards for all. Wishing General Mu and General Song a harmonious union for 100 years. After receiving their rewards, the maids expressed their gratitude and congratulations. However, as Wanqing moved her hand holding the fan, pain coursed through her body, causing her expression to darken. She gazed at her reflection, a sinister smile curling at her lips. Jiang family, I imagine you have become a restless spirit by now. Today, Ningfeng will honor me as his rightful wife. Entering the Marquis with great fanfare. Do witness, and not let it drive you mad. She laughed heartily. Jiang family, from now on, I shall be the lady of the Marquis. Today, I will reclaim Xianguer and will no longer be hindered by you, Jiang family. You shall not make my son your servant. Just as Wanqing reveled in her laughter, a servant arrived to announce that the groom had come to fetch her, urging her to hurry outside. With her wedding fan concealing her face, she was assisted by her maids as she exited the residence and entered the bridal sedan chair. Song Ningfeng rode ahead, followed by a grand procession. As the sedan chair was lifted, firecrackers exploded, and drums resounded, creating a magnificent spectacle that captivated the citizens of the capital, who gathered to watch and discuss. Look, it's the Marquisite's wedding. How lively. Aren't they marrying a concubine? Why is she receiving the full honors of a principal wife? You may not know, she is the first female general of Longsong Kingdom, so it is indeed different. Some sighed. At this rate, does the principal wife still hold any standing? It seems unfair to her. Despite the murmurs among the common folk, none dared to voice their opinions loudly. After all, she was the first female general of Longsong Kingdom, a figure greatly esteemed by the current emperor. Who would dare offend her? They merely felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Lanyue. Soon, the wedding procession arrived at the Marquis, where guests offered their blessings once more. After a few ceremonial exchanges, they entered the main hall, which was already filled with esteemed guests attending the wedding banquet. According to the wedding customs of Longsong Kingdom, the newlyweds must first serve tea to their parents before they can proceed with the ceremonial bowing and complete the remaining rites. Wanqing received tea from Granny Sun, kneeling on the ground as she first presented it to Song Hui and then to her mother-in-law, Lady Lu. Daughter-in-law Mu presents tea to the newlyweds. Please enjoy. After serving the tea, Wanqing awaited her in-law's blessings. Lady Lu and Song Hui happily accepted the tea and drank it. Song Hui nodded in satisfaction and said, General Mu, you stand equal to any man, the first female general of Longsong Kingdom and a splendid daughter-in-law of our Marquis. Just as Song Hui was about to announce that Wanqing and Song Ningfeng could proceed with the bowing ceremony, a clear and sharp voice rang out. Wait. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting anyone to interrupt. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a delicate scarlet gown. Her ethereal presence illuminated by a soft glow, radiating an intensity akin to the blazing sun as she strode confidently through the entrance. Many instantly recognized her as Jiang Lanyue, the acclaimed beauty of Longsong Kingdom and the lady of the Marquis. What is she doing here, the wife of the Marquis? In the main hall, the most agitated was Wanqing. A ghost! A ghost! She instinctively cried, drawing odd looks from those around her. As she caught sight of the shadow behind Jiang Lanyue, Her fear intensified, her complexion paling as she stared incredulously at the approaching figure. How is this possible? How is she still alive?
Mu Wanqing clenched her fist tightly.
Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Wanqing, what are you saying? Song Ningfeng turned to look at Mu Wanqing, whose face twisted in horror, confusion clouding his gaze. And nothing. She stammered, quickly suppressing her panic. After all, the plot to eliminate Jiang Lanyue was a secret unknown to others. Yet, Mu Wanqing could not fathom how Jiang Lanyue had survived, given the multitude of soldiers and assassins sent against her. You, what brings you here? You shouldn't be present at such an occasion, Song Ningfeng said, frowning as he stepped forward to block Jiang Lanyue, unwilling to allow her to disrupt the wedding. However, Jiang Lanyue disregarded Song Ningfeng, her piercing gaze fixated on the increasingly pale Mu Wanqing. A smirk tugged at her lips as she teasingly remarked, General Mu seems quite shocked to see me alive. Mu Wanqing, you, what nonsense are you speaking? All the prominent figures in the capital have arrived. Do not create a scene any longer. Return swiftly, for Wanqing and I are about to hold our wedding ceremony. Song Ningfeng tugged at Jiang Lanyue, lowering his voice as he endeavored to persuade her gently. Jiang Lanyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with cold indifference as she replied, If you wish to marry her, that is fine. Let us first obtain a divorce. Once that is done, what becomes of you is none of my concern. Chapter 56. At home rely on your woman. Outside depend on my family, what did you say? Song Ningfeng's brows furrowed, his expression darkening visibly.
Ayu.
I cautioned you days ago not to cause a disturbance on such an occasion. I am determined to marry Wanqing, and you need not threaten me with talk of divorce. His impatience was unmistakable as he pressed, Please leave quickly. Jiang Lanyue's words about divorce had been audibly pronounced, drawing the attention of the guests, who now regarded Song Ningfeng with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Their gazes filled him with embarrassment and indignation. Jiang Lanyue's utter disregard for propriety on his wedding day was nothing short of a calamity. Jiang family, you truly know how to choose a day. While I am to wed Ningfeng, you come here to speak of divorce. What is your motive for creating such discomfort?
Mu Wanqing approached.
Her teeth clenched as she spoke fiercely. Jiang Lanyue's dark, ink-like eyes narrowed as she coolly regarded Mu Wanqing, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, your discomfort brings me joy. You, Mu Wanqing's teeth ground together in anger as the surrounding guests shook their heads at Jiang Lanyue's unreasonable outburst. Ayu, you once possessed a sense of decorum and understanding. What has happened to you? Why have you become so envious? Can you not bear to see General Mu succeed? Lady Lu, her mother-in-law, questioned with evident sorrow. Song Huaishan, her father-in-law, glared disapprovingly. General Mu is a national hero. Your Jiang family is in decline. Even if you feel aggrieved, today, as the lady of the Marquis's residence, you should conduct yourself with dignity instead of causing such a ruckus. Ningfeng, expel this venomous woman at once. Song Ningfeng's face grew cold, his tone sharper than before. Jiang family, leave now, or do not blame me for being unkind. I will not leave unless we are divorced. Jiang Lanyue stood her ground, exuding a steady strength. Once divorced, I will depart immediately. You are truly obstinate. I cannot reason with you. Song Ningfeng clenched his fists tightly. Ayu, I have considered the 3 years you waited for me, the 3 years you managed the Marquis's household. Despite your family's disgrace, even with your father and brothers branded as traitors, I have never contemplated casting you aside. Yet, you repeatedly resort to jealousy and schemes against Wanqing. Here, in front of all of the capital citizens, you dare to create a scene, using divorce as a threat to prevent my marriage to Wanqing. Song Ningfeng grasped Jiang Lanyue's shoulders, his gaze piercing into hers. If you continue to provoke me, do you believe I will not cast you aside? His righteous declaration silenced the hall briefly before whispers erupted, like a tide, among the guests. How ungrateful can she be? I almost felt sympathy for her just now. Indeed. General Song has already been more than fair to her. Her disruption of the wedding is utterly unwarranted. A woman like Jiang Lanyue cannot compare to the noble General Mu, who serves the nation. If I were General Song, I would have divorced her long ago. She is fortunate to have received any consideration at all. As disdainful remarks about Jiang Lanyue circulated, Mu Wanqing concealed her satisfaction and excitement. The more Jiang Lanyue acted out, the more she would provoke Song Ningfeng's disdain, leading to her ultimate abandonment. Once she was cast aside, the lavish dowry would all belong to Mu Wanqing. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite face remained unperturbed. She gently shrugged off Song Ningfeng's hand, advancing toward him with formidable poise. Song Ningfeng, do not speak as if you and your marquis's residence have suffered greatly. Who has sustained the household for the past 3 years but me, this so-called venomous woman? Even your mistresses and their children have relied on my financial support. Have my father and brothers not aided you on the battlefield? Do not claim that your current achievements stem solely from your own efforts. At home, you rely on your woman. Outside, you depend on my family. Song Ningfeng, are you truly unaware of your own capabilities? Jiang Lanyue's cold voice pushed Song Ningfeng back step by step as she articulated her grievances. Her tone was calm, yet many detected a note of poignant disappointment in her words. Do not proclaim your virtue in not divorcing me. It is merely your concern for your reputation and fear of public censure. Your reluctance to part with me is likely due to your unwillingness to relinquish the Jiang family's assets. Enough. Each word Jiang Lanyue spoke pierced Song Ningfeng's pride and self-esteem. His eyes burned crimson with anger, blood vessels straining against his rage. Once my wedding ceremony with Wanqing concludes, I shall indeed cast you aside, this venomous woman.
Jiang Lanyue, you have forced my hand.
Bring her away. Song Ningfeng's fury was palpable, his complexion darkening dangerously. Jiang Lanyue's gaze sharpened, her demeanor imposing as she surveyed the room. No need. The decree for our divorce will arrive shortly. When it does, even if you wish to contest it, you will have no choice. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the guests. What did she say? A royal decree for divorce? Is she out of her mind? Does she even comprehend what she is saying? Wanqing could not restrain her scornful laughter. A royal decree for divorce? Surely you jest. Jiang Lanyue, have you lost your senses to speak such absurdities? Are you courting disaster? Song Ningfeng's frown deepened. Her irrationality only solidified his resolve to cast her aside. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from shock to derision and mockery. Today at the Marquis's residence, they were indeed witnessing a grand spectacle, one that would provide ample gossip for months to come. Jiang Lanyue stood with one hand behind her back, exuding an ethereal grace, her face still composed and stunning. She calmly stated, Song Ningfeng, let us proceed with the divorce. Do not waste any more time. Jiang Lanyue, you are fabricating a lie about a royal decree for divorce to manipulate me. Do you think I, Song Ningfeng, can be easily deceived? Desiring divorce? I suggest you abandon that hope. Song Ningfeng's face paled, feeling as though Jiang Lanyue had stripped him of his dignity. The satisfaction on Wanqing's face only grew more pronounced as she perceived that Jiang Lanyue was resorting to desperate measures. Just as Song Ningfeng's words fell, a sharp voice from outside echoed, the decree has arrived. This announcement caused all eyes to widen in astonishment, fixated on Jiang Lanyue. Could it be that her claims were true? Chapter 57. Today truly brings joy upon joy as the mocking expressions of the crowd faded with the entrance of the messenger bearing the decree. Jiang Lanyue's calm black eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation. Wanqing and Song Ningfeng exchanged worried glances, their fists clenched, the atmosphere growing tense. Could it be that the decree for divorce was indeed genuine? Lady Lu and Song Huaishan wore expressions of concern. If Jiang Lanyue were truly divorced, their schemes would be utterly thwarted. The guests were filled with curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The esteemed eunuch Zhou entered holding an imperial edict. Noticing that everyone's eyes were fixed upon him, he smiled and, with his distinctly hoarse voice, proclaimed, Generals Song and Mu, come forward to receive the decree. Both Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were momentarily taken aback. Eunuch Zhou, are we to receive a decree? Is this not the imperial grant and divorce letter intended for Jiang Lanyue? Indeed. It was evident that they were still somewhat out of the loop. Once they comprehended the situation, they hurriedly stepped forward to kneel and pay their respects. Eunuch Zhou unfurled the edict and read aloud, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor decrees, Generals Song and Mu, loyal and valiant protectors of the nation, distinguished themselves in the battle at Ao City. It has come to my attention that you are to be joyfully united in matrimony. This brings me great solace. Therefore, I bestow upon you both commendations, a reward of 100,000 taels of silver each, 10 bolts of exquisite silk, and 5 chests of gold, silver, and jewels. May you, the two generals, harmonize like the zither and lute, live long together, and achieve further glory in service to our dragoned Song Kingdom. Thus is my decree. Generals Song and Mu hastened to accept the edict. The sudden joy left Song Ningfeng and Wanqing momentarily stunned before they finally reacted. We humbly accept the decree and express our gratitude, they exclaimed hurriedly, bowing deeply to receive the edict. Eunuch Zhou smiled broadly, saying, General Song and Mu, today is indeed a day of double happiness for you both. I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyful union and wish you a lifetime of harmony. Thank you. Eunuch Zhou, please, do stay and join us for the banquet, Song Ningfeng quickly offered, presenting a generous red envelope to the eunuch as a polite invitation. Eunuch Zhou accepted the envelope and replied, I must return to report back, so I cannot stay long. After courteously seeing Eunuch Zhou out, Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing returned to the main hall, where the Emperor's rewards were being brought in. 200,000 taels of silver, along with jewelry and luxurious silks, were packed into over 20 redwood chests. Once all was delivered, it occupied half the main hall, creating a striking display that made the space feel even more bustling and lively. The guests gazed upon the scene with envious eyes, eagerly seeking to curry favor with Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing. General Song and General Mu are truly talented and promising. They are a great fortune for our Dragon Song Kingdom. Indeed, General Mu is our kingdom's first female general, truly admirable. Lu Shi, Song Huaishan and relatives from the Gofu chimed in, basking in their reflected glory as they lavished praise upon the two. Mu Wanqing raised her chin proudly, her demeanor vastly transformed from moments prior. She could hardly conceal her disdain for Jiang Lanyue. Jiang, did you not claim to possess the imperial grant and divorce letter? Where are they now? Upon her words, laughter erupted among the guests, their derisive mirth piercing through the air like sharp blades, landing repeatedly upon Jiang Lanyue. Yet, she stood tall and graceful, unaffected by the mockery directed at her, maintaining her poise with unwavering composure. Jiang Lanyue remained unperturbed, confident that since the emperor had promised her, he would surely honor his word. As the laughter subsided, the guests could not refrain from taunting when the edict arrived. I was nearly deceived into thinking she had the capability to secure an imperial grant and divorce letter. Indeed, though the edict has arrived, it is a commendation for General Song and Mu. How ironic. Jiang is but a joke, while General Mu is a paragon of strength. They are worlds apart. As the guests lauded Mu Wanqing, they took pleasure in belittling Jiang Lanyue, believing that by doing so, they could elevate their own status. With a triumphant gleam in her eyes, Mu Wanqing looked down upon Jiang Lanyue, saying, Jiang, did you hear how everyone is speaking of you? They say you are both mad and laughable. Your latter years are bound to be ruined. Hatred flickered quietly in the depths of her gaze. Though she was unaware of how Jiang Lanyue had survived up to this point, she felt that Jiang's path was narrowing, rendering her a target of mockery throughout the capital. Mu Wanqing relished the idea of Jiang living in such humiliation, believing it more satisfying than killing her outright. Jiang, how could the emperor, burdened with state affairs, possibly concern himself with the matters of the Ofu? Next time, choose a more clever lie. Today you have embarrassed me alongside you, which is utterly revolting. Buoyed by the emperor's commendation, Song Ningfeng felt emboldened. In the past, he had harbored some lingering feelings, but now, his disdain for Jiang Lanyue was laid bare as he joined others in deriding her. It seemed that only by viciously trampling Jiang into the ground and shattering her dignity could he reclaim the pride he had lost when questioned by her. As the jeers and taunts rained down upon her, Jiang Lanyue's clear eyes deepened with resolve. She pulled a stack of promissory notes from her sleeve and presented them before Song Ningfeng, stating, Since General Song is so principled, please settle the amounts on these notes. Taken aback, Song Ningfeng had not anticipated this turn of events, while Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow in concern. Lu Shi and Song Huaishan's faces paled instantly. Lu Shi clenched her fists, cursing inwardly. This little wretch is bold enough to demand payment. Last time, General Song had mentioned that upon receiving the rewards, he would repay her immediately. Surely, he would not resort to trickery, or did he wish everyone to mock her for relying on her own dowry? Jiang Lanyue's tone remained icy and devoid of emotion as she arched an eyebrow and replied, The total is 57,000 taels. Will General Song settle this in silver directly, or exchange it for an equivalent value in jewelry? All the guests were transfixed on the unfolding drama, compelling Song Ningfeng to grit his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, in silver. Then let us hasten to count and settle, Jiang Lanyue nodded, her exquisite features betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. Suppressing his anger, Song Ningfeng ordered the silver to be counted. The 100,000 taels he had just received were now to be halved, causing both him and the Fofu to feel as if their hearts were bleeding. At this moment, Not only Song Ningfeng but also Lu Shi and Song Huaishan silently resolved that Jiang Lanyue must not be allowed to leave. Either they would not divorce, with future opportunities for Jiang to repay her debts, or should they part ways, she would take nothing with her from Ofu. Mu Wanqing swiftly concocted a plan and called for her maid Xiaodai, whispering her instructions. Xiaodai nodded vigorously and hurried away. Chapter 58. Is your Hofu truly defying the heavens? Mu Wanqing's gaze, venomous as a serpent, fixated on Jiang Lanyue, who stood tall and distinct in the crowd.
Jiang.
Today I, Mu Wanqing, shall be the envy of the entire capital, celebrating my joyous union. Meanwhile, you are destined to be cast out from the Ofu. Your reputation in tatters before the eyes of all. With so many witnesses present, General Song and the Gofu could not act dishonorably. He indeed ordered the counting of the silver to be done for Jiang Lanyue. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the borrowed silver was counted and returned to her. Jiang, from this moment forth, our Ofu does not owe you a single coin. Do not claim that Song Ningfeng has used your dowry, he said, his face darkened. Pride dictating his words. Jiang Lanyue smiled slightly. The debt of 57,000 taels had been settled. As for the rest, we shall deliberate slowly. What do you mean? Song Ningfeng furrowed his brows, his anger flaring up instantly. He had already returned her 57,000 taels. How could she still be unsatisfied? Just as Song Ningfeng intended to say more, Ruer rushed in with Xian Go in her arms, urgency written all over her round face. Miss, Xian Go seems to be in trouble. Although Ruer did not have affection for Xian Go the child was still of use to the miss and could not perish just yet. What has happened? Jiang Lanyue's gaze darkened slightly. In Ruer's embrace, Xian Go's once fair face had turned a shade of bluish-purple, his lips now a deep hue of black, indicating clear signs of poisoning. Ruer frowned as she explained. The wet nurse said she stepped out briefly to fetch something for Xian Go and upon her return, he was like this.
Jiang Lanyue.
Not wishing for Xian Go to die on her watch, after all. It would be rather ominous for an outsider's child to perish in her care, extended her hand to take his pulse. Her phoenix-like eyes gradually turned icy, her expression grave. The poison affecting Xian Go was peculiar. His vital signs suggested death, yet something within his body felt strange and amiss. It was a false death potion. Before Jiang Lanyue could further diagnose the situation, Mu Wanqing rushed over, snatching Xian Go from Ruer's grasp. Xianer, what has happened to you?
Excellent.
Mu Wanqing looked down at Xian Go in her arms with sorrowful eyes, crying out in despair. When no one else was watching, Mu Wanqing exchanged a glance with Xiaodai, who nodded in affirmation, prompting a smirk of satisfaction to appear on Mu Wanqing's lips. Jiang family, let us see how you will handle this now. Mu Wanqing, what are you doing? Jiang Lanyue's expression turned cold as she glared at Mu Wanqing, who was fiercely protecting Xian Go. Mu Wanqing shot a venomous glare at Jiang Lanyue, her voice laced with fury. Jiang family, what a heart of malice you possess. You once resorted to underhanded means to scheme Xian Go away from me, making him a servant. Now, in order to sabotage my union with Ningfeng, you dare to lay your hands on Xian Go. If anything were to happen to him, I will never let you go. The guests in the hall were equally outraged upon hearing this. Tears welled in Mu Wanqing's eyes as she quickly turned to Song Ningfeng, pleading, Ningfeng, please summon a doctor for Xian Go. Look at what that venomous woman Jiang has done to him. Seeing Xian Go's abnormal complexion, Song Ningfeng too felt a surge of panic, hastily sending someone to fetch a physician. Lu Shi and Song Huaishan rushed over as well. Lu Shi, infuriated, exclaimed, how could you be so cruel to such a young child? Ruer, with a gloomy expression, replied, Old madam, though Xian Go's status is humble, we have provided for his needs. His sudden condition is not our doing. Lu Shi frowned and raised her hand, intending to strike Ruer, but Jiang Lanyue swiftly grasped Lu Shi's wrist, gently pushing her back a few steps, almost causing her to fall. You Jiang family. Lu Shi's eyes blazed with fury as she berated, Xian Go is the eldest son of the Marquis's household. If anything were to happen to him, you and your wretched maidservant shall accompany him in death. Lu Shi paid no heed to the numerous guests present nor to the fact that today was supposed to be Song Ningfeng's wedding day. In her heart, nothing was more important than her precious grandson. Jiang Lanyue's eyes turned frigid, questioning, when did an outsider's illegitimate child come to be regarded as the eldest son? Is the Marquis's household turning upside down? Lu Shi was so enraged she felt like she might vomit blood. Soon the physician arrived. Mu Wanqing hurriedly urged him to treat Xiango, while Song Ningfeng, Lu Shi, and Song Huaishan watched with anxious expressions. The physician withdrew his hand after examining Xiango, shaking his head slightly. General, Madam, I am sorry to say, the young master has already passed.
What?
Lu Shi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening as her body swayed, nearly fainting. Oh, my poor grandson. He is barely over a year old. How could he be gone? Lu Shi was the first to slap her thigh, bursting into tears. Song Huaishan's face was equally sorrowful. Who harmed Xiango? Who else could it be? It must be that venomous Jiang. Compared to Lu Shi and Song Huaishan's grief, Mu Wanqing appeared even more indignant, glaring fiercely at Jiang Lanyue, her eyes radiating a strong desire for vengeance. Jiang Lanyue met Mu Wanqing's gaze with chilling clarity, silently observing her next move. Jiang family, I will kill you. And you shall pay for my grandson's life. Lu Shi, filled with rage, charged toward Jiang Lanyue. As she lunged, Jiang Lanyue swiftly sidestepped with ruer, causing Lu Shi to tumble to the ground. You wretched woman. Lu Shi groaned in pain, her anger boiling over. Jiang Lanyue's deep, dark eyes swept across the crowd, coldly declaring, Xiango has been poisoned with a false death potion. If we do not seek treatment immediately, he may indeed perish for real.
Wanqing frowned, admonishing.
Do not curse my son. Even in death, you cannot relent, can you? Confusion filled her mind. How did Jiang Lanyue know about the false death potion? What false death potion? What is happening? Song Ningfeng turned to Mu Wanqing, insisting, we must find another physician to examine Xianer. Today cannot turn from joy to sorrow. Mu Wanqing initially intended to frame Jiang Lanyue with the false death potion, hoping to make her pay dearly. Perhaps anger had clouded her judgment. Today was indeed her joyous occasion, and as Song Ningfeng pointed out, joy must not turn into tragedy, lest she become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. We must first save Xiango. Determined, she nodded in agreement, signaling Xiao Dai. Soon, Xiao Dai returned with Dr. Xiao. As Dr. Xiao examined Xiango, he could not help but shake his head. Who could be so heartless as to poison a child? If I had not come across him today, the young master's life would have been in peril. Dr. Xiao, can you save my son? Song Ningfeng's heart soared with hope. Dr. Xiao nodded. Of course. I can antidote this poison. With his words, Dr. Xiao administered a vial of medicine to Xiango. Before long, the child who had appeared lifeless began to breathe once more, a miraculous sight. Jiang Lanyue lazily lifted her gaze toward them, observing the expressions of joy on Lu Shi, Song Huaishan, and Song Ningfeng as they praised Dr. Zhao's remarkable skill. However, Mu Wanqing remained composed, seemingly unsurprised as though she had anticipated this outcome. Jiang family, you are unworthy to keep my son by your side. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao's timely intervention, Xianer might have perished. Mu Wanqing's face contorted with rage as she exclaimed, Ningfeng, do you still intend to indulge this venomous woman? Xianer is your own flesh and blood. After the earlier incident, Song Ningfeng felt a lingering dread. He could no longer tolerate those who would harm his offspring. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Jiang Lanyue, declaring, Jiang family, today I, Song Ningfeng, shall divorce you. Chapter 59. After the festivities, come forth to besmirch my name. Song Ningfeng's voice, laced with wrath, resounded throughout the hall. All the guests present were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at his decision. However, it did not take long for many to nod in agreement. After all, Jiang Lanyue had caused a ruckus on the day of Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing's wedding, and had even poisoned another's child. Such heinous acts were utterly intolerable. She should certainly be divorced.
Divorce me?
Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you so certain that I am responsible for the poison that afflicted Xiango? If not you, then who else could it be? Mu Wanqing's eyes reddened with fury as she retorted, Jiang family, I know you are skilled in words and cunning schemes, but you must never, ever reach your poisonous hands toward Xianer. He is but a child. How could you possess such a heart of a viper? Each word dripped with her maternal indignation and accusation. Indeed, how malicious this is. She must be dismissed. Yes, she has violated the 7 cardinal sins. And General Song should divorce this jealous woman to uphold the dignity of the marquisate. The guests expressed their indignation, and Jiang Lanyue instantly became the target of widespread condemnation. My lady has not harmed Xiangur. A mere concubine does not deserve to tarnish her hands. In the face of the overwhelming accusations and insults, Ruier retorted angrily. Mu Wanqing coldly scoffed. You are her maid. Of course you would defend her. Did everyone hear that? Not worthy of soiling her hands. Then, it must be Zhang's instigation of her maid. Her maid inadvertently revealed the truth. Mu Wanqing continued to distort the facts. Ruier, filled with anger, wanted to retort. But Jiang Lanyue subtly shook her head. Ruier, the innocent will always be vindicated. There is no need to argue with her. The more Ruier rushed to defend, the deeper she fell into Mu Wanqing's trap. At this moment, Jiang Lanyue understood Mu Wanqing's intentions. She merely wanted General Song to divorce her. Having failed to frame her for infidelity last time, she was now willing to harm her own flesh and blood. One must admit, Mu Wanqing is truly ruthless. My Xian'er is unfortunate, having been forced apart from me. Mu Wanqing feigned tears, continuing her lament. Now, in an attempt to ruin my marriage, you even dare to endanger Xian'er's life. Jiang, you are truly heartless and despicable. Ningfeng, quickly divorce her. Let her leave the marquisate. I do not wish to see her again, nor do I want her to have the chance to harm my Xian'er.
Embracing Wanqing, Mu Wanqing appeared sorrowful,
eliciting sympathy from all who beheld her. Jiang Lanyue's beautiful brow and eyes carried a hint of solitude. General Mu, you claim I harmed Xian'er. Yet what evidence do you have? Evidence? Mu Wanqing glared at her fiercely. You are jealous and resentful, wanting to use Xian'er to coerce me, to threaten me. That is your evidence. Jiang Lanyue smiled faintly, her gaze as cold as the clear moonlight. Xian'er has not been poisoned. He has ingested a false death potion. Jiang Lanyue stated coldly. A false death potion? The guests were astonished, struggling to comprehend why it was not poison, but rather a potion simulating death. As a master of medicine, Pan Yuanhai stepped forward from the crowd, stating, a false death potion has a common characteristic. Anyone who has come into contact with it will show signs of purple upon exposure to alum. If it were indeed the work of the Marquis' wife, there would surely be traces on her. Upon recognizing Pan Yuanhai, the crowd murmured in agreement. It is the renowned physician Pan. What he says must be true. Indeed. General Mu, if Jiang seeks evidence, let her be tested and confirm her guilt regarding the young master. Let us see how she will refute. Exactly. Once confirmed, it will not only lead to her divorce, but also to punishment under the laws of Longsong Kingdom. Facing the crowd's doubt, Jiang Lanyue remained calm and composed. Like a moon in the cold sky, without a hint of panic. I am willing to be tested to prove my innocence. However, I wonder if General Mu dares to be tested? Why should I be tested? Xian'er is my own son. Would I harm him?
Mu Wanqing,
Caught off guard by Pan's support for Jiang Lanyue, became flustered. If Pan's words were true, being tested would expose her. She absolutely could not proceed with the test. If you are innocent, then what are you afraid of? Jiang Lanyue's deep black eyes bore into her. Mu Wanqing countered defiantly, I am not afraid. I simply find it unnecessary. I have no reason to harm my own flesh and blood. Song Ningfeng clenched his fists, his voice thick with threat. Jiang, I give you one last chance for repentance. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to Wanqing and Xian'er, I may, for the sake of our marriage, refrain from involving the authorities and merely divorce you. If the test reveals your guilt, I shall not show mercy. Jiang Lanyue's eyes, like obsidian, held a chilling smile. Alum water. You truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Song Ningfeng gritted his teeth, utterly disappointed in Jiang Lanyue. Soon, someone brought a basin of alum water. Jiang Lanyue walked forward without hesitation, placing her slender, pale fingers into the alum water. Her fair hands showed no signs of change. The crowd was taken aback, wondering if they had wronged Jiang. Your maid just let it slip. It was you who instructed her. Mu Wanqing continued to argue.
Ruier,
You should also dip your hand in. Jiang Lanyue urged Ruier to prove her innocence. Ruier submerged her hands in the alum water, and like Jiang Lanyue, there was no discoloration. It appeared that neither the mistress nor her maid was guilty. There must be a misunderstanding. Pan Yuanhai spoke up. Sensing that Jiang Lanyue was not the type to harm her own child, the others in the hall began to murmur, while Mu Wanqing clenched her fists in fury. She had orchestrated this scheme with Xian'er. Could Jiang Lanyue truly escape unscathed? No, she would not accept it. She must ensure Song Ningfeng divorced Jiang Lanyue and seize all her dowry and possessions. With a fierce expression, Mu Wanqing declared, Jiang. Since you understand it is a false death potion, you must possess some medical knowledge. Surely, you avoided detection when poisoning Xianer. You and your maid's hands show no signs, which does not prove your innocence. The crowd realized this was indeed a possibility. Jiang Lanyue anticipated Mu Wanqing would not let this matter rest easily, and replied coldly. To add a crime, one need not seek justification. Let everyone in the marquisate be tested with alum water. After that, General Mu can continue to smear my reputation. They shall all be tested. Song Ningfeng frowned, eager to discover who was truly harming Xianer if it was not Jiang Lanyue. Everyone in the marquisate was tested until the basin reached Xiao Dai. Chapter 60. Who instructed you?
Xiao Dai was visibly panicked.
Terrified to the point of kneeling on the ground, her face ashen. She looked to Mu Wanqing for help. General Mu, save me. Mu Wanqing wished she could strangle Xiao Dai. Did she fear others wouldn't know she was the instigator? Song Ningfeng furrowed his brow, quickly grasping Xiao Dai's arm and pushing her hand into the alum water. Soon, purple began to appear on her fingers. In the main hall, all eyes widened in shock, realizing that it was Mu Wanqing's personal maid. Xiao Dai, terrified, began to weep, hastily kneeling and bowing her head. General Song, spare me. I was only following orders. Please. I beg you. As Xiao Dai cried and begged, Song Ningfeng's stern demeanor demanded, who instructed you?
I.
Xiao Dai found herself at a loss for words, intimidated by Song Ningfeng's imposing presence, her eyes anxiously darting towards Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing's expression darkened as she cut in before Xiao Dai could speak. Xiao Dai, I treated you well. Why would you harm my child? Speak. Who instructed you? General Mu, it was you who told me to give Xian Gur the false death potion, claiming it would allow General Song to divorce the lady.
Xiao Di trembled,
unable to lie, and spoke truthfully. Her revelation left the guests in the hall astounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could this be? Could Mu Wanqing truly have plotted against her own child?
Slap.
Mu Wanqing stormed over, angrily striking Xiao Dai across the face. Her strength was formidable. With a single slap, she knocked out Xiao Dai's teeth, causing a spray of blood to erupt from Xiao Dai's mouth, nearly rendering her unconscious. Dare to speak recklessly against me, General?
Tell me.
Was it Jiang who incited you to frame me? Mu Wanqing glared fiercely at Xiao Dai. Blood filled Xiao Dai's mouth as she desperately shook her head and pleaded with Song Ningfeng. General, I speak only the truth. It was indeed General Mu who instructed me. I have always been loyal to General Mu. Seeing Xiao Dai's obstinacy, Mu Wanqing was infuriated that she could not grasp the insinuation. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes as she resolved to eliminate Xiao Dai at once, lest she continue her nonsense. However, before her hand could descend, it was seized by delicate, pale fingers, halting her action. Lifting her gaze, Mu Wanqing beheld a stunning visage, the woman's deep-set eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the cosmos. The moment Mu Wanqing met Jiang Lanyue's icy stare, her anger flared. So it was you, Jiang. You bribed Xiao Dai. A cold smile crept across Mu Wanqing's lips as she shot a venomous glance at Xiao Dai. No wonder she has been defending you, attempting to slander me. Jiang, you vile woman, you will stop at nothing to achieve your ends. Mu Wanqing's accusations incited murmurs among the guests. It became clear that Jiang had corrupted General Mu's maid, revealing a truly nefarious scheme. Indeed, how could she harm her own son, Xian Gur? One guest remarked. She merely claimed to treat the child as a servant. Now she is using him as leverage against General Mu and General Song. It is utterly disgraceful. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Mu Wanqing cast a provocative smile at Jiang Lanyue from a place hidden from view. You cannot outmaneuver me, Jiang. Await your dismissal from the Ho residence. Her sinister smile widened, yet before it could fully bloom, Jiang Lanyue struck her squarely in the face.
Ack.
Mu Wanqing cried out, blood gushing from her nose. The onlookers were taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's sudden aggression.
How dare you hit me?
Mu Wanqing wiped the blood away, her fury palpable as her temper flared. How could this wretched woman dare to strike her? Had she lost her mind? Jiang Lanyue nonchalantly shook her hand, her enchanting features radiating an air of confidence. If I dislike you, I shall strike you. Must I choose a favorable day for such actions? You. Jiang Lanyue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. You would harm your own flesh and blood? Mu Wanqing, you are unworthy of motherhood. Silence.
Mu Wanqing,
like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploded with rage. You instigated Xiao Dai to harm Xian Gur, Jiang. Do you still refuse to repent? How long will you continue this madness, Jiang? Song Ningfeng clenched his fists, loathing evident in his gaze. Prepare the ink. I shall divorce her this instant. A cold smile graced Jiang Lanyue's lips as she exchanged a knowing glance with Roar, who promptly understood. In the next moment, Jiang Lanyue was at Mu Wanqing's side, grasping her hand as Roar presented a basin of alum water. Jiang Lanyue plunged Mu Wanqing's hand into the water. Soon, a deep purple hue emerged on Mu Wanqing's hand. The hall fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. General Mu, you accuse me of instructing Xiao Dai, yet you have never encountered false death medicine. How then, dear General, does this trace appear upon your hand? Jiang Lanyue's voice was icy as she questioned. Mu Wanqing's face flickered with panic. Song Ningfeng's brow furrowed in suspicion. Wanqing, what is the meaning of this? Lu and Song Huaishan were equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Mu Wanqing could turn against her own child. The guests, not foolish, grasped the evidence laid before them. Xiao Dai was Mu Wanqing's servant, and now she too bore traces of false death medicine. Gasps echoed as the truth dawned upon them. The general was ruthless enough to endanger her own son to compel General Song to divorce Jiang. Truly, one cannot catch wolves without first sacrificing their young. Wanqing, how could you do this? Xianguo is our own flesh and blood. After the shock, disappointment began to creep into Song Ningfeng's eyes. He had always regarded Mu Wanqing as noble and virtuous, unlike ordinary women. And he had never imagined she could resort to such vile schemes. Mu Wanqing found herself under the scrutiny of every gaze, each one penetrating her very being. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. The myriad of disapproving eyes rendered her utterly humiliated, and she feared that if she were to marry Mu Wanqing, she would become the subject of ridicule. Song Ningfeng shook his head slightly at Mu Wanqing. If you truly harmed Xianguo, I must reconsider our union. He had admired Mu Wanqing for her bravery and integrity, for her candidness on the battlefield, not for her cunning like the women of the inner court. Are you saying? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, that this day of joy will be twisted into a farce? No. She would not allow it. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a servant rushed in announcing, the eldest princess has arrived. The announcement struck like a bucket of cold water thrown into a boiling pot, and chaos erupted. Did I hear correctly? The eldest princess is here? Oh my, she is the unparalleled eldest princess, who eschews the intrigues of court for the sake of the people and their suffering. Indeed, she is known for her piety, devoting her mornings to incense and prayer. Her selflessness has contributed to the prosperity of Longsong Nation. As the guests expressed their admiration, Mu Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine at the mention of the eldest princess. While others revered her virtuous facade, Mu Wanqing had witnessed the darker side of this powerful figure. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, knowing few would believe her. To her surprise, Mu Wanqing had not anticipated the eldest princess would come. Was it to bestow her a great gift? A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. In stark contrast to the excitement surrounding her, Jiang Lanyue remained composed, aware of the legendary status of the eldest princess and the rumors of her connection to the South and King's beloved. As the crowd's eager eyes turned toward the entrance, a maid dressed in court attire soon appeared. Behind the old matron followed several eunuchs. Among the onlookers, a keen-eyed individual recognized her as Lady Yi, the personal attendant of the Grand Princess. However, the Grand Princess was notably absent from the gathering. Lady Yi, has Her Highness come along? Mu Wanqing inquired cautiously, stepping forward. Lady Yi smiled and replied, the princess is currently engaged in her devotions. Nevertheless, she has specially sent me to present a wedding gift to General Mu. Upon hearing that the Grand Princess was not present, a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the crowd. They had hoped to catch a glimpse of her esteemed presence. The absence of the Grand Princess was not entirely unexpected, as she rarely attended royal banquets. After speaking, Lady Yi clapped her hands, prompting the eunuchs behind her to step forward. They brought forth a selection of exquisite treasures, handpicked by the princess for General Mu. As Lady Yi elaborated on the gifts, one eunuch carefully lifted a box and opened it, revealing items of undeniable quality. Mu Wanqing inclined her body respectfully, expressing her gratitude. I humbly thank Her Highness. Not so fast, General Mu. Let us first see what this is, Lady Yi interjected. With her words, one eunuch pulled away a red cloth, unveiling an extraordinarily beautiful and sharp red tassel spear, adorned with fiery red lotus carvings. The connection between the spearhead and the tassel was crafted in the shape of a lotus flower, and when in motion, it resembled blooming red lotuses, incinerating all evils in its path. Heavens! It is the red lotus spear, gasped the crowd. This weapon was traditionally reserved for the royal family, exclusively wielded by them. The Grand Princess had bestowed such a prestigious weapon upon General Mu, signifying her immense regard for her. Those who recognized the weapon gasped in astonishment. Lady Yi, with her hands clasped before her, spoke with unwavering conviction. Her Highness decrees that General Mu, as the foremost female general of Wanqing Nation, serves as a paragon for all women. Rather than letting the red lotus spear gather dust in the royal treasury, it is better placed in the hands of one who truly requires it. She paused, surveying the attendees, who held their breath in anticipation of her next words. General Mu, Her Highness hopes you will wield the red lotus spear to protect the peace of the people of Wanqing Nation. At that moment, the eunuch stepped forward to present the red lotus spear to Mu Wanqing. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted it. Lady continued, this spear is a legendary artifact, symbolizing the power of the Phoenix's rebirth. Her Highness wishes for you, General Mu, to hold this spear and achieve invincible victories. With both hands raised in reverence, Mu Wanqing knelt, her expression filled with pride and emotion as she declared, I shall faithfully obey Her Highness's command and will not betray this trust. I vow to protect Wanqing Nation and safeguard the well-being of its people with this spear. General Mu is formidable. General Mu is formidable. Many in the hall were swept up in the fervor, loudly cheering for Mu Wanqing. In this moment of glory, the earlier incident where she had poisoned her own son was forgotten. After delivering the gifts, Lady Yi did not linger and departed with the palace maids and eunuchs. Mu Wanqing, now holding the red lotus spear, approached Song Ningfeng, who gazed at her with intense admiration. Ningfeng, I admit that the idea of administering a false death potion to Xian was mine, but I did it for you and the Marquis, to give you a legitimate reason to part ways with Jiang. Everything I did was for you, Ningfeng. Why can't you understand my intentions?
Mu Wanqing spoke softly,
ensuring only he could hear her. Who would risk their own child if they weren't compelled to? Appealing to both his emotions and reason, she continued, Ningfeng, you have seen how much the Grand Princess values me. Think carefully about whether you will dismiss Jiang or marry me. A frown creased Song Ningfeng's brow. Mu Wanqing was cornering him into a decision. As long as you do not pursue this matter, we can blame Jiang. With the Grand Princess's endorsement, others will undoubtedly believe me and not Jiang. A calculating glint flickered in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Without the Grand Princess's gift, Song Ningfeng, concerned about his reputation, would have hesitated to marry her. Now, however, Mu Wanqing was not only favored by the emperor, but also regarded with special esteem by the Grand Princess, who had even gifted her a weapon reserved for royal use. Such an honor was unprecedented in all of Wanqing Nation. The Grand Princess, revered and beloved by countless citizens, swayed Song Ningfeng's allegiance effortlessly. As for Jiang Lanyue, with her family decimated, she and her mother were the last remnants of a once powerful house, now on the brink of ruin. In stark contrast to the rising star that was Mu Wanqing, Jiang Lanyue seemed utterly insignificant. Soon, Song Ningfeng made his decision. Clenching his fists, he turned his cold gaze toward Jiang Lanyue. Jiang, you have bribed others to malign General Mu, driven by jealousy and malice toward your offspring. You have transgressed the 7 grounds for divorce. I, the general, shall now act according to the laws of Wanqing Nation and dismiss you. Someone, bring me writing materials. Chapter 62. We are here to support you. Hearing Song Ningfeng's brazen declaration, Jiang Lanyue's smile deepened with mockery. She laughed, a beautiful sound akin to a lone snow lotus, exuding an air of detachment that made others hesitant to approach. Just moments ago, Song Ningfeng had claimed he did not wish to marry the calculating Mu Wanqing. Yet in the span of a mere tea break, he had completely changed his demeanor. Jiang Lanyue felt a wave of revulsion wash over her in response to the suffocating atmosphere of deceit and scheming. If it were possible, she would have left that place immediately, wishing never to associate with such wretched individuals again. Song Ningfeng turned his attention to the kneeling Xiao Dai, and to prevent her from speaking out of turn, he coldly ordered, as for Xiao Dai, for harming her master, drag her away and beat her to death. Before long, 2 servants entered and seized Xiao Dai, dragging her away. Spare me, General. It was truly General Mu who instructed me. Xiao Dia's desperate pleas faded into the distance until they were completely silenced. Jiang, Your ability to manipulate people's hearts is truly remarkable. Even at death's door, Shaodai still attempts to cling to my name. You are indeed quite skilled.
Wanqing taunted Jiang Lanyue coldly.
With the Grand Princess's backing, many in the hall who had previously doubted Mu Wanqing's integrity began to change their minds. The Grand Princess valued General Mu for her tireless dedication to the people. Surely, she would never poison her own child. She must have been framed by Jiang. Indeed, what mother would harm her own child? It must be the vile Jiang family's doing. That Jiang family is truly wicked. General Song, you must divorce her at once. The crowd rallied in support, calling for justice not only for the attempt on Mu Wanqing's son but also for Jiang to be reported and imprisoned for her crimes. In an instant, Jiang Lanyue found herself the target of public scorn, and Mu Wanqing was thoroughly pleased with the turn of events. Jiang, what gives you the right to contend with me? Is it your treacherous lineage or your soon-to-be stripped title as the Marquis's consort? Meanwhile, preparations for writing materials were swiftly made for Song Ningfeng. With a stoic expression, he grasped the brush and began inscribing Jiang Lanyue's transgressions upon the paper. It wasn't long before he completed the divorce decree, ready to seal it with his stamp. Rising, Song Ningfeng surveyed the assembled guests, his voice resolute and filled with righteous fervor as he declared, "Today, I ask you all to bear witness. In light of Jiang's failure to uphold her duties as a wife, her jealousy, and her repeated provocations against familial harmony, which have led to turmoil in our household and even harm to our offspring, she is beyond redemption. With this decree, Jiang and I, as well as the Marquis, shall henceforth have no ties." A victorious smile spread across Mu Wanqing's face as she taunted, "Jiang, your downfall is entirely self-inflicted." Lu and Song Huaishan were genuinely pleased to see Song Ningfeng justified in his decision to divorce Jiang Shi. Previously, the reluctance to part ways with Jiang Lanyue stemmed from her 3 years of unwavering dedication to managing the Ho residence, even going so far as to use her dowry to subsidize the household, leaving no room for criticism. A hasty divorce would have subjected both the Ho residence and Song Ningfeng to public scorn and ridicule. However, the circumstances had changed. Jiang Lanyue had committed 2 grave missteps. Now, should he choose to divorce her, the public would only applaud, and the Ho family would remain unscathed by gossip. As Song Ningfeng prepared the divorce decree, he was irked by Jiang Lanyue's demeanor, which remained cold and aloof, as if untouched by the world. Grasping the divorce papers, he threatened, "Jiang Shi, I reiterate, if you are willing to kneel before Wanqing and Xiange to acknowledge your mistakes and sincerely repent, I might reconsider and grant you a divorce without reporting you. Why should I apologize when I have done nothing wrong? As for reporting, do as you wish." Jiang Lanyue replied with a chilling smile, showing no signs of being intimidated. Standing there like the moon, she was breathtakingly beautiful, impervious to any malevolent spirits. Song Ningfeng, frowning in frustration, displayed an air of self-righteousness as he retorted, "Jiang Shi, since you are so obstinate, you shall spend the rest of your life in prison. Your dowry, which I had initially intended to return upon your contrition, will not see the light of day." Lu nodded in agreement, adding, "According to the laws of Long Song Kingdom, a divorced woman cannot take her dowry with her. Is it merely kneeling to apologize you desire? Do you no longer wish for your dowry?" Mu Wanqing mocked, reveling in the prospect of seeing Jiang Lanyue beg for mercy. Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled with clarity as she retorted, "You need not feign such righteousness. If you covet my dowry, simply say so. Furthermore, you are unworthy to demand my apology. I am innocent and will not apologize. To do so would be to concede that Xiange was harmed by her actions. You are truly obstinate and seek your own demise. Do not blame others." Song Ningfeng, incensed, stamped his seal onto the divorce decree. "Jiang Lanyue, as of now, I, Song Ningfeng, am divorcing you." Just as he was about to hurl the decree at her, a strong and furious voice rang out, "Stop, Song Ningfeng. You have no right to divorce my sister. You are unworthy." This was followed by the harmonious voices of 2 young men. The crowd, intrigued and bewildered, turned towards the entrance, only to be astonished by the sight of 3 tall, strikingly handsome men, Jiang Zhannan and his 2 sons, Jiang Yi and Jiang Li. The trio exuded an impressive aura, causing the previously raucous hall to fall silent. Mu Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock, her expression one of disbelief. How could Jiang Lanyue have survived, and what was the reason for Jiang Zhannan and his son's unexpected return? Stunned, she struggled to regain her composure. "Song Ningfeng, too, was taken aback, having long believed the Jiang family to be deceased. Their sudden appearance was akin to a resurrection, leaving him in a state of shock. Whispers erupted among the crowd, questioning how the general and his family, presumed traitors, could still be alive. Jiang Lanyue approached the three, smiling as she looked up at them. Jiang Zhennan tenderly ruffled her hair, his gaze softening.
My dear Yue,
Your father and brothers are here now. No one shall bully you again. We are here to support you. Song Ningfeng's dreams of divorcing you shall remain just that, dreams. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li smiled reassuringly at Jiang Lanyue, standing beside her like towering protectors. Jiang Zhennan, the seasoned general, emanated an intimidating presence as he coldly addressed Song Ningfeng. Listen well, Song Ningfeng, you have no right to divorce my daughter. Only my daughter can choose to leave you. Jiang Zhennan's words were audacious and arrogant, leaving everyone momentarily speechless.
Muvan vinkregainet her senses.
Clenching her fists until her nails pierced her palms, her eyes burning with fury and hatred. Why are these accursed Jiang family members still alive? Song Ningfeng's face turned ashen, his brow furrowed deeply. Previously, he had served under Jiang Zhennan, who had been far more demanding than most commanders. Now that he had risen to the rank of general, he no longer had to follow Jiang Zhennan's orders. Yet, when it came to the matter of divorce, Jiang Zhennan still expected unwavering obedience. This infuriated Song Ningfeng to the core, prompting him to abandon all pretense of civility. With a cold expression, he retorted, Uncle Jiang, while I understand you are accustomed to issuing commands on the battlefield, this is the Ho residence, and I will not allow you to meddle in my divorce proceedings with Jiang Shi. Jiang Zhennan scoffed, I will indeed intervene in my daughter's affairs. Our general's legitimate daughter is not someone you, Song Ningfeng, can cast aside at will. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, yearning to confront the ungrateful Song Ningfeng. Have you and your Ho residents forgotten that your current status is due to my sister's sacrifices? Jiang Li's gaze was icy as he challenged, If not for our father and us, would you even be a general today? Without my sister's management, your impoverished Ho residents would have long been reduced to begging on the streets. Are all the people of the Song family so ungrateful and treacherous? The brothers' words struck a chord, leaving Song Ningfeng momentarily speechless. The truth of their assertions rendered him unable to respond. As the prominent figures of the capital looked on, he could only seethe in silence, his face flushed with anger. Lu and Song Huaishan's expressions were equally grim, unable to withstand the formidable presence of the Jiang family. Lu clenched her fists, spitting, Do not flatter yourselves. Jiang Shi's management of the Ho residence was merely her duty as the matriarch. We are a distinguished family, a household of nobility. Do not spread slanderous tales. Is that so? Would you dare swear before the heavens that you have not spent a single coin of my sister's dowry? Jiang Li's cold gaze bore into Lu, his intensity palpable. Jiang Yi nodded, a mocking smile on his lips. Your family has undoubtedly squandered at least 100,000 taels of my sister's dowry. You wish to play the victim while being complicit in such disgraceful conduct. Lu's face paled, realizing the impact of their words. The Jiang family seemed intent on disrupting the proceedings, and she felt a pang of guilt. Knowing they had indeed spent a considerable amount of Jiang Lanyue's dowry over the past 3 years, particularly on her medical expenses. Gasps filled the room as the crowd processed the revelation that the Ho residents had squandered 100,000 taels of dowry. What kind of vampires were they? Song Ningfeng and the Lu family displayed expressions as vibrant as the colors of a running marquee. Just moments ago, their voices had been filled with enthusiasm. Yet upon the mention of a solemn oath, silence enveloped them. With a tall and imposing stature, second brother commanded attention, and under his piercing gaze, the Lu family's bravado diminished. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Song Huaishan hastily interjected, stating that the Ho residents had indeed faced challenges in recent years. But the debts owed to the Jiang family had been fully repaid. He insisted that the Jiang family need not cling to the past. Jiang Zhennan, your daughter has committed 2 grave offenses under the 7 reasons for divorce, and thus, her dismissal is entirely justified. Song Huaishan deftly diverted the focus onto Jiang Lanyue's transgressions. Song Ningfeng nodded in agreement, asserting that Uncle Jiang should refrain from dredging up previous grievances, for the Ho residents had been more than accommodating towards the Jiang family. It was the Jiang family that had erred, and the divorce was a consequence of their own actions. Wanqing, standing beside Song Ningfeng, was disinclined to ponder why Jiang Zhennan and his kin were still alive. What mattered most was ensuring that Song Ningfeng divorced Jiang Lanyue. rendering the Jiang family incapable of holding their heads high in the capital and reclaiming Lanyue's dowry. With a cold smile, Mu Wanqing remarked, "General, this is the Ho residence. Not your battlefield. You are no longer the commander and have no authority to dictate Ningfeng's marital decisions." Jiang Zhennan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. "What are you?" he retorted. "Since when has the Ho residence allowed an outsider to meddle in the affairs of the legitimate wife?" His words struck home, nearly inciting Mu Wanqing to retch with fury. She and Song Ningfeng had yet to undergo the wedding rites, and thus could not be deemed a true couple. She cast a look of grievance towards Song Ningfeng. Angered by the Jiang family's provocations, Song Ningfeng's temper flared. "Uncle Jiang, Wanqing is the foremost female general of Longsong Nation, recently commended by the emperor, and the princess has bestowed upon her the red lotus blazing sky spear. She is to become my bride. Her words carry weight for the Ho residence, and what objection can you possibly have?" With that, he raised his chin defiantly, while Mu Wanqing purposefully dropped the red lotus blazing sky spear heavily onto the ground. Jiang Zhennan glared at Song Ningfeng, who was protecting Mu Wanqing, and scornfully chastised. "What a collusion! You two are intent on marrying. Do not go out and harm others." Enraged, Mu Wanqing's eyes turned vicious as she shouted Jiang Zhennan's name. "Jiang Zhennan, do not forget that your family is a disgrace to Longsong Nation. Do you truly believe yourself to be a general, daring to act so brazenly in the Ho residence? You had best behave, or I shall use the red lotus blazing sky spear, bestowed by the princess, to bring justice upon your family. Indeed, your Jiang family should know better than to cause a disturbance in our Ho residence." Song Ningfeng restrained his fury, clenching his fists tightly. "Today, I will divorce Jiang Lanyue. You shall not take a single penny of her dowry. There is no room for negotiation." His tone was filled with arrogance as he forcefully threw the divorce decree onto Jiang Lanyue's face. "Jiang Lanyue, you are hereby divorced. Immediately leave the Ho residence with your father and brother, or I shall have you thrown out." Song Ningfeng's confidence surged once more. Today, no one could prevent him from divorcing Jiang Lanyue. Lu echoed his sentiments, affirming that Jiang Lanyue deserved to be divorced and had no right to remain in the Ho residence. Song Huaishan nodded in agreement, suggesting that the Jiang family's daughter should prepare for the consequences of her actions. Jiang Zhennan and his brothers gazed at the Ho family's grotesque demeanor, their hearts aching for Jiang Lanyue and feeling a wave of disgust. Jiang Lanyue stood silently to the side, coldly observing the disdainful glances from Song Ningfeng's family and Mu Wanqing. The gathered guests murmured amongst themselves, recognizing that the Jiang family daughter would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule in the capital, unable to hold her head high. At that moment, the steward Li, standing behind Jiang Zhennan and his sons, stepped forward into view, awkwardly smiling. "Have you all not noticed that you have overlooked this old servant?" The crowd turned to the emerging steward, astonished. Chapter 64. A Royal Divorce Decree. Wasn't he this the Emperor's most trusted steward, the esteemed Eunuch Li? When had he arrived? Eunuch Li had accompanied Jiang Zhennan and his sons, but their imposing figures had overshadowed him, causing everyone to forget his presence amidst the brewing tension between the Jiang family and the Ho residence. "Eunuch Li, what brings you here? Does the emperor have further instructions?" Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing stepped forward, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Eunuch Li was a favored official by the emperor. They dared not offend him easily. The guests in the main hall were also curious about his purpose for visiting the Ho residence.
Eunuch Li nud daliguli.
"Indeed, I have business. I am here to deliver a royal decree." Upon hearing this, Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing could not hide their delight.
Eunuch Li.
Could it be that the emperor intends to bestow further rewards upon us? The emperor has already been most generous, my fiancé and I. Though Song Ningfeng spoke courteously, excitement and joy radiated from his tanned face. Today, he and the Ho residents were destined to shine brightly before the entire capital. In a single day, receiving 2 royal rewards was likely an unprecedented honor since the founding of Longsong Nation. The guests in the main hall whispered in astonishment, speculating that the Ho residence was poised for greatness. Jiang Zhennan and his brothers exchanged glances at Song Ningfeng's beaming face, merely snorting in disdain without retorting. Eunuch Li offered no explanations. He unfolded the royal decree, prompting Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing to instinctively kneel. Eunuch Li frowned. General Mu need not kneel.
"What?"
Mu Wanqing's smile widened, realizing the significance of such a privilege. She was not required to kneel to accept the decree. Her expression blossomed with pride and triumph. Eunuch Li began to read the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, in light of the union between Ho Residence's eldest son Song Ningfeng and the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Lanyue, having reached its conclusion, their bond is severed. Henceforth, a royal divorce is granted to dissolve their marital ties. May they each cherish themselves and refrain from interference. As Eunuch Li concluded the reading of the royal divorce decree, an eerie silence engulfed the hall. Song Ningfeng, still on his knees, felt as though he had been struck mute, frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wanqing, who had just risen with a smile, found her expression transforming into one of distress.
Lu,
Song Huaishan and the rest of the Song family were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. The guests in the hall exhibited a myriad of expressions, each more varied than the last. Jiang Zhenan gently placed his hand upon Jiang Lanyue's head, a smile breaking through his rugged features. You are finally free. Father, I am once again a daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly, her delicate face lighting up with a relieved smile, her dimples enchanting. At last, she had received the royal divorce decree. Her brothers, too, wore expressions of contentment. Little sister, the Jiang family welcomes you home. Nearby, Rue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She had been by Jiang Lanyue's side throughout, knowing all too well the hardships she had endured. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. The royal divorce decree was indeed genuine.
how had she accomplished this?
Indeed, no one had anticipated that the emperor would truly grant the divorce. Thus, General Song could never proceed with the divorce. Eunuch Li tucked away the decree. Addressing the still-dazed Song Ningfeng and Jiang Lanyue, General Song, Miss Jiang, please accept your decree. Jiang Lanyue knelt to receive the decree, expressing her gratitude. Song Ningfeng abruptly raised his head, a look of unwillingness etched across his face. Li Gonggong, has His Majesty made a mistake with this decree? He questioned. Jiang Shi has committed 2 grave offenses as outlined in the 7 reasons for divorce. How can she possibly be granted a divorce decree? This is unjust.
Li Gonggong frowned.
Replying, General Song, are you questioning His Majesty's judgment? Microminister would never dare. Wanqing clenched her fists, her expression darkening. Li Gonggong, Jiang Shi's crimes are well documented. Granting her a divorce without reporting her to the authorities is already an act of mercy from the Marquis' household. Why bestow her a divorce decree? Li Gonggong remained impassive. This divorce decree is a royal edict, solely concerning General Song and Miss Jiang. If you have any doubts, you may inquire directly with His Majesty. His implication was clear. This divorce decree belonged to Jiang Lanyue, and she had no right to interject. Wanqing's complexion flickered between shades of pale and furious, silenced by the weight of the imperial decree. How could she dare to challenge imperial authority, unless she sought her own demise? Li Gonggong's tone was cold. Accept the decree. General Song. With humiliation and helplessness, Song Ningfeng knelt, declaring, I accept the decree and thank His Majesty. Li Gonggong handed the decree to Song Ningfeng, who grasped it, feeling its heat and irony. Just moments ago, he had boasted of divorcing Jiang Lanyue, only to have her respond with a royal divorce decree. This slap in the face left him reeling, bloodied and bruised. The greater his arrogance had been, the more painfully he now felt the sting of reality. Wanqing's expression twisted in rage. Jiang Zhenan snorted, raising his chin defiantly. I told you earlier, you have no right to divorce my daughter. Yet you refuse to heed my warning. Little sister, since it is a divorce, let us not leave behind anything that belongs to our Jiang family. Take everything you can carry, the second brother said with a sly smile. The third brother nodded in agreement. The Marquis' household not only seeks to ruin your reputation but also wishes to seize your dowry. They are utterly shameless. Jiang Lanyue smiled faintly, her eyes glinting coldly. Father, second brother, third brother, I shall not take what is not mine, but what belongs to me, I will not relinquish to them. Miss, I will fetch the organized list of dowry items right away, Rue said eagerly, darting off. With the divorce decree issued, it was now time to inventory Jiang Lanyue's belongings and depart from the Marquis' household. Listening to Jiang Lanyue and her family's discussions, Song Ningfeng's family turned crimson with rage. A tempest of anger and frustration brewing within. Song Ningfeng confronted Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Shi, you knew about the imperial divorce decree all along, didn't you? You feigned ignorance while I wrote the divorce letter, simply wanting to watch me make a fool of myself, didn't you? This was all part of your scheme to have me and the Marquis's household become the laughingstock of everyone. His eyes burned with fury. This was the first time he had ever felt such humiliation. All the guests would undoubtedly mock him, speculating on the misfortunes of him and the Marquis's household. This was the very thing that mattered most to the vain Song Ningfeng, and he found it intolerable. The second brother scoffed. You were already quite the joke to begin with. You wrote the divorce letter yourself and now wish to blame my little sister? Where is your dignity, Song Ningfeng? The third brother laughed at Song Ningfeng's shamelessness. Jiang Lanyue's gaze darkened, commanding with authority, enough of this nonsense. Quickly tally up Lanyue's dowry, gather your things, and prepare to return home. The second and third brothers responded in unison. Yes, father. Father, let us go. Jiang Lanyue did not wish to linger. Now that there was no connection left, once the inventory was settled, she would sever ties with the Marquis's household and depart. Jiang Shi, wait. Song Ningfeng clenched his fists, his voice dripping with malice as he stopped her. Are you truly certain you will not regret this divorce? Chapter 65. Do not regret. Do not seek me again. Having been publicly humiliated by Jiang Lanyue's royal divorce decree, Song Ningfeng was consumed by frustration and discontent. In his mind, Jiang Lanyue had waited for him for 3 years and made numerous sacrifices for the Marquis's household. She must have loved him dearly. Yet her resolute departure and the appearance of the divorce decree seemed to suggest that she had never cared for him at all. This left the proud Song Ningfeng feeling acutely unsettled. Now, he wished for Jiang Lanyue to weep before him, to express her regrets and plead for his forgiveness, even to kneel and beg to return. If you regret it, all you need to do is kneel and plead with me. I might, out of past affection, allow you to. Before he could finish, Jiang Lanyue raised her gaze coldly. Her obsidian eyes sparkled with a hint of defiance as she replied with a soft laugh. General Song, we are now divorced. Let us part ways peacefully and wish each other well. Her tone was so indifferent, as if she were addressing a complete stranger. You mean you will not regret it? Song Ningfeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her lack of affirmation. Jiang Lanyue's brows arched delicately, her coldness thickening as she declared, I absolutely do not regret it. Very well. Song Ningfeng was provoked by her words, his demeanor bordering on madness as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Lanyue, remember what you said today, and I hope you never come to regret it or seek me out again.
There will be no such day.
Jiang Lanyue remained remarkably calm in the face of Song Ningfeng's fury. Song Ningfeng seethed with rage, a fire igniting within his chest, nearly consuming him whole. Wanqing quickly grabbed his arm, urging, Ningfeng, let them be. What if the Jiang family possesses the divorce decree? They, along with their father and brothers, are now burdened with disgrace. Who would dare to want Jiang Lanyue now? Ningfeng, let us hasten to the wedding ceremony and not delay the auspicious timing. Wanqing raised her chin defiantly as she glanced at Jiang Lanyue. She did not wish to be looked down upon by her. It was now essential for her and Song Ningfeng to marry. Perhaps they could regain some semblance of dignity from this debacle. Very well. Let us marry at once. Song Ningfeng nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lanyue as he provocatively added, Jiang Lanyue, since you claim you will never regret it, dare you stay and witness my wedding with Wanqing? How shameless of you, Song Ningfeng. You want me to watch while you marry my sister? The second brother, incensed by Song Ningfeng's audacity, was ready to charge at him, but Jiang Lanyue stopped him. After all, it is the joyous occasion of 2 generals. Let us join in the merriment. The second and third brothers agreed. Let's watch. They were curious to see how the Marquis's household would fare in its moment of glory. Seeing that Jiang Lanyue was indeed willing to stay and witness his marriage to Wanqing, Song Ningfeng felt an even greater sense of frustration, his facial muscles twitching. The auspicious time has arrived. Let us commence the wedding ceremony. Lu Shi urged with a dark expression. With the royal divorce decree no longer a consideration, and with Wanqing being the foremost female general favored by the Grand Princess, the Marquis's household would do well to cling to this powerful ally. As the auspicious moment came, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing began their wedding rites, basking in the flattery of their guests. Setting aside other matters, the union of 2 esteemed generals was bound to become a celebrated tale. However, the peculiar scene of Song Ningfeng marrying a new bride while his former wife and her family watched from the sidelines was unprecedented in Long Song country. In the presence of witnesses, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing completed their wedding rites and became officially married. Song Ningfeng approached Jiang Lanyue, his demeanor now exuding a sense of triumph. He could not believe that Jiang Lanyue would feel no emotion witnessing his marriage to another. General Song. The wedding ceremony has been duly observed. Let's part ways here, wishing never to meet again. Jiang Lanyue offered a gentle bow, her delicate visage serene. This gesture and her farewell words served as a conclusion and farewell to the 3 years she had invested. With that, Jiang Lanyue turned, accompanied by her father and brothers, preparing to leave. As Song Ningfeng witnessed Jiang Lanyue's resolute departure, he could not contain his fury, shouting at her retreating figure, "Jiang, after our divorce, you are nothing but a discarded woman, destined to live a life of solitude and misery. Today, this general has wed the greatest female general of Longsong Nation. And alongside Wanqing, we will achieve remarkable feats on the battlefield, ensuring the prosperity of the Marquisate. Meanwhile, your family, the Jiang clan, are deemed traitors in Longsong, bearing the weight of their crimes. It is only a matter of time before the court summons your father and brothers, and without the protection of the Marquisate, you and your family will inevitably suffer the consequences. Jiang, can you not discern the peril you face? Do you still dare to maintain your stubbornness without regret?" Song Ningfeng's gaze burned with intense anger as he stared at Jiang Lanyue's slender figure, eager for her to feel remorse. Her brothers, enraged, were ready to retort. But Jiang Zhennan restrained them, wishing to witness just how shameless their opponents could be. Mu Wanqing sneered mockingly, declaring, "Your Jiang family is on the brink of ruin.
Jiang.
Your father and brothers are soon to be imprisoned. Prepare yourself to weep endlessly alongside your mother." Unable to endure any further, the palace eunuch, Li Gonggong, interjected General Song. "General Mu, your words are misguided. Li Gonggong, spare us your defense of the Jiang family. The entire Longsong nation knows that the Jiang father and sons are treasonous scoundrels. They are unworthy of being present in Longsong." Mu Wanqing retorted through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Song Ningfeng's tone dripped with mockery as he continued, "Thus, Jiang, our separation means that my Marquisate need not face disgrace due to your family. Let the Jiang clan bear the burden of their calamities alone." The guests, overhearing this exchange, began to murmur amongst themselves. It was evident that Jiang Lanyue had acted foolishly. Her family was on the verge of capture, and she dared to seek a divorce. Without the Marquisate, the Jiang family was surely doomed. It was her own fault. The alliance between the Marquisate and General Mu was formidable, unlike the Jiang family, whose fortunes had clearly waned. Li Gonggong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhennan, internally lamenting the injustice faced by a loyal family whose eldest son had sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Why must such loyal subjects endure this misconstrued fate? Amidst the cacophony of derision, Li Gonggong could no longer remain silent. With a stern expression, he retrieved another imperial decree from his robes, proclaiming, "Jiang Zhennan, Jiang Yi, Jiang Li, heed the decree." His sharp voice resonated throughout the hall, prompting the previously raucous crowd to quiet down. Curiosity piqued. What decree could this be? Why were the Jiang family members summoned? As speculation filled the air, Jiang Zhennan and his 2 sons knelt in unison, awaiting the proclamation. Beside them, Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the emperor's intent. Soon, realization dawned upon them. This must be a decree condemning Jiang Zhennan and his family, sealing the Jiang family's doom. A smirk of triumph crept onto Mu Wanqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Song Ningfeng could not help but glance at Jiang Lanyue, a smirk of schadenfreude playing upon his lips. He approached her side, tauntingly asking, "Jiang, do you regret your decision? Only a woman of General Wanqing's remarkable talent deserves a man of my stature. She is the true mistress of the Marquisate. If you had not divorced me, perhaps the Marquisate could have shielded you. Now you are destined to be the daughter of a traitor, possibly facing exile. Jiang, this is the outcome of your choice to sever ties with me. The chasm between you and us will only deepen. Your poor judgment has led you to a pitiful, laughable fate." Song Ningfeng's words struck Jiang Lanyue with increasing severity. Furrowing her delicate brows, a flicker of impatience crossed her fair visage. Turning to face him with a steely gaze, she inquired, "Have you finished speaking? Are you afraid?" As she displayed a hint of emotion on her usually placid face, Song Ningfeng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "No, I merely find you exceedingly tiresome," Jiang Lanyue replied, her lips pressed into a thin line, her long lashes casting beautiful shadows on her porcelain cheeks, exuding an air of coldness that deterred any approach. With that, she gracefully stepped away, maintaining her distance from Song Ningfeng. In the midst of the crowd's eager speculation, Li Gongong unfurled the imperial edict, declaring, "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "Jiang Lanyue and his family, loyal to their sovereign and their nation, have been wronged by treacherous words, bearing the unjust label of traitors. I am deeply pained by this injustice. The truth has been uncovered, revealing their unwavering loyalty and remarkable contributions, particularly the eldest son, Jiang Lanyue, who heroically sacrificed himself for the nation. His loyalty is a testament to the heavens." As Li Gongong read aloud, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, leaving everyone astounded and speechless. Song Ningfeng and Wanqing wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of their ears. It was not a decree of condemnation, but rather one that restored the Jiang family's honor. Li Gongong continued, "The Jiang family, unmatched in loyalty, is hereby vindicated. Jiang Lanyue is elevated to the rank of second-rank General of National Defense. The late Jiang Ren is posthumously honored as a third-rank General of Loyalty and Valor. The younger sons, Jiang Yi, Jiang Li, and Jiang Ji, distinguished themselves in the Battle of Wanqing and are each awarded the rank of fourth-rank left, right, and front generals respectively. Furthermore, the Jiang family is granted a bounty of gold, silver, jewels, silks, and fine estates." As Li Gongong progressed through the proclamation, the astonishment among the crowd deepened. "Receive the decree, General of National Defense," he declared, and upon finishing, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, witnessing the stunned silence of all present. Originally, this decree was meant to be announced upon the Jiang family's return to the general's residence, but the provocations had compelled him to act sooner. Li Gongong believed that the emperor had issued this decree to prevent the loyal Jiang family from enduring further humiliation. Their sacrifices and contributions deserved acknowledgement and honor, which should be made known to the world. Jiang Lanyue and his sons expressed their gratitude for the decree. In that moment, the assembly was left in a state of shock, grappling with the implications of their new status. Not only did Jiang Lanyue wield significant power as a second-rank general of national defense, but the late Jiang Ren's posthumous honor as a third-rank general of loyalty and valor, alongside his younger brothers, each attaining the rank of fourth-rank general, rendered them formidable figures in Longsong. Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were merely fourth-rank generals. In a society where rank determined power, the Jiang family's rise was monumental. As the crowd regained their composure, their expressions shifted dramatically. Those who had previously relished in the Jiang family's misfortune now donned faces of obsequiousness, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the General of National Defense's family. Truly a cause for celebration. I always knew the Jiang family had been wronged. You are the true heroes of Longsong." A tide of flattery and praise enveloped Jiang Lanyue's family, while Wanqing and Song Ningfeng stood frozen in disbelief, their faces pale as stone.
"This cannot be. Mu warming gaspet, her mouth agape, her lips trembling."
Fists clenched so tightly that her nails pierced her palms, nearly drawing blood. "It's impossible." Jiang Lanyue's entire family was bestowed the title of general, and the emperor generously awarded them a plethora of jewels. Wanqing's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide as saucers, struggling to comprehend the astonishing reality. Just moments prior, she had brazenly mocked Jiang Lanyue and her family, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. The flattery from those around her, directed at the Jiang family, filled her with a profound sense of shame. A roaring inferno of anger simmered within her, yet she had no outlet for it, and her eyes were bloodshot with fury. Beside her, Song Ningfeng's expression was hardly more favorable. "How could this be?" he muttered, his face as dark as a stormy sky, glaring with indignation at the throngs surrounding Jiang Lanyue's family. Clearly, the Jiang family was on the verge of ruin, destined to be buried beneath the weight of the marquisate. Just moments ago, he had been questioning Jiang Lanyue, taunting her with predictions of her family's impending disgrace. Yet now, with the imperial decree of rewards, the Jiang family not only escaped demise, but soared to unprecedented heights, leaving the marquisate far behind. Song Ningfeng was utterly bewildered, his mouth slightly agape, brow furrowed in confusion as he instinctively gestured in the air, searching for a semblance of rationale, but the sting of humiliation was overwhelming. This slap in the face was excruciating. Chapter 67. The continued slap of reality. Lu Shi, Song Huaishan, and the previous mockers from the marquis's residence stood with mouths agape, astonished into silence, their faces stinging as if they had been struck repeatedly. Guests no longer cared about the wedding of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing. They flocked to curry favor with Jiang Zhenan's family. In an instant, the Jiang family became the center of attention, showered with adoration. Song Ningfeng and Wanqing found themselves relegated to the sidelines, ignored by the crowd. Across the entirety of Longsong Kingdom, aside from the imperial family and the distant Nanan Wang, the Jiang family now wielded unparalleled influence. With 5 generals, each a minimum of 4th rank, their rise was nothing short of miraculous. Today is indeed a momentous occasion for General Song and General Mu. I shall host you all at the General's residence another day, Jiang Zhenan replied courteously to the enthusiastic crowd, eager to depart. He, flanked by his 2 brothers, protected Jiang Lanyue as they pushed through the throngs. Upon turning, Jiang Zhenan caught sight of the mortified expressions on Wanqing and Song Ningfeng. A cold smile crept across his face as he mockingly remarked, General Song, General Mu, it seems our Jiang family has not perished, disappointing you greatly. The faces of Song Ningfeng and Wanqing turned from red to white, then back to red, revealing their profound embarrassment, as if Jiang Zhenan had slapped them again. Following closely behind, his second brother sneered, General Song, do you now regret your decision? My sister's departure is the wisest choice. As the legitimate daughter of the General's household, any man seeking her hand would trample our threshold. His brother had long harbored disdain for them, and now, seeing their downfall was immensely satisfying. My sister's separation from you, Song Ningfeng, is indeed the best decision. Leaving the parasitic marquisate, our Jiang family will only flourish. His third brother's voice dripped with sarcasm. Song Ningfeng and Wanqing's expressions darkened further, their embarrassment palpable. This wave of humiliation hit harder than the separation decree he had just received. However, faced with this disgrace, all Song Ningfeng could muster was helplessness. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening. Miss, the dowry list is prepared. Ruer rushed over, handing Jiang Lanyue the meticulously organized list. Jiang Zhenan glanced at it, his brow furrowing as he declared, Yuer, gather your things. All right, Jiang Lanyue replied, her melodic voice imbued with an unprecedented sense of joy. Finally, she would sever ties with the marquisate, escaping the confines of that suffocating household. Upon noticing the Jiang family preparing to depart, Eunuch Li called out, General of the State, the 100 chests of rewards will be delivered directly to the Jiang residence. His words ignited a fire of jealousy in Song Ningfeng and Wanqing, nearly causing them to choke on their rage. Especially in comparison to the earlier imperial gifts of silver and jewels, the disparity now seemed ludicrous. 10 chests versus 100, what a monumental blow. Were it not for the many guests present, Song Ningfeng and Wanqing would have likely screamed in frustration. The jealousy and anger within them blazed fiercely, their faces and souls stinging with indignation. Jiang Zhenan and his brothers bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Eunuch Li. Old servant's task is complete. I must return to the palace to report, Eunuch Li said, departing with purposeful strides. Father, brother, here are 57,000 taels of silver belonging to our Jiang family, Jiang Lanyue remarked, raising an eyebrow at the silver Song Ningfeng had previously counted and set aside. Good. I summon the people outside to help with the bandongxi. Father, I'm on it. Jiang Yi swiftly returned, leading numerous servants who had accompanied them to assist Jiang Lanyue. Under Jiang Yi's direction, the servants began transporting the 57,000 taels. Song Ningfeng ground his teeth in frustration, his complexion darker than the bottom of a pot, while Wanqing's face turned pale with fury. Lu Shi and Song Huaishan could only watch helplessly as the Jiang family claimed what rightfully belonged to the marquisate, their hearts aching with despair. Tears brimmed Lu Shi's eyes as she approached Jiang Lanyue, gripping her hand tightly, her expression filled with guilt. Ayu, Ningfeng truly still cares for you. Won't you reconsider? I promise you'll be the sole wife, and you will rise while General Mu remains beneath you. Ayu, these 3 years. You know I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Please. Before Lu Shi could finish, Jiang Lanyue withdrew her hand coldly, taking a step back. She bowed lightly and said, I apologize, but I have only one mother, the Xia family. With that, Jiang Lanyue turned her back, leaving with her father and brothers without a second glance. Ayu, Ayu. Lu Shi felt as if all her strength had been sapped, collapsing to the ground in tears. Had she known the Jiang family would ascend so dramatically, she would have found a way to keep Jiang Lanyue, no matter the cost. Song Huaishan sighed repeatedly, clearly astonished that the seemingly doomed Jiang family had made such a magnificent turnaround, now beyond their reach. Had Song Ningfeng not separated from Jiang Lanyue, the rewards and the glory of having 5 generals would have brought the Marquisate great fortune. The general's household had only one legitimate daughter, cherished by her family, ensuring the Marquisite's future was secure with her presence. Now all hope was lost. The guests in the main hall had yet to disperse, and Song Ningfeng and Wanqing wore expressions of despair. The earlier joy completely vanished, their smiles strained and unconvincing. Although the wedding ceremony had concluded, the feast remained unstarted, leaving them to feigned cheerfulness as they attended to the noble guests. During the banquet, the attendees eagerly recounted the day's events. Did you see the expressions on General Song and General Mu's faces? They looked as if they were at a funeral on such a joyous occasion. Indeed, General Song and the Marquisate must be regretting their decisions immensely. The Marquisate has truly lost a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. They just divorced. And the family they looked down upon has become an unattainable dream. The slap of reality was indeed merciless. Not far away, Song Ningfeng listened to the murmurs of the crowd, feeling as though a dull blade was gradually slicing through his flesh, a torturous sensation. He was uncertain whether Jiang Lanyue felt any regret, but at this moment, he certainly harbored some regret himself. With a solemn expression, Song Ningfeng downed several more cups of wine, seeking solace in intoxication. Just then, a servant hurriedly approached him, whispering something in his ear, causing Song Ningfeng's expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Jiang Lanyue is demolishing the house?" Chapter 68. Continual slaps in the face. Demolition. His shock was palpable, drawing the attention of the guests at the banquet, their eyes glinting with curiosity. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Song Ningfeng felt increasingly awkward. He forced an embarrassed smile and addressed everyone. "Please, continue your meal. I have a minor matter to attend to and will return shortly."
With that,
he gestured to Lu Shi and Song Huaishan, instructing them to entertain the guests properly. Once arrangements were made, Song Ningfeng strode towards the back courtyard. In the bridal chamber, Wanqing wore a grim expression, her heart ablaze with frustration. She had anticipated that on her wedding day, she would be the center of attention in the entire Longsong kingdom. Yet, the soaring fortunes of the Jiang family and the emperor's lavish rewards for them had turned her joyous celebration into a farce. Damn Jiang family. Why don't you all just perish? Why do you continue to exist? Wanqing ground her teeth in fury, forcefully throwing her wedding fan to the ground. Unsatisfied, she rose in a fit of rage, sweeping everything off the table, clearly losing her composure.
Justi.
Jiang family, perish. Her eyes blazed with wrath as she cursed Jiang Lanyue while recklessly smashing items to the floor, as if she were destroying her most detested rival. After obliterating everything on the table, she leaned against it, collapsing into a chair. Glancing at the chaos strewn about, her gaze was filled with venom and malice. Jiang family, just wait. We are far from finished. As her words faded, a commotion erupted outside, followed by noises emanating from the roof. When Wanqing looked up, she saw people tearing apart the glazed tiles from the roof. With each tile removed, the room became increasingly illuminated, sunlight streaming in unabated.
Who are you?
Who permitted you to touch the Marquis's property? Stop at once. Wanqing yelled at the tile removers, snapping back to reality. However, the Jiang family members on the roof paid her no heed, continuing their work. I said to stop. Before she could finish her demand, a voice she recognized and despised echoed from outside. This roof is coming down, and so is the door. Jiang Lanyue stood outside the courtyard, her dark hair and fair skin striking against the backdrop. She directed the Jiang family servants with an air of regal poise, her crimson gown billowing gracefully in the breeze, exuding an aura of detached elegance. The Jiang servants were remarkably efficient. As Wanqing reached the door, it was violently kicked open, and 2 individuals swiftly dismantled it without a hint of hesitation. With the door gone, the gust of wind chilled her face. She stared in shock at the scene outside, where an unexpected number of people were diligently dismantling her bridal chamber. The fire of indignation within her flared to an inferno. "Stop this at once," she shouted, fists clenched in fury. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as they continued their task. Breath quickening, she stormed into the room, retrieving the Red Lotus flame gun. Standing at the threshold, she brandished the weapon and declared, "Anyone who dares to continue will face my wrath." At this, The Jiang family servants finally seemed to acknowledge her, halting their actions but looking towards Jiang Lanyue. With calm serenity, Jiang Lanyue met Wanqing's furious gaze. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken tension crackled between them, thickening the atmosphere. Just as Wanqing expected Jiang Lanyue to relent, she heard Jiang Lanyue's melodious yet cold voice command, "Continue the demolition. Take everything you can." Wanqing realized with indignation that Jiang Lanyue was deliberately provoking her, showing no regard for her at all. Infuriated, she tightened her grip on the red lotus flame gun and lunged toward Jiang Lanyue. The weapon sliced through the air, leaving behind a brilliant arc of crimson, as if capable of searing flesh. However, before it could reach Jiang Lanyue, it was kicked away by Jiang Zhennan, who had appeared alongside his two brothers, their formidable presence forming an impenetrable barrier around Jiang Lanyue. "What do you intend to do, Wanqing?" Jiang Zhennan's eyes brimmed with cold fury. Reluctantly, Wanqing retracted the red lotus flame gun, scoffing, "You hide behind your brothers like a coward. Jiang family, without your father and brothers, you are nothing." Silence. Jiang Lanyue's second brother scowled. "It seems you are merely envious of my sister's protection." "Yes, my sister is shielded by her brothers. What of it?" The third brother, handsome and composed, nodded in agreement. "Can't you see? The Jiang family is tearing apart my bridal chamber." Wanqing seethed, her eyes ablaze with rage. "Is it excessive for me to teach her a lesson for such affronts?" At that moment, Song Ningfeng arrived, quickly assessing the situation. He approached, standing beside Wanqing, his gaze icy as he confronted the Jiang family. "Isn't it you who insisted on the divorce? Now that we are separated, what more do you want? Must you go so far as to demolish our bridal chamber?" Jiang Lanyue stepped forward, a serene smile gracing her exquisite features. "Song Ningfeng, this chamber was entirely furnished with my dowry. Now that we are divorced, I have every right to take it with me." "You!" Song Ningfeng was taken aback by her response, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Jiang Lanyue, must you be so ruthless? You may take what belongs to you, but if you dismantle this, where will Wanqing and I reside?" "Indeed, Jiang Lanyue, even if you paid for this house, it ultimately belongs to the Marquis' estate. You have no right to dismantle it."
Wanqing protested vehemently.
With a subtle lift of her brow, Jiang Lanyue replied indifferently, "I shall not touch the walls belonging to the Marquis' estate. I will only take what I have purchased." Chapter 69. Post-divorce humiliation. Debt collection. Seeing Jiang Lanyue's obstinacy, Song Ningfeng was nearly beside himself with rage. "You, after 3 years of marriage, must you be so heartless? Leave a sliver of goodwill for future encounters." His words nearly incited Jiang Lanyue's brothers to strike him. "You dare to bring up marital affection now? You married Wanqing as a legitimate wife. Yet you readily cast aside my sister without a second thought, denying her any share of her dowry. You are unworthy of speaking the word marriage, you scoundrel unfit to be my sister's husband. Indeed, little sister, tear it all down. As long as it is funded by our Jiang family, let it be demolished." Song Ningfeng and Wanqing observed the firm resolve of Jiang Lanyue's family, their anger burning within them as if it could consume them whole. Song Ningfeng clenched and then relaxed his fists, his teeth gritted as he inquired, "How much did it cost to renovate the marital home?" "I will compensate you." Wanqing attempted to interject, but Song Ningfeng raised his hand to silence her. "Jiang family, are you satisfied now? How much was spent?" "Not much," Jiang Lanyue replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, her tone icy. "Only 70,000 taels."
"What?"
Both Song Ningfeng and Wanqing were taken aback once more. Such an exorbitant sum for merely renovating a house? They fell silent. For 70,000 taels was no trifling amount. In fact, that money could have purchased several houses elsewhere. Jiang Lanyue had initially thought that this was her marital home with Song Ningfeng, choosing only the finest materials for the renovations, with the furniture and decor being of exquisite quality. Yet, before she could even spend a single day in it, Song Ningfeng had brought Wanqing into the home she painstakingly prepared, indulging in intimate pleasures. The mere thought of that day still made Jiang Lanyue feel nauseous. Song Ningfeng appeared quite embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, he said, You know I have just repaid you over 50,000 taels. 70,000 is beyond my current means. Can't we?" "I do not lack money. It is unnecessary," Jiang Lanyue responded calmly. Song Ningfeng, thinking she would not hold it against him, was taken aback when she continued, "Then let us proceed with the demolition." Yes, Mississippi. The Jiang family servants swiftly moved to continue the dismantling. The servants, well trained by the Jiang family, knew that everything funded by the dowry must be thoroughly cleared away, leaving not a single item for Song Ningfeng. Song Ningfeng's expression contorted with rage, his voice laden with grievance. You are not in need of money. Why not leave some of it behind? Indeed, Jiang family, are you not wealthy? The emperor has just conferred a generous reward upon your family. 70,000 is but a drop in the bucket for you. So, why be so stingy? You are ruthlessly severing ties with the Ho residents. Even now, Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing believe Jiang Lanyue's actions were excessively resolute and unfair. What my Jiang family possesses has nothing to do with you. Jiang Lanyue's brows furrowed slightly. Her perception of their shamelessness further shattered. Truly, it seemed that the impoverished had their own justifications. She pulled her father and brothers aside, wishing to spare no further words with Song Ningfeng and the others. The Jiang family servants were efficient, soon clearing the marital home inside and out, leaving it utterly bare. Miss, the rare flowers and plants in Lu's courtyard were also purchased with your dowry, at great expense and effort. Shall we move them as well?
Ruia inquiret.
Glancing at the list of dowry items in her hand, Jiang Lanyue's gaze was as frigid as water. Take them all. Let not a single blade of grass remain. Anything that cannot be moved, uproot entirely. Her mother-in-law, whom she had dutifully honored for 3 years, was a heartless viper. And Jiang Lanyue had no desire to grant that family any benefit. As you wish, miss. Ruer promptly complied, leading others to carry out the orders. Once Jiang Lanyue had removed all her dowry, many rooms in the Ho residence were left quite empty, with Lu's courtyard devoid of even a single blade of grass. Particularly, the marital home that Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing had intended to inhabit was left utterly desolate, with walls stripped bare. Inside, there was not a single item. The roof lacked tiles, and there were no doors or windows, just 4 blank walls. Moreover, the marble pathway in the courtyard had been entirely pried up. Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing stood before the marital home, dumbfounded and aghast. When Lu and Song Huaishan arrived, they were met with the sight of utter devastation. Upon hearing that all the precious plants in their courtyard had been removed, Lu was so furious that she fainted, and Song Huaishan nearly spat blood in his rage. It was undeniable that those items had indeed been procured with Jiang Lanyue's dowry. Now that they were divorced, others could take them, and they had no right to stop it. What sin has our Ho residents committed, marrying this venomous woman from the Jiang family? Song Huaishan exclaimed, supporting the unconscious Lu. His anger palpable. The guests, having finished their meals, gathered in a flurry, stifling laughter at the sight of the Ho residence in disarray. Hadn't it been claimed that the Jiang dowry was hardly utilized? How was it that upon inspection, the Ho residence was left so barren? Who would have thought that Song Ningfeng, a general, would rely on his wife's dowry? What a disgrace. If this news spread, the Ho residence would surely be the subject of mockery. The surrounding jeers washed over them like a tide, each remark piercing Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing as hearts like daggers. Song Ningfeng's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening, clearly struggling to suppress his inner fury and humiliation. It was the first time in his life he had felt such disgrace, particularly in front of the entire capital. How would he ever establish himself in the city again? He feared he would be labeled a worthless beast who depended solely on his wife's dowry. Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing thought that this would mark the end of their misfortune and discomfort, but fate had other plans. Shortly after, a servant came to announce that someone from the south in Prince's residence had arrived. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo, clad in sleek black attire, strode forward. Zhou Yi's expression remained cold, while Zhou Mo smiled amiably. With a grin, Zhou Mo addressed Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing, General Song, General Mu, congratulations on your wedding. Thank you. Song Ningfeng replied, his demeanor noticeably awkward as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Seeing these two, an ominous premonition stirred within him. They were from the south in Prince's residence, individuals he could not afford to offend, so he could only feign politeness and ask, "Might I inquire what brings you two here?" Zhou Mo continued to smile, "Gentlemen, have you perhaps forgotten?" With that, Zhou Yi produced the 10,000 taels promissory note that Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng had written to the south in Prince. At the sight of the note, the color drained from Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng's faces, and even their forced smiles vanished. "We did not wish to disturb you on your wedding day. But as you are aware, the situation in the northern frontier is dire," Zhou Mo said innocently, You both mentioned that any rewards received would be put towards this. Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng could only lament their misfortune, feeling as though they were caught in a relentless downpour. They had indeed made such promises. And with so many spectators present, how could they dare to renege, especially against someone from the south in Prince's residence? Chapter 70. A rooftop-less marital home. How could they spend their wedding night? The rewards they had received had yet to be examined in detail. Their fortunes, which had just begun to flourish, were about to dwindle back to nothing. Song Ningfeng's total reward was merely 100,000 taels, and having previously repaid Jiang Lanyue 57,000, he now faced a demand for 100,000 plus interest, which was clearly insufficient. The emperor's gifts, though generous, still left a shortfall of over 20,000. Lu, who had just regained consciousness, heard the news of the south and Prince's emissaries demanding repayment. Lacking sufficient funds, Song Ningfeng sought assistance from Lu. The funds for the wedding banquet have been depleted. Is there not a single coin remaining? Ningfeng, did not the princess bestow upon General Mu many valuable items? Perhaps you could borrow some from her? Lu, accustomed to relying on Jiang Lanyue, instinctively turned her attention to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing, overhearing this, furrowed her brow. She had only recently lent out 10,000 taels along with several thousand in interest, and it pained her greatly. Was it truly the case that the vast Ho residence had no surplus funds, relying solely on Jiang Lanyue's support? Mu Wanqing had initially been drawn to Song Ningfeng not only because of their shared experiences on the battlefield but also due to the fact that he was the eldest son of the prominent Ho family in the capital. The Mu family, once illustrious but now in decline, had led her to seek a prosperous marriage to restore their former glory. More importantly, Song Ningfeng was the husband of Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue may not recognize her, but Mu Wanqing has known Jiang Lanyue since childhood. If Jiang Lanyue has always lived in the light, then Mu Wanqing has dwelled in darkness. Everything about Jiang Lanyue is what Mu Wanqing envies. She yearns to seize it all, dragging Jiang Lanyue into the shadows while she ascends into the brilliance. At last, she achieved her desire to marry into the Marquis's residence, and Song Ningfeng welcomed her as his legitimate wife. Mu Wanqing believed that today would be the most glorious moment of her life, where she would become the envy of all. However, after Jiang Lanyue's appearance, everything she had longed for and meticulously prepared crumbled, leaving her utterly humiliated. Even the Marquis's residence, which she had so desperately wished to join, turned out to be in dire straits, shattering her expectations. This was nearly the last straw that broke Mu Wanqing's inner defenses. Before Song Ningfeng could borrow from her, she coldly declared, "I am not from the Jiang family. I am not someone to be easily manipulated or bullied. Those are gifts from the Grand Princess, and no one but me can touch them. If you find yourself short of funds, you can sell your properties." Lu Shi and Song Huaishan were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Mu Wanqing to be so merciless and selfish. Song Ningfeng frowned, visibly displeased. "Wanqing, if it weren't for you insisting on donating 100,000, pretending to be affluent, would the Marquis's residence be in such a predicament? Your family lacked funds. So, how can you blame me? You agreed to the donation back then, did you not?" Upon hearing Song Ningfeng's reproach, Mu Wanqing's anger intensified. Lu Shi, trying to mediate, gently remarked, "General Mu, we are family." "Indeed, we are family, but we must distinguish what is clear."
Mu Wanqing interjected.
"The gifts from the Grand Princess are my dowry." "Song Ningfeng, do you intend to use my dowry to fill your own gaps? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Her words were blunt and her tone harsh. This left Lu Shi and Song Huaishan visibly uncomfortable, indicating that Mu Wanqing did not regard them as true family. Seeing that Mu Wanqing was difficult to deal with, Lu Shi felt regretful, reminiscing about Jiang Lanyue's kindness. Had it not been for the marriage to Mu Wanqing, Jiang Lanyue would not have divorced her son. If the divorce had not occurred, the Jiang family would be soaring to new heights, and the Marquis's residence would have thrived alongside them. Indeed, as the guests remarked, the Marquis's residence had lost a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Lu Shi and Song Huaishan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, Song Ningfeng was deep in thought. He had received criticism for using Jiang Lanyue's dowry, and using Mu Wanqing's would undoubtedly create a storm of complaints. At that point, he truly would have no face left in the capital. Gritting his teeth, Song Ningfeng told Lu Shi, "Mother, sell the shops and land." "Sell them. We need the money for the Prince of Nan'an." With guests still present, Lu Shi could not forcibly seize Mu Wanqing's dowry. Instead, She could only suppress her fury and have someone sell the shops to gather funds. In a rush to sell, the Marquis' residents managed to sell 5 shops, raising only 30,000, which they handed over to Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo. We shall not intrude on the newlyweds' wedding night. Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo took away over 200,000 and left. Song Ningfeng and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances, bewildered by the empty, drafty wedding chamber, devoid of a roof. Old madam, it's bad. Xiangur seems to have stopped breathing. At that moment, Granny's son rushed over, cradling Xiangur in her arms, her face filled with anxiety. How could this happen? Is it because the effects of the false death drug haven't worn off? Lu Shi was also puzzled, having only heard that Xiangur exhibited signs of death due to the drug. Lu Shi took Xiangur and, upon discovering he had no breath and his body felt somewhat cool, cried out, "Xianer, Xianer." Mu Wanqing quickly took him, checking for signs of life, panic-stricken.
Xuania.
Please open your eyes and look at your mother. But no matter how Mu Wanqing called, Xiangur did not respond. Song Ningfeng and Song Huaishan were equally anxious. But fortunately, the renowned physician Pan Yuanhai had not yet departed. Song Ningfeng hurriedly approached Pan Yuanhai, requesting him to examine Xiangur. Pan Yuanhai swiftly walked to Xiangur and felt his pulse. "Pan Lao, how is my son? Is it that the effects of the false death drug have returned?" Mu Wanqing inquired urgently, her eyelids and heart racing with unease. After diagnosing Xiangur, Pan Yuanhai frowned deeply. "Little master, this time it is not a false death." "Not a false death? Then what is it?" Mu Wanqing's voice trembled, fearing the worst. "No, it cannot be. Pan Lao, please do not frighten me."
Xuanher surely.
Bear your grief, Pan Lao sighed, shaking his head. The dosage of the false death drug was excessive and clashed with the toxins in his body. The little master did not survive. This child already had toxins within him, and he was not destined to live past 5. It is truly tragic. The retribution falls upon the child. Pan Lao's words struck Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng like bolts of lightning, leaving Lu Shi and Song Huaishan in a state of shock. Xiangur is gone?
No, it cannot be. Xuan.
Mu Wanqing wailed in agony as she cradled Xiangur's lifeless body, feeling as if her heart was being torn apart inch by inch. She suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at the doorway. "It must be the Jiang family. They caused my son's death. I will kill her." Chapter 71. Finding Jiang. "Let her accompany my son in death." Pan Yuanhai, witnessing her reaction, sighed helplessly. If General Mu had sought Miss Jiang's aid for your son's treatment, he might still be alive. It is Mu Wanqing's own actions that have led to her child's demise. No, she is the one who killed my Xianer. Mu Wanqing's eyes burned with overwhelming hatred. She could not accept that the culprit was herself. After saying this, Mu Wanqing attempted to rush out with Xiangur in her arms, but Song Ningfeng pulled her back forcefully, his face dark with anger. "Enough. This matter has nothing to do with Jiang." He quickly instructed the servants to send the guests away. Too much had transpired at the Marquis' residence today. Song Ningfeng felt utterly humiliated. With Xiangur dead, he had no desire to entertain anyone. The guests, after offering their condolences, tactfully took their leave.
Pan Lao.
"You are a master of medicine. Is there truly no way to save my son?"
Mu Wanqing grasped Pan Lao's arm, pleading pitifully.
"If you can save Xianer, I will give you all the gifts from the Grand Princess." "Yes, Pan Lao, please save Xianer," Song Ningfeng added, his brow furrowed in desperation. Pan Yuanhai shook his head slightly. "It is not that I do not wish to save him. He is already dead. General Mu, do not bring ruin upon yourself. In your quest to harm others, you have harmed yourself." With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. As the guests departed, only the people of the Marquis' residence and their relatives remained in the courtyard, still a considerable number.
Sonar.
Mu Wanqing wept bitterly on the ground, cradling Xiangur's body. Lu Shi, heartbroken, swayed as if about to collapse, unable to believe that her eldest grandson was gone. Lu Shi pointed at Mu Wanqing, her voice trembling with sorrow as she reproached her. "You, as a general, are heartless. You have just entered and already caused the death of our Marquis family's bloodline. Do you not understand that child was our hope? This is karmic retribution. General Mu, how could you be so cruel?" Even Song Huaishan, who had always supported Mu Wanqing, felt disappointment. Hearing Lu Shi's and Song Huaishan's accusations, Mu Wanqing's fury flared. She raised her tear-stained, red eyes, glaring fiercely at them, and shouted, "What have I done wrong? I only wish to eliminate the Jiang family for the Marquis' residence. Xian'er is my dear flesh and blood. His absence leaves me more heartbroken than anyone else. Do you think I wished for such a tragedy? Ultimately, this calamity was caused by Jiang. Had she willingly accepted her fate, she could have departed the Marquis' residence without incident, sparing us all this turmoil. I have done everything for the future of the Marquis' household. And now that Xian'er is gone, why am I alone bearing the blame? Wanqing shouted in fury, her face twisted with rage. You should seek Jiang to pay for Xian'er's life. She is the true culprit behind his demise, not me. Her fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh until her palms were a bloody mess. Ningfeng, say something. With Xian'er gone, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. I must confront Jiang and demand that she accompany my son in death. Wanqing's eyes glinted like a venomous snake, filled with malice and vindictiveness. Enough. Song Ningfeng grasped his hair in despair. This situation was of your own making. What does Jiang Lanyue have to do with it? You yourself admitted that you administered the false death potion to Xian'er, leading to his demise. Wanqing was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief that Song Ningfeng would speak in Jiang Lanyue's defense. What do you mean, Song Ningfeng? We are now husband and wife. And you dare to aid that wretched Jiang? She is a malicious and calculating woman. Have you forgotten? Wanqing raged, disregarding her appearance, her makeup long ruined, her countenance now more fearsome than a ghost. Song Ningfeng's expression darkened, feeling overwhelmed. For the first time, he felt as if he scarcely recognized Wanqing. Back at the general's residence, Jiang Lanyue remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at the Marquis' estate. Upon her return home, her mother, Xiaji, had everything prepared. Her unwed chamber had already been arranged. Were you mistreated at the Marquis'? Xiaji welcomed Jiang Lanyue and Jiang Nan into the house. Jiang Lanyue smiled gently, shaking her head. Mother, with old Jiang and my brothers around, the people of the Marquis' household dared not bully me. That's good, that's good. Your father and brothers are somewhat useful at this time, Xiaji responded with a hint of pride, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Madam, I have returned. Jiang Nan looked at Xiaji with excitement, his authoritative gaze softened with affection. Xiaji had missed him and her sons dearly after 3 years apart. She nodded slightly, feigning indifference. It's been 3 years. You remember to come home, do you? Do you even know which way to our doorstep? Madam, I missed you. The usually stoic and strong Jiang Nan could no longer contain his emotions, striding forward to embrace the petite Xiaji. She too could no longer maintain her composure. Wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan and weeping, Nange, I missed you too. I thought of you every day. Observing this, Jiang Lanyue and her brothers discreetly exited the room, granting the couple their privacy. They did not inform Xiaji about the death of their eldest brother in battle. Nor had they brought back the fourth brother, Jiang, from the south and prince's residence. The capital was rife with gossip. The emperor had just honored the Jiang family, and if it were known that the fourth son was still in the south and prince's residence, escorted back by the prince's men, what would others think? Jiang Lanyue had discussed with her father and brothers the plan to retrieve Jiang after nightfall. After a harmonious family meal, Jiang Lanyue returned to her chamber. Looking at the room arranged just as before her marriage, she realized that no matter how long she was away, Jiang's home would always be her true sanctuary. Miss, there's juicy gossip. Do you want to hear it? Ruier rushed in, her face beaming with delight. What is it? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her voice calm. The Marquis' residence is in chaos. I heard Wanqing assaulted Liu, and then Song Ningfeng and Wanqing got into a fight, damaging 2 rooms. Ruier animatedly recounted the events. It's only the first day of their marriage, and they're already bickering. How amusing. Seeing the discord between Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, Ruier felt elated. They deserved each other. Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly, affirming Ruier's excitement. Indeed, it is quite the scandal. Indeed. And by the way, miss, there's one more thing. Xian'er has passed away. Passed away? Ruier lamented, blaming Mu for her son's misdeeds. Jiang Lanyue nodded softly, accepting the harsh reality of fate. As night fell, Jiang Lanyue had just finished organizing her belongings when she received word that her fourth brother had been returned, and the Southern prince requested her presence in the front hall. Upon arriving at the front hall, she overheard her father conversing with the Southern prince. Your Highness, we are grateful for your care in ensuring my son's safe return. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. Jiang Lanyue said, presenting prepared gifts. Seated beside him, the strikingly handsome prince, Chu Qingyi, exuded a powerful and noble aura, causing the atmosphere around him to grow distinctly tense. General, you are too polite. It was but a small effort on my part, Chu Qingyi replied in a deep, melodic voice. There is no need for gifts. Miss Jiang will provide me with a satisfactory token of gratitude. Jiang Lanyue was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, pondering what Chu Qingyi meant by a token of gratitude. Did you ever promise the prince some indecorous favor last time? A sense of wariness towards the south and prince arose within Jiang Lanyue. Everyone knew this extraordinarily distinguished individual was cunning and always sought personal gain. He would not easily act without a benefit to himself. The last time the south and prince intervened to save them, he also lent a horse and returned their fourth son to the capital. Piecing these events together, a sense of conspiracy loomed in the air. Your servant has the honor of meeting the south and prince. Long live the prince. As Jiang Lanyue pondered, Jiang Lanyue entered the front hall and greeted Chu Qingyi with a slight bow. Chu Qingyi idly played with his prayer beads, the black beads contrasting sharply with his porcelain-like skin. His slightly raised brow held a trace of a cool smile as he remarked, "Congratulations, Miss Jiang. On breaking free from numerous constraints, you may now enjoy your newfound freedom. Thank you for your well wishes, Your Highness. I will keep them in mind." Jiang Lanyue replied politely, expressing gratitude for the return of her brother. "If permitted, I would like to see my fourth brother first." Granted, Chu Qingyi nodded slightly. In the hall, apart from the south and prince, Jiang Lanyue and her mother, Jiang Lanyue found her second and third brothers, as well as her recently returned fourth brother, Jiang Ji. Xia Ji was beside Jiang Ji, holding his hand and weeping profusely. Her second and third brothers were comforting their mother. Jiang Lanyue stepped forward gently. "Mother, second brother, third brother, let me check on fourth brother."
"You
"Please see if your fourth brother is all right." Xia Ji's tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching. "Look at this terrible wound. He has lost so much blood." "Mother, do not worry. I have already tended to fourth brother's wounds. He will be fine," Jiang Lanyue reassured her, but upon seeing her mother's shocked expression, she realized she had let slip too much. The moon shone softly as Xia Ji expressed her deep concern for her daughter, Jiang Lanyue, whose brothers were on the front lines facing peril. "You are but a girl. How could you venture to such dangerous places? Look at your fourth brother, he is injured. If anything were to happen to you, your mother would be heartbroken." Tears welled in Xia Ji's eyes, filled with worry. Jiang Lanyue had long desired to join her brothers in battle, believing that women were no less capable than men in leading troops and achieving glory. However, as the only daughter in the Jiang family, with all 5 brothers enlisted, the family forbade her from going to the front, insisting on her marriage for her protection. "Your mother knows you possess exceptional martial talent, but the battlefield is exceedingly cruel. What if something were to happen to you?" Xia Ji covered her face, sobbing. "Your eldest brother." She had been suppressing her emotions since the news of her eldest son's death. But seeing her fourth son gravely injured and hearing Jiang Lanyue's intent to join the front shattered her emotional defenses. Jiang Lanyue quickly embraced Xia Ji, reassuring her, "Mother, I am fine. Truly, I am well. Promise your mother you will not go to the battlefield. Promise you will not enlist." Xia Ji grasped Jiang Lanyue's hands. Her tear-filled gaze locked onto her daughter. After her marriage, Jiang Lanyue had felt constrained, but now that she was divorced, Xia Ji feared that her daughter's South spirit might drive her to war. "Very well, I promise. I will not enlist," Jiang Lanyue replied outwardly, though her heart harbored thoughts of vengeance against those responsible for her brother's death. As Jiang Jinan approached with his 2 sons, they assisted in escorting Jiang Ji back to her room, leaving the grand hall quiet, with only Jiang Lanyue and Chu Qingyi remaining. Xia Ji turned back at the door, frowning as she asked, "Nong, is Lanyue familiar with Prince Nanan?" "Not particularly," came the reply. Xia Ji's brows knitted tighter. Her intuition suggested the matter was more complex than it appeared. "I find Prince Nanan rather suspicious. He is cunning and treacherous. Why would he suddenly aid our family? We must remain vigilant," she cautioned. Jiang Jinan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential threat posed by Prince Nanan. As the group departed, the hall grew silent. "Prince Nanan, do you require anything further?" Jiang Lanyue inquired, lifting her gaze to the distinguished man seated at the head of the table, exuding an aura of power. "Did you forget your promise to me that night, Miss Jiang?" Chu Qingyi's fingers lightly rested on the black prayer beads as his piercing eyes met hers, both captivating and profound. "You refer to the consultation?" Jiang Lanyue responded, a hint of realization dawning upon her. He nodded coolly, then gestured, summoning Zhou Yi, who presented rare herbs, wind bloodgrass, dragon saliva mushroom, and moon shadow flower, before Jiang Lanyue. A flicker of astonishment crossed her clear eyes. Recognizing the extraordinary lengths Prince Nanan had gone to procure such elusive medicinal ingredients in mere days, a feat her master had taken a month to achieve. These herbs must be processed. It will not be possible tonight, and it is not convenient at my home, she explained gently. Why is it inconvenient?
Chu Chen the Inquit.
His dark, icy gaze fixed upon her, his handsome face strikingly beautiful yet intimidating. Jiang Lanyue smiled softly. As a person of your stature, it would be inappropriate for the Jiang family to pry. Then let us conduct your treatment at the prince's residence, he suggested lazily, his tone rich and magnetic. Agreed. She acquiesced, her delicate fingers brushing over the rare herbs, her eyes sparkling like stars. The herbs were of great value, and Jiang Lanyue regarded them as treasures. Chu Qingyi's gaze lingered on her, calm yet penetrating, making her feel somewhat guilty for her earlier reluctance to offer treatment. Clearing her throat, she reluctantly withdrew her hand and smiled radiantly. I shall commence treatment for you tomorrow. Given the herbs had been gathered, and considering his previous assistance in Songzhou, Jiang Lanyue felt it would be remiss to delay his treatment further. Very well, he replied, his deep eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Last time, after your acupuncture, I enjoyed a night of restful sleep. Jiang Lanyue could not shake the feeling that his words were mere courtesy. After all, he had appeared in Songzhou shortly thereafter, riding in on horseback. Before she could voice her thoughts, his captivating voice broke the silence. Might I request another acupuncture session tonight? Certainly. Jiang Lanyue could not refuse, feeling indebted to this noble figure. As she prepared to treat him, the hidden Zhou Yi and Zhou Emo swiftly vanished from sight. Jiang Lanyue retrieved her silver needle kit, laying it on the pearwood table. The silver needles glimmered in the candlelight, strikingly bright. Beside her, the man's striking features outshone both the candle and the needles. His profile a work of art, with a regal presence that was both alluring and intimidating. Prince Nanan, I must first take your pulse. However, my pulse pillow is in my medicine box, which I just relocated. I may take a moment to find it, she explained lightly. That is of no consequence, he replied. Jiang Lanyue lifted his sleeve, revealing a strong and fair wrist. As her delicate fingers made contact with his warm skin, an unusual sensation coursed through her, akin to fire meeting ice. Chu Qingyi remained seated, while Jiang Lanyue leaned closer to take his pulse, her hair falling softly around her. The gentle breeze carried her fragrant locks, brushing against his chiseled features, igniting a subtle sensation he had never experienced before. As she focused on her task, the atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension, and Chu Qingyi instinctively pressed his fingers against the prayer beads, captivated by the moment. Since his childhood, apart from his family, Jiang Lanyue is the second person of a different surname to be so close to him. Generally, Chu Qingyi harbors a strong aversion to the proximity of women, displaying a notable disinterest in the fairer sex. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he does not reject Jiang Lanyue's nearness. Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang Lanyue diligently administers acupuncture to Chu Qingyi. The small black mole on the delicate inner side of her slender wrist, much like her exquisite beauty, captivates the heart. As she glances sideways, she notices Chu Qingyi frowning deeply, mistaking it for a headache. Your Highness, when your ailment strikes, you may gently press the Feng Fu acupoint, she advises. With that, she reaches out, placing her hand on the Feng Fu acupoint at the back of his neck, applying gentle pressure. Her previously cool hand has turned warm, the perfect blend of softness and strength, providing a most comforting sensation. After this soothing touch, Chu Qingyi feels a warmth rising along his spine, akin to a flickering flame stirring his cells and heart, accompanied by a tingling sensation. His well-defined Adam's apple, illuminated by the candlelight, rolls slightly, exuding a magnetic allure. He squints his dark eyes and abruptly seizes Jiang Lanyue's wrist, halting her movements. What is it? Jiang Lanyue inquires, puzzled. I am already feeling much better. There is no need to continue. Chu Qingyi's gaze deepens, inexplicably parched, fearing that should she persist, he would lose control of himself. A man known for his strategic prowess, he despises this feeling of helplessness. Jiang Lanyue withdraws her hand. All right. When the time is up, she adeptly removes the silver needles from Chu Qingyi, disinfects them, and puts them away. Chu Qingyi rises, his tall, elegant figure elongated by the candlelight. A faint smile graces his lips. Miss Zhang's medical skills are indeed exceptional. No wonder she is favored by the Empress Dowager. Your Highness praises, he replies. Tomorrow, I shall await Miss Jiang at the manor. With that, Chu Qingyi raises an eyebrow dismissively and strides out of the hall with an air of noble aloofness. After he departs, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall gradually dissipates, his long-held authority exerting an invisible pressure. Once the Duke of Nannan has left, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly examines the 3 herbs on the table: phoenix bloodgrass, dragon spikenard, and moonshadow flower, each a superior specimen of its kind. The perfection of each herb compels her to marvel once again at the resourcefulness of the Duke of Nannan. In the Mingyue Hall, the ambience is vibrant with lights and harmonious music. Qin Mingyue, clad in a flowing red gauze dress, reveals glimpses of her flawless skin beneath the translucent fabric, her graceful figure perfectly accentuated. Resting her chin on one hand and holding a wine jug in the other, she reclines on a noblewoman-esque couch, occasionally sipping exquisite wine while admiring the captivating performances of the dancers. It is only when a man cloaked in black robes appears that Qin Mingyue gestures for the dancers to withdraw. The man leans in to whisper something, causing Qin Mingyue's eyes to widen as she sits up abruptly. Are you saying that the Jiang family survived because the Duke of Nannan intervened?
Indeed,
Replies the man in black. How curious. Qin Mingyue's lips, cherry red, curl into a smile that is both enchanting and laced with danger. When has the 9th prince ever shown such kindness? Is he unaware that those people were sent to assassinate the Jiang family? The grip on the wine jug tightens as she recalls Chu Qingyi's past promises to her. Anything she desired, he would procure for her, even the throne of Longsong Nation. Yet now, he knows full well that the assassins were sent by her, and still, he intervenes to save them. Why is the 9th prince opposing her, thwarting her plans? In that moment, Qin Mingyue finds herself perplexed by the enigmatic 9th prince. The 4th young master of the Jiang family was escorted back to the capital by the Duke of Nannan's men, and tonight, the Duke personally returned him to the General's residence. The man in black continues. The Duke of Nannan has indeed acted unusually of late, offering assistance to the Jiang family. Qin Mingyue's gaze darkens, yet a smile lingers at her lips. How intriguing, 9th prince. What are your true intentions? A sense of unease creeps into her heart, as if something is slipping from her grasp. Inform the 9th prince that I shall visit him tomorrow, she commands, lifting the wine jug to her lips, a charming smile gracing her features. Yes. The man in black swiftly retreats. The following day, just before dusk, Qin Mingyue sheds her alluring red gown for a simple gray-white long dress. Her cascading hair flows down to her waist, devoid of adornments, and her delicate face is adorned with minimal makeup, exuding a refined grace. Holding a string of black prayer beads, she radiates an ethereal beauty, detached from worldly concerns. Your Highness. The man in black returns promptly, stating, the Duke of Nannan is not receiving guests today.
not even me?
Qin Mingyue frowns, her expression tinged with displeasure. This is the first time she has been denied an audience with the Duke. The man nods. Indeed. However, I did encounter the eldest daughter of the Jiang family entering the Duke's residence. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Qin Mingyue is taken aback, recalling that it is the same woman who recently divorced Song Ningfeng. Indeed. Qin Mingyue's brows furrowed deeply, contemplating the report from the previous night about the Duke's strange behavior, his repeated assistance to the Jiang family. Could it be due to this Jiang lady? The very notion seems absurd to her. After all, the Duke has always kept his distance from all women except her. Yet, the fact that Jiang had entered the Duke's residence while he refused to meet her sends her mind racing, amplifying her anxiety. She remembers Mu Wanqing's words about Jiang's shrewdness and wonders if she is intentionally trying to entice the Duke. Once disregarding Jiang as inconsequential, Qin Mingyue now finds herself unsettled by the Duke's unusual behavior and recent actions. She cannot allow a lowly commoner to steal what rightfully belongs to her.
Summon Wanqing.
She orders, her brow knitted tightly, an air of cold menace enveloping her as the man in black departs swiftly. In less than half an hour, Mu Wanqing arrives in haste. Guided by the man in black, she enters a dimly lit chamber in the Mingyue Hall, which resembles a shrine with many spirit tablets arranged at the front. Qin Mingyue, dressed in a gray-white long gown, kneels on a mat before the spirit tablets, her long hair cascading down her back. One hand clutches prayer beads while the other strikes a wooden fish, her focus unwavering in prayer.
Wanqing, hesitant to interrupt.
kneels quietly to the side, waiting. After an indeterminate time, Qin Mingyue ceases her rhythmic strikes, rises from the mat, and turns to see Mu Wanqing. General Mu has arrived? She approaches with a gentle smile, embodying the serene grace of a princess. The more Qin Mingyue smiles, the more trepidation fills Mu Wanqing's heart. My lady! As Mu Wanqing kneels in salutation, Qin Mingyue steps closer. In an instant, the gentle smile vanishes, replaced by an intense glare as she brings the wooden fish crashing down upon Mu Wanqing's head. Again and again, until blood flows and Mu Wanqing collapses to the ground. I permitted you to lead the assassins, yet you allowed the Jiang family to return to the capital alive. General Mu, I am truly disappointed in you. Tossing aside the bloodied wooden fish, she crouches beside Mu Wanqing, her eyes cold and piercing. My lady, it is my incompetence. General Mu, I have placed my utmost trust in you, even bestowing upon you the formidable Honglian Wentian spear, and this is how you repay me? Qin Mingyue's ire grew with each passing thought, and after speaking, she delivered a few kicks to Mu Wanqing, causing her to gasp in pain. My lady, please grant me another chance. I shall surely eradicate the Jiang clan. They have slain my son, and I, Mu Wanqing, harbor an irreconcilable grudge against them. Mu Wanqing lifted her bloodied face, her eyes brimming with intense hatred as she pleaded with Qin Mingyue. Qin Mingyue scoffed coldly. I do not wish for her demise to come too swiftly. That would be too merciful. I command you to bring the Jiang family to ruin. The Jiang clan, now wielding considerable military power, filled Qin Mingyue with growing apprehension and dissatisfaction. That old wretch, Jiang Zhennan, is impervious to reason. I nearly ended him last time. This time, no matter what, the Jiang family must not escape unscathed. I must diminish their strength, for if I cannot surpass Qin Tianyu, I will be unable to obtain what I desire. The Qitian Grand Ceremony presents an opportunity. Rising with icy resolve, Qin Mingyue uttered a final remark before departing the side chamber, not sparing Mu Wanqing a glance. Mu Wanqing's fingers gripped the ground tightly, her flesh torn and bloodied, her gaze filled with venomous intent. Jiang clan, I shall eventually make you suffer 1,000 tortures. Meanwhile, upon entering the south in Wangfu, Jiang Lanyue was led to the rear courtyard by Zhou Yi. The courtyard boasted a lush bamboo grove, within which stood a pavilion. As the gentle breeze lifted the sheer white drapes, one could catch a glimpse of the ethereal man seated within, resembling a celestial being. Chu Qingyi wore a loosely draped red robe that subtly revealed his collarbone and chest, stirring the heart. When Zhou Yi brought Jiang Lanyue before Chu Qingyi, he withdrew. Your Highness, Jiang Lanyue greeted with a slight bow. Approach, came the deep, magnetic voice of the man. Jiang Lanyue, carrying a medicine box, gently lifted the white veil and entered the pavilion, where she was immediately struck by Chu Qingyi's otherworldly beauty. The breeze stirred the veils around him, his ink-black hair and red robe flowing like rippling water, captivating in their allure. His gaze was cast downward, long, thick lashes framing his flawless visage, adding an enchanting touch. Upon a stone table before him lay a jade go set. One hand lightly caressed a string of prayer beads while the other delicately held a black stone. His skin dazzlingly pale. A nearby incense burner released tendrils of fragrant smoke, suffusing the air with a refreshing oak moss scent. Miss Jiang, do you play Go?
Chu Chen the inquit sopti.
Jiang Lanyue seated herself on the stone bench opposite him, placing her medicine box down. A little, she replied softly. Would you care to play a game with me? Chu Qingyi raised his gaze, his long lashes fluttering, revealing more of his sculpted chest with the movement. Jiang Lanyue, initially inclined to decline, found her words trapped in her throat. It is often said that beauty can lead one astray, and this sentiment rang true. Very well. As they played, silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the sound of stones being placed on the board. Observing Chu Qingyi's strategic prowess, Jiang Lanyue noted his adeptness in tactics, consistently capturing large swathes of her pieces while she refrained from thwarting his moves, ultimately leading to her swift defeat. Your skills in Go are exceptional, Your Highness. I am humbled, Jiang Lanyue remarked with a gentle smile, her humility contrasting with an underlying boldness. Chu Qingyi toyed with a smooth stone, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Your praise, Miss Jiang, is undeserved. I shall not be so lenient in our next match. Jiang Lanyue's expression faltered slightly. Was her admiration so apparent? The hour grows late. Perhaps we should address your ailment. Your Highness, she suggested, eager to shift the conversation away from the preceding awkwardness. Indeed, He nodded slightly, his long fingers deftly unfastening his robe a fraction further. Your Highness. What are you? Jiang Lanyue's eyes widened. Disrobing upon their first meeting seemed rather inappropriate. Did you not say that healing requires loosening one's garments? Xu Qingyi's deep, enchanting gaze sparkled with mischief. Jiang Lanyue forced a smile, clearing her throat. It is not yet time for that. How could the infamous South and Prince possess such an endearing quality? As the thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. He was notorious for his ruthlessness and deceit. Xu Qingyi pressed his lips together to ease the awkwardness, raising his fingers to promptly fasten his robe once more. Jiang Lanyue stepped closer, standing by his side, and retrieved a pill for him. Here, Your Highness, please take this.
What is it?
She replied with a charming smile, revealing the antidote crafted from phoenix bloodgrass, dragon saliva mushroom, and moonshade flower, specifically formulated for him. Her demeanor remained earnest, devoid of any guilt. In truth, the pill was merely a concoction of the leftover materials from those herbs, but it was indeed prepared for the Southern Prince. After he consumed the pill, Jiang Lanyue took out silver needles to begin her treatment. When she finished her first session of acupuncture, 2 hours had elapsed. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, news arrived from the palace that the annual Qitian Grand Ceremony would commence in 3 days. An event of immense significance not only to the royal family, but to the entire Longsong kingdom. The second son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yi, and the third son, Jiang Li, had been appointed by the emperor as the royal bodyguards for the ceremony, tasked with ensuring the safety of the royal family and the event's smooth execution. Additionally, Jiang Lanyue was summoned by the Empress Dowager to attend as well. As time flew, on the eve of the ceremony, all were en route to Wanqing Temple, where the Qitian Grand Ceremony would take place. The Emperor, Empress Dowager, the Grand Princess, and numerous nobles and high-ranking officials formed a grand procession of nearly 200 individuals. By midday, they finally arrived at Wanqing Temple, nestled amidst verdant mountains, with towering ancient trees creating a serene and dignified atmosphere. The scent of incense wafted through the air as monks began their preparations for the ceremony. Jiang Lanyue followed the other women to the right courtyard of Wanqing Temple. Before long, the head eunuch approached her, instructing her to seek out the Empress Dowager for a health check. After revealing the Empress Dowager's location, he retreated. Jiang Lanyue entered her meditation room, placed her belongings, and then set off with her medicine box to find the Empress Dowager. Following the stone path of Wanqing Temple, she had not gone far when she was intercepted. No entry permitted. 2 guards brandished their swords, blocking her path. Jiang Lanyue regarded them with a calm demeanor, stating, I am here to check on the Empress Dowager's health. Please allow me to pass. The guards exchanged glances, about to respond when a disdainful scoff interrupted them. I thought who it was. Turns out it is the Jiang clan. Wanqing, sword at her waist, clad in soft armor and a cape, strode forth with imposing authority. Seeing Wanqing there did not surprise Jiang Lanyue. Alongside her 2 brothers, Wanqing and Song Ningfeng had also been appointed as royal bodyguards. General Mu. The guards saluted her, then added, she claims to be here to treat the Empress Dowager. Her? She lacks any medical knowledge. How did she even manage to get in here? If anything goes awry at the Qitian Grand Ceremony because of her, can you bear the consequences? Wanqing reprimanded the 2, with a stern expression. The guards tightened their grips on their swords, their resolve unwavering, refusing to allow Jiang Lanyue to pass. With only one path available to find the Empress Dowager, Jiang Lanyue inquired, General Mu, are you certain you wish to block my way? Jiang Lanyue's beautiful eyes gradually sharpened, her gaze deepening. Wanqing tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, her expression fierce. The mere thought of her deceased brother Xian made her wish to tear Jiang Lanyue to shreds on the spot. Jiang clan, during this heavenly prayer ceremony, I shall ensure that you and your family pay a heavy price. Wanqing's spirited face was filled with malice as she deliberately challenged Jiang Lanyue, saying, this courtyard is filled with nobles. If the Empress Dowager has summoned you, then wait for her people to fetch you. If not, this general cannot allow you to enter unless... What unless? Jiang Lanyue asked calmly. Unless you kneel and bow to me until I am satisfied. Then I shall permit you to enter, Wanqing replied, her brows arching high, venom dancing in her eyes. Chapter 76, A Resemblance. A substitute Jiang Lanyue's exquisite and delicate face appeared ethereal under the sunlight, resembling fine porcelain, breathtakingly beautiful. She lightly raised one of her willow-like brows and coldly laughed. General Mu, If that is the case, then kneel. Mu Wanqing's pupils dilated in disbelief. Since when did Jiang Lanyue become so accommodating? Just as Mu Wanqing anticipated Jiang Lanyue to kneel, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her knee. Without seeing how Jiang Lanyue had made her move, she merely coldly pinched her own glistening fingertip. The intense pain in Mu Wanqing's leg vanished in an instant, and before she knew it, her legs gave out, and she gracefully knelt on the ground. The two guards beside her were stunned. What is this operation from General Mu? Mu Wanqing was equally perplexed. Wasn't it Jiang Lanyue who was supposed to kneel? During the dispute, several onlookers peeked out from the rooms, curious to see what was happening. Mu Wanqing, kneeling on the ground, attempted to rise, only to discover she could exert no strength whatsoever. You vile wench, did you do this? She fumed, her face a riot of colors, akin to a spilled palette, a sight to behold. Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a subtle smile, her voice light. If General Mu enjoys kneeling, then do so properly. It would take no less than an hour for Mu Wanqing's legs to recover. Your face is twisted with rage. Mu Wanqing seethed, drawing her sword from her waist, disregarding her image, and shouted, Wretch, I will kill you. What's all this noise? Before Mu Wanqing could thrust her sword at Jiang Lanyue, a commanding yet melodious voice resonated from above. All present looked up and knelt respectfully. Your Highness, the princess. Qin Mingyue stood tall, her waist-length black hair partially tied up, adorned only with a wooden hairpin. She wore a long moon-gray gown, simple yet elegant, draping down to conceal her ankles, shimmering gently in the sunlight like the rippling surface of a lake. The long princess was strikingly beautiful, with raven hair and snow-white skin. One hand resting casually behind her, while the other toyed with a string of black prayer beads. Her movements mirrored those of the king of Nannan. Standing atop the high stone steps, Jiang Lanyue had to look up to meet her gaze. This long princess exuded an air of grace and tranquility, embodying a serene detachment from worldly desires. Greetings to your highness. Jiang Lanyue slightly bent her knee in salute, and as she lowered her gaze, she felt an uncanny familiarity in the princess's eyes. Your highness, this wretch has intruded here, and I feared she might disrupt the heavenly prayer ceremony. So I intended to stop her, but she... Before Mu Wanqing could finish her furious explanation, Qin Mingyue gently raised her hand, interrupting, let her speak. Replying to your highness. I merely came to the mountain to request a safe pulse for the Empress Dowager, Jiang Lanyue stated calmly. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Qin Mingyue's smile widened. So, you are the Jiang clan member responsible for treating my mother? Indeed, it is I, Jiang Lanyue affirmed. Allow her to ascend, Qin Mingyue commanded, prompting the guards and Mu Wanqing to relent and let Jiang Lanyue pass. As Jiang Lanyue walked past Mu Wanqing, the latter's clenched fists cracked audibly. Her eyes filled with venom. Since the Jiang clan can treat my mother, your skills must be remarkable. Why not let me see as well? Just as Jiang Lanyue prepared to step up the mountain to find the Empress Dowager, Qin Mingyue suddenly spoke again. Facing the long princess, Jiang Lanyue found it inappropriate to decline. Jiang Lanyue nodded. Please extend your hand. Your highness, I shall take your pulse. Qin Mingyue remained motionless, her dark eyes scrutinizing Jiang Lanyue's face. The woman before her, clad in a delicate pink gown, possessed a long neck and slender shoulders. Her waist as supple as a willow, delicate and enchanting. Her skin was fair as snow, her beauty radiant, captivating enough to rival the sun, as though she had stepped out from an ancient painting. Indeed, she was a temptress. After taking a few glances at Jiang Lanyue, Qin Mingyue formed an impression in her mind. When Qin Mingyue noticed the clear, lively eyes of Jiang Lanyue, reminiscent of her own, a cruel smirk tugged at her lips. Though she quickly suppressed it, softly murmuring, how similar. Jiang Lanyue's brows slightly furrowed. Those words seemed familiar, as if echoed by the king of Nannan. What exactly is the resemblance? Under Qin Mingyue's probing gaze, an inexplicable discomfort settled in Jiang Lanyue's heart. Despite the princess exuding the faint scent of sandalwood and embodying a tranquil demeanor, Jiang Lanyue sensed something amiss in the way she observed her. Your highness? Jiang Lanyue maintained her composure, reminding, shall I take your pulse? Qin Mingyue smiled gently at Jiang Lanyue, her expression warm and inviting as a spring breeze. Jiang Lanyue, please wait outside for a moment. With that, Qin Mingyue turned, entering her quarters with the prayer beads in hand. Jiang Lanyue had no choice but to wait outside. Under the blazing sun, there was no shade to be found, and soon Jiang Lanyue's delicate skin began to redden from the heat. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, and seeing that the princess had yet to emerge, Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brow and approached the Zen door to knock. Chow Mama, who answered, said, "Your Highness is resting. Please wait outside, and do not disturb her. Since your Highness is resting, please inform her that I shall ascend the mountain to request a safe pulse for the Empress Dowager," Jiang Lanyue replied, disregarding Chow Mama's expression as she turned to leave. The Long Princess and the Empress Dowager were both formidable figures not to be trifled with. However, Jiang Lanyue had no choice. The Empress Dowager had already waited long enough. If the princess was resting, she would wait until she was finished. Chow Mama's expression turned furious as she exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? The Long Princess ordered you to wait, and you must obey. How dare you take it upon yourself to leave?" Jiang Lanyue cast a cold glance sideways, her melodious voice icy. "If you do not wish to bear the blame of disrespecting the Long Princess, please do not make things difficult for me." With that, Jiang Lanyue ignored Chow Mama's furious accusations of her lack of decorum and defiance against the Long Princess's authority, continuing on her way. After Jiang Lanyue departed, Chow Mama rushed into the Zen room to report to Qin Mingyue, who was sipping tea. "Your Highness, that Jiang Lanyue is truly arrogant, daring to invoke the Empress Dowager to pressure you. Does she think she can offend you simply because of the Empress Dowager?"
Cao Mama Phu Met.
The Long Princess, esteemed and revered in the Long Tsong Kingdom, had never encountered anyone who dared to defy her. Is it too much to ask her to wait a little longer? Does she truly believe she is someone of importance? Qin Mingyue had deliberately made Jiang Lanyue wait. Remembering the look in Jiang Lanyue's eyes and how the king of Nan'an had refused to see her, a surge of anger brewed within Qin Mingyue. If she were not outside, she would need to maintain her image. Given her temper in private, she would have long since tormented Zhang's family to death. Hasn't Zhang's family yet ascended the mountain? Qin Mingyue, with a smile in her eyes, set down her teacup. Though her gaze was originally clear and gentle, it now glimmered with hostility. Let her endure a bit more suffering. Chapter 77. An eye for an eye. Jiang Lanyue had not walked far when guards appeared. Aside from royal relatives and high-ranking officials, no one else was permitted to ascend this path, as it would disrupt tomorrow's grand ritual. "We kindly ask Miss Jiang to take another route up the mountain," the guard said expressionlessly. Jiang Lanyue's expression turned cold. She remained silent, finding the request utterly absurd. Among all the visitors to Longyin Temple, aside from royal kin and officials, she was the only one left. This was clearly a deliberate targeting of her. Jiang Lanyue was uncertain whether this guard was acting on Mu Wanqing's orders or someone else's directive. Her beautiful, clear eyes gradually hardened. "What if I insist on passing this way today? It seems I must resort to violence to deal with these people. Otherwise, they might truly believe I am an easy target. They shall not blame me for being ungracious." As her words fell, several more guards appeared, each wielding a sword. Their eyes fierce and menacing, clearly not to be trifled with. "It has been quite a while since I last stretched my limbs," Jiang Lanyue thought. Setting down her medicine box, her brow slightly raised as she coldly regarded the group. "I am in a hurry. Let all of you come at me together. You little girl, how bold you are. We are the royal guard. With us here today, you shall not pass even an inch," the leading guard declared, raising his sword to thrust at Jiang Lanyue. Yet, she stood still, the fierce wind lifting her long hair, her delicate face adorned with frost. Just as the glinting sword was about to pierce her brow, Jiang Lanyue moved. In a flash of crimson, before anyone could comprehend her movements, they felt their bodies lose balance and fell heavily to the ground, their bones cracking in the impact. In mere moments, they lay in agony, while Jiang Lanyue stood among them, her medicine box in hand, exuding an air of tranquility. The brilliant sunlight bathed her in a captivating glow as she slightly tilted her head, looking down at them from her elevated position. "Can you still rise?" Jiang Lanyue's lips parted lightly, her tone deceptively caring as she inquired. The guards, their bones felt as if they would shatter. Not only could they not rise, even moving was a struggle. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yi and Jiang Li, her older brothers, rushed over and beheld Jiang Lanyue standing alone among the disheveled guards. "General," the guards promptly spoke with respect. Jiang Yi's handsome face darkened. "You dare to bully my little sister?" Jiang Li's brow furrowed tightly, clearly displeased with the guards' behavior. The guards were taken aback. This girl was the sister of both esteemed generals? Despite their youth, the two generals possessed formidable strength, instilling fear in those around them. We did not know Miss Jiang was your sister. We were merely following orders. Please pardon us, General. Jiang Yi's sharp features hardened further. I know well who commands your direct guard. Whose orders were you following to bully my sister? The guard bowed his head, his eyes filled with fear.
Speak.
Jiang Li demanded, his imposing presence bearing down on him. The guard trembled, stammering. It was Granny Chow, the Long Princess's attendant. She instructed us to make things difficult for Miss Jiang. Granny Chow, the Long Princess's attendant? Jiang Yi and Jiang Li exchanged glances. How did this involve the Long Princess? Was Granny Chow acting on her orders or her own initiative? The Long Princess was known for her benevolence, devoted to Buddhism. She would hardly torment my sister. You have violated military discipline. Go and accept your punishment. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the guards. Yes, General. The guards, not daring to linger, hurriedly fled. Sister, are you all right? Jiang Yi and Jiang Li approached, their concern evident. Jiang Lanyue shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Second brother, third brother. This is likely Granny Chow's reckless decision. Once I find the opportunity, I will ensure she pays for her actions, Jiang Yi said through clenched teeth. How dare she bully my sister? Seeing the matter resolved, Jiang Lanyue wished to ease her brother's worries. After a brief conversation, she picked up her medicine box and continued her ascent. Now, the path was unobstructed, and upon reaching the mountaintop, Jiang Lanyue paid her respects to the Empress Dowager. Noticing Jiang Lanyue's sun-kissed cheeks, the Empress Dowager quickly instructed the chief eunuch to serve her a refreshing bowl of mung bean and lotus seed soup. After treating the Empress Dowager, Jiang Lanyue sipped the soup while advising, Your Majesty, it would be best to avoid cold foods. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Miss Jiang. The Empress Dowager gestured to the chief eunuch, instructing, You shall personally escort Miss Jiang down the mountain. I wish to see who dares to obstruct her. Clearly, the Empress Dowager was aware of the trouble Jiang Lanyue faced on her way up. Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled with a hint of clarity as she calmly added, Your Majesty, it matters not that I faced difficulties. I only fear it may delay your treatment. Your health is fragile, and any delay could lead to dire consequences. You are truly considerate, the Empress Dowager said, removing a golden hairpin from her head and placing it in Jiang Lanyue's hand. With this pin, no one shall dare to impede you, even in the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Lanyue lowered her long lashes, concealing the light in her eyes, and accepted the hairpin. After leaving the Empress Dowager's quarters, the chief eunuch personally escorted Jiang Lanyue down the mountain. Upon returning to her meditation room and resting briefly, she rose to seek her brothers. Night had fallen, and the serene surroundings of Wanqing Temple were enveloped in stillness. Jiang Lanyue, lantern in hand, walked for some time before locating Jiang Yi and Jiang Li's sister. It's so late. Why haven't you rested? Jiang Yi and Jiang Li sat on the stone steps, munching on steamed buns, with the altar for tomorrow's grand ritual behind them. The two brothers were responsible for ensuring the ceremony proceeded smoothly, opting to remain vigilant throughout the night to avoid any mishaps. Jiang Lanyue sat beside them, smiling. I just came to see you. I will return shortly. Sister, have some snacks. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li offered her the pastries they had saved. Jiang Lanyue opened the box to find her favorite osmanthus and chestnut cake, her eyes lighting up with delight. Brothers, you must try some too. The three sat on the stone steps, enjoying the treats while chatting. Second brother, third brother, do you smell something strange? Jiang Lanyue suddenly inquired, setting down her osmanthus cake. Her keen senses detected a faint, odd odor. Not at all, her brothers replied, shaking their heads in confusion. Jiang Lanyue stood, surveying her surroundings and noting that they were merely on a raised platform, devoid of anything unusual. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After conversing with her brothers for a while longer, Jiang Lanyue returned to her meditation room to rest. In the dead of night, a hurried knock resounded at her door. Jiang Lanyue, wake up quickly. Chapter 78. Disturb me again, and I shall silence you with poison. Jiang Lanyue, bleary-eyed, donned an outer garment and opened the door, revealing Granny Chow, the Long Princess's attendant, looking frantic. Granny, is there something urgent at this hour? Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brows, still half asleep. The Long Princess is gravely ill. You must come at once, Granny Chow exclaimed, reaching out to pull Jiang Lanyue along. Jiang Lanyue subtly evaded the touch of Granny Chow. Her brows slightly furrowed as she spoke in a detached tone. I am solely responsible for treating the Empress Dowager. If the princess is ill, the accompanying imperial physicians should be summoned. At noon, when the princess requested her services, she did not refuse, but was left waiting for an extended period. As a result, her sentiments toward the esteemed princess were rather lukewarm. Furthermore, the guards revealed that Granny Chow had instructed them to deliberately make things difficult for her, which further dissuaded Jiang Lanyue from attending to the princess. Granny Chow, taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's rejection, instantly erupted in anger, her tone sharp and caustic. Jiang,
What do you mean by this?
the princess has requested your presence, and yet you refuse her? With a disdainful remark, she added, time waits for no one. Jiang Lanyue's jade-like visage remained impassive as she nodded slightly, and without further ado, she firmly closed the door. You, Granny Chow, confronted by the closed door, felt a surge of fury. Jiang, open this door. Let me in. She pounded on the door with fervor, causing a commotion that disturbed the guards and those in the adjacent chambers. People craned their necks to see what was happening, some inquiring about the situation. The princess is gravely ill, and yet Jiang refuses to attend to her. Is that not excessive? Her frustration evident as she continued to bang on the door. Where are the imperial physicians? They should see the princess.
Someone asked.
Granny Chow, in despair, lamented, all the physicians have been summoned, yet none can treat the princess's ailment. That is why we thought of Jiang. Jiang, open the door. Jiang Lanyue had intended to continue her rest, but the incessant banging and shouting from Granny Chow kept her from sleeping. With an air of irritation, she threw off the covers, rose from her bed, and opened the door to face Granny Chow. Silence. Before Granny Chow could finish her demand, Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes narrowed, her gaze icy as she retorted, is this how one requests a physician?
How dare you?
You have the fortune to treat the princess, a rare privilege indeed. Granny Chow scoffed, her arrogance apparent as she mentioned the princess. A chill flickered across Jiang Lanyue's exquisitely beautiful face. That fortune is yours, not mine. Granny Chow, incensed, declared, do not test my patience. Come with me at once. Before she could complete her sentence, as she reached out rudely towards Jiang Lanyue, Jiang swiftly grasped her hand and twisted it gently, eliciting a faint crack as Granny Chow's hand dislocated. Granny Chow's expression contorted in agony as she cried out, ah, my hand. It's broken. Keep shouting, and I shall render you mute, Jiang Lanyue warned, her beautiful black eyes narrowing as she cast a frosty glare at Granny Chow. The sharp pain in her hand, coupled with Jiang Lanyue's chilling demeanor, compelled Granny Chow to instinctively fall silent, too intimidated to protest further. Desiring to avoid further conflict, Jiang Lanyue returned to her chamber, donned an outer garment, and took her medical kit to leave.
Jiang.
Granny Chow, still furious, attempted to voice her grievances, but Jiang Lanyue silenced her with a piercing look, causing her to promptly shut her mouth. On her way to attend to the princess, atop the mountain in a secluded chamber, the strikingly handsome Qin Tianyu sat upon a sandalwood chair, clad in a dragon robe that exuded imperial authority, perusing a memorial. Beside him stood a man with silver hair, exuding an ethereal beauty, dressed in a white brocade robe, reminiscent of a celestial being. He leisurely fanned himself with a pure white feather fan, his demeanor relaxed. Your Majesty, are you aware that the Prince of Nan'an has recently grown close to the Jiang family? The 4 sons of the Jiang family were personally brought back by him, and their eldest daughter is treating him, said Rong Huan with a light chuckle. I have heard of this, Qin Tianyu replied, turning his handsome face toward Rong Huan. Do you believe the 9th prince is harboring designs on the Jiang family? If the Prince of Nan'an manages to win over the Jiang family, your throne may be jeopardized. Rong Huan stated, his tone serious. Qin Tianyu's expression darkened as he responded, Rong, choose your words with care. Rong Huan, unfazed, continued to fan himself, his silver hair glistening in the candlelight. Your Majesty, the Jiang family must not overshadow the throne. Other generals must share the burdens and maintain a balance. We cannot allow the Jiang family to dominate. If the Jiang family allies with the Prince of Nan'an, you will have no room to counteract. While Rong Huan's words were harsh, as an emperor, Qin Tianyu understood the necessity of skepticism, especially with the Prince of Nan'an extending his influence into the Jiang family. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tianyu said, Rong, let's not dwell on that. To escape the 9th prince's constraints, it is essential for my little master to take part. I must devise a plan to ensure she stands with me. Only then do we have a chance. Does your Majesty have a strategy in mind? Rong Huan inquired with a smile, saying nothing further. The most pivotal figure in the Jiang family is not the head, Jiang Zhennan, nor his 4 capable sons, but rather the seemingly unremarkable daughter, Jiang Lanyue. Sighing deeply, Qin Tianyu set down the memorial. The upcoming prayer ceremony presents an opportunity. I only hope my little master understands the truth in the future and does not blame me for this unavoidable decision. Your Majesty, you act for the sake of the people. Jiang will surely comprehend, Rong Huan assured. Qin Tianyu nodded slightly. Arrange for someone to manage this. The offerings at the altar must not be excessive, lest they harm lives. Understood, Your Majesty. Rong Huan bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. Your Majesty, the princess is gravely ill. Will you not visit her? At that moment, Chief Steward Li entered. Qin Tianyu frowned slightly, but eventually nodded. Very well, go. Regardless of the past, the princess was still his elder sister. However, his relationship with her was strained due to her close ties with the 9th prince. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue, following Granny Chow, soon arrived at the princess's chamber. The princess lay in bed, her complexion pale and unconscious. Several imperial physicians knelt by her side, trembling with fear, while one physician lay dead, his throat slit. In the room were numerous guards, including Wanqing and Song Ningfeng. With the princess's sudden illness, everyone was on high alert. As Jiang Lanyue entered with Granny Chow, several other noble heirs followed suit. "You, what brings you here?" Song Ningfeng exclaimed, surprised to see Jiang Lanyue. His eyes brightened at the sight of her. Having not seen her for several days, he felt she had grown even more beautiful. Clad in a crimson gown, her skin appeared as delicate as jade, her features exquisitely refined, with her ebony hair contrasting against her snow-white complexion, resembling a celestial being emerged from a painting. She was truly breathtaking, radiantly so. In that moment, Song Ningfeng found himself momentarily entranced, experiencing a fluttering sensation akin to their first encounter.
Wanqing.
Noticing Song Ningfeng's unwavering gaze upon Jiang Lanyue, clenched her teeth in frustration, her eyes brimming with a potent hatred that seemed as thick as ink, refusing to dissipate. On the day of her grand wedding with Song Ningfeng, the altercation between the two became widely known throughout the capital. Recently, their relationship had softened slightly. Yet whenever Song Ningfeng cast a gaze upon Jiang Lanyue like that, she felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his eyes and mar Jiang Lanyue's alluring visage. When he attempted to engage her in conversation, Jiang Lanyue feigned indifference, strolling past him as if he were an inconsequential stranger. However, Song Ningfeng quickly seized her wrist, compelling her to halt. "You," he called, but she swiftly withdrew her hand, her tone frigid. "Is there something you wish to discuss, General Song?" Her calm, profound eyes conveyed no warmth, and her demeanor was marked by a chilling indifference, as if he were merely a passerby. Are you going to treat the crown princess?" The discomfort in Song Ningfeng's heart grew as he observed her detached gaze. After 3 years of marriage, how had they descended to such a state, resembling mere strangers? Jiang Lanyue produced a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the spot where Song Ningfeng had touched, her voice dripping with disdain. "What does it have to do with you?" "I am genuinely concerned for your safety," he replied, his brow furrowed as he gestured towards the lifeless figure of the imperial physician on the ground. That Dr. Zhou had failed to save the crown princess and had met his demise at the hands of her secret guards. The fate of the remaining physicians was similarly grim. "Your previous success in treating the empress was mere luck. If you lack the skill, do not attempt to treat the crown princess, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. I truly worry for you." His sincerity was palpable. Yet Jiang Lanyue was repulsed by his feigned compassion. She took a step back, distancing herself from him, her beautiful, clear eyes reflecting tranquility as she replied, "General Song, we are already divorced. A good ex should be treated as if deceased, do you understand?" With that, disregarding his expression, she strode confidently to the crown princess's bedside and commenced her examination. Wanqing, arms crossed, scoffed, "General Song is indeed quite sentimental. Your goodwill goes unappreciated by the Jiang family." Song Ningfeng clenched his hands at his sides, feeling a surge of frustration. If the Jiang family prided themselves on their medical prowess, he would soon see whether she could indeed cure the crown princess. Failure would surely lead to her demise at the hands of the crown princess's secret guards, and Wanqing's face flickered with schadenfreude. So many physicians had failed. How could Jiang Lanyue possibly succeed? The thought of the crown princess's condition only heightened her anticipation of Jiang Lanyue's downfall. As Jiang Lanyue examined the crown princess's pulse, her brows furrowed slightly, The pulse was steady, with abundant vitality. There was no significant ailment to explain the prolonged unconsciousness. She opened the crown princess's eyes and quickly concluded that the royal was feigning illness. But what could be the motive behind such a ruse? With one physician already dead and the remaining ones in peril, Jiang Lanyue knew that failing to treat the crown princess could place her in grave danger. The crown princess had summoned her for treatment, yet now pretended to be ill, and Jiang Lanyue sensed that this was a deliberate ploy against her. However, they had only just met. How could she have drawn such targeting? At that moment, the voice of Chief Steward Li rang out, announcing the arrival of the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Dressed in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, Jiang Tianyu entered alongside the dignified Empress Dowager, causing everyone in the meditation room to gasp and kneel in reverence. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness," they chorused. Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly, bidding them to rise. He surveyed the room, and after a moment's pause, he nodded at Jiang Lanyue before inquiring about the crown princess's condition. "Your Majesty, the crown princess's ailment is quite peculiar. We are powerless to assist," the physician stammered, their heads bowed in anxiety. They had detected no issues in her pulse, and despite administering medicine, she remained unresponsive. They could not fathom that they were unable to awaken one who was merely pretending to slumber. One physician had attempted acupuncture, only to meet a similar fate, resulting in his untimely death at the hands of the crown princess's guards. Faced with such an unusual affliction, they were hesitant to act, fearing for their own lives. "Your Majesty, you must ensure that the physicians save the princess," Nurse Chow implored, kneeling and wiping her tears. Her demeanor a far cry from her earlier arrogance before Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Tianyu nodded calmly. "With Miss Jiang here, she should be able to cure my sister." The Empress Dowager expressed her faith in Jiang Lanyue's medical skills, urging her to examine the crown princess. "I have already checked her pulse. Her condition is indeed strange." "She is poisoned," Jiang Lanyue remarked, a glimmer of light flashing in her striking black eyes. She smirked, eager to see how long the crown princess could maintain her charade. The physicians gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. How had they failed to diagnose such a condition? Were they truly so inept? The crown princess, feigning illness, scoffed inwardly at Jiang Lanyue's proclamation. What skill could she possess if she could not even identify the simplest of ailments? Wanqing was the first to scoff derisively. "Jiang family, are you certain you can treat her? Poisoned? The physicians could not diagnose it. Are you merely speaking nonsense?" The physicians had failed to rouse the crown princess, and Jiang Lanyue's confidence seemed misplaced. Her expression hardened, her eyes icy as she retorted, "Their failure does not signify my own. Jiang family, your previous success in treating the Empress was merely serendipitous, aided by the moon god physician. This condition of the crown princess is not something just anyone can remedy," Wanqing asserted with unwavering confidence. Jiang Lanyue raised an elegantly arched brow, her gaze frosty. "What if I can heal the princess?" Wanqing relished this challenge. After losing their previous wager, she was determined to reclaim her lost pride and humiliate Jiang Lanyue, rendering her a subject of ridicule. "If you can cure the princess, I shall kneel and apologize, acknowledging your medical prowess," she declared, her tone laced with malice. Jiang Lanyue, observing Wanqing's self-assured demeanor, began to ponder whether the crown princess, who appeared so pious and indifferent to worldly matters, was perhaps the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Previously, the crown princess had even bestowed a prized weapon upon Wanqing. The idealized image the public held of the crown princess starkly contrasted with Jiang Lanyue's suspicions. As for the truth of the matter, further verification is required. Jiang Lanyue's thoughts swiftly whirled, and she smiled faintly, her cheeks adorned with delicate and charming dimples. "I do not require your acknowledgement of my medical skills. Should I succeed in curing the princess, all I ask is that you kneel and apologize, and hand over the Honglian Wentian spear to me." "But what?" Wanqing was taken aback, secretly cursing Jiang Lanyue for her malicious intentions to seize the spear bestowed upon her by the princess. "Isn't it General Mu who wishes to wager? If we are to gamble, let's raise the stakes." Jiang Lanyue's gaze was as cool as water, her exquisite visage illuminated faintly by the candlelight. Wanqing clenched her fists, a fierce expression gracing her striking features. She was acutely aware that the princess would surely hear her exchange with Jiang Lanyue, and the princess would undoubtedly ensure her victory. "Very well, I shall let the world know that your Jiang family is nothing but a band of charlatans, utterly ignorant of the art of healing." If you fail to cure the princess, you too shall kneel and apologize, and I will carve 10 cuts upon your face." Wanqing gritted her teeth, her malice and scheming akin to a hidden current beneath her feigned calm. The crowd gasped collectively at her words. The demand for an apology was already excessive, and the notion of inflicting 10 cuts on Jiang Lanyue's face was utterly heinous. Would she still have a face left after such mutilation? Wanqing harbored a deep disdain for Jiang Lanyue's beautiful yet naive countenance. Previously, she considered Jiang Lanyue merely a pretty vase, lacking substance, and not worthy of fear. Yet, just moments ago, Song Ningfeng had been fixated on Jiang Lanyue's face, which left Wanqing feeling extremely uncomfortable. They had divorced. Jiang Lanyue was now a fallen woman, and her beauty was simply a facade that had ensnared Song Ningfeng. Once she marred Jiang Lanyue's face, she would relish in the sight of her inability to entice others or remarry, even if she were but a beautiful vase. Wanqing intended to shatter her into a pile of worthless shards. "Jiang family, do you dare?" Wanqing continued to provoke deliberately. "Weren't you quite confident in your medical skills just now? Very well, let it be as General Mu says." While others were still in a daze, Jiang Lanyue and Wanqing had already established their wager. Song Ningfeng furrowed his brow, feeling that Jiang Lanyue was exceedingly impulsive. He had already advised her. Yet she remained oblivious to her own folly. If Jiang Lanyue's breathtakingly beautiful face were to be mutilated, he would feel a deep sense of regret and reluctance. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor exchanged glances, remaining silent. They refrained from intervening in the wager between Wanqing and Jiang Lanyue, as it was their own decision. The onlookers, now captivated by the wager, fixed their curious gazes upon Jiang Lanyue, eager to witness whether she could heal the princess. Seated at the edge of the bed, Jiang Lanyue grasped Qin Mingyue's hand and swiftly made a cut, blood streaming from the fingertip. In a moment unnoticed by others, she applied a bit of medicinal powder to Qin Mingyue. After the powder, the blood flowing from Qin Mingyue's fingertip turned a dark crimson hue. Feigning unconsciousness, Qin Mingyue felt the sting of her wound and the relentless pain that gnawed at her, a torment akin to bone-deep agony. Yet, she could not awaken. She had to endure the pain and continue her charade. Jiang Lanyue cast a casual glance at the princess, whose eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a subtle smile graced her lips. "How audacious! Jiang family, how dare you harm the princess's delicate form? Where are the hidden guards? Come quickly." Wanqing gasped upon witnessing Jiang Lanyue cut Qin Mingyue's finger. Her immediate reaction was one of alarm. The others also widened their eyes, astonished that Jiang Lanyue would dare to act so boldly. After all, she was the esteemed and unparalleled princess. Jiang Lanyue maintained a relaxed demeanor, squeezing out the blood as she spoke. "The princess has been poisoned, and the toxin spreads rapidly. I am merely performing a bloodletting treatment.
Do not panic.
You clearly lack medical knowledge. If you worsen the princess's condition, it will not only be your downfall, but the entire Jiang family will pay the price." Wanqing retorted indignantly, hands on her hips, exuding righteous indignation. Jiang Lanyue's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of chill as she directed her gaze toward Wanqing. "General Mu, are you cursing the princess to death?" "I am not." Wanqing's pupils dilated in terror, hastily denying it. She would never dare to curse the princess, lest she invite her own doom. "Then silence yourself while I attend to the princess. If you disturb my treatment, your family shall share in the consequences." Jiang Lanyue shot her a frigid glare, and with a swift motion, retrieved a set of shimmering silver needles from her medical kit. Each needle was remarkably long, and with a graceful flick of her wrist, she created a blur of motion. In the next instant, several needles descended rapidly, causing Qin Mingyue to cry out in uncontrollable agony. Chapter 81. The Saint of Medicine and Poison. Solitary Moon. Qin Mingyue's unrestrained screams startled everyone in the meditation room. The princess was reacting. Was she about to awaken? Could it be that Jiang Lanyue was truly formidable? The previously comatose princess suddenly stirred, prompting a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Wanqing furrowed her brow and hurriedly glanced at the princess. There lay the princess, her pallid face slightly flushed, still ensconced in her unconscious state. Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, disdain evident in her scoff. What is so impressive about that? The princess has not awakened. The onlookers turned their attention to the princess, confirming that she indeed remained unconscious. Qin Mingyue was nearly unable to maintain her ruse due to the pain, and her loathing and hatred for Jiang Lanyue intensified with each passing moment. This Jiang family, as Mu Wanqing had stated, was truly insidious. Do not rush. The poison affecting the princess is quite peculiar. Healing it is no simple task. The fact that the princess has already reacted proves that the bloodletting is effective. Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a slight smile, her exquisitely fair face appearing even more delicate in the candlelight. The court physicians were all ears, sensing that her words bore some merit. Mu Wanqing clenched her fists, her gaze filled with animosity as she glared at Jiang Lanyue. Your actions are nothing but cruelty against the esteemed princess. What is your true intention, Jiang family? The princess is not ill. You claim she is poisoned. But that is utter nonsense. Yet, Mu Wanqing found herself powerless to reveal the truth behind the princess's feigned illness. You understand nothing about medicine. Kindly remain silent. Jiang Lanyue coldly raised her gaze, launching a silver needle from her fingertip, which landed at Mu Wanqing's feet, glimmering with a chilling light. Mu Wanqing recalled the earlier incident when her legs had given way beneath her, causing her to kneel for an hour, and instinctively, her legs weakened. The fury within her chest surged, her clenched fists turning pale. Jiang Lanyue continued, the princess suffers from a cold poison, likely a remnant from years past. Although her body appears unaffected ordinarily, should it flare up, it could threaten her life. Feigning unconsciousness, Qin Mingyue experienced a flicker of doubt. How does Jiang Lanyue know this? The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. Indeed, the princess was afflicted by cold poison years ago. Jiang girl, could it be that Yeye's cold poison has resurfaced? Your Majesty, came Jiang Lanyue's reply. The princess's current condition is peculiar and severe. The toxin has already spread to her neck. You may come and see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor stepped closer. They soon observed a black, vine-like substance visibly emerging on Qin Mingyue's neck. The Empress Dowager gasped in horror. It is the cold poison. This is precisely how Yeye's cold poison manifested before. Others craned their necks, intrigued, and indeed, they too saw the ominous signs, prompting a chorus of exclamations. With her eyes closed, Qin Mingyue listened to the murmurs, her hand tightly clenched beneath the silk blanket. She could sense a certain stiffness and pain in her neck and body, and even a chill emanating from her limbs. This familiar sensation made Qin Mingyue realize that indeed, it was the cold poison. The more the cold poison flared up, the more excruciating it became. In its most severe state, it could lead to a frozen demise. But hadn't the cold poison within her already been vanquished? How could it have reemerged? What could be the reason? Mu Wanqing stood in a daze, feeling that there was something amiss. Could it be the Jiang family was scheming? Upon a moment's reflection, Mu Wanqing quickly dismissed this idea. Even if the Jiang family possessed some medical skills, it was impossible for them to have such capabilities. What she and the others did not know was that Jiang Lanyue was not only a master physician but also a consummate poisoner. In the realm of medicine, there existed a legendary figure known as the Poison Sage, and that was none other than Jiang Lanyue. As the Princess of Chang began to feel a sense of panic, she heard Jiang Lanyue's soft voice, stating that if the princess did not awaken within a stick of incense, it might be necessary to remove her eyes to preserve her life. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Remove her eyes? Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow tightly, quickly intervening. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the princess is already gravely ill. If we allow the Jiang family to treat her recklessly, it may only jeopardize her condition further. I implore you, Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, to stop Jiang. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor remained grim-faced, ignoring Mu Wanqing. They believed in Jiang Lanyue's abilities, and indeed, Qin Mingyue's condition was far from optimistic, with the poison having spread to her neck. Qin Tianyu nodded solemnly, saying, Miss Jiang, you must find a way to preserve the life of the crown princess. Yes, you must ensure that Yeye comes to no harm, the Empress Dowager added, her face etched with worry. Rest assured, Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, I will continue to treat the crown princess, Jiang Lanyue replied, quickly retrieving various items from a nearby medicine box. The sound of her actions resonated ominously in Qin Mingyue's ears, amplifying her dread. What should she do now? If she did not awaken, would she truly have to wait for Jiang to remove her eyes? Jiang did not seem to jest, and Qin Mingyue was acutely aware of the dire consequences of the cold poison. If she awoke, would that not mean Mu Wanqing had lost, thereby allowing Jiang to prevail? In that moment, Qin Mingyue felt trapped. She had intended to feign illness to deal with Jiang Lanyue, only to find herself in a deep pit. Jiang Lanyue cast a casual glance at the still pretending crown princess, eager to see how long her ruse could last. Your Highness, for your safety, I must now remove your eyes, she announced, raising a poison-free knife, preparing to strike towards Qin Mingyue's eyes. Jiang, stop this at once. Mu Wanqing cried out, her face paling in terror, desperate to intervene, but it was already too late. Just as the blade was about to pierce her eye, Qin Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Lanyue smiled slyly, her expression reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Your Highness, you have finally awakened? Jiang Lanyue retracted her knife, coolly offering a pill to Qin Mingyue. Now that you are awake, this cold poison can be easily treated. Please take the medicine. Without waiting for Qin Mingyue to respond, Jiang Lanyue had already placed the pill in her mouth, urging her to swallow. Miss Jiang's medical skills are indeed impressive,
Mu Wanqing exclaimed,
rushing to grasp Qin Mingyue's hand tightly. Elder sister, do you feel any discomfort? Qin Tianyu inquired with concern. Qin Mingyue felt a surge of anger within, yet maintained an air of tranquility, lightly coughing a few times. My limbs feel cold, and I experience some pain, but otherwise I am well. This is a relapse of the cold poison, but thankfully Miss Jiang's remarkable skills have saved your life, the Empress Dowager said, rubbing Qin Mingyue's icy hands to warm them. The other onlookers marveled at Jiang Lanyue's medical prowess, while the imperial physicians felt ashamed, having failed to diagnose the crown princess's cold poison. Mu Wanqing's complexion shifted from pale to flushed with disbelief. She could hardly accept that she had wagered against Jiang Lanyue and lost. Chapter 82. A dog's eye cannot discern the mountain. It is normal to be unaware of greatness. Why did this happen? Why had the Jiang family triumphed again? Mu Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, a fierce blaze of indignation rising within her, as if it could incinerate her entirely, nearly causing smoke to billow from her head. Jiang Lanyue's captivating gaze flickered with a hint of mischief as she spoke coolly. General Mu, the crown princess has awakened. You've lost. And it is time to fulfill the wager. Mu Wanqing's face turned pale in an instant, her eyes filled with resentment. Perhaps the crown princess merely happened to awaken, and your treatment had no bearing on it. Are you attempting to renege on the wager, General Mu? Jiang Lanyue anticipated that Mu Wanqing would not relent until faced with undeniable evidence. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, you both heard the wager General Mu made with me. If General Mu attempts to evade this, it would be a blatant disregard for the royal authority, akin to mocking Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Jiang Lanyue's lips curved slightly, swiftly placing the blame on Mu Wanqing. Enraged, Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth, hastily kneeling in submission. I would not dare. I hope Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager will see clearly. I merely question the Jiang family's medical skills. The Empress Dowager scoffed. The skills of Miss Jiang are evident to all present. General Mu lacks any medical knowledge. What right do you have to question her? Qin Tianyu crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority as he added, if General Mu continues to be so untrustworthy, I must wonder if she would also abandon her comrades on the battlefield. His words struck fear into Mu Wanqing's heart. After all, it was during the Battle of Wanqing that she had betrayed Jiang Zhenan's family. And it was with the crown princess's assistance that she and Song Ningfeng had secured victory and earned their titles as generals. Now, with the emperor's sudden remark, Mu Wanqing was uncertain whether he had discovered something. Was he deliberately pointing fingers at her, or was it merely coincidence? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue's expression turned significantly colder. Although her family had been vindicated, the conspiracy behind the Battle of Wanqing remained unresolved. Jiang Lanyue understood that Qin Tianyu might be aware of some truths, but the intricacies of the Wanqing incident were vast. Evidence was necessary to bring those responsible to justice and earn the public's trust. For now, she would allow them to bask in their glory a while longer. The grievances of her family, the wrongful death of her elder brother, she would eventually expose Mu Wanqing, Song Ningfeng, and their accomplices, revealing the truth of Wanqing to the world and ensuring they faced the consequences they deserved. I hope Your Majesty will see my loyalty. My devotion to Long Song Kingdom, to Your Majesty, and to my comrades is beyond question. Mu Wanqing hastily knelt, bowing to demonstrate her loyalty. At this point, she dared not question Jiang Lanyue any further, swallowing her indignation. General Mu, since you accept the wager, let us proceed. Jiang Lanyue's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Mu Wanqing, devoid of warmth. Mu Wanqing's elder brother had been wronged, and now she would collect some interest on that debt. Frowning, Mu Wanqing's striking features drained of color as she contemplated the humiliation of kneeling and apologizing to Jiang Lanyue in front of so many. The thought made her want to spit blood. Desperately, she cast a pleading glance at the crown princess, only to find the princess's icy demeanor offering no hint of assistance. With the Empress Dowager and the Emperor present, Mu Wanqing dared not overstep. Clenching her fists, she slowly bent her knees and knelt before Jiang Lanyue. As her knees met the cold, hard ground, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged through her, leaving her face ashen. The most humiliating part was that she would have to bow her head to Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue stood before her, tall and composed, exuding an air of quiet dignity. Mu Wanqing's face darkened as she bowed deeply to Jiang Lanyue, uttering, "Jiang family, I apologize for my inability to recognize the greatness before me. Has General Mu not had a meal? How could one be so deaf?" Jiang Lanyue remarked nonchalantly, digging into her ears, as if in jest. "Jiang family, I truly apologize. I am blind to greatness." Mu Wanqing clenched her fists and shouted vehemently. Immediately after, a myriad of emotions flickered across her face, burning with embarrassment. And she dared not meet the gazes of those around her. Such humiliation felt more painful than 1,000 daggers to her heart. Jiang Lanyue's porcelain-like face remained impassive, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorted, "It is quite normal for General Mu to be unable to recognize greatness, given her lowly perspective. Since you've already bowed and knelt, I shall graciously forgive you." Mu Wanqing was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Lanyue had just insulted her, calling her a dog. As she raised her head, she found all eyes fixed on her, their stares sharp as blades, making her feel as if she were being pricked by thorns. "General Mu, do not forget about the red lotus flame spear." Jiang Lanyue's red lips parted, continuing to pour salt into Mu Wanqing's wounds. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in fury, her anger surging as she bit down hard on her molars, a metallic taste rising in her throat. "I shall retrieve it for you at once." With a scowl, Mu Wanqing hastily rose from the ground, eager to leave this place behind. "Your Highness, I shall attend to your acupuncture first," Jiang Lanyue said, approaching the Grand Princess with a calm demeanor. "It may hurt a bit, please bear with it." As she began to extract the needles from Qin Mingyue, it was evident that each needle was accompanied by intense pain, as if piercing directly into her bones. Once all the silver needles were removed, Qin Mingyue's back was drenched in cold sweat, yet her discomfort had vanished. Yeah, the cold poison in your neck has dissipated. Had it not been for Miss Jiang, your situation could have been dire." The Empress Dowager held Qin Mingyue's hand, gently patting her. "You ought to reward Miss Jiang handsomely." Qin Tianyu nodded in agreement. Given the earnest words of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, it was only fitting for the compassionate Grand Princess to express gratitude to her savior. Thus, Qin Mingyue turned to Jiang Lanyue, offering a gracious smile. "Jiang family, your medical expertise has greatly benefited me. Speak freely of what reward you desire." "Your Highness, is it truly possible for me to receive what I wish?" Jiang Lanyue's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she gazed steadily at Qin Mingyue, testing her sincerity. Qin Mingyue felt a shiver under Jiang Lanyue's penetrating gaze. Yet she could not retract her words. "Indeed, ask away." "I seek nothing more than the string of prayer beads you possess, Your Highness. I wish to follow you and experience the essence of devotion," Jiang Lanyue said, bowing slightly as her eyes fell upon the black prayer beads that Qin Mingyue had held earlier. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lanyue, the Grand Princess feigned illness to test her. Since she had shown such disrespect, Jiang Lanyue would not hold back. Qin Mingyue's expression froze in disbelief. She had not anticipated Jiang Lanyue would request those prayer beads. They were a precious gift from the Prince of Nannan, holding significant value to her. Everyone knows that the Grand Princess is charitable and benevolent. Surely, she would not refuse a humble request to share in the act of devotion. Jiang Lanyue smiled subtly, her melodious voice inadvertently elevating Qin Mingyue's stature. The words of rejection lingered in Qin Mingyue's throat, but she could not voice them now, for her public persona was one of compassion for the people. "Very well. Since you desire them, I shall grant them to you." Qin Mingyue acquiesced, her fists clenched tightly, fighting against her rising anger while maintaining an outwardly calm and generous facade. Old Madame Chow stepped forward to hand the prayer beads to Jiang Lanyue, who merely scoffed. "These are a gift from the princess. Ensure you take good care of them." Jiang Lanyue took the beads, but paid no heed to old Madame Chow. At that moment, Mu Wanqing entered with a dark expression. clutching the red lotus flame spear with reluctance. She cast a pleading look towards the Grand Princess, hoping for a word of support. However, Qin Mingyue was too preoccupied with her own emotions, having just gifted her cherished prayer beads to Jiang Lanyue, her anger simmering beneath the surface. General Mu, hand it over. Jiang Lanyue said bluntly, extending her hand toward Mu Wanqing. With gritted teeth, Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but seeing the Emperor and Empress Dowager present, she ultimately relinquished the red lotus flame spear to Jiang Lanyue. As she did so, her heart felt as though it were bleeding profusely. Jiang Lanyue examined the spear in her hand, giving it a slight twist, only to hear a series of cracks as the spear splintered into several pieces, some fragments turning to dust. The quality of this weapon seems rather poor, Jiang Lanyue remarked, smacking her lips in disappointment. You. Mu Wanqing was infuriated to the point of near fainting. You dare to damage the red lotus flame spear bestowed by the Grand Princess? You are showing utmost disrespect. Jiang family, you are courting death. Qin Mingyue's brows furrowed, sensing her authority had been challenged. Her gifts were treasures to be revered. Yet Jiang Lanyue's indifference was a blatant affront. It broke on its own. How can you blame me? Jiang Lanyue shrugged innocently, her dark eyes icy. The more Mu Wanqing cared, the more Jiang Lanyue sought to destroy. You wretched girl, you did this on purpose. I will not let this go.
Mu Wanqing,
incensed by Jiang Lanyue's nonchalance, rushed forward, but Jiang Lanyue skillfully flipped her wrist, sending the remaining fragment of the red lotus flame spear flying. In a flash, the sharp tip grazed Mu Wanqing's face, causing immediate pain. As she glanced down, her fingers came away stained with bright red blood.
Ah!
Mu Wanqing screamed in horror as the gathered crowd turned to see a long gash across her face, blood pouring forth, creating a terrifying sight. Oh dear! This red lotus flame spear truly is a formidable weapon, entirely beyond my control. How frightening! Jiang Lanyue mused, glancing at the weapon now lying on the floor. Her brows slightly furrowed, appearing genuinely troubled. You, Mu Wanqing nearly ground her teeth to dust, her anger boiling over. How infuriating! You intended to ruin my face. And now I find myself injured. General Mu, your face has been wounded by a divine weapon. The injury may never heal. You should seek a royal physician immediately. Jiang Lanyue remarked casually, just as Mu Wanqing sought to confront her again. Jiang family, you will pay for this. Mu Wanqing glared fiercely at Jiang Lanyue before hurriedly seeking the physicians nearby. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the Grand Princess is no longer in danger. It is growing late, and I must take my leave, Jiang Lanyue said, having caused quite a ruckus. After bowing to the Emperor and Empress Dowager, she departed with her medicine box and the prayer beads in hand. These people have intentionally disrupted my peace. Very well, none shall sleep now. Qin Tianyu exchanged a few words of concern with Qin Mingyue before leaving with the Empress Dowager, while the rest of the guests gradually dispersed. As the room dwindled to just Mu Wanqing and Qin Mingyue, the gentle and dignified smile that adorned Qin Mingyue's lips vanished in an instant. Wretch! Qin Mingyue exclaimed, forcefully hurling a pillow to the floor. That was the Buddhist bead gifted to her by the King of Nan'an. How dare she? Was this a blatant provocation? The thought of her lost Buddhist bead ignited a fierce desire for vengeance against Jiang Lan. Beside her, Mu Wanqing's eyes blazed with fury and hatred as she knelt at Qin Mingyue's feet, gritting her teeth. Master, as long as Jiang Lanyue draws breath, the fire of my anger shall not be extinguished. Each utterance caused her facial wounds to throb, intensifying the malevolence in her gaze. Let her die, such an end would be too lenient. Qin Mingyue's eyes narrowed, her expression shadowed with malice, prioritizing the greater picture. She resolved that the upcoming prayer ceremony must proceed without a hitch. I shall see the Jiang family rise only to see them fall. Yes, rest assured, Master. Tomorrow's prayer ceremony will indeed be the Jiang family's lament. Unbeknownst to them, even Qin Mingyue's hidden guards failed to notice Jiang Lanyue, who was stealthily crouched beneath the eaves. The scent of the red lotus burning spear, given to her by Mu Wanqing, was peculiar, while others might not detect it. Jiang Lanyue's keen sense of smell distinguished it clearly. The odor was sharp and strange, reminiscent of what she had encountered at the altar while seeking her brothers that night. Jiang Lanyue remained vigilant, concealing herself in the shadows to uncover the truth. To her astonishment, she discovered that Mu Wanqing's allegiance lay with Qin Mingyue. The private soldiers previously nurtured in the Qishan region were not under the command of the king of Nan'an, but rather this seemingly unambitious and pious princess, beloved by the populace. Through their conversation, Jiang Lanyue realized that Qin Mingyue aimed not only to target her, but sought to dismantle the entire Jiang family.
Why?
The Jiang family had no prior dealings with this princess, let alone enmity. As Jiang Lanyue pondered, Wanqing emerged from the room, draped in a black cloak, swiftly vanishing into the night. Jiang Lanyue gracefully descended and followed her closely. Before long, she trailed Wanqing to a meditation chamber. After ensuring the coast was clear, Wanqing knocked succinctly on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Master Wuliang, the abbot of Wanqing Temple. Chapter 84. The prayer candle reluctantly ignites. Master Wuliang welcomed Wanqing inside, and Jiang Lanyue silently slipped in behind her. After eavesdropping on their conversation, Jiang Lanyue's brow furrowed, her expression turning icy. This princess was indeed formidable. After conferring with Master Wuliang, Wanqing departed without pause, heading to another location. There, Jiang Lanyue witnessed a shocking scene. Wanqing commanded several cloaked individuals to carry out several boxes from a cave. Jiang Lanyue squinted, realizing the boxes contained black gunpowder. Instantly, she recalled the scent she had detected at the altar and on the red lotus burning spear. Indeed, it was the same black gunpowder. What was Wanqing planning to do with it? Before long, Jiang Lanyue grasped the sinister purpose behind Wanqing's procurement of the gunpowder. Wanqing had deliberately diverted her two brothers from the altar. Once Jiang Yi and Jiang Li departed, individuals promptly placed the black gunpowder beneath the altar. To Jiang Lanyue's horror, the space beneath the altar was empty. Should the gunpowder ignite, the explosion would surely devastate the altar and disrupt the prayer ceremony. Her brothers were responsible for ensuring the ceremony's safety. If it were to be compromised and lives lost, the Jiang family would undoubtedly bear the blame. Furthermore, with the presence of this gunpowder, her brothers could face imprisonment, potentially implicating the entire Jiang family. What a nefarious scheme! Jiang Lanyue's clear eyes grew colder. Had she not been vigilant, the Jiang family would surely face calamity. The night was cool and serene as a whistle pierced the air from the concealed mountainside. Soon, a messenger pigeon emerged from the darkness, landing on Jiang Lanyue's arm. She hastily tucked a pre-written note into the small bamboo tube attached to the pigeon's leg and swiftly released it into the sky. Jiang Lanyue watched the bird fly away, her lips pressed tightly together. She hoped it was not too late. Not long after Jiang Yi and Jiang Li returned to the altar, Jiang Lanyue approached them. "Little sister, why are you still awake?" Both brothers were astonished to see her, for the hour was late. "Second brother, third brother, our family is being schemed against," Jiang Lanyue said. Her brow furrowed as she scanned the surroundings for eavesdroppers. "What do you mean?" Her brothers exchanged puzzled glances. "I need to show you something that will clarify everything." Although they were unsure of Jiang Lanyue's intent, they followed her from the altar to another side. The altar appeared unchanged until Jiang Lanyue pressed down on a stone and pushed open a concealed door. "Brother, do not use an open flame. There is black gunpowder inside." Jiang Yi and Jiang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Black gunpowder? Surely, their little sister was not jesting. As they ventured further inside, their expressions grew grave. By the dim light of the moon, they beheld the black gunpowder Jiang Lanyue had mentioned. Countless boxes of black gunpowder lay before them. If ignited, the consequences would be dire. "How could there be black gunpowder here? We have been guarding this spot," Jiang Li began, but before he could continue, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "It's a diversion tactic. With this much gunpowder, they aim to plunge the Jiang family into disgrace and ruin." "Damn it!" Jiang Li's handsome brow furrowed. "Who would wish to harm us? Could it be that individual from the battle at Ao City?" The familiarity of this treachery reminded both brothers of the time the Jiang family was betrayed and abandoned. "We must find a way to navigate through this crisis," Jiang Lanyue urged, withholding the truth that the one behind this plot was none other than the esteemed and unparalleled princess. Revealing this would only place her brothers in greater peril. Agreed. The trio pressed deeper into the altar, only to be further astonished. Aside from the black gunpowder, there was also nitrate? How peculiar. They were all bewildered. Black gunpowder could explode upon contact with an open flame, while nitrate required mixing with charcoal and other substances to ignite. Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brow. If they were using black gunpowder, there should be no need to utilize nitrate as well. Could it be that another party had placed the nitrate here? Who could that be, and what was their intention? Was it also aimed at the Jiang family? Jiang Lanyue found herself at a loss for answers, sensing the presence of nitrate was exceedingly strange. Jiang Yi, his expression composed, remarked if there were any discrepancies during the prayer ceremony, the Jiang family would be held accountable. We must find a way to dispose of this black gunpowder. Jiang Li shook his head slightly. I believe we should not dispose of the black gunpowder just yet. Brother, perhaps we can approach this differently, Jiang Lanyue suggested, her dark eyes sparkling with clarity as her delicate features cast beautiful silhouettes in the dim light. What clever idea do you have, little sister? They inquired, gathering closely to discuss their strategy. As dawn broke and the sun rose, Wanqing Temple, nestled amidst the encircling mountains, began to bustle with life. Emerging from the mist like an ethereal sanctuary, gradually, the temple came alive, and with the resounding drums, the prayer ceremony was set to commence. Silver-armored guards, their expression solemn, were seen everywhere. Atop the elevated altar, an array of fruits, grains, and flowers was meticulously arranged. Majestic stone pillars bore hanging banners adorned with auspicious patterns crafted from multicolored silk and threads of gold and silver, while various prayer flags fluttered gracefully in the breeze. Those gathered for the grand ceremony of prayer to the heavens had converged at the altar. Amidst the throng, Jiang Lanyue raised her gaze slightly and observed several rows of monks clad in brown robes seated upon the ground, next to a bronze bell, a conch shell, and a wooden fish. As Qin Tianyu, the Empress Dowager, and the princess consort approached the altar, the monks gently struck the bell and wooden fish, producing a resonant sound that echoed throughout Wanqing Temple. The atmosphere was both solemn and sacred. Master Wuliang stood at the forefront of the altar, dressed in ceremonial robes, his demeanor grave as he held a string of prayer beads, invoking blessings from the heavens for favorable winds, timely rains, and peace for the nation and its people. "O great master, please, your majesty, light the candles and make your wishes." Master Wuliang's deep voice resonated. Qin Tianyu, donned in a bright yellow dragon robe, stepped forward, prompting Jiang Lanyue and the others to kneel in unison. He struck the fire starter multiple times, yet the candle flame refused to ignite. The kneeling spectators exchanged hushed whispers, anxious at the unfolding situation. The grand ceremony of prayer was of immense significance to the people of Longsong. Each step was crucial. The failure of this initial step ignited a sense of unease among the crowd. "Master Wuliang, what is happening?" Qin Tianyu inquired, his expression somber. Holding the prayer beads in one hand and making a gesture with the other, Master Wuliang's expression turned grave as he replied, "Your Majesty, an impure presence has disturbed the ceremony, causing the candles to fail to catch flame." The tension in the air thickened as the audience gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Qin Tianyu furrowed his brow, asking, "What is this impure presence?" "In response to your majesty, I sense the disturbance, but to identify its nature, we must consult the Buddhist disc," Master Wuliang stated with a bow. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Tianyu nodded slightly, "Then let us consult the disc. We must not allow this to disrupt the ceremony." "As you command, your majesty." Master Wuliang retrieved a compass-like device from the side, chanting softly as he did so. Moments later, the needle of the disc began to spin. All kneeling turned their curious gazes toward Master Wuliang. Jiang Lanyue remained composed, her expression unchanged. "What did you discern, Master Wuliang?" Qin Tianyu inquired as the master stored the disc away. Master Wuliang's demeanor was serious. He continued with a bow, "Your Majesty, the impure presence has developed a consciousness and may have attached itself to a person. If not dispelled, it will not only hinder the ceremony, but also endanger the life of the host." The audience was taken aback, exchanging worried glances, pondering who might be afflicted. Qin Tianyu turned to observe the kneeling crowd, his expression grave. "Everyone rise," he commanded. "As you wish, your majesty." The kneeling individuals stood, forming an orderly line. "Master Wuliang, to whom does the impure presence typically attach itself?" "Your majesty, this disturbance is drawn to the yin. It often attaches itself to married women," Master Wuliang replied. The men in attendance and the unmarried women exhaled in relief upon hearing this. The princess consort, standing beside Qin Tianyu, inquired gently, "Master, with so many present, how can we accurately determine who is afflicted?" "Indeed, Amitabha, we can utilize the spirit dog of Wanqing Temple to locate the source," Master Wuliang replied. Then we must hasten to bring forth the spirit dog. We must identify and eliminate this impure presence. The ceremony is of utmost importance to our nation and must not be marred by any misstep, the Empress Dowager asserted with a serious expression. The assembly nodded in agreement, understanding that the ceremony's significance to the nation's fate and the people's welfare could not be compromised. Bring forth the spirit dog, Master Wuliang commanded. The princess consort, clad in elegant white robes, concealed a flicker of excitement in her dark eyes. Qin Mingyue cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lanyue, smirking as she asked, Master Wuliang, once the impure presence is found, how shall we drive it away from the afflicted? At her words, the crowd leaned in, curiosity piqued. We must use the exorcism whip from Wanqing Temple, striking no less than 49 times, Master Wuliang stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. 49 strikes upon a woman seemed unbearable. Jiang, you must pray earnestly. Do not let the impure presence attach itself to you, or those 49 strikes will surely be your undoing, taunted Mu Wanqing, her demeanor haughty, revealing the scar on her face inflicted by Jiang Lanyue's weapon, a mark of bitterness. My fate is of no concern to you, General Mu, Jiang Lanyue replied, her voice cool. Mu Wanqing scoffed. Why would General Mu compare herself to a dog? In her anger, Mu Wanqing inadvertently touched her wound, grimacing in pain. The married women present appeared visibly anxious, fearing the impure presence might attach itself to them. Soon, a pitch-black spirit dog was brought forth by a monk. Upon its arrival, the dog growled fiercely in Jiang Lanyue's direction, causing the crowd to murmur among themselves. Could the impure presence have attached itself to the Jiang? It seems highly likely. Thank goodness it isn't me, for I would surely perish under 49 strikes. Whispers of excitement and malice filled the air as Mu Wanqing and Qin Mingyue reveled in the spectacle. Today, Jiang will surely become the subject of ridicule, suffering immensely. They thought with glee. 49 strikes would leave her delicate skin bloodied and bruised. As the crowd shared in the anticipation of Jiang Lanyue's possible downfall, Mu Wanqing smirked. Jiang, your misdeeds have surely summoned this impure presence. Indeed, the impure presence must be drawn to Jiang's wickedness, echoed another. Let us ensure she receives a fitting lesson for her transgressions, they all agreed, rallying against Jiang as if she were a criminal. Seeing Jiang Lanyue become the target of scorn, Mu Wanqing and Qin Mingyue exchanged satisfied glances. Master Wuliang, let the spirit dog identify the impure one. We must not allow this to hinder the ceremony. Qin Mingyue's voice dripped with sweetness, concealing her malicious intent. Find the impure presence, go. With Master Wuliang's command, the monk released the spirit dog, which charged swiftly towards Jiang Lanyue. The crowd recoiled, fearful of being tainted by the dog's association with the impure presence. Standing unmoved amidst the throng, Jiang Lanyue's striking beauty shone like a beacon, her skin luminous and captivating. As the spirit dog approached, Mu Wanqing's sinister smile deepened, and Qin Mingyue too wore a triumphant expression. As the crowd turned their gazes, they anticipated that the spirit dog would leap towards Jiang Lanyue. However, to everyone's astonishment, the spirit dog brushed past Jiang Lanyue and lunged at Mu Wanqing, sinking its teeth into her arm. In an instant, the spirit dog forcefully toppled Mu Wanqing to the ground. She let out a piercing scream, her mind in a haze. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Wasn't he the corrupting entity supposed to be with the Jiang family? Why did the spirit dog choose to bite Mu Wanqing instead of Jiang Lanyue? Get away. You, get away from me. Mu Wanqing's face turned ashen as she desperately pushed against the spirit dog clinging to her arm. No matter how hard she shoved, the spirit dog remained steadfast, refusing to release its grip. General Mu, it seems the corrupting entity resides within you, Jiang Lanyue remarked, her lips curling in a slight smile. A glimmer of light dancing in her dark eyes as her gaze subtly flickered towards the sachet at her waist. This sachet was mandated for all participants of the celestial offering ceremony, yet it had been tampered with by Mu Wanqing. The unique fragrance of the sachet attracted the spirit dog and provoked its primal instincts. Last night, Mu Wanqing had conferred with Master Wuliang about this very matter, completely unaware that Jiang Lanyue had switched their sachets while her attention was diverted. Thus, the spirit dog attacked Mu Wanqing, not Jiang Lanyue as they had anticipated. Mu Wanqing's face contorted in pain, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Jiang Lanyue. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who meddled. Everyone can attest that I have stood here without moving a muscle. How could I have possibly interfered? Jiang Lanyue's voice was cold yet melodious. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming that Jiang Lanyue had not stirred an inch. With a hint of mockery lacing her chilling tone, Jiang Lanyue retorted, "Could it be, as General Mu suggested, that your own malevolent deeds have drawn the corrupting entity to you?"
You. Wanqing ceded.
Her already scarred face twisting into a more grotesque visage. "General Mu, perhaps if you were less envious and malevolent, the corrupting entity would not have sought you out." Jiang Lanyue's voice rang clear as pearls dropping onto a plate at the altar. She returned Mu Wanqing's earlier insults in full measure. You. Mu Wanqing clenched her fists, nearly bursting with rage. She forcefully shoved the spirit dog aside and clambered awkwardly to her feet. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but retreat a few steps, murmuring amongst themselves, "Good heavens! Who would have thought the corrupting entity would be upon General Mu?"
Indeed.
Could it be that General Mu has committed grave misdeeds, leading the corrupting entity to her? The corrupting entity surely seeks out those with deep sins. During the Battle of Wanqing, General Mu, as a general of the nation, gained tremendous merit while her family nearly perished. Does that not seem strange to you? Your words ring true. Could it be that General Mu has done something dishonorable to the General's family? The whispers of the crowd enveloped Mu Wanqing like a rising tide. The remarks grew increasingly harsh and alarmingly close to the truth. Mu Wanqing's face paled further, her guilt weighing heavily upon her. "Silence. Stop your unfounded chatter." Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Wanqing barked in a feigned display of authority. Jiang Lanyue smiled lightly, her gaze icy as she observed Mu Wanqing. "General Mu, could it be that the truth has struck a nerve, igniting your embarrassment?" The crowd erupted in further gossip, and even Song Ningfeng, standing nearby, wore an expression of deep displeasure. Although he was unaware of the entire truth behind the Battle of Wanqing, he was acutely aware of his own refusal to open the city gates to the Jiang army. Qin Mingyue, with her seemingly placid and gracious demeanor, also displayed a hint of irritation. She could hardly comprehend how Mu Wanqing could mishandle such a straightforward situation, leading to public disgrace. "General Mu, I assure you, there is no corrupting entity on me. You must be mistaken." Mu Wanqing insisted, her voice filled with desperation. "The spirit dog cannot be mistaken," Master Wuliang asserted firmly from a distance. The crowd echoed in agreement, asserting that the spirit dog had only targeted Mu Wanqing. Jiang Lanyue's brow arched with satisfaction, grateful that her face had not been revealed during Mu Wanqing's conversation with the abbot last night. Otherwise, the abbot might have hesitated in his judgment. Let Mu Wanqing reap the consequences of her own actions. Master Wuliang, holding a string of prayer beads, adopted a benevolent expression. "Amitba, Your Majesty, the one possessed by the corrupting entity has been identified and must be purged promptly." Qin Tianyu waved his sleeve, placing his hands behind his back, and nodded slightly. "Very well, Master Wuliang, proceed. We must not allow the corrupting entity to disrupt the celestial ceremony." At this juncture, if the corrupting entity was not expelled, it would only incite fear among the populace. The color drained from Mu Wanqing's face. She quickly knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, I assure you, I could never harbor a corrupting entity. Please see clearly." Qin Tianyu ignored her, and Mu Wanqing turned to Qin Mingyue for assistance. "Your Highness, please. I am truly being wronged." Before she could finish, Qin Mingyue, mirroring the abbot, bowed and remarked, "General Mu, expelling the corrupting entity is for your own good. With so many witnesses, including the Emperor and Empress, I cannot intercede on your behalf at this point. Indeed, General Mu, if the corrupting entity remains, your life may be in jeopardy." Jiang Lanyue's deep-set eyes sparkled with amusement as she chimed in. "You." Mu Wanqing's nostrils flared with rage, her fingertips digging into her palms, her fury palpable. The abbot approached Mu Wanqing, wielding a long, thick whip, flanked by two monks. They seized Mu Wanqing, and the abbot began to chant before swinging the whip down upon her.
"Ah!"
Mu Wanqing cried out, the pain surging through her, even with the soft armor she wore. The whip struck with exceptional force, capable of inflicting internal damage without leaving visible wounds.
Crack, crack.
The whip landed repeatedly upon Mu Wanqing, the crowd furrowing their brows, wincing at the mere sound of it. As her cries echoed, blood began to spill from her mouth, rendering her speechless in agony. "Master, General Mu is a martial artist. Robust and resilient, the corrupting entity may be more tenacious than it would be upon an ordinary person. You must strike harder. Save General Mu." Jiang Lanyue's ethereal voice rang out amidst the whip's crack. Hearing this, Wanqing's blood surged forth in a fit of rage. The abbot, indeed, struck with greater force.
Ah!
Wanqing shrieked, curling up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That lash felt as though it were tearing her very soul apart, and tears and snot streamed from her face uncontrollably. Yes, it must be struck with such ferocity. The corrupting entity must not be allowed to taint the ceremony. Jiang Lanyue's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, almost wishing to applaud the abbot, even contemplating bringing a chair to sit and enjoy the spectacle. Had she not switched the sachets in advance, it would have been her enduring this unwarranted calamity, not Wanqing. The surrounding onlookers pointed and whispered, advocating for the abbot to strike harder to expel the malevolent spirit. Wanqing could only gaze at the crowd, all urging the abbot to whip her mercilessly. She was engulfed in despair, experiencing the profound sense of helplessness, as if the heavens were unresponsive and the earth unyielding. Song Ningfeng, standing at a distance, could only watch Wanqing's beating, unable to muster the courage to speak a word in her defense. Uncertain of how long it had been, Wanqing finally endured 49 lashes, leaving her on the brink of death. She lay helplessly on the ground, her body devoid of whip marks. Yet every part of her felt as though it would shatter, with blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Your Majesty, the impurities have now been purged, and we may proceed with the grand ritual. The abbot put away the whip and bowed to the foremost figure, Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianyu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the fallen Wanqing. Summon the imperial physician for General Mu. Your Majesty, allow me to tend to General Mu's injuries. Jiang Lanyue stepped aside, raising her hand in a gesture of respect, volunteering herself. Upon hearing this, Wanqing was instantly alarmed, propping herself up in a panic, and cried out in terror. Your Majesty, I do not wish for Jiang to attend to me. She will surely kill me. Your Majesty, there are so many people present. How could I dare to harm General Mu? I truly only wish to heal her, with no ulterior motives.
No, I refuse.
Wanqing shook her head vigorously, her eyes filled with fear. Qin Tianyu paid no heed to her protests and issued a firm command, let Miss Jiang examine General Mu. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Lanyue accepted the order, lowering her gaze to hide the flicker of light within her eyes. Wanqing's pupils dilated in horror, retreating further. But each movement sent waves of excruciating pain throughout her body. Jiang, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure that your entire Jiang family suffers a fate worse than death. Wanqing glared fiercely at Jiang Lanyue, her eyes brimming with hatred. Wishing nothing more than to devour her whole, the thought of what was to come ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. The agony of these 49 lashes would be repaid 100-fold once the Jiang family found themselves imprisoned. Is that so? Pray tell. How would you have them suffer such a fate? I am all ears. A faint smile graced Jiang Lanyue's enchanting face, yet it did not reach her cold, dark eyes. You and your Jiang family will undoubtedly face ruin, experiencing the utter destruction of your name and home. Wanqing gritted her teeth, each word a venomous curse. Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Such harsh words. Perhaps you should keep silent. As her voice fell, the silver needles at her fingertips descended. One needle sealed Wanqing's mute point, rendering her incapable of further outcries. Jiang Lanyue's long lashes cast a shadow over her serene expression as she pressed down on Wanqing with little regard. Each jab was meticulously aimed at her most tender spots, inflicting unbearable pain, nearly causing Wanqing to lose consciousness. She yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged. The grand ritual had commenced, and those around them assumed Jiang Lanyue was genuinely treating Wanqing, oblivious to the torment she was inflicting. Wanqing's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless fury and an insatiable loathing for Jiang Lanyue. Even without words, her piercing glare conveyed her disdain. Jiang Lanyue maintained her composure, her voice chilling. I am aware of your intentions. You believe this is not over, do you? Very well. My Jiang family shall accompany you until the end. In her wrath, Jiang Lanyue inflicted several more needles upon Wanqing, causing her to wish for the release of her own eyes. Yet, Jiang Lanyue had no intention of allowing Wanqing to perish just yet. The stage was set, and she needed Wanqing to play her part. After sufficiently toying with Wanqing, Jiang Lanyue finally administered a temporary remedy and unsealed her mute point. The grand ritual was nearing its conclusion. After placing the lit candles upon the altar, Qin Tianyu exchanged glances with his second brother, Jiang Yi, and third brother, Jiang Li. Jiang Lanyue also lifted her gaze. Fixated on Qin Tianyu, the Grand Princess, Qin Mingyue, had departed from the altar without anyone noticing. Mu Wanqing, just managing to rise, also fixed her gaze forward, anticipating the impending eruption. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished the candlelight, followed by a faint sound, culminating in a resounding explosion. The altar erupted in chaos. Your Majesty, the Empress, be careful. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li, calculating the timing, swiftly rushed to pull Qin Tianyu and the Empress to safety just before the explosion. As the deafening blast echoed, panic screams and frantic footsteps filled the air. Once calm returned, the scene lay eerily still, akin to a stagnant pool, with all present wearing expressions of dread and disbelief. How could this explosion occur so suddenly? Your Majesty, Empress, are you unharmed? Jiang Yi and Jiang Li assisted the two to their feet. The Empress was pale with fright, while Qin Tianyu appeared momentarily dazed, his handsome features etched with disbelief. He had instructed Rong Huan to place gunpowder beneath the altar, yet he had not authorized ignition or detonation. Moreover, this was the altar's vicinity. A moment's inattention could have resulted in his demise. Qin Tianyu would never allow such a thing to transpire. It is my negligence that nearly resulted in harm to your Majesty and the Empress. I implore your Majesty and the Empress to punish me. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li hastily knelt, taking the initiative to accept blame. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to conspire against me? Inviting the wrath of the 9 clans? Qin Tianyu's narrowed gaze unleashed a formidable pressure, instilling terror in those present. The Emperor's fury could lead to countless casualties. Everyone knelt in trepidation. Mu Wanqing stepped forward, feigning righteous indignation. Your Majesty, I must expose the left general and the right general. They have colluded with the Jiang family to sabotage the grand ritual and conspire against your Majesty and the Empress. Despite her internal confusion regarding why the explosion had occurred at the altar rather than at their prearranged location, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. She needed to trample the Jiang family and cast them into this murky water, ensuring their eternal downfall. Hiss! Upon Mu Wanqing's declaration, gasps filled the air, and scrutinizing gazes fell upon Jiang Yi, Jiang Li, and Jiang Lanyue. Chapter 88. Conspiracy and false testimony. In an instant, the Jiang siblings became the focal point once more. Mu Wanqing, such accusations could endanger the lives of my entire family. I advise you to consider your words carefully. Jiang Lanyue's piercing gaze swept over Mu Wanqing, her tone laced with anger. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li quickly added, Your Majesty, our Jiang family has remained loyal to the nation and the throne for generations. We would never commit such an act of betrayal. Since Qin Tianyu had nearly lost his life, this matter could not be dismissed lightly. Summon someone to investigate immediately. Qin Tianyu commanded with a stern expression. Yes, Your Majesty. Rong Huan appeared at the side, hastily leading a team to examine the altar's base. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his tone grave. Your Majesty, the explosion was caused by black powder. The audacity to use black powder beneath the Emperor's feet was truly outrageous. Qin Tianyu's expression darkened, feeling his authority had been provoked. Black powder was strictly prohibited in Longsong Kingdom. Its presence at the grand ritual, nearly resulting in regicide, was an act of unparalleled boldness, inciting Qin Tianyu's ire. Previously, there were those raising private armies. Now, it is black powder. His eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and show no mercy. A sinister glint flashed in Mu Wanqing's eyes, her scheming evident. Left general, right general? Your entire family indeed harbors wolfish ambitions, daring to conspire against the throne. Do not delay in submitting to justice and admitting your wrongdoing. If you confess now, perhaps your Majesty may grant you a more honorable demise, considering your past glories on the battlefield. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li were taken aback. Mu Wanqing seemed to have lost her sanity, indiscriminately slandering them. This is an obvious frame-up. Mu Wanqing, you claim the actions were perpetrated by my Jiang family. Do you possess any evidence? Jiang Lanyue countered coolly. Mu Wanqing scoffed dismissively. Evidence? Who does not recognize the blatant ambition of the Jiang family, seeking to overshadow their sovereign, thus orchestrating this insurrection? To spread rumors solely relies on your tongue, incurring no consequences, does it? Jiang Lanyue's dark, piercing gaze fixated on Mu Wanqing, her eyes sharp as knives, exuding an intimidating sharpness. The safety of the grand ritual is under the purview of the left and right generals, who possess ample time and opportunity. This serves as evidence. Upon concluding her statement, Mu Wanqing bowed to Qin Tianyu, imploring His Majesty to discern the truth and immediately apprehend the Jiang family members, ensuring that their treachery does not further endanger Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. The other individuals kneeling on the ground contemplated Mu Wanqing's unwavering allegations, pondering whether the Jiang family was indeed culpable. General Mu's reasoning held merit. After all, others had no chance to approach the altar. Only the Jiang family had the opportunity. The entire Jiang family had been bestowed with the title of general, yet they remained insatiable, truly audacious, destined to incur divine wrath. A slight smirk graced Mu Wanqing's lips as she observed the growing consensus among the crowd. If she could furnish some purported evidence, solidifying the Jiang family's charges of treason and regicide, their downfall would be inevitable. Your Majesty, if what Mu Wanqing claims is true, that the assassination of Your Majesty is the Jiang family's intent, then why did my brothers emerge to rescue Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager at such a critical moment? Jiang Lanyue's clear voice resonated from the altar, her gaze unwavering and her expression lucid. Questions arose from the crowd. Indeed, if the Jiang family sought to assassinate the sovereign, why would they take the risk of saving him and the Empress Dowager? Mu Wanqing's eyes, filled with venom, glinted maliciously as she retorted, Jiang, your words are always sharp-tongued. It was only due to the profound blessings of the sovereign and the Empress Dowager that they managed to escape. Who can ascertain whether your brothers intended to save them or meant to bring about their demise? You speak nonsense. You slander us. The second and third brothers could not contain their fury. Their act of saving lives was twisted into an accusation of harm.
Wanqing,
with her talent for distorting the truth, was indeed skilled at reversing right and wrong. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, do you recall if they pushed you just now? Mu Wanqing continued to stoke the flames, distorting the facts. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed, her expression darkening further. She indeed had been nudged by Jiang Yi moments ago. At this moment, the Empress Dowager found herself uncertain whether the two Jiang brothers sought to save them or to harm them. With a cold demeanor, Qin Tianyu lifted his gaze to Mu Wanqing, inquiring, General Mu, what leads you to be so certain that the left and right generals conspired against me? Do you possess any further evidence? Your Majesty, to speak candidly, I have personally overheard the Jiang family members conspiring to undermine the grand ritual and plotting treason, Mu Wanqing declared, kneeling with clasped hands, her countenance solemn. This is why I am so assured. General Song can also attest to this. He was present and heard it as well. Song Ningfeng, who had remained by the sidelines, felt a flicker of doubt cross his mind. When did he hear this? He had not heard anything. Turning toward Mu Wanqing, he caught her eye. From the glance exchanged, Song Ningfeng grasped her intention. It seemed she aimed to use this incident to ruin the Jiang family. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, for only the Jiang family had both motive and opportunity. If the charges of treason could be substantiated, the entire Jiang family would collapse. General Song, do you corroborate this? Qin Tianyu's gaze narrowed, locking onto Song Ningfeng. Song Ningfeng bowed his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the striking Jiang Lanyue amidst the crowd. He recalled the humiliation and indignity inflicted upon him and the Ho residence by Jiang Lanyue and her family on the day of their wedding. And the resentment and rage within him had yet to abate. Your Majesty, indeed, as General Mu stated, I inadvertently overheard the left and right generals discussing treason. Song Ningfeng asserted with conviction. You are spouting utter nonsense. How dare you, Song Ningfeng, intentionally malign us? Do you not care for your reputation? The second and third brothers glared at Song Ningfeng in outrage, completely taken aback by his betrayal. What had their sister or the Jiang family ever done to wrong him and the Ho residents? To think he would conspire with Mu Wanqing to slander them was utterly shameless. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Lanyue's clear, beautiful eyes. She had initially thought Song Ningfeng's actions were repulsive enough, yet he continued to redefine her understanding. Choosing to marry him had truly been a grave misjudgment. Your Majesty, regarding such a significant matter, General Song and I would never speak without reason. We seek only to rid Long Song nation of harm. We implore Your Majesty to discern the truth, Mu Wanqing asserted with righteous fervor. Her unwavering conviction, coupled with the corroboration from Song Ningfeng, caused many to begin doubting. Perhaps it was indeed a conspiracy of the Jiang family. Since the two generals are so certain, might you disclose when and where you overheard the Jiang family plotting treason? Jiang Lanyue inquired, her gaze deepening with intensity. Song Ningfeng was momentarily taken aback. How could he know? Instinctively, he turned to Wanqing. Wanqing seemed momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, fabricating. Last night, right here near the altar. Which altar? Be more specific. Where were you positioned? And where were my brothers at that moment? Jiang Lanyue continued her relentless questioning. Song Ningfeng dared not speak, fearing he would slip up. Wanqing anxiously clenched her fingers, cold sweat forming on her back. She feigned calmness, stating, they were near the altar, and General Song and I were not far away, hence we could hear.
Is that so?
If so, then near the altar were not only my Jiang family members but also the two generals, Jiang Lanyue asserted, her demeanor growing more imposing. She fixed her keen, clear gaze upon Wanqing and asked, I have one more query. Since the security here is not the responsibility of the two generals, what were you doing here? Wanqing, were you specifically here to eavesdrop on my Jiang family's conversation? What a coincidence that you could overhear the treasonous talk. With each probing question, Jiang Lanyue meticulously unraveled the seemingly flawless deception Wanqing had woven. Qin Tianyu, too, found the credibility of Wanqing's claims diminishing, riddled with inconsistencies. Wanqing's complexion paled progressively as Jiang Lanyue's inquiries took their toll. A sense of unease gripped her. She felt as though she had fallen into Jiang Lanyue's trap. Glancing toward the distant Princess Chang, Wanqing recalled her powerful evidence. After all their scheming, the Jiang family's tragic fate was destined to unfold today. No matter how eloquent Jiang Lanyue might be, she could not alter the Jiang family's predicament. Furrowing her brow, Wanqing bowed, stating, Your Majesty, should we investigate the black powder, we will surely uncover some evidence and leads. Once the evidence is irrefutable, the Jiang family will have no recourse. With a stern expression, Qin Tianyu nodded, Mr. Rong, immediately lead a team to investigate the black powder and search Jiang Yi and Jiang Li's meditation chambers. Your Majesty, if we are to investigate, why not examine the entire Wanqing temple? Jiang Lanyue proposed. As the assembly anticipated that the sovereign would reject Jiang Lanyue's unreasonable request. Given the extensive scope of searching the entire Wanqing temple, Qin Tianyu's authoritative voice resonated. Very well, let us search the entirety of Wanqing temple. I wish to uncover who dares to use black powder so brazenly beneath my very nose, aspiring to ruin the grand ritual and assassinate me. Once again, the crowd fell into a state of fear, kneeling in reverence, proclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Soon, Rong Huan led a contingent to investigate the black powder, scouring the entirety of Wanqing temple. The ministers and nobles attending the grand ritual anxiously awaited news, speculating whether it would indeed be the Jiang family behind this upheaval. Unfazed, Wanqing exchanged glances with Qin Mingyue standing at the other end, communicating through their eyes. She had long placed some black powder in the meditation room of the three Jiang siblings, and a search would undoubtedly reveal it. At that time, the entire Jiang family would be unable to cleanse themselves even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing Wanqing's calm demeanor, Qin Mingyue understood that she had successfully executed her plan. Eliminating the Jiang family was tantamount to removing Qin Tianyu's most capable allies. Even if they could not entirely destroy the Jiang family, sowing discord between Qin Tianyu and the Jiang family would be highly advantageous for Qin Mingyue. Jiang family, will you not confess and submit to justice? Wanqing thought of how Jiang Lanyue would soon be weeping and begging for mercy, and her heart swelled with delight. Jiang Lanyue's voice was flat. My family has served loyally for generations. The truth will ultimately reveal itself and prove our innocence. General Mu, you have been accusing us of wrongdoing. If it turns out otherwise, will it not be a slap in the face? By then, will your injuries heal? Jiang Lanyue's single hand was casually positioned behind her, her red lips curling slightly as she responded to Wanqing with apparent indifference, yet her words struck deep. Wanqing's fists clenched in fury, her veins nearly bursting from the tension. Recently, she had been humiliated by Jiang Lanyue time and again, even just moments ago, when she had inflicted further injuries upon herself. The humiliation and deep-seated hatred made Wanqing yearn to turn Jiang Lanyue to ashes. I fear even I cannot assist you this time. Your Jiang family is truly oblivious to the severity of the situation. Song Ningfeng shook his head lightly, sighing. Wanqing laughed derisively. Indeed, the Jiang family has been granted 5 generals, yet they are still not satisfied and dare to conspire against the emperor. Your family truly embodies treachery and should be utterly condemned. If it was indeed the Jiang family's doing, their glory would come to an end. Yes, such honor. With a second-rank general among them, yet they still contemplate rebellion. Such traitorous subjects deserve to be executed. Despite the lack of conclusive evidence, many had already assumed the Jiang family was culpable, whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li felt a deep sense of discomfort as they listened to the murmurs. Their family had always been diligent and loyal, fighting valiantly on the battlefield. It was disheartening to see their integrity tarnished by Mu Wanqing's slander, causing them great sorrow. Your Majesty, we have found it. At that moment, Ronghuan returned with some black powder, bowing to report, Your Majesty. It was discovered in the rooms of the right and left generals, as well as in Miss Zhang's quarters. Before Ronghuan could finish, Mu Wanqing could not contain her excitement and interrupted, Did you find black powder in their rooms? There is indeed black powder. Ronghuan's beautiful, delicate face bore little expression, but a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze as he looked at Mu Wanqing. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang family, what do you have to say now? The Grand Tutor has confirmed that black powder was found in your rooms. Now, with both witnesses and evidence present, let us see how you will defend yourselves. Qin Mingyue, who had remained silent, quickly displayed a hint of satisfaction across her seemingly indifferent face. And with a touch of disappointment, she spoke, Jiang family, His Majesty has treated you well. Why turn to treachery? Indeed, your Jiang family is foolish. Song Ningfeng added, shaking his head in distress. The noble youths at the altar also spoke out against the three Jiang siblings. As the crowd turned against the Jiang family, every harsh word was hurled at them. Ronghuan frowned and called out, Silence. Your Majesty, it is true that black powder was found, but it was not discovered in the rooms of the Jiang siblings. He hurriedly interjected, fearing that someone might misinterpret his words. The crowd was astonished. What? Is it not the Jiang family's doing? The smug expressions on Mu Wanqing and Qin Mingyue's faces faltered. What did the Grand Tutor mean? Qin Tianyu asked in a deep voice, Grand Tutor, where did you find the black powder? Your Majesty, it was found in. Ronghuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, surveying the crowd before landing on Mu Wanqing, and he coldly stated, it was discovered in General Mu's room. Chapter 90. You should directly ask for a leave to the dungeon. What? The crowd was stunned. In such a shocking turn of events, those who had been cursing the Jiang family suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. For a moment, they were speechless. What? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Stumbling over her words, Grand Tutor, are you mistaken? Beside her, the usually composed Qin Mingyue nearly lost her temper, her tranquility and compassion on the verge of breaking. Qin Mingyue furrowed her brow, glancing at the tall figure clad in crimson amidst the crowd, a flicker of doubt crossing her gaze. General Mu, so many of us searched together. Could there possibly be a mistake? Ronghuan, with his silver hair glistening in the sunlight, waved his feather fan with an air of arrogance. Qin Tianyu cast a downward glance at Mu Wanqing, an invisible pressure causing her heart to race. General Mu, should you not provide me with an explanation as to why black powder was found in your room? Your Majesty, I am terrified. I truly had no knowledge of this. Mu Wanqing quickly bowed her head to the ground, panic flooding her heart. She genuinely had no idea how the black powder that belonged in the Jiang siblings' quarters ended up in her room. Unaware? Qin Tianyu's voice grew even more somber. Mr. Rong, have you found anything else? Your Majesty, there are several witnesses. Ronghuan clapped his hands, and the individuals who had assisted Mu Wanqing in transporting the black powder were brought forth. As those individuals were presented, Mu Wanqing recognized them, and the color drained from her face, her hands trembling in fear. Your Majesty, spare us. We only acted under General Mu's orders to place the black powder beneath the altar. Yes, Your Majesty, it was all General Mu's command. If we did not comply, she would have killed my entire family. They all trembled as they knelt on the ground, confessing without the need for coercion. You slanderous wretches. I do not know any of you. Mu Wanqing was in a state of panic, unwilling to admit her involvement. She crawled forward a few steps, anxiously speaking, Your Majesty. I harbor no ill intent towards you. I truly do not know these individuals. She frantically scanned the room, her gaze finally landing on Jiang Lanyue, her pupils dilating. Your Majesty, they must have been bribed by the Jiang family to frame me. You must see clearly. Perhaps the black powder was deliberately placed in my room by the Jiang family. Mu Wanqing continued to defend herself, knowing she could not bear the weight of treason and regicide. If found guilty, it would spell the end for her and the Mu family. You claim that General Mu instructed you. Do you have any evidence? Rome Huan questioned the kneeling individuals. They pondered for a moment, shaking their heads slightly. My lord, we are not lying. It was indeed General Mu who ordered us to transport the black powder, they insisted. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Your Majesty, if these individuals were truly under my command, how could they possibly lack evidence? They have been bribed by the Jiang family to slander me. Qin Tianyu's brows furrowed deeply. General Mu, it truly was not you? Your Majesty, my loyalty to you and the Longsong kingdom is as clear as day.
Mu Wanqing proclaimed, bowing earnestly to Qin Tianyu.
Just as she began to feel relieved, thinking these individuals lacked direct evidence, Jiang Lanyue's melodious voice rang out. You must immediately reveal where you transported the black powder from. Jiang Lanyue's strikingly beautiful yet fierce visage bore a hint of coldness. She was determined to uncover the truth. The individuals revealed that the black powder was located in the back mountain of Wanqing Temple, who is capable of drawing a detailed topographical map. Jiang Lanyue's slender brows arched gently as she bowed and inquired, Your Majesty, could you possibly grant leniency to those skilled in cartography? Qin Tianyu nodded in agreement. I can draw. One individual immediately declared. Qin Tianyu instructed his aides to provide him with brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Standing aside, Qin Mingyue, initially composed, felt her demeanor grow increasingly frigid, her fingers clenched tightly. If Qin Mingyue's gaze could manifest into a tangible force, Mu Wanqing would have already been pierced through by it. The rear mountain of Wanqing Temple was her clandestine base for manufacturing black powder. Should Qin Tianyu dispatch someone for investigation, and should they uncover other black powder, it would be a calamitous loss for her. Qin Mingyue could have protected Mu Wanqing, but the cost was too high. Mu Wanqing had recently disappointed her time and again, and in Qin Mingyue's eyes, her value had diminished. Thus, the pawn that was Mu Wanqing could only be discarded. In a concealed manner, Qin Mingyue signaled to Granny Zhao, who quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, after the servants had rendered the detailed map, it was presented to Qin Tianyu. Mr. Rong, immediately take a team to investigate, he commanded. Rome Huan accepted the order, swiftly departing with the map in hand. Mu Wanqing remained kneeling, mentally scanning the cave for anything she might have left behind. After a thorough contemplation and finding nothing, she finally exhaled in relief. Even with these witnesses and the so-called black powder, as long as she did not admit to it, there was no way to convict her directly. Rather, the Jiang family bore greater suspicion, and Mu Wanqing believed that Her Royal Highness the eldest princess would assist her. General Mu, why not be forthright, lest evidence be found that only serves to embarrass yourself? Jiang Lanyue's voice was soft yet piercing. Mu Wanqing's eyes brimmed with hatred as she gritted her teeth. The Jiang family possesses great audacity, conspiring to rebel and assassinate the sovereign, and now seeks to frame the loyal. Do you not fear retribution? Retribution? Jiang Lanyue's cold voice carried an air of indifference. Surely General Mu's retribution will come swiftly. Given her numerous misdeeds, you Mu Wanqing are infuriating. Do not be so sharp-tongued. This matter will reveal itself in due course, and justice shall be served. Jiang Lanyue nodded. Mu Wanqing, still kneeling, saluted Qin Tianyu. Your Majesty, once the truth is uncovered, I wish to resign and return home. Her words stirred a tumult among the crowd. Mu Wanqing, having recently become the capital's most celebrated female general, intended to resign? Surely, she must be wronged. Her heart turned cold. General Mu, this matter is still under investigation. You are in the prime of your career. Resigning is not appropriate. Qin Tianyu's authoritative tone was laced with displeasure. He felt as though Mu Wanqing was intentionally leveraging this situation to threaten him. General Mu, perhaps you should skip the resignation and head straight to the dungeon instead. Rome Huan's cold voice interjected. He then approached, presenting a half-burnt letter to Qin Tianyu. Your Majesty, this letter was found in the rear mountain and has been verified as General Mu's handwriting. Rome Huan continued. The one who sabotaged the sacrificial ceremony and conspired against Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager is none other than General Mu. He waved the feather fan in his hand. Looking down at Mu Wanqing, General Mu, now that both witness and material evidence are present, ironclad proof, do you have anything left to contest? Chapter 91. I have not lost. Neither shall you, nor the Jiang family have it easy.
No, it cannot be.
Mu Wanqing, who had been remarkably composed until now, widened her eyes in terror upon seeing the letter in Rong Huan's hand. What is this letter? Qin Tianyu glanced at it, anger boiling within as he crumpled the letter and hurled it at Mu Wanqing's face. Mu Wanqing, how dare you conspire with others to commit treason? Guards, seize her and take her to the dungeon for rigorous interrogation. Qin Tianyu's furrowed brow and eyes filled with disappointment and hostility exuded an intimidating imperial presence.
No, it cannot be.
Mu Wanqing murmured as she scrambled to pick up the crumpled letter from the ground. Upon unfolding it, she instantly recognized her own handwriting. This letter was addressed to the eldest princess. How did it end up in the rear mountain? Suddenly, Mu Wanqing raised her head, casting a puzzled glance at the eldest princess. Qin Mingyue's seemingly calm eyes were laced with a profound threat. She coldly regarded Mu Wanqing, and with that single glance, Mu Wanqing felt as though all her strength had been drained away. Any further attempts to defend herself evaporated in silence. Mu Wanqing lay weakly on the ground, momentarily unsure of how to react, her mind a blank haze of pain. It was over. It was utterly over. No wonder she had been framing the Jiang family. It was all a ploy to make them bear the blame. Such audacity to conspire against the sovereign was indeed a grave crime. The previously murky matters now illuminated the depths of the Mu family's treachery. Such traitors deserved to be eradicated. A torrent of curses and accusations rained down upon Mu Wanqing. She bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly, feeling utterly humiliated.
How could this be?
I cannot go to the dungeon. I cannot. Mu Wanqing lifted her head defiantly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Your Majesty, I assure you, I harbor no treasonous intent. This is all a misunderstanding. I nearly lost my life at your hands, and you dare claim it is a misunderstanding? Qin Tianyu retorted furiously, ready to execute her if not for the need to uncover the truth behind her actions. Mu Wanqing, as the foremost female general of Longsong, is this how you set an example? It is truly disappointing. Death is too lenient a fate for you. Take her away. Before long, guards arrived, seizing Mu Wanqing from the ground, dragging her away as her complexion turned pale and her demeanor became frantic. Mu Wanqing not only felt the sting of humiliation from the slap in the face, but now also felt like the foulest of creatures. Exposed to the scornful glares of all, Jiang Lanyue stepped forward, bowing lightly, Your Majesty, before she is taken away. May I ask her a few questions? Granted. Upon receiving Qin Tianyu's approval, Jiang Lanyue approached Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing glared fiercely, her expression twisted with venom as she spat. Jiang family, you must be feeling quite proud now. This time, I may be unlucky, but I have not lost. You and your Jiang family shall not fare any better. Jiang Lanyue, undeterred by Mu Wanqing's vitriol, fixed her icy gaze upon her. Why did you not open the city gates for the Jiang army during the Battle of Wanqing? Jiang Lanyue disregarded Mu Wanqing's outburst, her eyes sharp and focused as she questioned. The emperor had issued an edict to restore the Jiang family's honor. Yet the people remained unaware of the truth, oblivious to Mu Wanqing's heinous actions. She aimed to tear apart the facade of the illustrious first female general, leaving Mu Wanqing to regret her past choices, tortured by her own deeds. As Jiang Lanyue's inquiry regarding Wanqing rang out, the murmurs among the onlookers ceased. Their gazes fixated on Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing merely bit her lip in silence, too afraid to respond. Jiang Lanyue's exquisite countenance was icy as she continued. The Jiang army fought valiantly to defend the city gates against the enemy, preventing the city from falling.
Mu Wanqing.
Why did you stand by and watch the Jiang army perish just outside the gates? Why did you not open the gates?
Why? Mu Wanqing.
Is there someone behind you who orchestrated this? Jiang Lanyue pressed further, her intensity drawing the attention of the gathered crowd, their expressions shifting with fervor. My heavens, is there someone backing Mu Wanqing? Who could it be? Someone capable of producing black powder must hold significant power. Who could dare to commit such treason under the emperor's rule? Qin Mingyue listened to the discussions, her expression darkening. Jiang Lanyue narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a glance at the disheveled Mu Wanqing sprawled on the ground. She continued to question coldly, that person must have attended the Qitian grand ceremony as well, right? Is that enough? Mu Wanqing shrieked sharply, interrupting Jiang Lanyue's impending words. She could no longer endure the relentless interrogation from Jiang Lanyue. Mu Wanqing was counting on the princess to secure her release, and moreover, the restoration of the Mu clan's former glory depended on the princess. Even if she were to perish, Mu Wanqing could never betray Qin Mingyue. Then, With a strange smile, Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and declared, I simply detest you. Loathe your Jiang family and wish for your entire clan to perish. Is that reason sufficient? The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Mu Wanqing's unexpected admission. Having previously placed their trust in her, the subsequent words she uttered were even more explosive, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. With her eyes wide with rage, Mu Wanqing glared at Jiang Lanyue, venomously stating, Yes, I deliberately prevented the city gates from opening. Your father and brothers became fugitives. It was I who spread that information. This Qitian grand ceremony was also my scheme to frame your Jiang family, aiming to ruin your reputation and bring calamity upon your entire household. Ha ha ha. As Mu Wanqing's voice crescendoed, she oscillated between laughter and tears, embodying a state of madness. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Jiang Lanyue, how is it that your life is so charmed, time and again escaping unscathed? Why can't I find a way to extinguish your existence? I have hated you since childhood. You bask in the light, while I struggle to survive in darkness. What I have fought so hard to attain, you acquire effortlessly. Why is the universe so unfair?
Why?
Jiang Lanyue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. You have known me for quite some time? Why did she not recall Mu Wanqing? Mu Wanqing did not directly address Jiang Lanyue's inquiry, still engulfed in her own emotions. Now that I have finally become a general, stolen your husband, and married into the marquise, while you, a discarded woman, deserve scorn from all, I am the esteemed first female general of Long Song Kingdom. Why must I suffer such a tragic fate? As Mu Wanqing screamed in anger, she struggled fiercely, resembling a wild beast on the verge of attacking. Chapter 92. A dog-eat-dog spectacle. Immediately dragged this treasonous scoundrel away. Qin Tianyu's countenance darkened. He was astonished that Mu Wanqing had committed such heinous acts. Jiang Lanyue lifted her eyelids, contemplating her elder brother's death, with hatred surging within her. Those responsible for her brother's demise were not only Mu Wanqing but also Song Ningfeng and Qin Mingyue. Although there was no evidence to act against Qin Mingyue for now, she would not let this opportunity to deal with Song Ningfeng slip by. Jiang Lanyue cast a cold glance in Song Ningfeng's direction and declared, Your Majesty, should not Mu Wanqing's accomplice, Song Ningfeng, also face punishment? Upon hearing this, Song Ningfeng's face turned ashen, trembling with fear, and he hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, I was completely unaware of Mu Wanqing's actions. You are her husband. How could you not know? Moreover, you just testified alongside Mu Wanqing, and everyone witnessed it. Jiang Lanyue scoffed, her gaze growing increasingly icy and profound. She did not forget how he had provided false testimony for Mu Wanqing, plotting to ruin the Jiang family. Just moments ago, Song Ningfeng was reveling in his deceitful testimony, eager to destroy the Jiang family. Now, the tides had turned swiftly, and with Mu Wanqing's transgressions, he was dragged into the fray. The charges of treason and regicide were burdens too great for Song Ningfeng and the marquise to bear. With clenched fists, Song Ningfeng, filled with anxiety, pleaded, Your Majesty, I truly knew nothing. I was coerced by Mu Wanqing into saying those words. In truth, I was not at the altar last night and had no private encounters with Mu Wanqing. Your Majesty, I am being wronged. As he spoke, he repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, producing loud thuds. As a general, you dare to provide false testimony? You are a disgrace as a minister. Qin Tianyu's expression grew more furious as he listened to Song Ningfeng's explanations. These people were truly audacious, daring to perpetrate deceit and treason right under his nose. Disregarding him, as emperor, Your Majesty, I was truly forced. Song Ningfeng stammered, his face pale and filled with terror. He was trembling all over, regretting how he had acted rashly, seeking to save face by aiding Mu Wanqing with her deception against the Jiang family. Mu Wanqing initially looked incredulously at Song Ningfeng, then tilted her head back to mockingly laugh. Song Ningfeng, you might as well abandon any hopes of absolution. From the Battle of Wanqing, your hands have never been clean. We are but two sides of the same coin. Her words fell like cold water into boiling oil, igniting a fresh uproar in the crowd. Initially, it was believed that the Jiang family had been wronged in the Battle of Wanqing, attributed to Mu Wanqing and her backers. But it turned out that Song Ningfeng was also involved. The valiant and loyal Jiang family had been branded as traitors, while the true culprits, Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, enjoyed accolades as illustrious generals. What a ludicrous and tragic situation. Qin Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, his expression darkening. Although he had been aware of some circumstances, he lacked evidence, and given that the victory in the Battle of Wanqing indeed belonged to Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, failing to reward them would inevitably dampen the spirits of the soldiers. Wanqing, what have I done to deserve such betrayal from you? To harm me and the Marquis? Song Ningfeng shouted uncontrollably at Wanqing. Wanqing's scarred face bore a smile, yet it appeared particularly sinister and terrifying. Song Ningfeng, are you still dreaming? From the Battle of Wanqing onward, we have been tied together in this fate. If I suffer, you shall not escape unscathed.
Ha ha ha. Wanqing laughed maniacally.
Song Ningfeng, spare me your pretense of a noble character. If you were truly a good person, would you so easily betray your vow to the Jiang family? You married Jiang Lanyue for her lineage. You married me because I am the first female general, am I not? Seeing Song Ningfeng still clinging to his facade, she found it utterly amusing. Song Ningfeng furrowed his brow, angrily retorting, so, you approached me with ulterior motives, knowing I am Jiang Lanyue's husband? Indeed. Had it not been for your status as the Marquis's eldest son and Jiang Lanyue's husband, I might not have spared you a second glance. Wanqing did not deny it. After all, she was already in this predicament, and having someone to share the blame was not a bad outcome. You. Song Ningfeng had presumed that he and Wanqing shared a profound connection, only to discover that it was all a ploy. This revelation was too difficult for him to accept. It felt as if a great weight had been placed upon his chest. Wanqing, you are truly insidious and cruel. I have been your pawn all along. You even killed your own son. Song Ningfeng gritted his teeth, his face contorted with hatred and rage. Someone like you is unworthy of being a mother, unworthy of being human. The other spectators were astounded, nearly dropping their jaws as they witnessed the tumultuous conflict between Wanqing and Song Ningfeng. Both had been the most sought-after generals in court, figures of envy for many. Yet now their ill-gotten positions were revealed, along with the facade of their affection, revealing their malicious hearts. It was truly astonishing. I am unworthy of being a mother? Everything I did was for you, for the Marquis. Had you not been incompetent and dismissed Jiang Lanyue sooner, would I have had to sacrifice my own son? Wanqing roared in fury, her eyes blazing with wrath. She turned to the furious Song Ningfeng, mocking him relentlessly. As for scheming, you and I are merely seeking our own needs. Do not feign innocence. Song Ningfeng, do not forget your contributions in the Battle of Wanqing. Silence yourself. Song Ningfeng longed to tear Wanqing's mouth apart. The gazes of the onlookers varied, piercing like needles, filling Song Ningfeng with both anger and regret. The quarrel between the two revealed that the Jiang family had borne far too much along this arduous journey. The murmurs among the crowd persisted, and Jiang Lanyue listened intently, her delicate, fair face shadowed with profound intensity. She yearned to unveil the truth, to vindicate her wronged elder brother and the unjustly slain Jiang family soldiers. This was her resolve. Yet, this was not the end. She would ensure they all paid dearly. Song Ningfeng hastily knelt and crawled towards Jiang Lanyue, raising his hand to slap his own face in a display of regret and despair. Ah, you, forgive me for my blindness. Please intercede for me with His Majesty. I was deceived by Wanqing. If His Majesty could show leniency, he vowed to treat her well and rekindle their relationship. A man so prideful as Song Ningfeng now humbled himself like a dog begging for scraps, tears streaming down his face. He regretted his separation from Jiang Lanyue immensely. Had he not divorced her, the 5 generals of the Jiang family would have propelled the Marquis residence to great heights, and he would have emerged as an esteemed general among the youth, rather than falling victim to Wanqing's treachery and becoming a prisoner, implicating the Marquis residence. I will indeed treat you well. The one I have always cherished is you. You are my sole love. Before Song Ningfeng could feign sincerity any further, Jiang Lanyue coldly brushed him aside, as if he were a repugnant object. She recoiled from him, unwilling to be touched even slightly. Do not disgust me, she said. Her brows furrowed. Song Ningfeng, good and evil will be repaid in kind. You and Wanqing have caused the deaths of so many. Your retribution will soon arrive. Qin Tianyu, uninterested in hearing any more of Song Ningfeng's excuses, declared coldly, seize Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, demote them to commoners, and imprison them in the dungeons for rigorous interrogation regarding the masterminds behind the Wanqing battle. Yes, Your Majesty. Quickly Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were taken away, while Qin Mingyue, seething with anger, dared not reveal a hint of her emotions. Should she slip, Qin Tianyu would suspect her, jeopardizing her carefully laid plans over the years. Chapter 93. Miss Jiang, indeed intriguing. Qin Mingyue could only conceal her fury and resentment within, silently watching Jiang Lanyue like a venomous snake ready to strike. Time and again, Jiang Lanyue thwarted her schemes, and she would eventually settle this score. Anyone daring to oppose her, Qin Mingyue, would surely meet a dire fate. Though Song Ningfeng and Wanqing had been taken away, the crowd continued to discuss angrily how such scoundrels could exist in Longsong Kingdom. Qin Tianyu turned his gaze to the kneeling Jiang Yi and Jiang Li. Generals, you are responsible for the errors during the Qitian ceremony. While the death penalty can be avoided, you shall face hardship. He then added, however, considering your merits in saving me and the Empress, your transgressions shall be balanced with your contributions.
Rise.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Yi and Jiang Li exhaled in relief, bowing as they stood up. Ultimately, Qin Tianyu led everyone in completing the Qitian ceremony. Before departing for the capital, Jiang Lanyue sought out Qin Tianyu. Your Majesty. Jiang Lanyue pondered the letter found by Rong Huan in the cave. It seemed suspicious. Wanqing was not one to act carelessly. Little master uncle, please take a seat. Qin Tianyu, devoid of his usual regal demeanor, treated Jiang Lanyue with great courtesy, personally pouring tea for her. Sitting beside him, Jiang Lanyue's long lashes cast a delicate shadow over her striking features. Your Majesty, I suggest a thorough search of the back mountain of Wanqing Temple.
Oh.
Qin Tianyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Little master uncle, have you sensed something amiss? The emergence of that letter is quite peculiar. After some contemplation, Qin Tianyu nodded in agreement, realizing the oddity upon reflection. It seemed as if the letter had been deliberately placed for discovery. Once it appeared, Wanqing, who had initially defended herself, ceased any struggle. Jiang Lanyue believed that there must be something of greater significance, prompting Qin Mingyue to sacrifice Wanqing as a pawn. At present, she could not openly inform Qin Tianyu of Qin Mingyue's involvement. After all, Qin Mingyue was his elder sister, and there was no direct evidence linking her to the machinations at play. The royal family was present today, and Wanqing would rather shoulder all blame than utter a word against Qin Mingyue. Jiang Lanyue understood that dealing with the most esteemed Princess Chang was no simple matter. I fear that Wanqing's benefactor is abandoning her to protect themselves. Jiang Lanyue's brows knitted slightly as she spoke. I shall dispatch someone immediately, Qin Tianyu responded eagerly. Jiang Lanyue continued, Your Majesty, remember to conduct this discreetly to avoid alarming the snake. Understood. Little master uncle, since you have divorced Song Ningfeng and he is now imprisoned, what are your future plans? Have you considered stepping onto the battlefield? Qin Tianyu inquired casually, subtly probing Jiang Lanyue's intentions. Should she choose to engage in battle, the position of the nation's foremost female general would inevitably change hands. Jiang Lanyue gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her exquisite features. I promised my mother not to enlist or fight. That is indeed a pity. A hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Tianyu's handsome face. Jiang Lanyue merely smiled faintly, saying little more. While she would not take to the battlefield, she would not let the culprits behind her elder brothers and the Jiang family soldiers' deaths go unpunished. The law applies equally to the sovereign and the common folk. Even if she is the beloved Princess Chang of Longsong Kingdom, I shall unmask her hypocritical facade. Shortly after Jiang Lanyue exited Qin Tianyu's quarters, a group returned to the capital. Qin Tianyu indeed left behind a small contingent to continue the covert search of the back mountain of Wanqing Temple. Upon their return, Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were imprisoned in the dungeons of the Dali Temple, now under the supervision of Prince Nangon. In the dim dungeon, the air was damp, thick with the stench of blood and decay, while rats and cockroaches scurried about, punctuated by the occasional cries of despair. Within the dungeon, a designated area housed a tea table and a grand chair, surrounded by an array of terrifying torture instruments, stained with blood and evoking a sense of dread.
Zhu Chendi,
clad in a striking red robe, sat regally in the grand chair. Even in the dim light, his sharp brows and captivating eyes exuded an irresistible charm. One hand held a white jade teacup, while the other toyed with black prayer beads, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were in a serene garden rather than a dreaded dungeon. Zhou Yi quietly approached, respectfully announcing, My lord. His Majesty insists you must uncover the masterminds behind Wanqing and Song Ningfeng.
Oh.
Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow. What crimes have these two generals committed? Treason and regicide. Quite audacious. Chu Qingyi narrowed his eyes, his deep, magnetic voice laced with a hint of mockery. Your Majesty, it is said that Mu Wanqing sought to frame Miss Jiang and her family, only to end up hurting herself instead. Zhou Mo interjected, eagerly recounting all the information he had gathered, including various rumors that had come to his attention.
Zhou listenet impassively.
He had assumed his lord would be disinterested and would surely halt Zhou Mo's narrative. To his surprise, Chu Qingyi leaned back in his chair, sipping tea, patiently absorbing Zhou Mo's account of the Qitian ceremony. Miss Jiang is indeed intriguing. Once Zhou Mo finished, Chu Qingyi set down his teacup and remarked indifferently on Zhou Mo's animated storytelling. Chu Qingyi knew he had not misjudged the person. Mu Wanqing's willingness to employ such extreme measures indicated that she had meticulously orchestrated everything, yet circumstances had unraveled completely. The individual capable of rescuing the Jiang family from the jaws of death and turning the tide, even bringing down both Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, must undoubtedly be remarkable. Mu Wanqing was a tough nut to crack. Even after undergoing torture at the Dali Temple, she had remained tight-lipped. No wonder His Majesty entrusted this matter to us. We excel at prying open the mouths of the obstinate. Zhou Weekend, filled with excitement, could not help but glance at the array of torture instruments, already contemplating which tools to employ during the interrogation of Mu Wanqing and the others. These two will be under your care. I am fatigued, Chu Qingyi stated coldly, rising. Given the identities of Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, it was certainly not appropriate for the esteemed Prince of Nan'an to conduct the interrogation himself. As he stood, his tall, elegant figure made the dungeon appear even more constricted. Your Highness. Chu Qingyi thought of Jiang Lanyue, who had returned to the capital after attending the sky prayer ceremony, wondering if she still remembered him, the ailing patient in need of timely treatment. Just as he reached the dungeon door, he fortuitously encountered Jiang Lanyue, who was preparing to enter the prison. Miss Jiang? Chu Qingyi expressed mild surprise, raising an eyebrow as he called out to Jiang Lanyue. She did not expect to meet the Prince of Nan'an upon her return, and she gracefully curtsied, addressing him respectfully. Prince of Nan'an, may I trouble you to grant me access to the dungeon? Jiang Lanyue requested, knowing that His Majesty had entrusted the matter of Mu Wanqing and her companions entirely to the prince. If she could obtain his permission to enter the dungeon, it would save her considerable trouble. With fingers as delicate as white jade, Chu Qingyi lightly stroked the prayer beads, his brows furrowed deeply. Miss Jiang, are you concerned about your former husband? Could it be that Jiang Lanyue, after their separation, still harbored lingering feelings for Song Ningfeng and wished to plead on his behalf? After all, they had been married for 3 years. For a woman, her husband was akin to a celestial being. Are you worried that he may die too easily or meet a tragic end? Jiang Lanyue, with her raven hair and snowy complexion, displayed a faint dimple as her expression remained devoid of any visible reluctance towards Song Ningfeng. I am indeed worried, fearing that his death may come too swiftly, she replied, a light smile gracing her lips. I hope that the prince may administer justice fairly, ridding the realm of harm without showing leniency. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lanyue's words brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Chu Qingyi. The corners of his mouth curled into a low, deep laugh. Rest assured, I am the very embodiment of fairness. Fair enough that every individual who falls into my hands meets a similarly tragic fate. Since Miss Jiang is so devoted to her principles, I shall not obstruct you. Go ahead and see the person you wish to meet, he conceded, intending to leave, but instead turning to lead Jiang Lanyue. Thank you, Prince of Nan'an, she expressed her gratitude, promptly following in his wake. In the dungeon, Zhou Yi and Zhou Weekend, who were preparing to torture and coerce confessions from Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng, were taken aback upon seeing Chu Qingyi return. Your Highness, what brings you back? They inquired respectfully. Chu Qingyi took a seat in the grand chair, and the two men noted Jiang Lanyue trailing behind him. Adorned in a crimson gown, her beauty striking and ethereal. Take Miss Jiang to meet her acquaintance, Chu Qingyi commanded, his long legs elegantly crossed, his voice cool and detached. Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were classified as criminals against the court, and protocol dictated that they should not be visited casually. However, since the prince had spoken, the two men dared not question further and promptly led Jiang Lanyue to the dungeon where Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were confined. In her heart, Jiang Lanyue silently commended Chu Qingyi. Indeed, the title of Prince of Nan'an held considerable weight. Mu Wanqing and Song Ningfeng were not held in proximity to one another. But Jiang Lanyue chose to visit Mu Wanqing first. Inside the dungeon, Mu Wanqing lay curled up on a pile of hay. Stripped of her imposing armor and clad only in simple, thin garments, her hair disheveled, and her dress stained with dried blood. At that moment, the fierce aura that once surrounded her had vanished, and a jagged scar marred her face, rendering her appearance particularly disheveled. Mu Wanqing, someone has come to see you, Zhou Weekend announced, tapping the bars, eliciting a response from the immobile figure on the ground. Slowly, Mu Wanqing raised her gaze to Jiang Lanyue. The sight of the slender woman, her back straight and graceful, radiated an ethereal glow, even within the confines of the dungeon. In stark contrast, Mu Wanqing felt filthy, shadowed, and utterly defeated. What do you want? Do you wish to continue watching my humiliation? Mu Wanqing sat up, her tone venomous and her expression dark. I have some matters to discuss with you privately, Jiang Lanyue replied, her icy demeanor revealing no intention to engage in frivolous banter. Jiang, there is nothing left to say between us. Do you think you have one?
Mu Wanqing retorted. No.
Jiang, your family will eventually meet a tragic end. With a contemptuous snort, Mu Wanqing closed her eyes, unwilling to extend the conversation further. Then let us discuss the eldest princess instead, Jiang Lanyue countered, her voice devoid of warmth, resolute in her approach. At the mention of the eldest princess, Mu Wanqing's heart raced. Could it be that she had uncovered something?
No.
Jiang Lanyue could not possibly know. Just as Mu Wanqing's thoughts spiraled into confusion, Jiang Lanyue continued, Mu Wanqing, do you not find the letter from the back mountain of Wanqing Temple to be suspicious? You are now a discarded chess piece. The eldest princess has abandoned you. Jiang Lanyue's eyes narrowed as she spoke. I am aware of the matters between you and the eldest princess. Otherwise, how could the black powder that should have been in my room end up in yours? And why would my spirit dog seek you instead of me? Each of Jiang Lanyue's words struck Mu Wanqing's heart like a hammer, relentless and unforgiving. Silence. Mu Wanqing's face turned pale as she sprang to her feet, fury boiling over as she charged toward Jiang Lanyue. Gripping the bars tightly, her eyes burned with resentment as she glared at Jiang Lanyue. You must feel quite pleased with yourself now, don't you? Do not think that possessing my secrets gives you the upper hand. Jiang, I know what you aim to achieve. You wish to sway me, to make me betray the eldest princess to fulfill your own agenda. Is that not so? With an eerie laugh, Mu Wanqing threw her head back, her voice laced with madness. Dream on. I will not let you succeed, regardless of whether I am a discarded piece. There will be others who will ensure your downfall, so wait and see. With gritted teeth, Mu Wanqing's bloodshot eyes were filled with rage and hatred.
Mu Wanqing.
The eldest princess will not come to save you, Jiang Lanyue remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Wanqing before turning to leave. Since Mu Wanqing was so obstinately stubborn, there was little more to say. Mu Wanqing shouted at Jiang Lanyue's retreating figure, Jiang, do not deceive and mislead. I will escape this wretched place. Just wait. Jiang Lanyue's steps did not falter, and as Mu Wanqing watched her dwindling silhouette, she bit her lip tightly, hoping desperately that Qin Mingyue would come to her rescue. Jiang Lanyue was surely attempting to play with her mind. She would not fall for her tricks. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cell, Song Ningfeng heard Mu Wanqing's roar and realized that Jiang Lanyue had entered the dungeon. Ayu, I am here. Ayu, have you come to see me? Song Ningfeng exclaimed excitedly, rising from the ground. Ayu, I have so much to say to you. May I have just a moment of your time? His voice echoed through the dungeon, but Jiang Lanyue's brow furrowed slightly, her pace unyielding. Song Ningfeng, although having participated in the Battle of Wanqing, remained oblivious to the relationship between Mu Wanqing and the princess, as well as the conspiracy afoot. A man of little use. Naturally, Jiang Lanyue felt no inclination to concern herself with him. His transgressions would surely be judged by the laws of Longsong Kingdom. Seated in the Grand Master's chair, Chu Qingyi curled his thin lips slightly, dismissing the noise akin to barking dogs. Zhou Yi quickly withdrew, and soon after, Song Ningfeng fell silent, not uttering another sound. As she departed, Jiang Lanyue expressed her gratitude to Chu Qingyi. With distinctly dark lashes, he bore an exquisite smile upon his handsome face as he remarked, If Miss Jiang wishes to thank this prince, then cure my ailment. Very well, Prince Nanan, please await my return to fetch my medicine. Jiang Lanyue replied with a bow. The Prince of Nanan had granted her a favor, and she felt it only right to repay it. Upon arriving at the Prince of Nanan's residence with her medicine box, she found Chu Qingyi changing garments behind a screen. His tall and sturdy figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, cast an alluring silhouette against the screen. "Your Highness, Miss Jiang has arrived," Zhou Yi announced, quickly averting his gaze. "Let Miss Jiang come in and take a seat," came the deep, resonant voice from behind the screen. Once Jiang Lanyue was ushered inside, Zhou Yi quietly exited. The room was tranquil, and as Jiang Lanyue entered, she caught a glimpse of Chu Qingyi changing through the translucent screen. Chapter 95. Blame the Prince of Nan'an for his extraordinary beauty. Jiang Lanyue glanced up and found herself captivated by the sight of his broad, well-defined shoulders. By the time she had gathered her thoughts, Chu Qingyi had already donned his attire. As she dazedly observed him, he stepped out from behind the screen with an elegant poise. Instead of his usual vibrant crimson robe, he wore a splendid moon-colored garment that perfectly accentuated his tall frame. "Miss Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, his fingers delicately playing with a string of prayer beads as he approached her with an air of leisurely grace. Jiang Lanyue offered a slight smile and murmured, "I have always possessed patience when awaiting beauty." "Pardon? What did you say?" Chu Qingyi inquired, having not quite caught her words. Jiang Lanyue laughed lightly. "Prince Nan'an, allow me to tend to your ailment first." "Very well," he replied, taking a seat beside her. His fingers moved the prayer beads to his wrist, the dark beads accentuating the porcelain-like quality of his skin, exuding an enticing chill. He extended his hand toward Jiang Lanyue, who promptly retrieved a pulse cushion from her medicine box and laid a clean handkerchief atop it. Their understanding was palpable. Jiang Lanyue swiftly diagnosed his pulse. Since the last acupuncture session, the toxins within him had somewhat alleviated, though the results were minimal. It appeared that a more comprehensive treatment plan was necessary. Both internal and external remedies needed to be addressed. "Is there still hope for this prince?" Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Jiang Lanyue. "If we delay any longer, it may be difficult to ascertain. Fortunately, your highness has encountered me. It seems I shall have to offer Miss Jiang greater remuneration today," he said with a subtle smile. "After all, my life rests in your hands." Jiang Lanyue chuckled, unreservedly replying, "The more remuneration, the better." As they conversed, Jiang Lanyue produced a pill from her medicine box and handed it to him. "Prince Nan'an, please take this medicine first." As Chu Qingyi accepted it, she poured a cup of warm water for him. After he swallowed the pill, Jiang Lanyue took out her silver needles and initiated the acupuncture treatment. During the procedure, she instructed the prince to have his servants prepare hot water. As she continued with the needles, Chu Qingyi felt the warmth and heat within him dissipating, his limbs gradually growing cold. "You will need to wait for half an hour. During this time, your body temperature will continue to drop. If it becomes unbearable, please inform me, and I shall remove the needles." Jiang Lanyue observed the pallor creeping onto his sharply defined features, fully aware of his discomfort. "No need," he replied, sitting firmly in the chair. His skin as pale as exquisite mutton-fat jade, casting a faint glow in the flickering candlelight. His long neck and well-defined collarbone resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. For a moment, Jiang Lanyue found herself entranced. "Is it beautiful?" Chu Qingyi's deep, enchanting voice broke the silence. Jiang Lanyue instinctively replied, "Indeed, it is." The next moment, she heard a low, seductive chuckle emanating from him, which jolted her back to reality. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. One can only blame the Prince of Nan'an for being too exquisite, she said with a playful smile, attempting to mask her embarrassment. A smile graced Chu Qingyi's lips. "Miss Jiang, you flatter me." Jiang Lanyue dared not respond further and returned to her task of treating him. Once the time was nearly up, she skillfully removed the silver needles from him. As the last needle was withdrawn, Chu Qingyi felt a sudden weakness envelop him, leaning instinctively toward Jiang Lanyue. Concerned he might fall, she quickly reached out to steady him. His tall form leaned against her, carrying with it a refreshing scent of cedar, which was particularly pleasant. When their eyes met, she lowered her gaze, her heart racing as their glances collided. "Prince Nan'an, are you well?" Jiang Lanyue had not anticipated his frail condition. They were only halfway through the treatment. A faint blush crept onto Chu Qingyi's ears, his porcelain white skin taking on a hint of embarrassment. "I am fine," he replied, clearing his throat and mustering his strength to sit upright. His limbs felt as cold as ice, lacking any significant strength, as if he had been frozen. "Shall we proceed to the next phase of treatment?" Chu Qingyi nodded slightly and followed Jiang Lanyue. While they awaited, Jiang Lanyue had arranged everything in advance. A large tub filled with hot water and medicinal herbs awaited them in a nearby room. Each herb had been carefully measured. After testing the water temperature, she added a vial of medicinal liquid from her box, gently stirring it before saying, "Prince Nanan, please disrobe." Chu Qingyi nodded stoically, raising his feeble hands, but struggled to loosen his garments. Observing his difficulty, Jiang Lanyue pursed her lips and approached him, placing her hand on his collar. "Allow me." Understanding that he had just undergone acupuncture and was still recovering, she stepped closer, her tall figure appearing somewhat petite beside the statuesque Chu Qingyi, who enveloped her with his broad frame. With her head slightly bowed, she diligently assisted him in loosening his attire. The fine strands of her hair occasionally brushed against his taut jawline, akin to a delicate touch that stirred his heartstrings, causing his breath and gaze to deepen. Steam wafted from the tub, mingling with the fragrant aroma of the herbs in the room. As her warm fingertips brushed against his skin while she unfastened his clothing, he felt a spark of warmth ignite within him, breaking through the cold that had enveloped him. Jiang Lanyue swiftly unbuttoned his garments. The man appeared lean in clothing but robust without it, his well-defined physique radiating a potent masculine allure. While Jiang Lanyue had treated many men, none had stirred any feelings within her until now. The physique of Prince Nanan was undeniably impressive, his muscles exuding a palpable tension, prompting Jiang Lanyue to swallow instinctively. "Miss Jiang, do you often treat people this way?" A deep, melodious voice resonated above her. The implication was clear. Does she frequently undress others for treatment? "It's merely a part of the healing process," Jiang Lanyue replied succinctly, perceiving the prince as just another patient in need of care. She averted her gaze from his sculpted chest and spoke softly, "Prince Nanan, let us begin with the medicinal bath." Chu Qingyi had regained some strength by this point. He stepped into the bath, his long legs entering the tub gracefully, resting his hands casually on the edge, exuding an air of nobility. The water revealed a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone and stunning visage. Once submerged, he felt the icy chill of his body begin to thaw, warmth spreading as he started to sweat. Though the water temperature was just right, his own body heat climbed steadily. The texture of his skin tightened, a sensation of engorgement coursing through him, each muscle taut, brimming with latent power. "Miss Jiang, I feel quite hot. Is this normal?" Chu Qingyi's porcelain-like face flushed slightly, his eyes narrowing, the cold desire within him taking on a seductive allure akin to the enchanting Daji. The sight of such a handsome man bathing was utterly captivating. Jiang Lanyue felt her throat dry, clearing it before responding, "It is perfectly normal. May I have some water?" Chu Qingyi tilted his head slightly, beads of sweat forming at his brow. He lazily brushed his fingers along his long neck, an action both alluring and enticing. Jiang Lanyue found herself momentarily mesmerized, snapping back to reality only after a brief pause. Hastily, she poured a cup of water and handed it to him. When he took it, their hands brushed, his touch like ice to his heated skin. He gently grasped her hand, lowered his head, and sipped the water slowly, his movements imbued with a newfound intimacy. The nobleman, resembling a celestial being, performed this act in a way that inexplicably carried an undercurrent of desire. Upon finishing the water, he lingered, reluctant to release her hand. The heat of the medicinal bath had rendered Chu Qingyi slightly dazed, his voice now tinged with a husky quality. He pondered for a moment before drawing Jiang Lanyue's hand closer, pressing his warm face against her cool palm, a sensation of comfort washing over him. It felt as though he had traversed a desert for ages, finally discovering a source of water. His face rested against her hand, his eyes narrowing like a contented pup nuzzling into her palm. Jiang Lanyue's hand became damp, the heat of his face sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, igniting a warmth in her abdomen. "Prince Nanan? Prince Nanan!" she softly called, but he only tightened his grip, seemingly oblivious to her words. Reflecting on the medicine she had prepared, she felt assured there was no issue. Why did it seem as though the prince was under some spell? "Awaken, Prince Nanan." Yet, he remained unresponsive, his face trailing along her arm until it rested against her abdomen, his long arms encircling her waist as if to absorb her very essence. Jiang Lanyue struggled briefly, but his strength was overwhelming, and soon she found herself ensnared by his fervent embrace, perspiration mingling between them. Resigned, she ceased her efforts, allowing him to hold her close, grateful that he merely sought comfort in her presence without further advances. She resolved to thoroughly examine the medicine she had concocted for him upon their return. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Wanqing and Song Ningfeng had endured relentless torment over the weekend. Song Ningfeng, pleading for mercy, divulged all he knew without the need for further coercion, though his information proved of little consequence. In contrast, Wanqing remained stoically silent, enduring her own punishments without yielding any secrets. In the dead of night, Qin Mingyue stealthily entered the dungeon, seeking Wanqing. "My lady," Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon recognizing the figure before her. Despite Qin Mingyue's dark cloak obscuring her features, even in her tattered garments, stained with blood and marred by wounds, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. "General Mu, how have you come to this?" Qin Mingyue inquired, her gaze fixed upon Wanqing from her elevated stance. "My lady, you have come to rescue me, right?" "I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Wanqing gasped, struggling to rise, a fervent smile breaking through her pain. "Indeed, I have come to save you," Qin Mingyue replied with a gentle smile, her voice resonant, like a celestial melody. However, before Wanqing could express her gratitude, Qin Mingyue suddenly crouched down, her gloved hand tightening around Wanqing's throat.
Ugh.
Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rasping with pain. "My lady, you said you would save me?"
Save you?
Qin Mingyue's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing her white teeth beneath the shadows of her hood. "You worthless fool. Time and again you have failed, yet you expect me to rescue you?" Her expression darkened as she tightened her grip. "Let go." Wanqing gasped, struggling to free herself. But the agony coursing through her body rendered her powerless. "Do you understand? Because of you, I've lost the black powder at Wanqing Temple." Qin Mingyue's voice dripped with venomous hatred. She had sacrificed Wanqing as a pawn to safeguard the black powder manufacturing base, only to discover that Qin Tianyu had sent men to scour the mountains in search of her. Qin Mingyue attributed all misfortunes to Wanqing's incompetence. Had she executed her tasks properly, it would have been the Jiang family facing imprisonment, and her base would remain undiscovered. With a chilling tone, Qin Mingyue declared, "Last time it was mercenaries, this time it's black powder. You useless creature, if I keep you around, next time my life may be at stake." With that, she forced a pill into Wanqing's mouth and disdainfully cast her aside like refuse. "What did you make me swallow?" Wanqing cried out in agony, desperately trying to expel the pill from her throat, but it vanished without a trace, leaving her voiceless and racked with pain.
Ugh.
She cried out despairingly, the fire in her throat rendering her speechless. Crawling toward Qin Mingyue with resentment, she was met with a swift kick that sent her sprawling.
Wanqing.
"Blame only yourself for your uselessness. Worthless beings have no place in this world," Qin Mingyue sneered, casting one last icy smile before igniting a firebrand and tossing it to the ground. The flames erupted instantly, surrounding Wanqing in a searing embrace. Desperate to flee, she discovered that not only could she not speak, but her body was utterly immobilized. Her terrified and furious eyes were illuminated by the orange glow of the flames. And even at this moment, she found it hard to believe. Qin Mingyue had actually abandoned her just like that. No, she did not want to die. She yearned to live. Muffled sounds of distress escaped Wanqing's throat as she cast a pleading glance toward Qin Mingyue. Beneath the black cloak, Qin Mingyue's face was as cold as frost, and her words pierced like daggers. "It is your honor that I can personally accompany you on your final journey." Wanqing could not utter a word, blood continuously oozing from the corner of her mouth as she shook her head desperately.
Wanqing.
"May you be reborn into a better life next time." Qin Mingyue snorted coldly, adjusting her black cloak before turning away mercilessly. As she departed, the flames behind her blazed higher. Amidst the raging inferno, Wanqing curled up on the ground, her eyes filled with despair and pain. She could not move, only watching helplessly as the fire spread. The flames grew larger, and the searing pain of her burns intensified, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. Jiang Lanyue's ominous words had proven true. The princess had indeed forsaken her. Death was imminent, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. With resentment, Wanqing closed her eyes, and just as she was about to lose consciousness, a lithe figure rushed into the flames and lifted her from the ground. The fire in the dungeon continued to rage, soon alarming the guards. By the time they extinguished the flames, only a charred corpse remained. Zhou Yi and Zhou Imo rushed over from the Prince of South End's residence upon hearing the news. Wanqing was a significant prisoner entrusted by the emperor, and her death before revealing her connections would be difficult to explain. At the Prince of South End's residence, Jiang Lanyue maintained her position. held in the embrace of Chu Qingyi for nearly half an hour, her legs nearly numb. As the temperature of the bathwater gradually decreased, the heat within Chu Qingyi began to dissipate, and his foggy mind slowly regained clarity. Once fully aware, he realized that he was holding Jiang Lanyue, his cheek resting against her, a faint yet enchanting fragrance mingling with the medicinal scent in the room, subtly infiltrating his senses. The scent was remarkably delightful and peculiar, evoking a sense of familiarity that he could not quite place. "My apologies, Miss Jiang." Chu Qingyi quickly released his hold, a flush of embarrassment creeping across his fair ears. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were partially visible beneath the water, adorned with enticing beads of sweat, radiating an alluring tension. Jiang Lanyue discreetly averted her gaze, understanding that it was her concoction that had caused his loss of control, and chose not to say more. She merely pressed her lips together and stated, "Prince of Southern, this goes beyond my treatment scope. Additional fees will be required." Chu Qingyi nodded slightly. Very well. He too was puzzled by how he had come to embrace Jiang Lanyue. Such occurrences were unfathomable for him. Typically, apart from the one he held in his heart, he never engaged in such close contact with any other woman, let alone exhibit such intimate gestures toward Jiang Lanyue. "The time is nearly upon us, Prince of Southern. You may rise and bathe," Jiang Lanyue said hastily, unable to look at him further before exiting the room, instructing the servants to bring warm water for his bath. When Chu Qingyi emerged from his bath, fully clothed, he found Jiang Lanyue seated outside, sipping tea. The lady was stunningly beautiful, her skin radiant, and her lips naturally tinted. In both appearance and demeanor, she possessed an alluring grace that resembled a noblewoman from a painting. Chu Qingyi sat beside her, his long fingers lightly playing with prayer beads, and deliberately asked, "Miss Jiang, have you truly no intention of accepting a position by my side?" Jiang Lanyue was taken aback by his continued interest in this matter. "Thank you for your kind offer, Prince of Southern, but I fear I may not be capable of fulfilling such a role. It is getting late. I must take my leave." With a faint smile, she rose and offered a respectful bow, adding, and regarding the consultation fee." Chu Qingyi clapped his hands, and a servant promptly brought in a platter of gold bars, placing them beside Jiang Lanyue. The sight of the gleaming gold was undoubtedly pleasing. Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, thinking that one should not refuse money offered so readily. She took the gold bars, smiling. "Indeed, Prince of Southern, you are quite generous." As she prepared to depart, Zhou Yi entered, clad in black attire, and reported, "My lord, Wanqing has committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Jiang Lanyue's action stilled for a moment as she turned to Zhou Yi. Chu Qingyi's expression was cold and indifferent upon hearing of Wanqing's death. His chiseled features remained unchanged as he spoke in a frosty tone, "Go and investigate." After all, this was a matter entrusted by the emperor, and a show of diligence was necessary. Chu Qingyi rose, his tall stature casting a shadow over Jiang Lanyue, and asked, "Miss Jiang, would you care to join me?" "Very well," Jiang Lanyue nodded, her heart filled with curiosity. She had visited Wanqing only during the day, despite the torture she had endured. Her will to survive had been strong. What could have caused her to take her own life so suddenly? Jiang Lanyue felt a sense of intrigue surrounding Wanqing's death. Should it be related to the princess, she was determined to investigate further. Although she could not directly expose the princess's true nature, gathering sufficient evidence and flaws would eventually unveil her deceit and reveal her crimes to the world. Following Chu Qingyi, Jiang Lanyue arrived at the dungeon. Upon reaching the location where Wanqing had been held, they found it ravaged by fire, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. In the spot where Wanqing had once lingered, only a charred female corpse remained. Jiang Lanyue stepped closer, squatting beside the body, her gaze calm and devoid of fear. The corpse, burnt beyond recognition, appeared as blackened charcoal. "My lord, this is how it is after we extinguish the flames," Zhou Yi continued. "What of the emperor?"
Zhu Chenzi,
clad in a moonlight-colored robe, stood amidst the dim, soot-laden dungeon, radiating a brilliance akin to that of the moon. He toyed with the prayer beads, casting a glance at Wanqing's remains, and said, "Inform the emperor that Wanqing committed suicide out of fear of punishment." "Understood." Squatting beside the corpse, Jiang Lanyue extended her hand to touch and examine it, her brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. This body did not seem to belong to Wanqing. Chapter 98. Do you still wish to take away the ninth prince? With that question surfacing in her mind, Jiang Lanyue began to scrutinize the body more closely. Chu Qingyi's gaze shifted, observing Jiang Lanyue as she diligently examined the charred remains, her composure unwavering, treating the corpse as though it were merely a piece of charcoal. He approached her, his voice low and inquisitive. "Miss Jiang, do you sense something amiss?" From the moment he entered, he had felt that something was off. His decision to have Zhou Yi inform the emperor of Mu Wanqing's suicide stemmed from a desire to avoid complications. Prince of Southin, Mu Wanqing may not be dead. This could all be a ruse. Jiang Lanyue rose, her porcelain-like face glowing beautifully in the dim light. As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief to clean her soiled hands. Chu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with intrigue. "Oh? What leads you to such a conclusion?" Despite the corpse's height and appearance being strikingly similar to Mu Wanqing, its bones lacked the wear of a seasoned martial artist. Though the exterior was charred, the bones remained intact and visible. Jiang Lanyue recalled that Mu Wanqing had endured 49 lashes on the altar. The whips, which she had previously observed, left no visible marks on the flesh, but could certainly damage bones and internal organs. Miss Jiang's implication was that Mu Wanqing was not dead? Was this corpse merely a ruse? Chu Qingyi gently twirled the prayer beads between his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of cold nobility. Jiang Lanyue nodded in affirmation. Nearby, Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo widened their eyes in astonishment. However, they did not fully believe Jiang Lanyue's words, for in their view, it was inconceivable that anyone could enter the dungeon at will, especially not Mu Wanqing, the notorious criminal entrusted to the Prince of Nan'an. If someone had truly abducted her from the prince's domain, that individual would undoubtedly wield immense power. "Investigate," Chu Qingyi commanded, his gaze darkening slightly. "Proceed discreetly and publicly declare that Mu Wanqing committed suicide out of fear of punishment." "As you wish, my lord," Zhou Yi and Zhou Mo replied in unison. "Is Song Ningfeng still alive?" Chu Qingyi's icy voice inquired again. "My lord, Song Ningfeng is unharmed." "Increase the guard," he instructed. "Understood." After giving a few more orders, Chu Qingyi departed with Jiang Lanyue, leaving the dungeon behind. "Prince of Nan'an, who do you believe rescued Mu Wanqing?" The flickering torchlight illuminated her delicate and exquisite face, particularly her eyes, which sparkled as if a galaxy had fallen within them. Jiang Lanyue posed this question with a hint of deliberate provocation. Could it be the Grand Princess? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, based on the letter from the back mountain of Longing Temple. It was evident that the Grand Princess had abandoned Mu Wanqing as a pawn. If she were indeed a discarded piece, why would the Grand Princess go to such lengths to save her? It would be more fitting for her to desire Mu Wanqing's demise. If the Grand Princess was not the one to rescue her, then who could it be? "I shall inform Miss Jiang at the earliest opportunity, should any news arise." With a flick of his wrist, the prayer beads slipped from his palm to rest on his wrist, the contrasting black and white beads exuding an alluring chill. The night breeze stirred his crescent-hued robe and dark hair, rendering the tall man in the corridor bathed in a luminous aura. Jiang Lanyue offered a slight bow. "Thank you, Prince of Nan'an. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you back to your residence," he suggested, anticipating her refusal. "It just so happens that I have matters to attend to that will take me past the general's residence." The words of refusal caught in her throat, and Jiang Lanyue found herself acquiescing. To reject the prince's offer now would seem ungrateful. Jiang Lanyue climbed into his understated, yet luxurious carriage, spacious and adorned with rare golden silk nanmu. The soft fur beneath her feet muted her steps. Upon entering, she inhaled a faint scent of oak moss, reminiscent of Chu Qingyi himself, subtle and pleasant. As the seat beside him was occupied, Jiang Lanyue and Chu Qingyi found themselves sitting on the same side. Once seated, he elegantly crossed his long legs, lazily twirling the black prayer beads in his hand, radiating an aura befitting a noble. A mere glance allowed Jiang Lanyue to behold the breathtaking profile of the man beside her. His features were sharply defined, with a smooth and superior structure, akin to that of a celestial being. She found herself momentarily entranced until Chu Qingyi inquired whether she would like some tea. "No, drinking tea too late will cause insomnia," she replied with a smile. Chu Qingyi leaned back against a carriage, his chin slightly raised, the fullness of his throat subtly moving as he chuckled. "I thought Miss Jiang never suffered from insomnia, unlike myself, who relies on your acupuncture to sleep. The Prince of Nan'an is preoccupied with the war in the northern border, concerned for the soldiers. A mere woman like me has no such burdens and can certainly sleep soundly," Jiang Lanyue replied casually. Yet, Chu Qingyi detected a hint of mockery in her tone. After all, not long ago, he had profited handsomely from the war in the northern border at the prince's residence, exploiting the royal family and noble clans. This man remained an enigma to Jiang Lanyue. He was both righteous and wicked, as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. At that moment, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, causing Jiang Lanyue to sway and inadvertently collide against Chu Qingyi. The faint scent of oak moss and cedar enveloped her as she felt the warmth of his chest beneath his robe. A curious sensation spread within her as the fabric brushed against her skin. "Be careful," Chu Qingyi gently admonished, his long fingers steadying her shoulder. As she regained her balance, her fragrant hair brushed against his jaw, the familiar and chilling scent provoking a delightful tickle in both her chin and heart. The warmth inside the carriage contrasted with the coolness outside. "Miss Jiang, have we truly never met before?" Their eyes locked, and Jiang Lanyue found herself staring into his captivating gaze, which reflected her delicate features. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chu Qingyi posed the question. Jiang Lanyue narrowed her eyes in contemplation, recalling their first encounter outside the imperial study that fateful day. In the Mingyue Hall, Qin Mingyue reclined on the favored concubine's couch. Having exchanged her dark travel attire for a flowing gown of light gauze, exuding an air of nobility and allure, vastly different from the gentle and compassionate grand princess she had been in the temple. If in the temple, Qin Mingyue had been seen as a manifestation of the Buddha, in this moment, she embodied a calamity sent to ravage the world. Soon, a figure clad in black approached, whispering a few words into Qin Mingyue's ear. Upon hearing, her eyes flared with anger as she abruptly rose from the couch, sending an array of delicacies and fine wines tumbling to the ground. The Prince of Nan'an personally escorted Jiang Lanyue home? Qin Mingyue clenched her fists, her gaze icy. Does she think she can steal the prince from me after taking the prayer beads I received from the ninth prince? What a wretched woman. Her face contorted with malice, devoid of her usual grace and gentility. Her eyes turned cold as she ground her teeth. Since she enjoys taking, I shall summon that Jiang girl to Mingyue Hall tomorrow. I want to see just how audacious she is to defy me and seize what belongs to me. Chapter 99. You can't possibly be cursed to bring misfortune to your husband, can you? The following day, Jiang Lanyue and Ruiru were busy organizing the items they had brought back from the Marquis's residence when Granny Chao arrived at the general's residence. She bore a decree from Qin Mingyue, inviting Jiang Lanyue to visit Mingyue Hall. "Very well, I shall arrive shortly," Jiang Lanyue replied softly. She had been pondering how to approach Qin Mingyue to gather more compelling evidence, and this opportunity had presented itself. As Granny Chao delivered the message, she took her leave. "Miss, why would the Grand Princess suddenly summon you? Isn't she usually preoccupied with her religious duties?" Ruiru inquired, surprised. Unbeknownst to her, the Grand Princess was the one behind Wanqing, nor did she know of the incident between Jiang Lanyue and Qin Mingyue during the prayer to heaven ceremony. Jiang Lanyue chose not to divulge the truth to Ruiru to spare her worry. With a gentle smile, she replied, "During the prayer to heaven ceremony, I attended to the Grand Princess's health. Perhaps she wishes to inquire about her condition." After changing into a new outfit and donning the prayer beads Qin Mingyue had given her, Jiang Lanyue departed the general's residence in her carriage. Mingyue Hall was located on the eastern outskirts of the palace. Bathed in sunlight, the grand structure with its white walls and red tiles exuded an impressive aura. Upon her arrival, she was welcomed inside, and she discreetly observed her surroundings. As she turned a corner, she nearly collided with a hurried individual. "Who is it? Do you have a death wish?" The person halted abruptly, causing the ink in their hands to spill onto themselves. Fortunately, Jiang Lanyue was quick to dodge just in time. "You truly must be blind to dare bump into me. Hurry," she seethed, casting a fierce glare in Jiang Lanyue's direction. As Yi Baoying's gaze fixed upon Jiang Lanyue's exquisitely beautiful face, her pupils widened in astonishment, leaving her words abruptly unspoken. Jiang Lanyue also lifted her eyes to meet Yi Baoying's, a flicker of surprise crossing her own. Their eyes locked, and it was evident that they recognized one another.
Oh.
I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be junior sister Jiang. I never expected that after years apart, you would still be so reckless and lacking in decorum. Once Yi Baoying regained her composure, a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes, followed by a cold snort from her nostrils. Although they had different masters, both had studied at Qingqing Mountain. Yi Baoying had always held a disdainful view of Jiang Lanyue, and the reason was clear. Since Jiang Lanyue's arrival at Qingqing Mountain, she had consistently excelled and become a favorite among the masters. Even Yi Baoying's beloved senior brother Nie favored Jiang Lanyue, a fact that the proud and haughty Yi Baoying found intolerable, prompting her to seize every opportunity to target Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue studied Yi Baoying's face and smiled gently. Senior sister Yi, after years apart, you seem to have become a bit less attractive. Yi Baoying had been waiting for a compliment from Jiang Lanyue, but the latter's words caused her expression to darken in an instant. A glint of mischief ignited in Yi Baoying's eyes as she recalled the gossip she had heard. And she mocked, Junior sister Jiang, I heard that you married shortly after returning from Qingqing Mountain, only to be divorced not long ago? It was a mutual separation. Jiang Lanyue replied calmly. Yi Baoying's face brightened with glee as she continued to mock, oh dear, in Longsong country. Who doesn't know that a mutual separation merely sounds pleasant but essentially means being discarded like an unwanted woman? TSK, your ex-husband ended up in prison? You must have a husband-killing fate. Who would dare to marry you now? A remarried woman is already undesirable, and with your reputation, senior sister, my heart aches for you. A smug smile adorned Yi Baoying's face, her words dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Lanyue, now a twice-married woman, could no longer attract senior brother Nie's affection. He would ultimately choose her. Listening to Yi Baoying's taunts, Jiang Lanyue maintained a serene expression, her striking features unwavering. She replied softly, Senior sister Yi, if there are suitors for you, why are you still unmarried at 26? It seems that an old maid is not much more desirable than a divorced woman. You are the old maid. Yi Baoying retorted angrily, compared to me, you should be the one feeling aged. I am only 20. With a light, carefree remark, Jiang Lanyue provoked Yi Baoying to the point of fury. Yi Baoying despised being called ugly or old, and Jiang Lanyue had continuously alluded to both. You, Jiang Lanyue, the harbinger of misfortune, no man will ever want you again. Prepare for a life of lonely misery, you pitiful creature. Yi Baoying's voice sharpened with indignation. Jiang Lanyue's skin was as fair as snow, and as she smiled, her dimples deepened, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. With a gentle response, she said, Then I shall take your words as a blessing, for I wish to spend the rest of my life alone. Yi Baoying was momentarily speechless by Jiang Lanyue's soft reply. It felt as though her every effort had struck only a cotton pillow. Yi Baoying's face turned a shade of deep anger, her eyes blazing with rage. You are now a discarded woman, unwanted by anyone. Naturally, you can only comfort yourself with bravado. Could you bless me a bit more, senior sister? I thank you in advance. Yi Baoying was on the verge of exploding with fury. Jiang Lanyue, being mocked for her marital status, should have been in tears. Yet she appeared rather pleased. Why was it that every insult seemed to make her happier? Was she unwell? Perhaps? Senior sister Yi, I recall you only had body odor before. How is it that you now have bad breath as well? If you wish to marry soon, you ought to consider remedying that. As Yi Baoying simmered with rage, Jiang Lanyue earnestly offered, I could assist you, senior sister. And since we are sisters in the same school, I can reduce the consultation fee for you. Please, do not mention it. The reference to her body odor brought back an embarrassing memory for Yi Baoying, and her face darkened more than the ink in her hand. She quickly interjected to stop the conversation. In a previous competition among their peers, Yi Baoying had aimed to sabotage Jiang Lanyue, but ended up suffering the consequences herself, resulting in the rumor of her body odor. Jiang Lanyue, do not get too complacent. I will make you regret this one day. Not wishing to dwell on the topic of body odor, she left in a huff after delivering her threat.
Jiang Lanyue depart.
Pondering the reason for her presence in the princess's palace. After this brief interlude, the palace maid continued to lead Jiang Lanyue through the vast Mingyue Hall, winding through corridors until they finally arrived at the main hall. The moment Jiang Lanyue stepped into the hall, she noticed a number of individuals present. In addition to Qin Mingyue, who sat in the main seat wearing a flowing grayish-white gown, her long hair cascading down her back, exuding a benevolent aura. There were several young ladies from noble families, including Yi Baoying, who stood beside Qin Mingyue. In contrast to the many elaborately adorned noblewomen, Qin Mingyue's serene demeanor and exquisite beauty made her stand out remarkably. With a warm smile, she glanced at Jiang Lanyue and graciously said, Has the Jiang family arrived? Please,
Take a seat.
However, beneath her cordial exterior, a cold snicker lurked, for she intended to ensure that the Jiang family paid a painful price today. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Lanyue replied, walking past without a sideways glance and calmly taking her seat. Following Jiang Lanyue's arrival, the The surrounding noblewomen could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Why would the princess invite the Jiang family? How does a divorced woman even deserve to be here? Indeed, General Song was imprisoned because of her. We should avoid her misfortune. Oh my, who would have thought that a woman scorned would dare to sit among us noblewomen? Truly shameless. The remarks of the noblewomen grew increasingly caustic, while Qin Mingyue's smile deepened. A woman who had been divorced, daring to aspire to associate with the ninth prince, was utterly deluded. She intended to use these noblewomen to deliver a lesson to Jiang Lanyue, forcing her to recognize her own insignificance. Yet, regardless of the gossip surrounding her, Jiang Lanyue remained composed, sipping her tea and feigning ignorance to the surrounding remarks. Jiang family, if I were you, I would have left in embarrassment long ago. Why force yourself into a circle that doesn't welcome you? Yi Baoying seized the opportunity to mercilessly mock Jiang Lanyue. She deliberately refrained from calling her junior sister. Not wanting others to know their relationship, she simply could not bear the humiliation. You are in no position to speak. Jiang Lanyue held her teacup elegantly, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, After all, you have yet to find a husband. You? Yi Baoying was infuriated, but Jiang Lanyue's words struck her down again. With numerous eyes upon her, she refused to concede and retorted, I am not unmarried. Suitors are abundant for me. Oh? Then why are you still single? That must be because my standards are high. I do not settle for mediocrity. Jiang Lanyue nodded with a semblance of amusement. Yet, those you deem worthy seem unable to marry you, correct? With so many eligible ladies present, why not share your plight? Perhaps we could offer some advice to help you find a match. Since Yi Baoying wished to hide their sisterhood from the public eye, Jiang Lanyue would not make it any easier for her. Noblewomen, often idle and gossipy, were instantly intrigued by Jiang Lanyue's challenge. Indeed, if Miss Yi were truly exceptional, why is she still unmarried at this age? Surely, she must have some hidden ailment? I have heard that women who descend from the mountains are often barren. Could it be that she cannot bear children, thus no suitor dares to approach her? Initially, the noblewomen had only heard that Yi Baoying had come from the mountains and assumed it was a remote and desolate place, unaware that it was Qingqing Mountain. Jiang Lanyue, with just a few words, deftly diverted everyone's attention towards Yi Baoying. Listening to the gossiping women, Yi Baoying's teeth ground together in fury, wishing she could tear their mouths apart. How infuriating! They were the old ones, they were the ones who could not bear children. Qin Mingyue furrowed her brow and, noticing the shift in focus, cleared her throat to address the assembly. Jiang, last time you expressed a desire to join me in worshipping Buddha. Was it because you are burdened with numerous karmic debts and sins, seeking to cultivate yourself? She inquired smoothly. Fear not, you may share your troubles with me. As long as you approach the Buddha with sincerity, I shall guide you into the fold and ensure the Buddha's blessings upon you. Qin Mingyue's words were artfully crafted, elevating her own stature while belittling Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue, possessing stunning beauty accentuated by the light that rendered her features distinct and three-dimensional, appeared captivating even without makeup. She offered a slight smile, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Mingyue's mask of feigned benevolence, and asked, Is it true that the princess worships Buddha solely to cleanse her own karmic burdens and sins? Impudent. Jiang, how dare you speak so recklessly? The moment Jiang Lanyue spoke, it incited public outrage. The noble ladies glared at her as if they had been stepped on by a cat. Qin Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Lanyue's audacity to challenge her openly. Qin Mingyue, accustomed to her facade, masked the flicker of malice in her eyes, maintaining her dignified and refined demeanor as the esteemed princess. You are correct, Jiang. I do indeed carry profound karmic debts and sins, as well as the hopes of the people. Though my prayers may not significantly aid His Majesty or the common folk, at least I can contribute to the prosperity of Wanqing Kingdom. Amitba. After her declaration, Qin Mingyue lowered her gaze, clasping her hands in reverence, appearing exceptionally pious and moving. Your Highness, all is for our sake. How can we allow you to be disrespected? Indeed, Jiang even dares to question the princess. You should leave this place at once. The crowd thundered, rising against Jiang Lanyue. They roughly pulled her from her chair, ready to strike. Jiang Lanyue furrowed her brow as she gazed at the noble ladies, who had seemingly joined a cult, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. With a flick of her hand, an invisible force emanated from her, causing the crowd to stumble and fall to the ground. The peace Wanqing Kingdom enjoys is the result of countless soldiers sacrificing their blood and lives on the battlefield. If prayers were truly effective, would there be any casualties among them? Jiang Lanyue's voice turned icy as she cast a steely glance at Qin Mingyue, her youthful features taut with tension. She thought of her elder brother, who died valiantly in battle, and the tragic fate of the Jiang army. Their sacrifices had become nothing more than Qin Mingyue's wedding attire and glory, igniting a surge of rage within her. The noble ladies were momentarily cowed by Jiang Lanyue's formidable presence, falling silent as her resonant voice filled the air. Indeed, her words held truth. The reason the princess is adored by the people is her proclaimed love for them, yet the true sacrifices are made by the soldiers fighting on the front lines. Qin Mingyue's expression darkened, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She felt that Jiang Lanyue's very existence posed a significant threat to her, not just to her uncle, the ninth prince, but also to the carefully cultivated image and plans she had nurtured for years, which might now face jeopardy. The intent to eliminate Jiang Lanyue grew ever stronger within her. Since today is a day of worship, let us proceed to the side hall and chant sutras in memory of the fallen soldiers on the battlefield, Qin Mingyue declared, rising from her seat with a solemn and serene demeanor. Her presence and words rekindled the noble lady's previous trance, compelling them to follow her in unison. Jiang Lanyue's gaze deepened as she realized the difficulty in exposing Qin Mingyue's true nature, particularly given her widespread appeal and the affection of the populace. However, for her brother and the valiant soldiers lost, she would not yield. Jiang Lanyue followed suit. The chanting of sutras was monotonous, and Jiang Lanyue found it utterly uninteresting. After half an hour, it finally concluded. When Qin Mingyue turned to Jiang Lanyue, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she elegantly stated, I have also prepared a release of life ceremony for you all. Come along with me to the back mountain. Release of life ceremony? The crowd's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ahead of her where Qin Mingyue walked, uncertain of her true intentions. Yet she stepped forward to follow. The back mountain featured a flowing lake, vast and picturesque, surrounded by towering mountains in the distance. Upon arrival, palace maids brought wooden buckets filled with fish, placing several more at their feet. You will each release a fish, as the act holds special significance in our worship. Be sure to immerse yourselves in the experience, Qin Mingyue instructed, gently releasing a fish from a bucket into the lake. The other noble ladies followed suit, guided by Qin Mingyue's example. Miss Jiang, will you not participate in the release? Qin Mingyue inquired, glancing at Jiang Lanyue, who remained motionless at the side. All eyes turned to her, their gazes laden with hostility. Jiang, you ought to release more fish. Do some good to accumulate virtue for yourself. Otherwise, a second marriage like yours may lead to a dismal old age, Yi Baoying mocked, covering her mouth with her hand, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, the princess offers you such a wonderful opportunity. Do not squander it, Qin Mingyue added with a faint smile, her eyes radiating kindness as she approached Jiang Lanyue with a bucket of fish. Miss Jiang, I see your sincere desire to worship alongside me. Please, take these and release them. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly, accepting the bucket, as Qin Mingyue and the noble ladies occupied the nearby areas. Jiang Lanyue was left to move aside with her bucket. As Jiang Lanyue walked away, Qin Mingyue secretly signaled to Yi Baoying. Yi Baoying nodded slightly, and, while Qin Mingyue continued guiding others in the release, she stealthily approached Jiang Lanyue. Jiang, prepare to be publicly humiliated. A cruel smile crept across Yi Baoying's face as she lunged at Jiang Lanyue. Should Jiang Lanyue fall into the water, the hidden guards Qin Mingyue had positioned would ensure her submersion in the lake, which housed crocodiles. Should Jiang Lanyue plunge in, she would become a delightful meal for the beasts. Picture the horror of Jiang Lanyue's fate. Yi Baoying felt a sense of relief wash over her, releasing the pent-up anger within. Yi Baoying acted swiftly, channeling all her strength. Just as her hands reached for Jiang Lanyue's back, the latter deftly sidestepped to evade her grasp. Yi Baoying, propelled by momentum, lurched forward, and in the next instant, she felt a force kick her from behind, sending her tumbling into the lake with a resounding splash. As she plunged into the water, she felt someone grasp her feet and pull her down. Help! Someone save me! Yi Baoying's face twisted in terror as she struggled to swim towards the surface, but her captor held fast, dragging her deeper into the depths. Within moments, she was entirely submerged. When Qin Mingyue heard the commotion of someone falling into the water, she initially thought it was Jiang Lanyue. Her smile had yet to fully form when she turned to see Jiang Lanyue standing unharmed on the shore, while Yi Baoying had vanished without a trace. This is dire. Qin Mingyue silently lamented and quickly called out, "Someone, hurry down to save her." The noble ladies exchanged glances, none willing to plunge into the water. Qin Mingyue clenched her fists and turned to Jiang Lanyue, pleading, "Miss Jiang, lives are at stake. If you can swim, please dive in to rescue her. If you dare to enter the water, I shall ensure you never resurface." Chapter 102. Never targeted you. Listening to Qin Mingyue, Jiang Lanyue's lips curled into a faint smirk. She lifted her gaze to the crowd and calmly replied, "It appears I suddenly cannot swim." The onlookers gasped. What does suddenly cannot mean? It was evident she had no intention of saving anyone. Immediately, whispers arose among the noble women, condemning Jiang Lanyue's selfishness for refusing to help. The Grand Princess, known for her benevolence, would surely save Miss Yi. If a life were lost at the Grand Princess's residence, how would the world perceive her? Qin Mingyue, still processing the situation, found herself ensnared by Jiang Lanyue's cunning. A delicate smile graced Jiang Lanyue's porcelain-white face, her dimples enchanting, an exquisite beauty. Qin Mingyue's fists tightened. Jiang Lanyue's reluctance to save the drowning girl left her at a loss. She couldn't force her. Indeed, as Jiang Lanyue had said, if something befell Yi Baoying within the Grand Princess's grounds, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Suppressing her malice, Qin Mingyue commanded, "Quickly, someone save Miss Yi." The crowd was too vast for her to instruct the divers below to avoid harming Yi Baoying. Before Qin Mingyue could finish her sentence, Yi Baoying, who had sunk into the lake, suddenly emerged, panic and distress etched on her face. She struggled desperately, crying, "Grand Princess, help. There are crocodiles." What? Crocodiles? Good heavens! How could there be crocodiles in this lake? Yi Baoying is in grave danger. The crowd urged the Grand Princess to act swiftly, for a life was at stake. Upon hearing of the crocodiles, urgency spread among the noble women, prompting them to voice their concern. "You Jiang family, you pushed me into the water. You heartless wretch." Yi Baoying splashed and struggled, hurling accusations at Jiang Lanyue. What? Jiang pushed her in? This person is vile. How could she commit such shameless acts before the Grand Princess? Grand Princess, you must not let her get away with this. Outrage swelled as a chorus of voices defended Yi Baoying, blaming Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue coldly surveyed the indignant crowd, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she approached the noblewoman who had shouted the loudest. What did you just say? Jiang Lanyue's slender figure towered over her, her gaze piercing. The noblewoman felt a chill run down her spine under Jiang Lanyue's stare. Yet she remembered they were on the Grand Princess's turf. What of it? You are malicious, despicable, pushing others into the water. How can you still have the audacity to live? The noblewoman's furious tirade was cut short when Jiang Lanyue, with a cold laugh, swiftly kicked her into the water. With a splash, gasps filled the air. Everyone stared in shock, momentarily speechless. Let today be a lesson in my true malice, Jiang Lanyue mused, her lips curling into a wicked grin as she proceeded to push the other noblewomen who had insulted her into the water as well. Qin Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's actions. As she regained her composure, she witnessed the noblewomen struggling desperately in the water, cries for help echoing. "Help! Grand Princess, I can't swim." Their pitiful wails resonated, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. From her pocket, Jiang Lanyue elegantly retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping her fair fingers as if they had touched something filthy. "You Jiang family, you are truly audacious." Qin Mingyue seethed, trembling with rage as she pointed at Jiang Lanyue. "Thank you for the compliment, Grand Princess. Do you wish to join us in the water?" Jiang Lanyue's dark, beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she stepped closer to Qin Mingyue. A wave of unease washed over Qin Mingyue as she gazed at Jiang Lanyue's ambiguous smile. Yet she thought to herself that Jiang Lanyue couldn't possibly be that bold. "Jiang, I command you to. Very well. I shall send the Grand Princess in for a refreshing dip." Jiang Lanyue interrupted, her melodious voice ringing out as she unhesitatingly pushed the Grand Princess into the water, even giving her a kick. Qin Mingyue screamed in horror as she felt a powerful force propel her into the air, only to find herself submerged in the chaos of the lake. The water churned with frantic struggles as everyone fought for the shore, the presence of crocodiles rousing panic. Yi Baoying, closest to the crocodiles, struggled in vain until the creatures closed in on her, one sinking its teeth into her rear. "Ah!" Yi Baoying's anguished cries pierced the air, blood staining the water as she bled profusely. The crocodiles are attacking.
Run.
Terror gripped the onlookers, who swam frantically towards the shore, pushing and shoving each other in their haste to escape. Qin Mingyue's face paled, surrounded by noble women who were equally unskilled in swimming. She realized this trap had been set for Jiang Lanyue, and there was no one to help them. The scent of blood drew more crocodiles to the surface, and many noble women found themselves bitten. Those on the shore, having never encountered such horrors, turned pale with fright. Does anyone still wish to take a dip? Jiang Lanyue glanced sideways, her stunning face devoid of emotion, her eyes icy, as if encased in frost. The crowd instinctively recoiled, their gazes filled with fear and trepidation. This woman was audacious enough to kick even the Grand Princess into the water. What else was she capable of? Miss Jiang, you are so magnanimous. Good deeds are rewarded. And we have never targeted you. Someone stammered, trembling, unable to meet Jiang Lanyue's gaze. Jiang Lanyue's eyes narrowed with a chilling smile. You may target me if you wish, but the outcome of such actions is uncertain. The crowd forced smiles, hastily shaking their heads in denial, too afraid to oppose her. No one is permitted to save those in the water. Jiang Lanyue's cold voice rang out, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, silencing them instantly. The cries for help continued to echo from the struggling souls in the water, yet those on the shore dared not intervene, helplessly watching as one after another was bitten by crocodiles. Yi Baoying and Qin Mingyue finally managed to reach the shore, but Jiang Lanyue sauntered over, flashing a dazzling smile before once again kicking them back into the water. Chapter 103. You must apologize to my brother Jiang Lanyue, you wretched creature. Do you even realize what you are doing? If it were me. Before Yi Baoying could finish her sentence, another crocodile bit into her other side, and her shriek pierced the heavens. The other noble women, overwhelmed with fear, could only focus on their own survival, abandoning any thought of helping Yi Baoying. As she drew the crocodile's attention, the remaining noble women frantically swam towards the shore, their hearts racing with terror. Jiang Lanyue, I am the Grand Princess. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall make you pay. Qin Mingyue's words were scarcely uttered when Jiang Lanyue delivered a sharp slap to her head, sending her plunging back into the water.
Ah!
Qin Mingyue cried out in despair as the crocodile lurking near Yi Baoying swiftly approached and sank its teeth into her, causing her immense pain that nearly rendered her unconscious. The onlookers were terrified, utterly shocked at Jiang's audacity. After all, she was the esteemed Grand Princess of the Long Song Kingdom. How could she be so brazen? This is for my brother, Jiang Lanyue stated coldly, her gaze icy and detached. She had long desired to confront Qin Mingyue, but had awaited the perfect opportunity.
Today.
Qin Mingyue had unwittingly provided her with one. There was no one around to witness the scene, and who would dare to spread rumors of such an event. Qin Mingyue, of course, would not allow such indignity to escape into the public, granting Jiang Lanyue the liberty to act as she pleased. Help! Someone save me! Qin Mingyue's voice rang out in panic as she called for assistance from the shore, but Jiang Lanyue's chilling glance silenced the noble ladies. None dared to speak up. Even though Qin Mingyue was a highborn Grand Princess, her life was far more precious than her title. Jiang Lanyue's readiness to